I'm Shinwanwan, and I returned to a place I didn't think I'd ever see again, Huashi Valley Town. After graduating from university, I took a crowded train, holding onto my two large suitcases, and set out on this journey. This town, once full of flowers and streams, now felt more like an industrial park, dominated by a top biotech company. My destination was my grandmother's house in Fuxing Village, at the edge of it all. Arriving at the village wasn't easy. Dragging my luggage through the dirt path, I bumped into a red-haired boy named Nan, my grandmother's neighbor. He was kind enough to help me get home on his tricycle. Along the way, memories of the town's damp, rainy days came back to me, memories I didn't like as a child. Yet here I was, returning to this place after so many years. When I arrived, the familiar sight of my grandmother's house brought a mix of emotions. The house was old, the doors stiff, but it was still the same place where I had spent my childhood. As I stepped into the yard, I couldn't help but see my grandmother's shadow in every corner. The tears came without warning. My grandmother had been gone for years, and I only found out recently my mother hid it from me. It wasn't until a lawyer found me after graduation that I learned she had passed away and left me this house and a letter. The letter was simple, but full of love. My grandmother explained why she hadn't stopped me from leaving with my mother years ago. She hoped I'd have a better life in the city. But she also knew my mother wouldn't tell me about her death, so she left instructions with a lawyer to wait until I graduated to bring me back. The most surprising part was the box she mentioned. In her letter, she told me to find something hidden in her room, drop a drop of my blood on it, and I'd discover something special. She asked me to keep it a secret and to trust her. I found the box exactly where she said it would be, in a hidden compartment of her dressing table. Next to it was another letter. My hands shook as I opened it, my mind racing with thoughts of what my grandmother wanted me to uncover. As I stood in the quiet house, the dust settling around me, I realized my life was about to change. Whatever was in that box, it was important. And I had a feeling it would lead me down a path I couldn't have imagined. After reading Grandma's letter, I carefully put it away and stuffed the mysterious locked box into my bag. I decided to clean up my old room, but just as I got started, Nan showed up with cleaning tools in hand, offering to help. His cheerful attitude made the work faster and less lonely, and we chatted while we cleaned. He told me about how most villagers were moved out after the biotech company took over the town. His family moved too, but he stayed back to care for his grandmother, Jiang Granny, which I found really touching. Despite his bright red hair, he even works as a security guard at the company. By evening, we had only managed to clean my room, the kitchen, and the bathroom. The blankets were moldy, so Nan took me to Jiang Granny's place to use her dryer. Dinner there was incredible, firewood chicken made by Jiang Granny, and it tasted just as delicious as it smelled. Back at Grandma's house, I fixed my bed and ignored my phone, which had over 30 missed calls and countless messages from my mother, Shinushi. She insulted me as usual, calling me ungrateful, but I was long immune to her words. I blocked her without hesitation. My mother always wanted to trade me away for her own gain, but I'm not a pawn she can control. I turned my attention back to the mysterious black box. It was locked, with no visible way to open it. Grandma's letter had said something strange, that I'd need a drop of blood. After hesitating, I decided to try it. Using a small knife, I pricked my thumb and let a drop fall onto the box. To my shock, the blood was absorbed, and the box began to unlock itself. Inside was a black iron sphere, beautiful and intricate, with golden patterns across its surface. I held it in my hand, but then something unbelievable happened. It started glowing with a soft blue light. The light grew brighter until it filled the room, and before I could react, I disappeared. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in Grandma's room. I stood inside a rundown tavern, and a strange mechanical voice echoed around me. Ding, new host detected. Welcome to the number 9 Dimensional Trade Tavern. I stared, trying to calm myself. What had I gotten myself into? When I heard the mechanical voice, I was startled at first, but as someone who had read plenty of system stories, I quickly calmed down. The voice introduced itself as number 9, my system assistant, and explained that I had inherited the, no, 9-dimensional trade tavern, a place where I could trade with beings from other worlds. The tavern looked run down because it was still at the beginner level. My grandmother had been the first owner, but she didn't finish the beginner tasks in time and eventually passed away, leaving the tavern to me. The beginner tasks weren't complicated, but they required me to collect resources: 100 pieces of wood, 100 caddies of basic white wine, and 100 food items. I had to handle everything myself: cut trees, grow crops, and raise livestock. The system reassured me that everything here grew fast. Crops and animals could be ready within 7 to 24 hours, thanks to the time difference in this space. I accepted the tasks, received a starter pack with seeds and animals, and set to work. I planted rice, sorghum, peanuts, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, released shrimp into the pond, and placed a piglet and chickens into their pens. Looking around the space, fields, a pond, a forest, I sighed. It was going to be a lot of work. Tomorrow, I'd need to figure out how to cut down trees. Taking a break, I flipped through Grandma's old notebook. She had recorded her progress, and at the end, she left me a heartfelt message. She'd struggled to complete her tasks because of her age and health, but she believed in me. She knew I could make the tavern the best one across all dimensions. Her words made me smile, though my chest ached. I felt tears well up, but I wiped them away. I called out to No. 9 and confirmed something important. There were 8 other dimensional trading places, each run differently. Mine was just one of them. Looking at the empty tavern, I made up my mind. This wasn't just my grandmother's legacy, it was my chance. I'd work hard, build up this place, and honor her wish. After all, I'd always enjoyed managing things in games. Now, it was time to do it for real. After learning there were other dimensional trade taverns, I also found out about a scoring system. If the tavern didn't meet standards, it would reset, and I'd have to start over. But that wasn't my concern for now. I hadn't even finished the beginner tasks yet. Since I had planted everything and couldn't cut trees until the next day, I left the tavern and returned to my room. After cleaning up the mud I'd brought in, I finally went to bed. The next morning, I woke up to the familiar misty, damp weather of Fushing Village. Looking at the house, the overgrown garden, and the tavern tasks, I sighed. I had so much work to do. I made a shopping list for tools and essentials and borrowed Jiang Granny's tricycle to go to town. In town, I bought an electric chainsaw, farming tools, and some groceries. For lunch, I treated myself to a bowl of beef noodles, spicy, sour, and delicious. By afternoon, I rushed back home to accept deliveries for some new appliances and sold the old, broken ones. After cleaning the entire house by evening, I was exhausted, but Jiang Granny dragged me over for dinner again. I didn't have the energy to say no, so I happily ate and returned home. Heenan later promised to help me buy a sturdy tricycle. That night, I grabbed my new tools, chainsaw, fuel, and farming gear, and entered the tavern again. The crops were already ready for harvest. I collected rice, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, feeding the leftover leaves to the pigs and chickens. The system handled peeling the crops, which was a relief. Finally, I headed into the forest to cut down trees. Holding the heavy chainsaw for the first time was nerve-wracking, but I pushed through. Soon, the sound of trees falling filled the air. By the time I stopped, I was completely drained. I left the tavern, took a quick shower, and collapsed into bed. The next day, I woke up at noon, feeling like I'd been run over by a truck. My whole body ached, but through the window, I saw sunlight streaming in. It was one of Huashi Valley's rare sunny days.
Ugh.
I groaned, sitting up. I was exhausted, but I knew there was still so much to do. I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. My muscles ached so badly I could barely move, and I had to shuffle out of the room like an old woman. Desperate for relief, I asked number 9 if there was anything to help me recover. But all number 9 did was remind me it was just a customer service system, not a magic shop. If I wanted fancy recovery potions, I'd have to unlock higher-level worlds, like that would happen anytime soon. After grumbling a bit, I waited for workers to replace the old house door, then hurried back to the tavern to finish the tasks. My muscles screamed as I grabbed the chainsaw and continued cutting trees. When the last tree fell, the forest transformed into a mine entrance. It felt surreal, like stepping into a VR game. With no time to waste, I grabbed my tools and started mining. But before I could get far, Heenan showed up, banging on the door. He'd found me a second-hand tricycle, almost brand new, and insisted it was a great deal. I paid him, thankful for the help, and decided I'd get a license soon to avoid trouble. Seeing my weird posture, Heenan laughed and suggested a massage shop for my muscle pain. After he left, I ignored the tavern for the day. My body just couldn't take it anymore. I took the evening to rest. The next day, feeling only slightly better, I went back to the tavern and spent the entire morning mining. By afternoon, I finally finished collecting everything. A blue screen appeared in front of me, congratulating me for completing the beginner tasks. The system let me choose a new design for the tavern, and I spent forever looking through all the styles. In the end, I picked a traditional Chinese palace-like design. The tavern upgraded, but instead of a magnificent palace, it turned into a modest, clean little tavern, far from the stunning image I had in mind. Clearly, upgrades would take time. Number 9 congratulated me on becoming the official boss lady and handed me new tasks. Open a time-space portal. Complete a trade with a traveler. Solve a traveler's problem. Earn 100 gold coins. Plant new crops. I stared at the list, confused about the solve a traveler's problem part. Why was I suddenly a problem solver? Still, I accepted the tasks. At least I didn't have to brew my own wine anymore. The system provided sorghum wine and rice wine for me. I was so relieved, I nearly cried. Finally, something didn't require me to break my back. That's not right. If there's a reward, does that mean it's like a game? If I complete the novice task, do I also get a reward? Afraid of missing out on the reward, Shen Wanwan summoned No. 9 for consultation. Sure enough, there was a reward for the novice task. It was full automation. This meant that she no longer needed to toil away herself. I'm so moved, Shen Wanwan fake cried for a while. She walked out of the small tavern and found that the forest she had chopped down had returned, giving her a feeling of playing a virtual game. Except this game was a bit laborious. But not anymore. Now she had a one-click planting and harvesting feature, just like in all those farming mini-games. She no longer needed to work hard like she did during the novice tasks. Stretching lazily, Shen Wanwan felt that today was her lucky day. Seizing her good fortune, Shen Wanwan quickly summoned Number 9. Number 9, I want to open the space-time passage. Alright boss, please choose. After Number 9 spoke, a screen appeared in front of Shen Wanwan, displaying a lucky spin wheel. Is opening the space-time passage completely luck-based? She asked in confusion. Yes, Shen Wanwan felt a hint of schadenfreude in No. 9's tone, but she had no proof. Luck it is then. Her luck was good today, so maybe she'd encounter a favorable space-time world. Rubbing her hands together, Shen Wanwan clicked yes on the screen. The lucky wheel spun quickly and soon slowed down, eventually stopping at a demon world. Shen Wanwan, congratulations, boss. You've drawn the B-demon world. Now opening the space-time passage for you. Please tidy up and present your best self to greet the tavern's first guest. Number 9, haven't we forgotten to name the tavern? No need, boss. Travelers selected from across the dimensions already know us as Tavern Number 9.
Shen Wanwan.
Okay. She didn't know what else to say. After waiting 10 minutes without anyone showing up, Shen Wanwan went back to her room to change into nicer clothes. After all, Number 9 had said she needed to present her best self to the guests. Once dressed, Shen Wanwan returned to the tavern, opened the screen, and started one-click planting. For some reason, she waited a long time, but no guests appeared. Staring at the flashing screen indicating the open demon world, she wondered what kind of demons would arrive. Wait, this is the demon world, so their combat power must be high. Will I be safe? Shen Wanwan voiced her concern and No. 9 quickly replied. Boss, as the owner of Tavern Number 9, No matter how powerful the travelers are, they cannot harm you. With a single thought, you can send them back to their original world. That's good. That's good. Reassured about her safety, Shen Wanwan relaxed. However, it seemed her luck had run out, as no guests arrived even by dinner time. So, she left the tavern to make dinner at home. Her cooking was average, but not terrible. She made a simple seaweed egg drop soup and stir-fried pork with chili peppers, pairing it with pre-cooked rice for dinner. She didn't visit Grandma Zhang's house for dinner today, as she had already informed her the day before while on her tricycle. After eating and washing the dishes, Shen Wanwan wasn't sure if she should return to the tavern. There were no guests anyway, so she'd just be sitting there in boredom. Staying home seemed like a better idea. She grabbed clean pajamas, went to the bathroom, and prepared a bath. After soaking in the tub, she came out drying her hair and noticed it was drizzling outside. The rainwater dripped from the eaves, looking like strings of orange crystal beads under the warm glow of the light. Unfortunately, Shen Wanwan wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Hugging her arms, she quickly ran back to her bedroom. Huaxi Valley town was surrounded by mountains, with significant temperature differences between day and night. Although it was summer, the temperature at night dropped below 20 degrees Celsius. Besides tourists, no one would sit outside at night to admire the rain. Moreover, Huaxi Valley town wasn't a tourist spot. There were rarely any visitors. That's because the town was now occupied by chronobiotech. Shen Wanwan returned to her room, shivering from the cold as goosebumps rose on her arms. She lifted the blanket and snuggled into its warmth, sighing in comfort. It was still the coziest place to be. Maybe it was exhaustion from the past few days, coupled with today's excitement, but she quickly felt sleepy after relaxing. Accompanied by the sound of rain, she gradually drifted off. Around 3 in the morning, number 9 woke her up. "Boss, the guest has arrived. Please quickly attend to your first guest." Drowsily sitting up in bed, Shen Wanwan sighed internally. She now understood how hard her grandmother had it. Being older and still getting woken up by number 9 in the middle of the night was truly tough. Yawning, she changed into a coffee-colored French floral long-sleeve dress, left her hair down, quickly washed her face, brushed her teeth, applied some skincare, and put on a bit of foundation before heading to the tavern. Shortly after she entered the tavern, the wind chimes hanging from the eaves swayed softly. Her hands, hidden under the counter, clenched nervously into fists. The chimes tinkled for a while, and when the sound stopped, Shen Wanwan saw a handsome man dressed in a white fur cloak slowly walk into her ordinary little tavern. Having seen plenty of good-looking celebrities, Shen Wanwan suddenly felt that if this man appeared in Hua country, his face alone would make him a top-tier star. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed her fangirling, put on the smile she had practiced during etiquette lessons, and softly said, "Welcome to Tavern No. 9. Hu Xie was cultivating in his palace today, but he kept feeling a strange force summoning him. Being naturally rebellious, he didn't resist and followed the force to an unfamiliar place. Just as he was about to take a look around, he heard a voice that was far less pleasant than the songbird demon's voices. "Welcome to Tavern No. 9. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the little beauty at the counter. She wasn't as beautiful as his Fox clan members, and her voice couldn't compare to the Songbird clans, so his face immediately showed a look of disdain. Shen Wanwan didn't realize that this fox demon was disdaining her appearance and voice. If she had, she would have sent him back with a single thought. Hu Xie stroked the fur of his cloak and walked inside. Looking at Shen Wanwan, he asked, "What is this place?" Shen Wanwan composed herself and introduced Tavern Number 9 to Hu Xie with a smile. "Oh, so it's a space-time tavern, huh? Interesting. Hu Xie glanced around at the tavern, which wasn't even as spacious as the living quarters for his palace servants. Though he said it was interesting, he was actually filled with disdain. By now, Shen Wanwan had sobered up from his good looks and could sense his disapproval of her tavern. Rolling her eyes internally, she thought, "I haven't even blamed him for disturbing my sleep, yet this demon dares look down on my tavern." For the sake of her mission, she maintained her smile. Today, we are serving rice wine and sorghum wine, with only stir-fried peanuts as a snack. Would you like some? Hussein, still disdaining the tavern, leaned lazily against the doorframe, shaking the sleeves of his fur cloak. He looked at Shen Wanwan with a seductive expression. At that moment, Number 9 spoke up to remind her. Boss, this fox demon is using the Fox clan's charm technique to use you. Shen Wanwan. She wanted to curse but held back. I advise you to put away your charm technique. It doesn't work on me. Realizing that the fox demon had cast a spell on her, Shen Wanwan's anger shot through the roof, and the politeness in her tone vanished. Hussein smiled in response, his lips curving into a smile that could topple nations. However, Shen Wanwan's impression of him had already shattered. No matter how beautiful his smile was, it failed to move her. Every space-time traveler who entered the tavern would receive its basic information. Hussein, naturally aware of this, believed he had everything and didn't need to trade with this poor tavern. But upon hearing Shen Wanwan's impolite tone, he pulled out a nearby chair and sat down, sprawling lazily against the table. Since it's a tavern, bring me 1 cup of each wine and a plate of the snack. Though unsure why he decided to sit down, Shen Wanwan didn't mind. As long as he purchased something, he would be her first guest. She quickly prepared 2 bowls of wine, sorghum and rice wine, and a plate of stir-fried peanuts. In reality, they were more like bowls than cups, as the tavern's theme was ancient style, and the wine vessels were black clay bowls like those seen in historical dramas. Thanks to completing her novice task, many tavern functions were automated. She simply clicked a button, and the items were ready. Soon, Shen Wanwan carried the drinks and peanuts to Hussein's table. Placing everything down, she smiled commercially and said, "Thank you for your patronage. That'll be 5 gold coins." Number 9 immediately chimed in. "Boss, these are only 2 gold coins. You overcharged him." Shen Wanwan replied internally to Number 9. "Shut up. You never said I couldn't charge more, Number 9. Hussein glanced at the 2 bowls of wine and peanuts, tossing a pearl onto the table carelessly. "I don't have gold coins. Will this merfolk tear suffice?" Shen Wanwan picked up the merfolk tear and had Number 9 scan it. The tear was worth 100 gold coins, more than enough for the drinks. Space-time travelers couldn't always have tavern gold coins, so they could trade their items or money from their world for tavern currency. Seeing the exchange value, Shen Wanwan remembered the 4th task in the tavern's operation log, which required earning 100 gold coins. Her eyes lit up as she smiled and said, "Guest, this pearl can exchange for 100 gold coins. Since the tavern just opened today, I don't have change. Is there anything else you'd like?" Shen Wanwan hoped that if Hussein needed something else, she could trade with him. That way, the remaining 95 gold coins would count as a transaction, helping her complete tasks 1, 2, and 4 all at once. Hussein looked at her, raised his beautiful hand, and suddenly changed his expression, reaching toward his neck as if to strangle himself. But before he got close, his hand was shocked by an electric current. This wasn't ordinary electricity. It was part of the tavern's protective measures, something even a fox demon like Hussein couldn't resist. Seeing him attempt to harm her, Shen Wanwan was startled but quickly regained composure and sent him out of the tavern with a single thought. The next moment, Hussein was back in his palace, the hand he had reached out now charred black. He glanced at his hand, unfazed, and instead burst into hearty laughter. Back in the tavern, Shen Wanwan clutched her pounding chest, still shaken from the encounter. She didn't blame No. 9, knowing it had done its best to protect her. Her only complaint was Number 9's poor judgment in selecting guests. Ugh, couldn't you check their character? No, their demon character, before letting them in? After patiently listening to her rant, No. 9 responded mechanically. Once again, boss, I am a service assistant, not the system. Guests enter the tavern of their own will. I do not summon them. Yeah, I get it, Shen Wanwan muttered. Glancing down, she noticed she was still holding the merfolk tear that Hussein had used as payment. Doesn't this count as completing the 4th task in the tavern log? I served a guest and earned 100 gold coins. Number 9 hesitated. Well, Shun Wanwan quickly argued. Technically, it's valid. The guest came in, ordered drinks, and paid. If he tried to harm me, then the leftover money counts as compensation for emotional distress, right? Doesn't that count as earnings? Number 9 paused, then reluctantly agreed. That seems reasonable. With that, Shun Wanwan successfully completed the 4th task in the tavern operation log. Pleased with herself, she whistled cheerfully, having cleverly persuaded number 9. After completing her task, Shun Wanwan returned to her room in a good mood. Having been woken up by number 9 to greet a guest, she wasn't sleepy anymore. Roosters in the village were already crowing. Thinking that since she couldn't fall asleep, she might as well go to the kitchen and make herself some breakfast. She opened the packed refrigerator, took out 2 eggs, scooped some flour, and made an egg flour batter to prepare some pancakes. She had ordered many small appliances, but they were still on the way, so the kitchen looked relatively empty for now. After making the pancakes, Shun Wanwan heated up some milk, and a simple breakfast was ready. Once breakfast was done, she put on her raincoat and headed to the backyard vegetable garden to weed as the sky began to lighten. After weeding and turning the soil, she cleaned the hoe near the courtyard's faucet and washed the mud off her rain boots. Then she carried the hoe to the storage room, hung up her raincoat, changed her boots, and returned to the kitchen. Farming was quite tiring. Despite having breakfast earlier, her stomach was inevitably growling a bit again. Luckily, there were still some leftover pancakes. She reheated and finished them off. After eating her fill, she thought about what to do next. The courtyard had become somewhat run down due to her grandmother's lack of maintenance. Now that she was back, she naturally wanted to tidy it up and make her living space more beautiful. The backyard will be for vegetables, so I'll plant flowers in the front yard. She remembered visiting a wealthy family with MS. Shun in the past. The wife of that household was very refined, and their home resembled a year-round garden. Her favorite part had been the wisteria and climbing roses. Thinking of this, she searched online to see if the environment here is suitable for planting wisteria and climbing roses. After checking, Shun Wanwan frowned. Online sources didn't recommend planting those flowers in areas with frequent rainfall. So she decided to look for alternatives. Just as she was browsing for other flowers, Grandma Jiang called from outside her door. Wanwan, are you home? Yes. Shun Wanwan quickly responded and went to open the door. Seeing Grandma Jiang outside, she hurried to help her in, but Grandma Jiang waved her hand, saying, I'm not going in. I just came to remind you to go to the police station to handle your household registration procedures. Hearing this, Shun Wanwan smacked her forehead. I completely forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Grandma Jiang. I'll go now. Shun Wanwan's household registration had been moved out years ago by Miss Shun. After inheriting her grandmother's estate, she decided to move it back and had applied for it long ago with lawyer Huang's help. The process was already completed. She just needed to get a new household registration book and ID card. With everything going on, organizing the house and the tavern, she had completely forgotten about it. If not for Grandma Jiang's reminder, she wouldn't have remembered at all. She hurried back to her bedroom, gathered all the necessary documents, and rode her tricycle to town. Seeing Shun Wanwan leave in such a hurry, Grandma Jiang sighed. Young people are so full of energy. Not far from the police station, Shun Wanwan parked her tricycle near a small supermarket. She wasn't foolish enough to ride it directly to the police station. That would be like walking into a trap. At the police station, she submitted her documents, took a photo, and applied for a new ID card and household registration book. Since she was already there, she also signed up for a tricycle driver's license test. The officer in charge of the test wasn't there in the morning, so Shun Wanwan grabbed lunch at a nearby shop. In the afternoon, she passed the tricycle license test smoothly. On her way back to the supermarket where she'd parked, she bought some snacks before heading home. Once back, she put away her purchases and carried a bag of items she'd bought for Grandma Jiang to her house. Grandma Jiang was tending her vegetable garden when she arrived. Seeing Shun Wanwan with a bag of items, she frowned and said, You didn't need to bring anything. This is my way of showing respect to you. Just accept it, okay? After some back and forth, Grandma Jiang gave in and reluctantly accepted the items, saying sternly, I'll take it this time, but don't bring anything next time. Got it, Shen Wanwan said seriously but fully intended to do it again next time. Grandma Jiang returned the favor by giving her several ears of corn from her garden. Shen Wanwan didn't refuse and steamed the fresh corn as soon as she got home. Steamed tender corn was the best. With the corn ready, she decided to skip cooking rice for dinner and just eat the corn instead. As she carried the steaming corn to the main hall to eat, the tavern's welcome bell rang again. This time, without waiting for number 9 to remind her, Shen Wanwan quickly locked her bedroom door and blinked straight into the tavern. Looking at the corn in her hand, she sighed. In her hurry, she had brought the corn with her. Resigned, she placed the corn under the counter and put on a professional smile to greet the guest. Seeing the guest's white fur cloak, Shen Wanwan's professional smile immediately turned into a forced one. Hu Xie, however, seemed unaware as he sat down and looked at her. He inhaled deeply, as if about to say something, but suddenly noticed an unfamiliar and pleasant aroma in the air. It smelled like food. Curious, Hu Xie stood up, leaned against the counter, and asked, "Boss, what delicious food are you hiding?" "What's it to you?" Shen Wanwan retorted, emboldened by number 9's protection. As for the saying the customer is always right, she firmly refused to indulge any guest who tried to harm her. After all, number 9 didn't require her to treat every guest like royalty. Hu Xie didn't seem to mind her attitude but raised an eyebrow, saying, "Is this how you treat your guests, boss?" "I treat good guests with a smile. As for why I'm like this with you, don't you already know? Oh, you're still mad about yesterday's little jokes? I was just testing the waters in a new place because I was nervous." As he spoke, he even winked at her. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes. She believed that when pigs flew. Hu Xie didn't care whether she believed him or not. He was more intrigued by the aroma lingering in the air. The scent actually stirred his appetite, even though he had long since stopped needing food. "Boss, you shouldn't keep good things hidden. Share it with me." His overly familiar demeanor left Shen Wanwan speechless. Hu Xie's temper was unpredictable, but today, he was in a good mood and willing to humor the tavern owner. Partly because he couldn't kill her anyway. Left with no choice, Shen Wanwan brought out the corn she'd carried into the tavern. Hu Xie leaned down and sniffed the steaming corn, surprised that it actually piqued his appetite. Hu Xie sniffed the scent of the corn, and if he had ears on his head, they would probably be swaying adorably right now. Shen Wanwan looked at him and inexplicably found it a little cute. What was wrong with her? She scolded herself internally for thinking a demon who wanted to kill her was cute. Am I suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? She shook her head wildly to clear out such strange thoughts. "Boss, how much does this cost?" A question mark floated over Shen Wanwan's head. Could fox demons even eat corn? While she wondered, her little abacus in her mind was already clacking away. "This is my dinner, not an item for sale in the tavern." Oh, Hu Xie glanced at the smiling girl, then lightly jumped onto the counter. He looked down at Shen Wanwan, his gaze deep and unreadable. "Then let's make a deal. What do you want?" Hearing this, Shen Wanwan was secretly delighted. This was the line she had been waiting for. "Here's the deal, I won't take advantage of you. There are 5 pieces of corn in this bowl. Give me 5 pearls like yesterday's, and it's yours." Hu Xie thought she would ask for an outrageous price, but surprisingly, she only requested 5 merfolk tears. "You really don't know a treasure when you see it. This fox fur coat I'm wearing is worth at least a bucket of merfolk tears, and you don't even want it, Shen Wanwan. Is this demon a bit brain damaged? If I asked for your fox fur coat, would you give it to me?" she retorted. Hu Xie, "Of course not. There you go. Since you wouldn't trade your fox fur coat, why would I even bother asking?" Shen Wanwan's words left Hu Xie momentarily speechless. He shot her a glare with his beautiful eyes. But as the aroma of the corn wafted into his nose, he reluctantly tossed over 5 merfolk tears. Shen Wanwan happily accepted them and pushed the bowl of corn toward him. Hu Xie reached out to pick up a piece of corn. The hand he used happened to be the one he had tried to strangle Shen Wanwan with earlier. The hand was still charred black, as was the wrist, making the entire arm appear scorched. Shen Wanwan glanced at it twice, but Xie didn't care, biting into the corn. After taking a bite, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he happily devoured the rest. In no time, he had finished all 5 pieces of corn. Pushing the bowl back, he asked with lingering interest, "Is there more?" Shen Wanwan twitched the corner of her mouth, thinking this fox demon must really like corn. She shrugged. "Nope, that's all there is. Do you have anything else?" Xie asked, unable to resist. In his youth, he had loved all kinds of food, but due to an accident, he could no longer enjoy eating, which made his temperament unpredictable and rebellious. Of course, Shen Wanwan didn't know any of this. Hearing him ask for more, she decisively shook her head. There's nothing else right now. She wasn't lying. The new crops she planted had just been harvested. The field outside the tavern was now full of seedlings. There was nothing to offer him. Instead, she took out a plate of stir-fried peanuts. "You ordered this snack yesterday. Why don't you try it?" Xie looked at the peanuts and picked one up, tossing it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he complained disdainfully, "It's not tasty." Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Sorry, there's nothing else. Your tavern is shabby enough, and the offerings are so scarce. It's your luck that I'm even patronizing this place, yet your service attitude is so terrible. I'll give you a bad review later." Xie recalled some of the tavern rules and decided to threaten her with a bad review. Shen Wanwan. For the sake of a good review, she endured. With a professional smile, Shen Wanwan said politely, "Dear guest, the tavern has just opened, and the menu is quite simple. Please bear with us." Seeing her polite demeanor, the corners of Xie's mouth lifted slightly. "See, this is much better service. Why didn't you act like this earlier?" Shen Wanwan internally sneered but maintained her professional smile. If she weren't afraid that a bad review would cause her to lose progress and have to restart, she wouldn't have shown this fox demon any courtesy. Although restarting wasn't difficult for her, she simply disliked doing things over again. "Fine, it's just a matter of attitude. I'll smile then." Xie munched on the peanuts, satisfied with her improved service attitude, while Shen Wanwan silently cursed him to choke on the peanuts. He had acted so disdainful, but was now happily eating them. Truly, even demons can be hypocrites. Soon, Xie finished the plate of peanuts. Looking around, he noticed there wasn't a cloth to wipe his hands, so he set his sights on the tavern operation log lying on the counter. When he reached out to wipe his greasy hands on the log, a burst of white light suddenly flashed. The light was so bright that Shen Wanwan had to shield her eyes. When the light disappeared, a pile of clothes lay on the ground. Shen Wanwan stepped out from behind the counter and saw a fluffy white fox crawl out of the pile of clothes. The two stared at each other, and Shen Wanwan thought she saw a hint of frustration in the little fox's eyes. Unable to help herself, she burst into laughter. "Number 9, what's going on?" She didn't know why Xie had suddenly turned into a little fox, but she found this form much cuter than his human one. Number 9 explained mechanically. He intentionally tried to damage the tavern operation log, so the tavern forcibly reverted him to his true form. "Oh," Shen Wanwan responded, then squatted down, ready to pet the fox. But Xie quickly sprinted and leaped onto the ceiling beam. Not managing to pet him, Shen Wanwan wasn't disappointed. She picked up his clothes, particularly the fox fur coat. Holding it in her hands, she marveled at its weight and the fine quality of the fur and fabric. Now she finally understood the meaning of the ancient poem, 5 flower horses, 1,000 gold coats. This fox fur coat could easily be worth 1,000 gold coins. She casually placed the clothes on the table and returned to the counter, ignoring Xie on the beam. Sitting on the tall stool, Shen Wanwan propped her head with one hand and closed her eyes slightly. Xie, still on the beam, suspected she was scheming to trick him into coming down, but he wouldn't fall for it. In reality, Shen Wanwan was busy splitting profits with number 9. Out of the 5 merfolk tiers she had earned, the tavern took back 2. "Number 9, when can I unlock the warehouse?" Number 9 replied in its mechanical voice. "Boss, let's focus on completing the remaining tasks first. We must work steadily and avoid aiming too high too soon. Number 9, what do you do with the merfolk tiers you collect?" They are placed in the tavern store. Shenwanwan, didn't you say you're not the system? How come there's a store? Number 9 is indeed not the system, but the tavern is managed by a system. Shenwanwan. Why does this tavern feel more and more like a business simulation game? Unable to figure it out, she simply gave up. After all, she had read the tavern rules, and it wouldn't harm its operator. She opened her eyes and flipped through the tavern operation log, noticing that all but one task was crossed out. The third task: resolve the current troubles of space-time travelers. Looking up at Huxia on the beam, she couldn't think of what trouble a fox demon could possibly have. Besides, she didn't really like this rude fox demon anyway. Since her dinner had been eaten, and Huxia had turned into a fox, there was no need to entertain him as a guest anymore. So, Shenwanwan closed the tavern for the night. Huxia, still vigilantly watching her, suddenly felt an unknown force kick him, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in his palace. Returning to the demon world, Huxia transformed back into human form, but since his clothes had been left in the tavern, he would have given any onlookers a nosebleed at this moment. Unfortunately, in the vast palace, he was the only one there. Huxia reached into the void and summoned a set of clothes, putting them on lazily. He lay on a tiger-skin couch, grabbed a jug of wine out of thin air, and poured himself a cup. The wine was fragrant, with a faint floral aroma. If Shenwanwan had seen this, she might have understood why Huxia hadn't ordered any of the tavern's wine. It was just ordinary grain wine. After sending Huxia away, Shenwanwan leaned her head on her hand and sighed to number 9. Can't we open a different dimension? This fox demon is too hard to deal with. Number 9's response was the same, urging her to complete the task as soon as possible. Shenwanwan rolled her eyes and left the tavern. She hadn't forgotten that she still hadn't eaten dinner. With no more corn, she cooked herself a pot of instant noodles. While eating, Shenwanwan thought carefully about her encounters with Huxia. Could it be that this fox demon is secretly a foodie? To confirm her suspicions, the third time she met Huxia, she brought a small cake to the tavern. Today, Huxia was once again wearing a white fox fur coat, almost identical to the one from yesterday. Perhaps only the fabric pattern was slightly different. Shenwanwan wasn't sure. She ate her cake quietly. Huxia's nose twitched. He liked the smell. In the blink of an eye, his handsome face was right in front of hers. Huxia swiped a bit of cream with his fingertip and put it in his mouth. Seeing his expression and movements, Shenwanwan suddenly blushed. Oh no, this fox demon really is seductive. No wonder King Zhou lost his kingdom to Daji's charms. What is this? Give me some, Huxia said matter-of-factly. Shenwanwan immediately suppressed her flustered feelings and began her performance. You've come to the tavern 3 times, and twice you've been interested in my dinner. As a fox demon, isn't it inappropriate for you to eat such things? Huxia replied nonchalantly. If I like it, then it's appropriate. Smirking knowingly, he added, enough beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want. Hearing this, Shenwanwan thought for a moment. She had originally planned to exchange for something valuable that could be sold in the real world for cash. Her own money was running low, and she didn't want to touch the money her grandmother left her. So, she had to find a way to earn more. She had 3 merfolk tears, and since pearls were valuable at the moment, she could sell them for a good price in major cities like Shanghai, Beijing, or Shenzhen. Looking at Huxia, she decided she could raise her asking price a little. Just as she was thinking, number 9 spoke up. Boss, trade with him for golden silkworm eggs. Although she didn't know what golden silkworm eggs were, Shenwanwan took note of it. Alright, I'm a girl who likes pearls and gemstones. If you have something similar to merfolk tears or other colorful gems, I can trade with you. I also need some golden silkworm eggs. TSK Huxia laughed. Little girl, don't be too greedy. Asking for golden silkworm eggs for a tiny snack. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Hearing his words, Shenwanwan knew he was considering it, and she grinned. I'm not running a shady business. How could a small cake be worth so much? With that, she took out a beautifully packaged cake from under the counter and placed it on the table. Is this enough? She asked, lightly tapping the cake box. Huxia swallowed, glanced at Shenwanwan and said, Fine, With a flick of his sleeve, 2 boxes appeared on the counter. Everything you asked for is here. Shen Wanwan opened the nearest box and saw it filled with all kinds of pearls and gemstones, dazzling her eyes. The other box, as expected, contained the golden silkworm eggs. Smiling, she took the 2 boxes, while Huxia grabbed the cake. Coincidentally, when Shen Wanwan bought the cake earlier that day, the bakery had just had this one returned by a customer. It was beautifully decorated, featuring a cute cartoon fox on top. Huxia, holding the cake, prepared to leave the tavern. After all, it was too small and lacked quality wine, which a demon king like him disdained. "Hey, take your clothes with you." Hearing this, Huxia glanced at the clothes on the table, waved his hand to retrieve them, and disappeared from the tavern. Once he was gone, Shen Wanwan quickly asked number 9, "Deduct the tavern share." I should have earned quite a bit of points for today's trade. The previous day, she had earned 1 point from her transaction with Huxia. She had later asked and learned that points were awarded based on the value of the trade. Number 9 collected the tavern's portion, leaving the rest for Shen Wanwan. Seeing half of the pearls and gemstones disappear, Shen Wanwan didn't feel distressed at all. After all, it was just a 300 yuan cake that earned her so much. "What are the golden silkworm eggs for?" "Boss, you've earned 1 point from this trade." Number 9 recommends keeping the golden silkworm eggs safe. They might be useful for building the tavern later. Hearing this, Shen Wanwan put the golden silkworm eggs into the backpack under the counter. Meanwhile, back in his palace, Huxia opened the cake box and inhaled the rich cream aroma with delight. His mouth watered uncontrollably. If he were in his fox form, he would probably look ridiculous with drool dripping everywhere. Producing a jade spoon from somewhere, Huxia scooped up a bite of cream and savored it in his mouth. The slightly sweet cream melted on his tongue, reminding him of the taste of the immortal bean soup he had loved in his childhood. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, scattering into the bedroom. Shen Wanwan opened her eyes, saw the sunlight streaming in, and immediately lifted the blanket, drew open the curtains, and pushed the window wide open. The warm summer sun poured into the room. She opened her arms to embrace the sunlight filling the room. If not for the water stains in the yard that hadn't dried yet, she would have thought the rain she heard last night was just a dream. Surrounded by green mountains and plants, the air was filled with the fragrance of greenery and soil. The air was so fresh and pleasant today. Perhaps because of the sunny weather, Shen Wanwan was in a good mood. After breakfast, she decided to head into the county for a stroll. The Ji province was located on a plateau, and the ultraviolet rays were strong. Even though Shen Wanwan loved the sun, she still did physical sun protection before leaving the house. Riding her tricycle, she passed by Grandma Zhang's house and specifically asked if there was anything she needed. Grandma Zhang waved her hand. "No need to bring me anything. My son, daughter-in-law, and daughter, as well as that rascal Henan, bring me food and supplies every few days. I don't lack anything." "All right, then I'll head out. Go. You young people should get out and have fun. Staying cooped up at home all day is so dull." After saying goodbye to Grandma Zhang, Shen Wanwan hummed a tune as she rode her tricycle to the county town. The county was called Mushi County, and it didn't belong to Huaxi Valley Town. Huaxi Valley Town wasn't under the jurisdiction of the nearby counties because the entire town belonged to an independent industrial park, officially authorized. As Shen Wanwan passed the Jushi Biotech building, she couldn't help but glance at it. The company had been around since her childhood and had gradually taken over the town over the years. Of course, the surrounding areas had prospered thanks to the company's presence. She had no intention of applying for a job there, so she just looked for curiosity's sake. There were many legends about this company. When she was a child, she'd heard people say that the owner of this company was even more handsome than some of the country's most famous actors. Believing the rumor, she once hung around outside the company for several days. But all she ever saw were security guards and employees coming and going. Thinking of the silly things she did as a child, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. When she arrived in Mushi County, Shen Wanwan headed straight for the lively Genie Plaza. In recent years, Mushi County had undergone significant development, with malls and residential buildings under construction everywhere. Thanks to Jushi Biotech's influence, The GDP of the surrounding counties had seen steady growth. Shen Wanwan had no plans to buy a house in the county, so she wasn't interested in the housing prices. After parking her tricycle, her first stop was the snack street in the plaza. The snack street was bustling with shops and stalls. She bought some of her favorite snacks and found an empty seat to sit down. The weather was nice, and the streets were crowded with people. The lively voices of the crowd surrounded her. She even saw many young couples holding hands and walking together. It was pure youth. She wasn't just here to stroll, she was also checking the prices of nearby jewelry stores. However, after visiting several of the largest jewelry stores, Shen Wanwan realized that her merfolk tears and gemstones would fetch a much better price in bigger cities. Small towns lacked value and secrecy. News traveled fast here, and a small ripple could quickly turn into a town-wide storm. It was better to stay low-key. With that in mind, she stopped visiting jewelry stores and instead bought herself a few outfits, some shoes, and did a round of the supermarket. By the time she was ready to go home, the sun was already setting. Riding her tricycle back home against the sunset, she enjoyed the journey. Once she got home and put everything away, Shen Wanwan picked out some fruits to bring to Grandma Jiang. Hers was the last house in the village, and Grandma Jiang was her only neighbor. Maintaining a good relationship was essential. "Why are you bringing me more things? I don't need any of this. That rascal Henan doesn't like fruits, and I can't eat them all by myself," Grandma Jiang complained as she looked at the fruits Shen Wanwan brought. "Grandma Jiang, I'm not giving them to you for free. How about we trade for some corn?" Truth be told, Shen Wanwan was still a little upset that she didn't get any corn last time. Hearing about trading for corn, Grandma Jiang patted her affectionately. "If you want corn, just come and pick some yourself. I've planted plenty. It's enough for you to eat." Saying that, Grandma Jiang went to the kitchen and brought out a bag of fresh corn. Seeing the large bag of corn, Shen Wanwan exclaimed, "That's too much. It's not much, not much. I still have plenty at home. I've planted several plots of corn." Grandma Jiang insisted on giving her the bag of corn. Unable to refuse, Shen Wanwan accepted it. Before she left, Grandma Jiang also stuffed a few cucumbers and tomatoes into her arms. Carrying a pile of vegetables back home, Shen Wanwan was in an excellent mood. But when the tavern's welcome bell rang, her good mood vanished. No need to guess, it was definitely that fox demon again. She realized that she still didn't know the fox demon's name. After putting everything away and locking the front door, she headed straight to her room. When Shen Wanwan arrived at the tavern, Hu Xia was already there. But today, he seemed a bit disheveled, with bloodstains on his white fox fur coat. "Oh, what, did you lose a fight?" Hu Xia glared at her immediately. "How could I, the Qing Mountain Fox King, ever lose a battle?" He spoke with a powerful, domineering aura befitting a ruler. But Shen Wanwan shrugged. It didn't matter to her if he was some king. To her, anyone who entered the tavern was just a guest, regardless of their identity. From the way he called himself king all the time, she figured he really was some kind of big shot. "What would you like today?" she asked directly. "Give me another cake or some corn." Shen Wanwan wasn't surprised by his request, but she was a bit frustrated. Wasn't this supposed to be a tavern? How had she not sold a single glass of wine yet? Wait, no. She had sold 2 bowls of wine, but the fox demon hadn't even drunk them. "I don't have any of that. This is a tavern, not a restaurant. How could you not? Do you think I'm blind? Isn't that corn growing outside?" Hu Xia was a powerful demon with excellent eyesight. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes. "If that's the case, go pick it yourself." "Heh." Hu Xia looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "Now I see why your tavern business is so terrible," Shen Wanwan responded with a sarcastic heh of her own. What does he know? If I didn't have to complete that 3rd task, would I be stuck with only this annoying fox demon as a guest? Thinking about having to solve his troubles made Shen Wanwan's head hurt. What troubles could a fox demon possibly have? With a snort, Hu Xia set aside his pride as a fox king and went outside to pick the corn himself. When he returned, he placed a basket of corn on the counter and said, "Cook this for me and tell me how much it costs." Shen Wanwan didn't refuse. Holding the basket handle, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. The processing fee is 10 gold coins. Number 9. Hearing her black-hearted overpricing again was already numb to it. It felt like the tavern's price list was completely useless when it came to the boss. The sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, scattering softly into the bedroom. Shun Wanwan opened her eyes, and upon seeing the sunlight, she immediately threw off the quilt, opened the curtains, and pushed the window open. The warm summer sun poured into the room. She spread her arms to embrace the sunlight filling the space. If not for the damp patches in the yard that hadn't yet dried, she would have thought last night's sound of rain was a dream. Surrounded by green mountains and lush plants, the air carried the fresh scent of vegetation and soil. The air was so refreshing today, putting Shin Wanwan in an excellent mood. After breakfast, she decided to take a trip to the county town. The Ji province, located on a plateau, had strong ultraviolet rays. Despite her love for the sunshine, Shun Wanwan still made sure to physically protect herself from the sun before going out. She rode her tricycle and, passing Grandma Zhang's house, specifically asked if she needed anything. Grandma Zhang waved her hand. "No need to bring me anything. My son, daughter-in-law, and daughter, as well as that rascal He-Nan, often bring me food and supplies. I don't lack a thing. All right, then I'll head out. Go. Young people should get out and have fun. Staying home all day is boring." After bidding farewell to Grandma Zhang, Shin Wanwan hummed a tune while driving her tricycle to the county. The county was called Mushi County and wasn't under the jurisdiction of Huashi Valley Town. Huashi Valley Town was independent because the entire area was part of an officially licensed industrial park. As Shun Wanwan passed the Jushi Biotech building, she couldn't help but glance at it. The company had been there since her childhood and had gradually taken over the town. Of course, the surrounding areas prospered because of its presence. She had no intention of working for the company. She was just looking out of curiosity. There were plenty of legends about this company. When she was little, she'd heard people say that the company's owner was even more handsome than the country's top celebrities. Because of this rumor, she had spent days hanging around outside the company, only to see security guards and employees coming and going. Thinking of her childish antics made Shin Wanwan laugh to herself. When she arrived in Mushi County, Shin Wanwan headed straight to the lively Genie Plaza. In recent years, Mushi County had seen significant development, with malls and residential buildings under construction everywhere. Thanks to Jushi Biotech, the GDP of the surrounding counties was growing well. Since Shan Wanwan didn't plan on buying a house here, she wasn't interested in property prices. After parking her tricycle, she went straight to the snack street in the plaza. The snack street was bustling with shops and stalls. She bought a few snacks that caught her interest and found an empty seat to sit down. The good weather brought out many people, and the area was filled with lively chatter. She even saw young couples holding hands as they strolled together. Pure youth. Shun Wanwan wasn't just here for fun. She was also checking out the jewelry market. However, after visiting a few major jewelry stores, she realized that her merfolk tears and gemstones would fetch a much better price in big cities. Small towns lacked value and secrecy. Rumors spread fast here, and even the smallest ripple could turn into widespread gossip. It was better to stay low-key. With that thought, she stopped visiting jewelry stores and instead bought herself a few outfits, some shoes, and did some grocery shopping at the supermarket. By the time she was ready to head home, the sun was setting. Riding her tricycle back against the glow of the sunset, she enjoyed the peaceful journey. When she got home and sorted everything out, she picked out some fruits to take to Grandma Jiang. Her house was the last one in the village, and Grandma Jiang was her only neighbor. Building a good relationship was essential. "Why are you always bringing me things? I don't need any of this. That rascal Heenan doesn't like fruits, and I can't finish them by myself," Grandma Jiang complained as she looked at the fruit Shin Wanwan brought. "Grandma Jiang, I'm not giving them for free. How about we trade for some corn?" Truth be told, Shin Wanwan was still upset that she didn't get to eat any corn last time. Hearing about trading for corn, Grandma Jiang patted her arm affectionately. "If you want corn, just come and pick some yourself. I've planted plenty. It's enough for you to eat." Saying that, Grandma Jiang went to the kitchen and brought out a bag of fresh corn. Seeing the large bag of corn, Shin Wanwan said, "That's too much. It's not much. I've planted several plots of corn at home. Grandma Jiang insisted on giving her the bag of corn. Unable to refuse, Shen Wanwan accepted it. Before she left, Grandma Jiang also stuffed a few cucumbers and tomatoes into her arms. Carrying a pile of vegetables back home, Shen Wanwan was in a great mood. But when she heard the tavern's welcome bell ring, her good mood disappeared. No need to guess, it was definitely that fox demon again. She realized she still didn't know the fox demon's name. After putting everything away and locking the front door, she headed straight to her room. When Shen Wanwan entered the tavern, Hu Xia was already there. But today, he looked a little disheveled, with bloodstains on his white fox fur coat. "Oh, did you lose a fight?" Hu Xia glared at her. "How could I, the Qing Mountain Fox King, ever lose?" He spoke with a fierce and domineering presence. Shen Wanwan shrugged. It didn't matter to her if he was a king. To her, anyone who entered the tavern was just a guest. From the way he always referred to himself as king, it seemed he really was some big shot. "What would you like today?" she asked bluntly. "Give me another cake or some corn." Shen Wanwan wasn't surprised by his request, but she was a bit frustrated. Wasn't this a tavern? How had she not sold a single glass of wine yet? Wait, no. She had sold 2 bowls of wine, but the fox demon hadn't even touched them. "I don't have any of that. This is a tavern, not a restaurant. How can you not? Do you think I'm blind? Isn't that corn growing outside?" Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes. "If that's the case, go pick it yourself." "Ha," Hu Xia laughed. "Now I see why your tavern business is so terrible," Shen Wanwan responded with a sarcastic "ha" of her own. What does he know? If I didn't have to complete that 3rd task, would I be stuck with only this annoying fox demon as a guest? Thinking about having to solve his troubles made Shen Wanwan's head hurt. What troubles could a fox demon possibly have? With a snort, Hu Xia set aside his pride as the Fox King and went outside to pick the corn himself. When he returned, he placed a basket of corn on the counter and said, "Cook this for me and tell me how much it costs." Shen Wanwan didn't refuse. Holding the basket handle, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. The processing fee is 10 gold coins." Number 9, hearing her black-hearted pricing again, was already numb. It felt like the tavern's price list was completely useless when it came to the boss. After midnight, the tavern began its upgrade. Shen Wanwan fell asleep with great anticipation. The next morning, Huaxi Valley town was once again shrouded in drizzling rain, as though yesterday's sunny day had been nothing but a fleeting moment. Shen Wanwan paid no mind to the weather. The first thing she did upon waking up was ask Number 9 about the tavern upgrade. "Congratulations, boss. The trial operation tavern has successfully been upgraded to an official tavern. You can now open a new space-time portal. Daily tasks will also appear in the tavern operation log." Listening to Number 9's long-winded explanation, Shen Wanwan was speechless. So, she had been running a trial operation all these days? She no longer wanted to criticize whoever had designed the tavern rules. Such sneaky settings could only come from a troublemaker. Although she still didn't know if there were people or some kind of highly intelligent beings behind the scenes controlling this space-time trading tavern, it didn't matter. She had nothing valuable for any hidden bosses to covet. So, she decided to focus on running the tavern well, earning some small money, and ensuring a comfortable retirement. Having figured things out, she didn't even bother changing clothes before appearing in the tavern. The upgraded tavern had changed significantly. What was once a small, modest tavern now looked much more beautiful, with more space and brighter lighting. The tables and chairs had also increased from 3 to 4. She brought up the interface and prepared to open a new space-time portal. Once again, it relied on luck. The lucky spin wheel finally landed on a sea-level ancient dimension. Seeing that it was an ancient dimension, Shen Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't some strange or troublesome place. She really didn't want to encounter another guest like Hu Xia anytime soon. After opening the space-time portal, she left it alone. Guests would come eventually. Looking around at the now prettier tavern, she walked to the counter and checked the daily tasks in the operation log. After the upgrade, the tasks were now calculated daily, and they needed to be completed promptly. Fortunately, they were simple enough to handle, which reassured Shen Wanwan. Today's tasks were: serve one new space-time traveler, plant some flowers, use existing food to make a new tavern snack. None of these seemed difficult. She just didn't know when the new guest would arrive. After changing clothes, eating breakfast, and tidying up, she went to the backyard and sowed some seeds in the freshly turned soil. With her housework done, she returned to the tavern. The moment she entered, Shen Wanwan was startled by a handsome face suddenly appearing in front of her. "Why don't you make a sound, you fox demon?" she scolded, patting her wildly beating heart and glaring at Huxia. Although he was handsome, being surprised like that without warning still startled her. Huxia glanced at her with disdain, thinking her courage was far too small. "What are you doing here?" Shen Wanwan asked, though she suspected he was here for corn again. "I was bored in my palace, so I came to your place for some entertainment." When Huxia arrived, he had already noticed the changes to the tavern. However, no matter how much it transformed, it was still the same, poor and shabby, tavern in his eyes. The only redeeming qualities were the desserts made by the boss and the delicious corn she grew. Shen Wanwan didn't care what he was thinking and didn't bother asking what he needed. After all, Huxia clearly didn't care for the tavern's current offerings. Anyone with eyes could see how much he disliked the place. She never wasted her energy being overly hospitable to someone who didn't appreciate it. Plus, she couldn't afford to show weakness. As a tavern owner dealing with space-time travelers, she needed a strong attitude. Huxia wasn't here for the drinks, he just wanted to see if there was anything good to eat today. Ignoring him, Shen Wanwan looked for flower seeds, only to realize her backpack was empty. "Where are the flower seeds? Aren't you providing them?" she asked Number 9. Number 9 brought up the interface and showed her the new store and warehouse icons that had been added. A bad feeling crept over her. When she opened the store, her suspicions were confirmed. All crop seeds would now have to be purchased. Seeds brought from outside wouldn't grow here. Her plan to bring seeds in from the outside world was now thoroughly dashed. She looked at the available flower seeds. Only roses had been unlocked so far. Seeing that a pack cost 1 gold coin, she thought the price was reasonable and bought a pack. Thanks to Huxia's contributions over the past few days, she had plenty of gold coins, so she didn't find it expensive. After planting the flowers, she harvested other crops from the fields and bought new seeds to plant in their place. The warehouse held the crops she had collected over the past few days, and while checking the interface, she noticed the chickens and pigs she had been raising were ready for harvest. Since today's task required making a new snack, Shen Wanwan decided to cook a meat-based dish. She browsed the store for condiments and bought a variety of ingredients: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and more. Seeing her gold coins shrink, her heart ached. Glancing at the idle Huxia, Shen Wanwan wasted no time. She harvested the chickens and chose a recipe to make braised chicken as the new tavern snack. Not long after, the dish was ready. Shen Wanwan carried the steaming chicken out from the kitchen. Huxia immediately appeared at her side, his gaze fixed on the braised chicken. Without hesitation, he snatched it from her hands. Shen Wanwan watched as he devoured the entire chicken in moments. "Delicious. Make me another one," Huxia demanded. "Shen Wanwan, you haven't paid for this one yet." "Oh," Huxia responded indifferently, and a box filled with pearls and gemstones appeared in front of her. "How much can this cover?" Shen Wanwan had Number 9 appraise the box and then smiled. "Sorry, there's only one chicken today." She had only raised 2 chickens initially, and though there was one left, she didn't plan to let this fox demon eat it all at once. "No. You must make me another one." "Apologies, there's no more chicken. You'll have to wait until tomorrow." Huxia's temper flared instantly. Failing to get what he wanted put him in a foul mood, and an angry fox demon naturally unleashed his destructive tendencies. For the first time, Shen Wanwan witnessed Huxia lose his temper. While the tavern protected her from harm, the tables and chairs were not so lucky and ended up destroyed in the chaos. Looking at the mess, Shen Wanwan's forehead throbbed, and she was about to kick him out. But before she could act, the tavern's welcome bell rang. A beautiful woman dressed in red traditional clothing appeared at the door. Seeing the wreckage inside, the woman looked visibly shocked. Shen Wanwan smiled politely and said, "Welcome to the Space-Time Trading Tavern." Xie glanced at the woman at the door, and after sensing no threat, let out a cold snort. Shen Wanwan smiled, cleaning up the mess on the floor with a single click and repurchasing 4 sets of chairs and tables from the shop. The money came straight out of the coins Xie had exchanged, so she didn't feel any heartache at all. Now, she was more interested in the ancient-era beauty. "My name is Su Manling. Greetings to the immortal and the fairy." Su Manling performed a kneeling bow towards Xie and Shen Wanwan. Although information about the tavern's rules and introductions had appeared in her mind when she entered, as an ancient person, she still found it difficult to accept. Seeing Shen Wanwan clean up the tavern in the blink of an eye and summon new furniture from who knew where left her utterly astonished. And after seeing Xie, she assumed this gentleman must surely be an immortal. His appearance was even more beautiful than the male courtesans in her Nanfeng pavilion. Shen Wanwan hurriedly helped her up with a smile. "We are not immortals or fairies. This is the Space-Time Trading Tavern. You learned what this place was when you entered, right?" "Yes," Su Manling replied nervously. She understood, but she couldn't believe she had come to an immortal's dwelling. In Su Manling's mind, the tavern was a celestial place, completely ignoring Shen Wanwan's earlier clarification. If Shen Wanwan knew her thoughts, she would surely ask, how can such an ordinary tavern be considered the home of immortals? Even if a dog doesn't despise its poor home, she wasn't shameless enough to claim this modest tavern was a celestial abode. "Don't be afraid. We are an honest tavern and won't harm you," Shen Wanwan reassured her upon noticing her trembling. Su Manling nodded, but her face remained a mixture of fear, anxiety, curiosity, and wonder, all emotions blending together, causing her expression to shift constantly. Watching her myriad expressions, Shen Wanwan sighed and rubbed her forehead. She figured she probably wouldn't make a transaction with this new guest today. Maybe she wouldn't even sell a single drink. "How could I run a tavern without selling even 1 cup of wine? Isn't that a bit of a failure?" Technically, she could ask Su Manling if she wanted to order wine, but seeing that the girl looked around 16 or 17, Shen Wanwan decided against it, considering her age. It seemed she would need to focus more on creating new food items in the future. It felt like her current 2 guests were more interested in food than alcohol. To calm Su Manling, Shen Wanwan sat across from her, smiled, and asked, "Your name is Su Manling, right? Where are you from? What do you do?" Su Manling quickly rose to her feet and respectfully replied, "To answer the fairy, I am from the Qing dynasty and the newly crowned courtesan of the Nanfeng Pavilion in the capital, Shen Wanwan." "Whoa, she's a famous courtesan." Shen Wanwan studied Su Manling with renewed curiosity. She had read about history and knew that many famous courtesans in ancient times were beloved by scholars and poets. The woman in front of her was one of those courtesans, so of course, she was intrigued. Although it wasn't a dynasty from her country's history, the general concept was similar. For Su Manling to have been chosen as the top courtesan, Shen Wanwan thought the people of the Qing dynasty had good taste. Su Manling was indeed very pretty, elegant and gentle, not the overly seductive type often portrayed in novels and dramas. "How do you choose courtesans in your pavilion?" Shen Wanwan asked out of curiosity. Then, realizing it might be an awkward question, she added, "I'm just curious. If it's hard for you to talk about or inconvenient, you don't have to answer." Su Manling shook her head. "There's nothing I can't say, fairy." Hearing herself called fairy again, Shen Wanwan's teeth ached. She couldn't stand the title. Just as she was about to correct it, Xie sneered. With her ugly face, "She's no fairy. Your eyes must have problems." Shen Wanwan didn't think her looks qualified her for the title of fairy, but she certainly didn't deserve Xie's insult either. Sure, the fox demon was more beautiful than her, but they were different species. It wasn't fair to compare. With a forced smile, she kicked Xie out of the tavern. Once the annoying fox demon disappeared, Shen Wanwan grinned at Su Manling. "Ignore him. But he's right about one thing. Don't call me fairy. My name is Shen Wanwan." You can call me Wan Wan or boss. Su Manling, of course, wouldn't directly call her by name. Instead, she addressed her as boss. Shun Wan Wan smiled in response and said, "Great. Now, tell me how courtesans are chosen in your pavilion." Su Manling began explaining in detail. The selection process wasn't complicated. Each of the 4 major brothels in the capital sent 5 candidates who competed against one another. The winners moved on to the next round until one emerged victorious. The judges were naturally the guests who frequented the brothels. Having gained a basic understanding, Shun Wanwan asked, "How old are you?" To answer the boss, "I am 15 years old this year." Shun Wanwan. That darn feudal society. She had watched enough dramas and read enough novels to know that courtesans often auctioned off their first night after being crowned. She didn't dare ask further, because if it were true, it would be heartbreaking. Feeling that the dry conversation wasn't helping, Shin Wanwan went to the kitchen and roasted a few corn cobs. She also poured a pot of warm water to drink. Su Manling was only 15. Regardless of her being from the ancient era, Shin Wanwan didn't feel right about offering her alcohol. Seeing the unfamiliar corn cobs, Su Manling looked curious. "Have something to eat. This is called corn. It's sweet," Shun Wanwan explained. Su Manling nodded and took a corn cob. Although Shun Wanwan was not an earth-shattering beauty, she was still quite attractive. She had a natural warmth and charm that made it easy for others to relax and open up around her. After chatting for a while, Su Manling's nervousness began to fade. She grew more comfortable and even started asking Shun Wanwan some questions. Once Shun Wanwan explained the full purpose of the tavern, she said nothing more. Looking at the 15-year-old Su Manling, still just a child, Shun Wanwan couldn't help but feel pity. After all, even as the top courtesan, she was still at the mercy of others. Seeing Su Manling's situation as a fellow girl, Shun Wanwan naturally showed her extra care. Sold into a brothel at a young age, Su Manling had seen the highs and lows of human nature. Though she appeared delicate, she was resilient and shrewd, qualities that had earned her the position of Hua Kuei, top courtesan. However, receiving unexpected kindness from a stranger like Shun Wanwan stirred emotions she hadn't felt before. Even though Shun Wanwan repeatedly insisted she wasn't a fairy, to Su Manling, anyone capable of running a magical tavern was practically a celestial being. The warmth and care she received now made her nose tingle, and tears welled up in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Shun Wanwan asked upon seeing her sudden shift in mood. "Nothing," Su Manling replied, shaking her head. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Shun Wanwan didn't press further. It was already lunchtime. Having just eaten 2 roasted corn cobs, Shun Wanwan wasn't particularly hungry. Meanwhile, Su Manling was already thinking about returning. No matter how wonderful this place was, she couldn't stay here forever. "Boss, I've been gone too long. I need to go back. If Madam can't find me, it will cause trouble." Su Manling stood, bowed to Shin Wanwan, and left the tavern. Watching the red figure disappear, Shin Wanwan sighed inwardly. Growing up under the red flag is truly a blessing. With a sigh, she turned her head, only to see the ghostly figure of Huxia appear once again. This time, Shin Wanwan wasn't startled. After all, Huxia hadn't suddenly popped up in front of her face. He was now sitting at the same spot where she and Su Manling had been, elegantly nibbling on the leftover roasted corn. It had to be said, fox demons exuded a natural allure. Even when eating, Huxia's movements were strangely mesmerizing. In the Chung dynasty, Su Manling returned to her room after leaving the tavern. Once inside, she called out, "Tsue, what time is it now?" A young maid with double braids pushed the door open, looking puzzled. "Miss, we've only just returned. It's been less than 15 minutes. "Oh, I must have been dazed and forgotten," Su Manling replied, relieved to know she hadn't been gone long. She stood up, removed her outer robe, and said softly, "I'll take a nap." "You should go rest too," Tsue asked. "Do you want to freshen up first, miss?" Su Manling waved her hand dismissively. Her thoughts were too chaotic, and she just wanted Tsue to leave quickly. Once alone, Su Manling lay down and closed her eyes, processing the rules of the tavern that had been implanted into her mind. After organizing everything, She understood the tavern's operations more clearly. To her, the tavern represented an opportunity, one that could help her earn her freedom from the brothel. Yes, Su Manling wanted to buy her freedom. Though she was still a Qingguan, a courtesan who hadn't sold herself, she couldn't guarantee she would hold on to that status forever. Time would eventually wear her position thin, and she knew she couldn't afford to sit idle. This was her chance, and she would seize it. With the abilities of those celestial beings, surely they could help her escape her predicament. Her mind swirled with plans and possibilities, but she knew she didn't have anything valuable enough yet to make Shen Wanwan or that powerful celestial man act on her behalf. Resolving to collect items and strike meaningful trades, Su Manling's heart gradually relaxed, and she drifted off to sleep. Shen Wanwan had no idea that Su Manling had already started planning her future. But even if she did know, she would support her. For now, though, it was far too early to think about such matters. At this moment, Shen Wanwan was speechlessly watching Hu Xie lounging comfortably in a rocking chair she had just bought from the shop. Hey, you're always bragging about being a great demon king. Do demon kings have this much free time? Hu Xie fanned himself lazily with an ornate fan encrusted with blindingly shiny gems, completely ignoring her words. Seeing this, Shen Wanwan didn't bother arguing further. Kicking Hu Xie out was pointless. He would return on his own soon enough. Sometimes, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but wonder if Hu Xie shared the same stubborn traits as men from her world. He ignored kindness, but stuck around when treated coldly. Although she didn't care for Hu Xie's presence, he was currently her cash cow, so she tried not to fuss about his antics too much. Number 9. Is it okay if I leave the tavern for a bit? Shen Wanwan asked. She wanted to check on her house, even if no one needed her there. Of course, boss. Don't worry, I'll protect the tavern's safety. All right, thanks, little 9, Shen Wanwan replied, leaving the tavern. As soon as she left, Hu Xie opened his eyes, watching the direction in which she disappeared. A playful glint flickered in his gaze. However, he didn't act recklessly. Last time's lesson was still fresh in his memory. Moreover, after Shen Wanwan left, the pressure within the tavern intensified, and an invisible force restricted his demonic power. Not bothering to resist, Hu Xie closed his eyes again, relaxing comfortably on the rocking chair. Rocking back and forth, he lounged idly, completely at ease. Back in her bedroom, Shen Wanwan quickly changed her clothes. When she opened the door, she was met with a gentle drizzle, like a fine mist covering everything in a thin veil. Feeling hungry, Shen Wanwan headed to the kitchen. Not in the mood to cook, she grabbed a ready-made Yangzhou fried rice and steamed dumplings from the fridge, whipping up a simple meal. She opened the interface and brought up the tavern's surveillance to check if Hu Xie had caused any trouble in her absence. Seeing that he was behaving himself, Shen Wanwan smirked and went back to enjoying her lunch. Her mood lifted because Hu Xie couldn't eat what she was having. She didn't understand how a powerful demon king like Hu Xie could be so deprived of good food, but she took satisfaction in the thought. As if he even knows I'm eating, she thought gleefully. Because of the surveillance, Shen Wanwan didn't enter the tavern all afternoon. After all, Hu Xie wasn't making any trades or ordering drinks, so why should she entertain him? Plus, her ID card and new household registration book were ready, and she needed to pick them up. She quickly rode her tricycle to the police station. As she passed the main road near the Jushi Biotech Company, she brushed past a low-key black car. She felt nothing, but the person inside the car stared at her figure for a long time until she disappeared from view. "Boss, what's the matter?" the assistant beside him asked. "Nothing. Has anyone moved to Huashi Valley Town recently?" The assistant didn't understand why the boss asked this, but he still answered truthfully. "No one has moved in recently. It's just that a granddaughter from Fuxing Village inherited her family's property and moved back." "Look into her situation." "Understood," the assistant replied. The car fell into silence. In the smooth ride, the only sounds were the breaths of the driver and the two men in the back seat. The man's left leg was crossed over his right, one hand resting on his knee. His pale, jade-like skin was visible, and faint tattoos could be seen on his wrist. Shen Wanwan picked up her new ID card and household registration book. From today onward, she was officially a resident of Fuxing Village in Huaxi Valley Town. Many people longed for big cities, struggling to stay in those cold, steel jungles. Without inheriting her grandmother's property and without the tavern, Shen Wanwan figured she'd also be working hard in a big city, saving up to buy a house. Everyone living in this world was just an ordinary person caught up in the mundane. Shen Wanwan considered herself one of them, so when it came to tavern transactions, she only thought of exchanging items that could benefit her in the real world. For now, her two customers only offered gold, silver, and jewels. Beyond that, there wasn't much she could trade with them. Since her fridge was still full, she skipped the supermarket and went to the fruit store to buy some fruit. She didn't have any friends around here, so other than returning home, she didn't know what else to do. Back home, she checked the tavern surveillance again and found that Hu Xia was gone. Number 9. Did the fox demon leave? Yes, boss. With Hu Xia gone, Shen Wanwan had no reason to go to the tavern. After returning to his Qing Mountain Palace, Hu Xia ordered his little demon subordinates to prepare some ingredients for him. The little demons were baffled by their king's request. The king has been acting stranger lately, one of them muttered while gathering supplies. Enough talk. Just do your job and keep quiet, said another, who clearly understood Hu Xia better and was unfazed by the strange order. After all, Hu Xia had done far weirder things before. Compared to those, asking for ingredients was child's play. The little demons worked efficiently and soon delivered a pile of fresh ingredients to Hu Xia. Hu Xia looked at the food, stored it all away, and said to the little demons, "I'm heading out for a bit. If anything comes up, let the steward handle it." With that, he disappeared from the grand palace in the blink of an eye. The king's powers seemed to have grown even stronger. Indeed, the little demons marveled, but in reality, Hu Xia had simply gone to the tavern. Returning to the tavern, Hu Xia acted as though he owned the place. He glanced around and, not seeing Shen Wanwan, leaned lazily against the counter and began to call out, "Shen Wanwan, Shen Wanwan, Shen Wanwan." Number 9 quickly informed her. Hearing that Hu Xia was looking for her, Shen Wanwan headed to the tavern. When she appeared behind the counter, Hu Xia wasn't surprised in the slightest. He stretched, yawned, and shamelessly said, "It took you so long to show up." "You're really slow." Rolling her eyes, Shen Wanwan asked, "What do you want?" "To make a trade with you, of course." "What trade?" Shen Wanwan eyed him warily, suspicious of the deal. "Why are you so tense?" "I can't do anything to you," Hu Xia said casually, waving his hand and pulling out a basket of ingredients. "The trade I want is simple. You cook these ingredients for me." Shen Wanwan. So this fox thinks my tavern is his private kitchen now? She glanced at the basket and noticed that, aside from meat, there was a mushroom that looked like a lingji and a ginseng the size of a carrot. Her eyes widened. Isn't this too much of a tonic? She had number 9 skin the items, and the report confirmed that what she assumed were lingji and ginseng were merely mushrooms and carrots from the demon realm, albeit highly valuable due to their spiritual energy. Seeing this, Shen Wanwan was about to agree, but number 9 reminded her that she would have to cook them herself. Shen Wanwan was dumbfounded. "So, you mean I have to cook it personally?" "Yes," number 9 confirmed cheerfully. "Because the ingredients are not from the tavern supply, you need to handle them manually." Ugh. Shen Wanwan stared at the pile of food, speechless. Number 9 then whispered a suggestion. "I recommend you accept this trade, boss, but ask for something of high value in return." "What counts as high value around here?" Shen Wanwan asked. "You'll have to figure that out yourself," number 9 replied. Shen Wanwan. Hu Xia, seeing her hesitate for so long, tapped his fingers on the counter with a crisp sound. "Have you decided yet?" Shen Wanwan nodded, though she looked reluctant. "I can do it, but your ingredients are different from what I have here. It'll take a lot of effort." Before she could finish, Hu Xia interrupted. "Enough nonsense. Just tell me what you want." "Anything?" Shen Wanwan asked with amusement. "As long as I have it," Hu Xia replied confidently. "Then I want a demon's inner core," Shen Wanwan blurted out, testing him. She wasn't even sure if demons really had inner cores, but fantasy novels and dramas always talked about them. Hu Xie's expression froze as he stared at her, clearly taken aback. What do you want that for? I'm just curious. Your curiosity is really something, Hu Xie sneered, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Shen Wanwan felt a growing sense of dread. What do you mean? Hu Xie chuckled darkly. Do you truly not know, or are you just pretending? Seeing her blank expression, Hu Xie's mood lifted. An inner core is a male demon's. Well, let's just say it's something unspeakable. I didn't think you were into such heavy tastes. Shen Wanwan froze as if struck by lightning, her entire body going rigid behind the counter. Slowly, she turned to stone. After understanding the structure of the demon realm, Shen Wanwan internally shouted, "Novels have deceived me." Hu Xie watched her look utterly defeated and couldn't help but feel pleased. In Hu Xie's demon realm, cultivation had nothing to do with inner cores. Most demons were genderless at birth, and only after cultivating to a certain level would they choose to become male or female. The inner core was like a miniature version of themselves, similar to the nascent soul in cultivation novels. Once they chose their gender, the inner core would reflect that choice. Hu Xie's earlier remarks were simply to tease Shen Wanwan. They weren't true at all. After learning the truth, Shen Wanwan was both annoyed by his teasing and curious about the demon realm. It was completely different from what novels described. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? Hu Xie glanced at her. Who knows? You're a fox demon. When do you ever tell the truth? Hu Xie smirked. Haven't you ever seen demons like this? Curious, Hu Xie asked what kind of demons Shen Wanwan had heard of. Shen Wanwan described the demons from novels to him. After listening, Hu Xie looked enlightened. It turned out that her stories were describing demons from an entirely different system than his. Surprisingly, their conversations smoothed out their relationship a bit. Even so, Shen Wanwan had no intention of handling all the work herself. With nothing better to do, Hu Xie was dragged into the kitchen to help. After a chaotic mess, Shen Wanwan managed to prepare 4 dishes and a soup using Hu Xie's ingredients. The smell of the food made Hu Xie's mouth water. He was practically drooling. Even Shen Wanwan couldn't believe she had made such a delicious meal. She ladled herself a bowl of soup out of curiosity. The soup, made with ingredients from the demon realm, had a natural sweetness and freshness that far surpassed anything from the real world. She had added nothing but a pinch of salt. It's so fresh, Shen Wanwan exclaimed. Just as she was about to ask Hu Xie what kind of animal the meat came from, she turned around to find the 4 dishes and the soup already wiped clean. Were you reincarnated as a starving ghost? You ate that so fast. This is the best meal I've had in thousands of years. Hu Xie sighed contentedly, slouching back in his chair and rubbing his stomach. A silver mist began to rise around him, gradually enveloping his body. Shen Wanwan watched in amazement and asked Number 9, "What's going on?" "Don't worry, boss. He's just having a breakthrough," Number 9 replied. He can have a breakthrough just by eating? Shen Wanwan was dumbfounded. It was truly a rare sight. Hu Xie's breakthrough didn't take long. The silver mist quickly returned to his body, and when he opened his eyes, a flash of gold flickered before fading back to his usual eye color. Although Shen Wanwan was curious, she didn't ask any questions. Meanwhile, the roses she had planted earlier had matured. Shen Wanwan opened the interface, clicked harvest, and 10 roses appeared in the warehouse. Since she didn't need them yet, she left them there. After successfully breaking through, Hu Xie sprawled comfortably on the rocking chair Shen Wanwan had bought from the shop. At this point, the 2 of them, one human, one demon, had learned to coexist peacefully. Shen Wanwan didn't bother kicking Hu Xie back to the demon realm. With no other guests in the tavern, things were quiet and boring. Seeing that everything was calm, Shen Wanwan returned home. The moment she got back, her phone rang. Ever since her first day back, when Miss Shen relentlessly called her and was blocked, no one else had called. Shen Wanwan wasn't dependent on her phone and rarely used it. Strange as it seemed, this modern young woman had managed to cure herself of phone addiction. Seeing the caller ID, Shen Wanwan answered but placed the phone on the table a bit further away. The moment the call connected, a voice roared from the other end like a raging dragon. "Shen Wanwan." Smiling brightly, Shen Wanwan replied, I'm here. You wicked woman. Where did you disappear to? I just came back from filming in the mountains and heard you were kicked out of the Gu family. Before she could finish her increasingly outrageous story, Shin Wonwon cut her off. Where did you hear that nonsense? I came back home to inherit my grandmother's property. Who said I was kicked out? That's just a rumor. Really? The person on the other end sounded doubtful. More real than pearls. Come visit me when you have time. The scenery here is beautiful. All right, I'll believe you for now. The two of them ended up chatting for a long time. The person on the other end was Wen Chiyue, Shin Wonwon's only close friend. Wen Chiyue was a rising second-tier actress in the entertainment industry. The two had met at a banquet. After the call ended, Shin Wonwon wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead. Wen Chiyue could really talk. Though she debuted with a pure and sweet image, her real personality was loud and carefree, a chatterbox. Her manager constantly restricted her speech to maintain her perfect public persona. As a result, Shin Wonwon had become the only person Wen Chiyue could talk to freely. Every call turned into a marathon conversation. Thanks to her, Shin Wonwon had also heard plenty of first-hand entertainment gossip. Far away in the mountains with poor signal, Wen Chiyue hung up, her face showing concern. After hesitating, she transferred some money to Shin Wonwon. When Shin Wonwon received the transfer, she was both amused and touched. Wen Chiyue worried that Shin Wonwon was struggling financially after leaving the Gu family, so she sent money as a congratulatory gift for her new house. Shin Wonwon felt too embarrassed to return the money, but noted Wen Chiyue's thoughtfulness. Back in her bedroom, Shin Wonwon opened her stash of jewels and pearls from the past few days. She picked out 5 pieces of mermaid tears and a beautiful blue gemstone to give to Wen Chiyue. After carefully selecting them, she placed them in a pretty box, planning to design something herself and have a craftsman set it for her. Shin Wonwon, hearing Hu Xie's ghostly chanting coming from the tavern, Shin Wonwon packed the jewels into the box and headed over. The moment she appeared in the tavern, Hu Xie rushed over with a grin. Where did you go? Why do you care where I went? Shin Wonwon rolled her eyes. Don't say that. After all, we've shared a moment together. Our relationship has become much closer, hasn't it? Listening to his nonsense, Shin Wonwon scoffed. Pfft. What moment? We shared a meal, didn't we? Doesn't that count? Hu Xie teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Ha, as if. You ate all the food, and I only had a bowl of soup. Shin Wonwon didn't understand Hu Xie's logic, nor did she want to. The generational gap between them was probably wider than the Pacific Ocean. During the argument between the human and the demon, Su Manling stood at the tavern entrance, unable to move forward or retreat. At this moment, she probably had a giant question mark floating above her head. The proprietress and this impossibly handsome immortal have something going on? Did I just overhear some unspeakable secret? Am I going to be silenced? Both Hu Xie and Shin Wonwon had already noticed Su Manling's arrival, but in the heat of their bickering, Shin Wonwon forgot to greet her guest. When she came to her senses, she found Su Manling standing outside the tavern, looking confused and helpless. She quickly smiled and said, Why are you just standing outside? Come on in. Su Manling bowed and asked, May I come in? Of course. This is a business, after all. Shin Wonwon laughed, walking over to pull Su Manling inside. As they passed Hu Xie, Su Manling felt a chill run through her body. Her heart began to race as her instincts warned her that this man was incredibly dangerous. You were here earlier this morning. Why are you still so nervous? Shin Wonwon noticed how tense Su Manling was and tried to comfort her. I've always been like this, Su Manling stammered, too afraid to admit she was scared of Hu Xie. Hu Xie, however, saw through her immediately. He lazily walked over to the rocking chair and sprawled onto it with a satisfied sigh. Seeing Hu Xie act like he was the real boss, Shin Wonwon couldn't help but get annoyed. I say, you don't even drink when you're here. Why do you hang around my tavern every day? Don't you have anything better to do? Why do you care? Hu Xie shot back. I can't stop you, but I can kick you out. With that, Shin Wonwon used a single thought to banish Hu Xie from the tavern. Watching this scene unfold, Su Manling's respect for Shen Wanwan grew even stronger. If Shen Wanwan could deal with someone as powerful as Xie, didn't that mean she was even more powerful? Shen Wanwan had no idea that, in Su Manling's mind, she was now seen as someone on par with Xie. If she knew, she would have smugly celebrated. Su Manling recalled how she had come to the tavern earlier without any money. Now that she had some, and with Xie gone, she thought about buying something to support the proprietress. Proprietress, I brought money. Can I try the tavern's wine? Shen Wanwan shook her head. You're too young to be drinking. Even though Su Manling might be considered an adult in her time, Shen Wanwan, having grown up under modern education, couldn't bring herself to sell alcohol to a 15-year-old. Xie had plenty to offer, after all. She could just keep exploiting him instead. I've already come of age. I can drink wine, Su Manling insisted. Shen Wanwan reached out and patted her head. You're still young. Drinking isn't good for you. I'll make you something else instead. Feeling Shen Wanwan's hand on her head and hearing her gentle words, Su Manling's cheeks grew hot. Shen Wanwan poured her a glass of plain water. With only rice wine and sorghum wine in stock, plain water was all she could offer. She thought about bringing food from outside, but ever since the tavern upgraded, bringing items and incurred a fee. Browsing through the tavern shop, she decided to plant some pomelos to make honey pomelo tea later. The two sat quietly in their own thoughts for a while. Suddenly, Su Manling seemed to make up her mind. With a thud, she dropped to her knees and kowtowed to Shen Wanwan. What are you doing? Get up. Shen Wanwan was startled and rushed to help her. But Su Manling refused to budge. Please, immortal, save me. I'll repay you even if I have to work as a horse or ox. She kowtowed again, tears streaming down her face. Get up first. Even if you want me to help, you need to tell me what's going on. Su Manling raised her tear-streaked face and asked, Does this mean you'll help me? I didn't say that. I just want to hear what's going on first. Shen Wanwan wasn't foolish. Su Manling's desperate plea suggested something troublesome, and she wouldn't agree without understanding it. Hearing this, the light in Su Manling's eyes dimmed. She had originally planned to take her time, but after her nap that afternoon, her madam had told her that wealthy clients in the capital were already inquiring about the auction date for her first night. The madam had chosen a date 3 days from now, completely disrupting Su Manling's plans. Desperate, she could only turn to Shen Wanwan. However, seeing Shen Wanwan's hesitation, Su Manling felt a wave of despair. Don't lose hope yet. Tell me what's going on and I'll see if I can come up with something. Shen Wanwan's heart softened at Su Manling's dejection. What can be done? Su Manling muttered quietly. You won't know until you tell me. Realizing Shen Wanwan had a point, Su Manling pulled herself together and explained the situation about her first night being auctioned off. Shen Wanwan was both furious and sympathetic. The girl was only 15. Can't you use some medicine to make yourself look ugly or pretend you're sick? Wouldn't that help you avoid it? She suggested an idea often seen in TV dramas. Su Manling shook her head. Ever since I was sold to the Southwind Pavilion at 8, I've never been alone outside. Everything, my food, clothing, and shelter, is constantly monitored. I couldn't possibly get my hands on such medicine. Shen Wanwan hadn't expected the brothel to be so strict. It was nothing like what she'd seen in novels or on TV. What about using makeup to make yourself look ugly? That's even less likely. The powders and cosmetics I use are personally inspected by Madam. Even if I painted myself ugly, a doctor would immediately figure it out by checking my pulse. Hearing this, Shen Wanwan realized she had underestimated the ancient world. Clearly, novels and dramas were unreliable. With all her suggestions shot down, Shen Wanwan felt stuck. Just as the two of them sat there, frowning, Xie entered the tavern. Oh my, Shen boss, what's with that look? Your face is wrinkled up like a chrysanthemum, Shen Wanwan. What kind of metaphor is that? Was he saying she had wrinkles? Rolling her eyes, Shen Wanwan initially ignored him. But then she remembered, Xie was a demon from the demon realm. Surely, he knew magic. Didn't the situation just deliver her a solution on a silver platter? Her eyes lit up, and she stared at Xie with newfound hope. After being stared at inexplicably by Shin Wanwan, Xia couldn't help but ask, "You keep staring at me like this. Have you fallen for my unparalleled beauty?" Hearing his shameless and narcissistic words, Shin Wanwan rolled her eyes.
Ha.
She glanced at Su Manling and said, "I probably can't help you, but he's from the demon realm, a fox spirit. He might be able to." Su Manling looked at Xia, still processing the word fox spirit. The term fox spirit had always carried negative connotations in history. From the tales she knew, fox spirits were never portrayed positively. Xia certainly had the appearance of unparalleled beauty, but his entire demeanor screamed dangerous and unapproachable. Coupled with the aura of a great demon lord, Su Manling dared not get close. And now Shin Wanwan was asking her to negotiate with him? That was basically sending her to her doom. Clutching Shin Wanwan's arm in fear, Su Manling visibly trembled. Seeing her reaction, Shin Wanwan patted her hand reassuringly. The guests of the time-space trading tavern could trade with one another, but as the tavern owner, Shin Wanwan could only facilitate their exchanges. She couldn't force them. Not that she could force Xia anyway. Even with the tavern's protection, she had no power to command the fox spirit.
Sigh.
I hope the next realm will have a traveler who can put Xia in his place. She was really looking forward to seeing Xia get humbled. It would be so entertaining. Thinking about it, Shin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Xia looked at her with disdain, thinking she wasn't very smart. Su Manling turned her head in confusion, also wondering why Shin Wanwan was suddenly laughing. Sensing their gazes, Shin Wanwan coughed into her fist. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." She quickly restrained her expression and began explaining the tavern's trading rules. "You two can trade freely. The tavern will take a commission based on the value of what you exchange. The content of your trade won't be interfered with. You can trade anything." Xia snorted as he looked at Su Manling with disdain.
Ha.
"Your broken tavern doesn't even have what I want. What could she possibly have?" Shin Wanwan was speechless. "How long have I even had this tavern? I haven't even unlocked the trading hall yet." She sometimes discussed the tavern's issues with Number 9 or flipped through the tavern's instruction manual, which was as thick as 100 Years of Solitude. The manual mentioned that the tavern had a trading hall for travelers. When she asked Number 9 how to unlock it, it had only replied, "Boss, just focus on your current tasks and take things one step at a time." "Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot." To this day, she still hadn't figured out all the tavern's features. Most of them were too vague, and Number 9 refused to clarify. Xia wasn't interested in trading with Su Manling because she didn't have anything he wanted. And since Su Manling was terrified of him, the trade was a non-starter. Shin Wanwan didn't push further, and only sighed inwardly. She couldn't shake the feeling that completing a trade between travelers might unlock some kind of reward. Games always reward you for completing your first task, right? These days, her life felt like an old-school QQ farm game, planting and harvesting crops with a single click. Her warehouse was already overflowing with produce, but after searching for a while, she still couldn't find a sell button. Clearly, the tavern shop didn't accept her crops. While she was lost in thought, Xia tapped her head with a fan. "What are you spacing out for?" "I'm hungry, I want to eat." "Shin Wanwan, there's nothing to eat."
Oh?
"Then I'll leave you a bad review." Xia had discovered her weak spot and now wielded it fearlessly. Shin Wanwan cursed silently. The tavern was too unreasonable. Why did it even allow travelers to leave reviews? She hadn't seen the review book herself. It was like a special key that travelers held. Turning to Su Manling, she asked, "Do you have a review book?"
Su Manling looked confused.
"What's a review book?" Shin Wanwan explained, and Su Manling's face lit up with understanding. She then pulled a pale blue handkerchief from her sleeve. "Shin Wanwan, when I entered the tavern, I only received this handkerchief."
Oh.
"Well, just remember to leave me a good review later." "Of course. I'll write it as soon as I get back," Su Manling replied respectfully. Hearing this, Shin Wanwan shot a disdainful look at Xia. He was her first guest. She'd cooked for him and completed multiple trades with him, yet he hadn't left a single review. Figures were clearly incompatible. Still cursing Huxia inwardly, Shen Wanwan plastered on a fake smile. So, Lord Fox, what would you like to eat? Hearing her tone, Huxia's handsome face curved into a satisfied smile. With a wave of his hand, a basket of ingredients appeared before her. Su Manling's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the magic of an immortal? How incredible! Did she forget that Huxia was a fox spirit? Shen Wanwan accepted the basket with a forced smile and carried it into the kitchen. Su Manling quickly followed. She didn't dare stay alone with Huxia.
Why are you following me?
Shen Wanwan asked, looking at her. I'm afraid to stay alone with the immortal. And there's so much food, you won't be able to handle it all by yourself. Let me help you. You're a guest. Guests don't need to do work. Shen Wanwan rejected her offer. Although she had to cook personally, she could use the auto-cleaning system for prep work. This was a loophole she was thrilled to exploit. She activated the auto-cleaning feature, and Su Manling watched in amazement as the vegetables floated out of the basket and queued up at the sink to be washed. Su Manling. Omega, once the vegetables were cleaned, Shen Wanwan used the auto-prep function to cut everything perfectly. Only then did she start cooking. As she stirred the wok, she muttered curses under her breath, secretly wishing the fox spirit would choke on his meal. Still, she was professional. She couldn't bring herself to sabotage the food. While she cooked, Shen Wanwan wondered what valuable items she could trade for this time. Speaking of which, I haven't collected payment for the last meal yet. Shen Wanwan thought for a moment and realized that she hadn't actually collected payment from Huxia for the first meal. She smacked her forehead abruptly, dropped the spatula, and ran over to Huxia. You still owe me for the first meal we traded. It's you who forgot for so long, not that I refused to pay. Huxia drawled lazily, lounging in the rocking chair. He wasn't stingy. As long as it was something he had, he didn't mind trading with her. But he was amused she managed to forget in the first place. Shen Wanwan hadn't really forgotten. She just hadn't thought of it until now. Besides, Number 9 always kept track. There was no way Huxia could renege on a deal. If he dared, the tavern would punish him in ways even he feared. Fortunately, while Huxia was arrogant and narcissistic, he did have some integrity. So, what do you want? Huxia asked indifferently, completely unconcerned that she might ask for too much. Shen Wanwan hesitated. Initially, she wanted a demon core, but once she understood how the demon realm worked, she was at a loss. After consulting Number 9, she came up with 2 requests that even Huxia would find impressive. For the first meal, I want a high-grade spiritual herb from the demon realm. For this meal, I'll trade for a few bones from different demons. The value of the meals wasn't particularly high. Asking for something too expensive would force her to pay the difference with her own gold coins, which she definitely didn't want. Number 9 recommended the spiritual herb, saying it'll extend my life and keep me healthy. As for the bones, they obviously have their uses too.
Ha!
Huxia couldn't help but laugh. Are you collecting trash? Shen Wanwan shot him a glare. Did he think she didn't want to demand something extravagant? The tavern's trading system was unfair. If the values didn't match, she'd have to pay the difference. She wasn't about to do that. She snorted inwardly. At least my years in the Gu family weren't for nothing. I learned a thing or two about how capitalists operate. Huxia wasn't short on spiritual herbs and casually retrieved one. The herb was stored in a jade box, and the moment it was opened, a pleasant fragrance wafted out. Shen Wanwan inhaled deeply, feeling instantly refreshed. Huxia said lazily, "This is Ice Bloom, a spiritual herb beloved by female demons. It grants jade-like skin, keeps you cool and sweat-free, and leaves your body naturally fragrant." Shen Wanwan's eyes lit up. As a woman, she cared about her appearance, of course. But then Number 9 chimed in. "Boss, that's a level 5 Ice Bloom. Your trade isn't balanced. If you accept this, you'll need to pay an additional 5,000 gold coins, Shen Wanwan." She stared at the glowing Ice Bloom in the jade box, her heart aching with desire. But 5,000 gold coins? She didn't have that kind of money. Do you have anything below level 5? Huxia rolled his eyes. Anything lower is garbage. Why would I even bother? But this herb is too valuable. Our trade isn't equal. I'd have to pay extra. Are you doing this on purpose? Although Shen Wanwan was reluctant, when faced with a choice between beauty and her savings, she chose her savings. Coins were more practical. She still needed to renovate the tavern after all. The next upgrade required 5 points, meaning 5 trades. She'd already completed 3 with Huxia, just 2 more, and her tavern could level up again. Better save those coins. She pushed the ice bloom back toward him. Level 5 is too much. I can only accept a level 1 herb right now. Lord Fox, please lower your standards and fetch me a level 1 herb. Huxia. Momentarily speechless, Huxia gave her an incredulous look. Seeing him at a loss, Shen Wanwan felt immensely satisfied. With no other demon bones on him and no intention of handing over the level 5 herb, Huxia grudgingly acquiesced. For the sake of his meals, he endured it. Then, Shen Wanwan and Su Manling watched as he vanished from the tavern. Even Shen Wanwan was surprised that he actually left without a fight. She'd expected at least a sarcastic remark or two. Hey, number 9, Huxia seems very interested in food. Is it just gluttony? She found it hard to believe a great demon like Huxia would lack self-control. Number 9 explained, Huxia is partly gluttonous, but mostly it's because he's been stuck at a bottleneck for years. He can't break through to the Demon Emperor level. Shen Wanwan. So, you're saying that eating my food helps him reach the Demon Emperor level? Number 9 replied, not exactly. Your cooking simply gives him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Shen Wanwan. This was absurd. Do demons in his realm always break through their bottlenecks in such bizarre ways? While Huxia was gone, Shen Wanwan still had to finish cooking. She returned to the kitchen with a perplexed expression, followed closely by Su Manling. Once the dishes were ready, Shen Wanwan set aside small portions for herself and Su Manling. There was no way they could compete with Huxia's eating speed. Huxia wasn't gone long and soon returned. He tossed a few blood-stained bones at her with an expression of disdain. Alongside the bones, he also presented a fresh ice bloom. Here. Everything you wanted. Is my food ready yet? Smiling sweetly, Shen Wanwan replied, It's ready. Lord Fox, please take a seat. I'll serve you right away. She stored the bones and ice bloom and used the tavern's auto-serve function to place the dishes on the table. Seeing the meal laid out before him, the cold expression on Huxia's face softened into a small smile. As before, he devoured the food in record time. Shen Wanwan was unfazed, but Su Manling, witnessing it for the first time, was utterly stunned. Shen Wanwan patted her on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. She sent the bones to the tavern for recycling, but kept the ice bloom for herself. Number 9 had explained that even a level 1 ice bloom was a rare and valuable herb, perfect for a human body like hers. High-level spiritual herbs were far beyond her ability to handle. Watching their interactions, Su Manling couldn't help but feel out of place. Still, after eating the food Shen Wanwan had prepared, she felt an incredible sense of well-being. Clearly, the ingredients were extraordinary. Grateful for Shen Wanwan's generosity, she hadn't paid for any of it. Su Manling resolved to find a way to repay her kindness. Although her current predicament hadn't been resolved, her mood had improved significantly. Noticing the time, Su Manling stood up and prepared to leave. After sending the fox and Su Manling away, Shen Wanwan harvested a wave of crops, planted new ones, and would go again. She doesn't have many friends here, and Fuxing village has a small population, so no one would notice that she doesn't go out all day. When she returned to her bedroom from the tavern, she heard a crisp sound like pearls dropping. It's raining moderately outside. She turned on the dehumidifier in the house. Although it didn't have much effect, it was better than nothing. Walking out of the bedroom, she looked at the sky, which had already darkened. The mountains are already darker than the city, and without turning on the lights under the porch, it's almost pitch black. Not feeling hungry at the moment, she checked the doors and windows of the house, and after making sure they were all closed, she returned to the bedroom. She took her pajamas and went to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Shen Wanwan took out the first-level Bingyan flower that she had exchanged with Huxia. Shen Wanwan put the flower into her mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Such a beautiful flower, but the taste is so bitter. Mumbling something, she quickly took a shower. Even after she finished taking a shower, she still didn't feel any changes in her body. After looking at herself in the mirror for a while, Shinwanwan began to wonder if this flower had any effect on her. So she asked number 9. Madam Boss, this will take some time. Please be patient. Oh, she nodded, accepting the explanation. Since it won't be effective in a short time, she should just do what she should do. She installed a projector in the room yesterday. Now that she has nothing to do, she can watch the TV series recommended by Chiwa. While watching TV, Shinwanwan was thinking about the time and space trading tavern. She always felt that the focus of this tavern was not on selling alcohol but on transactions, and she even particularly hoped that guests could get help here. Of course, she couldn't say for sure at the moment. It was just a hunch. After watching TV for a while, she felt that the show was not her cup of tea, so she changed to an old movie. This movie is Chin Luochuan's third movie. It has a score of 9.1 on the website and is a very classic work. The bedroom was very quiet, with only the sound of the movie. Shinwanwan, who was watching a movie intently, was startled by the music from her cell phone. She took the phone and looked at it. She saw that when Chiwa had sent her a message, so she quickly unlocked it and read her message. Actually, it was nothing. I just chatted with her and complained about the shabby filming location. The two chatted on WeChat for a while, and finally when Chiwa called via video. Seeing Shinwanwan so leisurely, she was immediately envious and jealous. After she finished her talk, when Chiwa asked her, "You can't always be so leisurely. Is the inheritance your grandmother left you enough for you to live a lifetime?" "No, I'm just free at night, but I'm very busy the rest of the time." When Chiwa said, "Oh," and said, "Why don't you try making short videos? Rural bloggers are quite popular now. Maybe if you do it well, you can become the next rural internet celebrity." "No, I don't like being on camera." Shinwanwan shook her head. She graduated from Communication University, where she majored in film and television directing. Making short videos is actually related to her major, but she doesn't actually like appearing in front of the camera. When Chiwa always feels very sorry because Shinwanwan is really the kind of person who has a strong sense of camera. When she is in front of the camera, she always brings a sense of atmosphere and story. She is a natural movie face. It's a pity that she is not interested in the entertainment industry, otherwise she might have become famous a long time ago. Although when Chiwa feels a little regretful that her good sister does not join the entertainment industry with her, they are still good sisters. At worst, she could just support Shinwanwan. The money she earned now was enough to support a good girlfriend. Shinwanwan, unaware that her best friend had already been keeping her in her heart, chatted with her for a few words and then hung up the phone. She has never been a passionate person, and her only friend is Wenchiua. But having a good friend like Wenchiua is enough for her. When Husia opened his eyes from his practice, he could already feel the bottleneck loosening again. For 1,000 years, he has been stuck at the peak of the Demon King for 1,000 years. It seems that he will be able to be promoted to the Demon King in the near future. He felt something when he ate the corn given to him by Shinwanwan for the first time, but the feeling was too subtle at that time. It was not until the second time he ate peanuts that he felt the bottleneck slightly loosen. To verify this, he used his own ingredients and asked Shinwanwan to process them. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Using the spiritual energy-rich ingredients from this plane would have a greater impact on his bottleneck. The ingredients that Shinwanwan had no spiritual energy, so naturally they couldn't give him much help. The 2 meals verified his guess. In order to advance to the Demon King this morning, it seemed that he had to prepare some higher-level ingredients. A breeze blew through the hall, and the fox evil who was originally sitting in the seat had disappeared. As for Su Manling, since she did not get the help promised by Shinwanwan, she had no other choice. It was late at night, and she was still tossing and turning on the huge carved bed. Chui, who was sleeping in the outer room, heard the noise from the inner room and couldn't help but come over and ask, "Miss, can't you sleep?" Su Manling heard Sue's voice and quickly said, "Well, I slept too much at noon, so I'm not sleepy now. You go to sleep, I'm going to sleep soon too." Upon hearing this, Tsuetsue responded, okay, and then went back to the outer room. Su Manling breathed a sigh of relief, but it was getting late, and she gradually fell asleep in the middle of the night. Early in the morning, Shen Wanwan was awakened by the village loudspeaker. She listened sleepily. It turned out that the people from Juzi Hospital came to provide regular physical examinations for the elderly in the village. The broadcast was to notify people to gather at the small square in the village. She is not an old person, so she is not eligible for this examination. So he pulled the quilt over his head and went back to sleep. When Shen Wanwan got up and was washing her face and brushing her teeth, the door was slammed loudly. Coming, she rinsed her mouth hurriedly, then ran to the yard and opened the door. Standing outside were the village chief and 2 doctors in white coats. Shen Wanwan asked in confusion, "Village chief, what are you doing?" "Wow, don't be nervous. It's just a health survey." Hearing this, Shen Wanwan nodded and invited the person into the house. Both doctors were very friendly and asked whether Shen Wanwan had any family genetic diseases or hepatitis B, and whether she had ever taken the 9-valent vaccine. Anyway, there are a lot of questions. She was also asked to complete a health questionnaire. After seeing the person off, Shen Wanwan felt completely confused. So she sent a message to Henan. Henan works as a security guard at Juzi, so he is well informed. Plus, he has been living locally, so he must know a lot. Shen Wanwan didn't wait for his reply and didn't care, but continued to wash her face. Thinking of how she had just entertained guests with an unwashed face, she blushed immediately. Henan later sent a copy of the public account content to Shen Wanwan. This can explain why Juzi Hospital, a subsidiary of Juzi Biotechnology, does these things. They are collecting health data from the surrounding population. As for what they do, it should be to find people to experience some of their scientific research results. People around them had already known about this, but Shen Wanwan had just returned and was not very clear about it. After reading it, she just frowned slightly and then put it out of her mind. Neither Hu Xie nor Su Manling came to the tavern in the morning. Since there were no customers, Shen Wanwan did not go to the tavern. She made herself a nice breakfast, and when she was done, she cleaned up a bit. Although the weather is cloudy now, looking at the thick clouds, Shen Wanwan feels that it will rain around noon. When a new round of rain came, Shen Wanwan was preparing lunch in the kitchen. She was not a diligent person and made a lot of breakfast, so she planned to just make something casual. But halfway through her meal, she heard the welcoming bell of the tavern. She thought the guest was either Su Manling or Hu Xie, so she forgot to enter the tavern. Instead, he took a look at the situation in the tavern first. When Shen Wanwan saw Hu Xie coming to the tavern with another basket of food, she rolled her eyes. She didn't want to be a cook. Although the food made from the ingredients sent by Hu Xie was delicious, she stayed in the kitchen for too long. No matter how delicious the food is, its taste will be compromised when you smell of cooking oil. So Shen Wanwan slowly finished her lunch, washed the dishes, and cleaned up the kitchen. Completely ignore the fox's call for soul calling. Last night, Hu Xie killed a monster below the level of Monster King. This monster was a fish monster. In order to make the food more delicious, he found some matching spiritual herbs and spiritual springs. It was not easy to get all the ingredients together. He came to the tavern with great interest, but he called for a long time, but Shen Wanwan did not show up. This made Hu Xie, who had been in a good mood recently, feel annoyed. Fortunately, just as he was about to explode, Shen Wanwan appeared behind the encounter. Looking at the irritability in Fox Xie's eyes that had not yet faded away, Shen Wanwan frowned. But he still asked lazily, "What are you doing calling the soul? Hurry up." Hu Xie's tone was not very good. Shen Wanwan would not spoil him. The big monster was amazing. She was also the proprietress of the space-time trading tavern. "Your attitude is very bad. Go back and reflect on it before trying again." When Hu Xie heard this, he was about to say something, but Shen Wanwan had already used her mind to kick him out of the tavern. The moment he was kicked out, Hu Xie heard her say, "Goodbye." After being kicked back, Fox Evil returned to the palace and was so angry that he blew up the entire palace. Many of the little monsters were injured or frightened by him. Shen Wanwan felt that she had been too nice to that fox these past few days. Did she really think of her as his cook? What a wishful thinking. However, looking at the ingredients in the basket, Shan Wanwan asked number 9 to scan it. When he found out that it was a fish demon who was about to enter the realm of Demon King, he was no longer afraid of the fox evil. He asks her to cook every day. He must have something in mind. After storing the ingredients in the warehouse, Shan Wanwan continued to harvest plants, chickens, and pigs. A batch of shrimps from the pond were also harvested. Looking at the fresh prawns in the warehouse, she took out some and made shrimp dishes to put on the shelf so that Su Manling, who couldn't drink, could also enjoy them. Shrimp are delicious no matter what. Shen Wanwan chose some and finally made fried shrimp. Because she restricted Fox Demon from entering, she thought Su Manling would come today, but until the afternoon, Shen Wanwan didn't see anyone. So she had to go back first. The pub wasn't busy right now, so she put the house in order. The house is nice, but the decoration is too old. She plans to redecorate it. As for the money, the mermaid tears and gems she got last time should be able to exchange for a lot of money. Except for the time when number 9 urged her to complete tasks when she was a novice, number 9 no longer urged her to complete tasks since she was promoted to the boss lady. Shin Wonwon guessed that the proprietress's power was to control the entire operation of the pub, and number 9 had no right to interfere. It's not that she doesn't want to work hard, it's just that there are only 2 dimensions and 2 guests. The fox is too self-righteous and Su Manling is a minor, so this business is really hard to do. Moreover, Shin Wonwon increasingly felt that the point of a tavern was not to sell alcohol at all. So she was currently thinking of getting her home in order first before considering the tavern. If she had to do 2 things at the same time, she really didn't have the ability to do both. After cleaning up what needed to be cleaned up, Shin Wonwon didn't plan to throw away her grandmother's dressing table and carved bunk bed, and planned to keep them. She is young and definitely wants a fashionable and beautiful home. The decoration of this house is too old-fashioned, so she doesn't like it at all. She originally planned to make do because she had no money, but now that she has money, she will definitely plan carefully. Ancient Plain. Today, Su Manling was taken by her mother to a wealthy man's home in Beijing to attend a poetry reading. Although there were a lot of talented men and young men gathered here, she felt calm at heart. She actually understood that these men were only attracted to her because of her talent and appearance. She will be auctioning her purity tomorrow night, and her mother brought her here today in order to attract more customers tomorrow night. She just felt disgusted and sad. On the return carriage, Nan Fengwen's mother sneered in her heart as she looked at Su Manling, who didn't say a word. This person always fails to recognize his position. Sooner or later, he will suffer the consequences. She didn't try to persuade him. When she suffered enough in the future, she realized that self-esteem and talent were worthless. She could only live a better life by holding on to a man. After returning to Nanfeng Pavilion, Su Manling took Suetsue back to her house. After entering the room, she sent Suetsue away and then thought in the room, could the adventure she had in the tavern not change her fate? She didn't believe that she would have to wait for such a man who didn't know good from bad to redeem her for the rest of her life. She didn't want to be picked over like a commodity tomorrow night. So she felt like risking everything. Cui, I want to sleep for a while. Don't call me for dinner. I'll tell you when I'm hungry, okay? Young lady, I'll do some embroidery outside the house to keep an eye on you. No need. Don't you have a good sister? Go play with her for a while. How can this be possible? Su Manling smiled and fiddled with Suetsue's double buns, then said, What's wrong with that? You're still young. It's okay to play a little longer. Okay then. Suetsue felt that Su Manling seemed to have something to do and didn't want her to know, so she retreated obediently. After watching Suetsue leave, Su Manling took off her shoes, got on the bed, and then went into the tavern. Shan Wanwan, wearing a plaid shirt and black overalls, was busy dragging a pile of things that had been cleared out under the eaves. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and smelled it carefully, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance of jasmine. It seems that the ice face flower has begun to be absorbed by her body. Shen Wanwan sniffed the faint fragrance on her body and began to imagine attracting butterflies like the fragrant concubine in a certain TV drama. As humans, when we were kids, we would always fantasize about all kinds of weird things happening to us. At this moment, she hit the second-year soul of my childhood. Just as she was fantasizing, the tavern's bell rang. She called up the panel and took a look at the visitor first. Seeing that it was not a fox, she went to the faucet in the yard and washed her hands. Then he entered a room. Su Manling came to the tavern barefoot, and when she came in, she found that there was no one inside. The proprietress was not there, and neither was the man who scared her and was said to be a fox. Before she could call for help, Shen Wanwan suddenly appeared and stood behind the counter of the tavern. Seeing that Su Manling seemed a little frightened, Shen Wanwan didn't care but asked with a smile, "You're here. Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Su Manling looked down at her feet and responded to Shen Wanwan with a wry smile. Seeing her like this, Shen Wanwan walked out from the counter, took her to an empty table and asked, "What's wrong? My purity will be auctioned tomorrow, and there is no solution now." "I really don't know what to do." Su Manling has a hot temper. She thinks that if there is no solution this time, she will just end her life tomorrow. Shen Wanwan noticed that the light in her eyes had disappeared, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. None of the methods she said last time worked. Hu Xie should be able to help Su Manling, but Hu Xie doesn't want to make a deal with Su Manling. That's the difficulty. She was willing to let Shen Wanwan help her, but what was the point of her willingness? She couldn't go to the ancient plane. Even if she could go, Su Manling didn't think it was worth the risk. Regardless of whether she is selfish or not, she believes that she may not be able to deal with so many ancient people. Don't think that ancient people are fools. Reality is not a novel. It doesn't seem possible that if you travel through time, you can become the king with the knowledge of modern people. This only happens in fantasy. But Su Manling still wanted to help. After all, she was only 15 years old. She had actually looked up a lot of modern medicines, and it was true that some medicines could cause allergic reactions when taken. But it cannot guarantee 100% efficiency, and Su Manling's allergens have not been tested. If she has a severe allergic reaction after eating it, wouldn't that be harmful to her? Therefore, Shen Wanwan simply gave up her job of helping to buy medicine. So after much thought, I still have to rely on Fox Evil in the end. But this fox is not easy to deal with. Worry seeing Shen Wanwan also looking worried, Su Manling immediately said, "Boss, don't worry. I appreciate your consideration for me. Maybe this is my fate." "What nonsense are you talking about? My fate is in my own hands, and if you accept it, then you really have no chance." Shen Wanwan raised her hand and covered her hand on the table. "Actually, there is a chance. It would be great if you can make a deal with Hu Xie. He will definitely be able to help you, but I don't have anything that Mr. Fox needs, and I'm also afraid of him." Su Manling was indeed afraid of the evil fox. It was just an animal instinct. When she saw a big shot who was more powerful than herself, she would naturally feel timid. After all, not everyone has the courage of a flat-headed brother. "There will be a way," Shen Wanwan comforted her. At the same time, in his heart, he asked Number 9 to remove the ban on the Fox Evil plane. As she expected, less than a minute after the ban was lifted, the evil fox came to kill her. Really came to kill me. He was covered in blood, his white fox fur was stained with blood, and in his right hand he held a long sword, which was also stained with blood, dripping from the tip of the sword onto the floor. Seeing the bloody and murderous fox, Shen Wanwan was really a little scared. But he couldn't hurt her in the tavern, so she straightened her back and glared at Hu Xie. "What are you doing? Who are you trying to scare?" "Heh," Hu Xie sneered. He put the sword in his hand back into his storage space, then took off the fox fur and threw it directly on the ground. Looking at the fox fur coat that would be worth a fortune if put out there, Shen Wanwan's mouth twitched. What a waste of talent. Hu Xie was still thinking about taking off his underwear, but Shen Wanwan quickly spoke up to stop him. "You darn fox, you should at least pay attention to the impact." Hu Xie turned a deaf ear to him. Shen Wanwan saw that he had taken off his clothes and exposed a large area of skin, so she turned around and ran away. She said, "I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you." Su Manling couldn't stand this scene. When she saw Hu Xie's murderous aura, she had already shrunk into a corner and stayed away from them. Seeing Shen Wanwan slipping away, she hurried to follow. Shun Wanwan hid in the kitchen and saw Su Manling also trembling all over and following in with a look on her face, as if she was about to cry. Don't be afraid. That darn fox doesn't know the difference between men and women. We don't need to pay attention to him. Although she said this, Shun Wanwan couldn't help but smack her lips when she thought of the beauty just now. I secretly gave her a thumbs up in my heart. She is indeed a fox. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great figure. Hu Xia looked at Shun Wanwan hiding in the kitchen, and his originally violent mood suddenly improved a lot. He liked to see her frustrated expression. He took out a new set of clothes and put them on with a fox fur coat. Hu Xia kicked the blood-stained fox fur coat under his feet. Then he walked to the kitchen door lazily. Shun Wanwan, who was comforting Su Manling, was startled when she heard Hu Xia's lazy voice coming from behind her. And Su Manling also hugged her arms tightly. What are you doing? You're walking without making any sound. Are you trying to scare me to death? It would be great if you could be scared to death. Fox Evil glanced at her and said, You fox, you actually want me dead. I knew you. A fox had bad intentions. When Shin Wanwan heard this, she planned to roll up her sleeves and scratch his face.
Okay, I'm hungry.
Bring me some real ingredients and cook them. Duck you, Shun Wanwan directly retorted. Then Hu Xia gave her a cold look, and a hint of blood flashed across his beautiful fox eyes. Shin Wanwan instinctively felt that it was dangerous. So she knew that she was a wise man, and she should not offend this lunatic. You haven't given me the trade item yet. What would you like? When he said that, Shun Wanwan was choked. She really didn't know what she wanted. After all, she didn't know much about the monster plane, and number 9 was useless for not giving her any information about any time and space plane. She has to figure everything out on her own. Hu Xia was calm about Shun Wanwan's silence. He would not be lazy anyway. Then he turned around, stretched his waist, and left the kitchen door. Only after watching his receding figure did Su Manling dare to breathe. She was so scared just now that she didn't even dare to breathe. Shun Wanwan patted her on the back, then resigned herself to preparing food for the fox. Of course, she didn't forget to keep a copy for herself. After Hu Xia finished his meal, he was visibly in a much better mood. He then crossed his legs and waited for Shun Wanwan to speak. Shun Wanwan couldn't find what she needed in the monster plane. Plus, Su Manling's matter couldn't wait any longer, so she said, I don't want the items anymore. I need your help, you say. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanwan quickly pulled the frightened Su Manling over and said, My transaction condition is that you complete a deal with her. After hearing her words, Hu Xia looked up at Su Manling. Then he said lazily, Okay, he knew why Shun Wanwan wanted him to make a deal. Su Manling also knew that she was very grateful for the help Shun Wanwan gave her. But she had nothing, so she knelt down and bowed to Shun Wanwan. Get up, your problem is not solved yet. There is no need to do this, and I can't stand it. Shun Wanwan, who grew up under the red flag, is really not used to others kneeling down to her. But in Su Manling's heart, Shun Wanwan deserves this gift. She only kowtowed once, and she still felt it was not enough. Of course, Fox Evil is also indispensable. Hu Xia is much more accepting than Shun Wanwan. In the monster world, the strong prey on the weak, and being a vegetable is the original sin. So, he didn't feel that he was ungrateful for Su Manling's gift. So, under the witness of the tavern, Hu Xia and Su Manling made a deal. Fox Evil provided a method to make Su Manling's body become like that of a tuberculosis patient and her appearance become ugly within a year. And Su Manling will pay with a bowl of blood. There was no way the Fox Evil needed anything in the ancient plane, but human blood could barely allow him to do other things. When Shun Wanwan heard Hu Xia asking for Su Manling's blood, she tried to fight for it for her. Why do you want her blood? Are you planning to control her and make her your puppet? Hu Xia rolled his eyes at her when he heard that. She and I are not from the same time and space. No matter how powerful I am, can I still control her across time and space? Then why do you want her blood? Shun Wanwan looked at him in confusion. Both of them are guests of the tavern, and their identities and abilities are unequal, so she has to protect the rights of the weak. Let's see if mortal blood can be used to draw talismans. Oh, all right then. When Shin Wanwan heard that it was not used to do anything bad to Su Manling, she stopped caring. When she asked number 9 to deduct the handling fee, she took it directly from Hu Xia. Hu Xia would know about this, so he couldn't help but glance at Shin Wanwan. You are trying to grab one of my sheep. Shin Wanwan spread her hands. There's nothing I can do. Do you think she can afford the handling fee? Shin Wanwan had done enough for her, and Su Manling didn't want to embarrass her, so she asked, how do I exchange it for tavern gold coins? I have some savings as well. Upon hearing this, without Shin Wanwan saying anything, Hu Xia said, your plains coins, gold, silver, jewelry, or anything valuable in the eyes of the world can be exchanged. I have some of these, Su Manling said and looked at Shin Wanwan. Because of the plain, the transaction fee is quite high. It's at least 5,000 gold coins. If each of you pays half, it will be 2,500 gold coins. The exchange rate for lower plains was too low, and she was really worried that Su Manling couldn't come up with so much money to exchange. Upon hearing this, although Su Manling didn't know how much it would take to exchange 2,500 gold coins, she still asked Shin Wanwan and Hu Xia to wait a moment. She returned to the bedroom and looked outside. It was quiet and there was no one outside. Sue had not come back yet. So she ran to the dressing table, found a box, and went back to the tavern with the box in her arms. While waiting for Su Manling, Hu Xia and Shin Wanwan just looked at each other. Then they both snorted at the same time and turned their heads away, ignoring each other. Fortunately, Su Manling came back soon. Boss, please see how many gold coins these can be exchanged for. She handed the box over. Shin Wanwan took it and opened it and saw a white jade guanyin inside. I don't know if the jade is the mutton fat white jade that Shin Wanwan had heard of, but this jade guanyin is really as white as milk. She touched it and it was still warm, not cold like other jades. Hu Xia took a look and turned his head away. But seeing Shin Wanwan staring at jade guanyin like a country bumpkin, he couldn't help but sneer. Look at your ignorant look. Isn't what I exchanged for you better than these? As he said this, he looked at Shin Wanwan with a puzzled look on his face and asked, this king is wondering why your tavern is filled with useless yellow and white things. It's so tacky. Haha, you actually think this tavern is tacky. You don't have to come. Shin Wanwan was speechless. If they didn't charge money for running a pub, what else could they charge? She asked number 9 to test the value of the white jade guanyin. A few seconds later, number 9 gave a price. The warm white jade guanyin unique to the Qing dynasty is worth 300 gold coins. When Shin Wanwan heard the price, she couldn't help but look up at Su Manling. Seeing her looking over, Su Manling asked hurriedly, is the jade guanyin not valuable enough? Shin Wanwan nodded under her gaze. This jade guanyin can be sold for at least 1,000 gold in the capital, and it's not enough. Su Manling murmured something, and Shin Wanwan was about to comfort her when she suddenly saw her handing over a purse. Since the white jade guanyin is not enough, please exchange it for the following one, Madam Boss. Upon hearing this, Shin Wanwan took the purse, opened it, and poured out a pendant. The pendant was round, like a bead, but when Shin Wanwan took a closer look, it actually resembled the original iron ball that she had seen in the tavern. Number 9, scan this. After a few seconds, number 9 replied, congratulations, Madam Boss. This is a bone sculpture from a powerful race in the universe. Shin Wanwan. How much is it worth? Number 9. 5,000 gold coins. Shin Wanwan. So, jade is not as valuable as bones? She looked at Su Manling with a puzzled look and then asked number 9 to return the white jade guanyin. Anyway, this bone carving is enough to cover her handling fee. This is more valuable than the white jade guanyin, and it's enough to pay her handling fee, with some extra. I think I'll put the remaining gold coins in your account, and I'll deduct them from your account when you buy things at the tavern next time. Okay, Su Manling was also confused. She only spent 1 or 2 taels of silver to buy the pendant. She kept it because she thought the carving was very good. She just handed it over just to try it out. Unexpectedly, this pendant was more valuable than the white jade guanyin when exchanged in the tavern. This made her a little confused about the tavern's thinking behind collecting things. However, Hu Xia noticed something. He was a big monster and had a strong perception. Just now, when Shin Wanwan took out the pendant, he actually felt a sense of pressure. He was thinking of borrowing it to take a look, but it was already put away by Shin Wanwan. Now that the handling fees were paid, Shen Wanwan asked the two of them to complete the transaction. After they completed the transaction, number 9 said, "Congratulations to the boss for facilitating a transaction between two travelers from different time and space. The gold coins have reached 10,000. The tavern will start upgrading at 12 o'clock tonight. Look forward to it." Why did she feel that number 9 seemed to be more lively? After completing the transaction, Hu Xie gave Su Manling 2 jade bottles, explained a few words, and then took out a jade bottle to draw her blood. Shen Wanwan was really amazed when she saw the magic spell that could draw blood without a syringe and just by performing a few hand gestures. With the help of Hu Xie, Su Manling never came to the tavern again. The poor girl began to fight for her own destiny. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the pub began to upgrade. Shen Wanwan didn't keep staring at it, but had a good sleep. Because she went to bed early, she got up very early the next day. After getting up, she was not in a hurry to see what had become of the tavern. After all, she had passed the curious stage when she inherited the tavern. After tidying herself up and having breakfast, she entered the tavern. Wow! After Shen Wanwan entered the tavern, she immediately exclaimed in admiration. The tavern is now a much nicer-looking period building. The exterior is no longer made of wood, but has a Jiangnan architectural feel. The drastic change in architectural style reminded Shen Wanwan of a poem by an unknown author. White walls, black tiles, horsehead walls, corridors with lattice windows. In my dream, the water town is full of green fields, and the exiled Yu Bohu comforts Suzhou and Hangzhou. Except that the new tavern is not located in the water village. It has white walls, black tiles, and lattice windows. Very good. Hearing the boss lady's praise, number 9 said, "Boss lady, keep going. You will be even more beautiful if you continue to upgrade." Shen Wanwan listened to the voice of number 9, which was no longer as mechanical as before. Instead, it has the lively tone of a child. Number 9, does your voice change depending on the tavern upgrade? Number 9, yes. Shen Wanwan understood and then asked, "Are there any new features after the upgrade?" Number 9, yes. As he spoke, number 9 brought up the new tavern's infographic and introduced the various functions of the new tavern to Shen Wanwan. Generally speaking, there is not much difference, except that there is an additional passenger transaction board. Now it shows that a transaction has been completed. The passenger trading board is something that facilitates transactions between time and space travelers. If a time-space traveler needs to make any transaction, he can write his requirements on the transaction board. If other travelers are interested or have something the other party needs to exchange, they can directly accept the transaction. After reading the rules of the passenger trading board, Shen Wanwan felt that it was much more convenient than asking her to facilitate the transaction. "Madam Boss, you can open a new dimension this time. Do you want to open it now?" Shen Wanwan nodded. Now, then the lucky wheel that she hadn't seen for a long time, but was very familiar with, appeared in front of her again. Shen Wanwan clicks to draw. The lucky wheel spun for nearly a minute before slowly stopping. Shen Wanwan excitedly looked at the plane where the pointer stopped, and then her smiling face suddenly froze. Because her luck was not good, she actually drew the ghost plane. Number 9, the guest in this plane can't be a ghost. Number 9, it's possible. I have very little information here. This plane has humans, demons, and ghosts. As for whether the guest is a human, a demon, or a ghost, I don't know. Shen Wanwan. Did I hope it's a human? At worst, a monster will do. Forget about ghosts. She couldn't help getting goosebumps when she thought of ghosts. When she was a child, she watched a horror movie, and the ghosts in it scared her so much that she couldn't sleep well for a week. From then on, she refused to watch horror movies. Now she actually had to entertain guests from the ghost plane, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Amitabha, Tathagata Buddha, God, Wuliang Xianzuan. Please bless my tavern so that no ghosts will come. Shen Wanwan prayed to all the gods in Eastern and Western mythology that she knew. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and the nervous Shen Wanwan screamed. Ah! Hu Xie was startled by her scream and couldn't help frowning. What the heck are you yelling about? Seeing that the person coming was Fox Xie, Shen Wanwan patted her heart which was beating fast in fear. Why are you walking without making any sound? Don't you know that scaring others can kill them? Foxy looked at her speechlessly and said, I am a fox spirit, not a fragile creature like a human. TSK, Shin Wonwon curled her lips and couldn't help but sneer at him. Come to the tavern so early in the morning. You big monster really have too much free time. Compared to you, I'm not too idle. Huxia took out a folding fan from somewhere and fanned himself in a self-consciously dashing manner. In fact, he is really quite romantic, but Shin Wonwon just doesn't admit it. After looking at the tavern that had undergone great changes, Huxia couldn't help but turn around a few more times. After he finished turning around, he said something that made Shin Wonwon want to hit someone. After being here for so long, you finally have some taste this time. I've wanted to burn down that shabby wooden house for you for a long time. It's ugly, shabby, and extremely poor. Listening to his implicit criticism of the old tavern, not only Shin Wonwon was unhappy, even number 9, who had been silent all the time, felt a little unhappy. So it said to Shin Wonwon, Madam, this stinky fox is really mean, let's punish him. Is that okay? What if he gives a bad review? It's okay. He was the one who verbally attacked the pub first. After chatting with number 9 in her heart for a few words and confirming that punishing Huxia would not cause any losses to the tavern, Shin Wonwon decisively agreed to number 9's suggestion. Haha, how dare you look down on her tavern? She must let that stinky fox Huxia know why the flowers are so red. Huxia looked at Shin Wonwon, who had said so much but didn't refute a word, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Shin Wonwon gave him a strange smile, which gave him a bad feeling. Sure enough, after she put away her smile, Huxia felt as if his body was struck directly by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Then he fell straight to the ground. Looking at the charred fox demon struck by lightning, Shin Wonwon felt relieved. Although she also felt that the former tavern was a little shabby, it was not his turn to slander it. Looking at Huxia, who was struck unconscious by the lightning, Shin Wonwon ignored him at all. Number 9 has a sense of propriety and will not kill this fox. However, seeing that Huxia had not woken up for 5 minutes, she couldn't help but ask number 9. Is he really okay? Don't worry, Madam Boss, he's fine. But this lightning strike turned out to be a blessing in disguise for him. We've suffered a huge loss. What's going on? Tell me in detail. After hearing this, Shin Wonwon asked number 9 to explain it in detail. After number 9's somewhat depressed explanation, Shin Wonwon understood the situation. It turns out that Huxia was not far from the Demon Emperor realm, but he had never found a way to advance, so he had been stuck in the Demon King realm of the Monster Plane. He had eaten a lot of food made by Shin Wonwon before, and the bottleneck of the bottle was loose. This time, the lightning struck and directly broke the bottleneck. You mean he is advancing now? Number 9 responded with If it had a physical body, it would definitely nod its head like a child. It's not appropriate for him to advance here. Should we kick him back? Number 9. Of course. There is no heavenly way from the monster plane here. Upon hearing this, Shin Wonwon kicked Huxia out of the tavern with just a thought. Fox Xia, who was kicked out, just woke up and saw that he was kicked out of the tavern by Shin Wonwon. He returned to the monster plane and was about to experience the thunder tribulation of the Monster King. He hasn't prepared anything yet. Shin Wonwon, wait for me. As he said this, he began to prepare to survive the catastrophe. After Shin Wonwon kicked Huxia out, he welcomed guests from the new dimension. A welcoming bell rang softly, and Shin Wonwon looked up towards the door. But she saw nothing. The welcoming bell never stopped ringing. She thought there was something wrong with the welcoming bell and was thinking of going to check it out. As a result, with a bang, a figure hit the wall in the hall of the tavern. Then a handsome man appeared outside the door. He stood at the door, stepped into the tavern, and made strange hand gestures with his hands like Naruto. Shin Wonwon shuddered and looked at the figure hitting the wall. When she saw this, Shin Wonwon couldn't help but take a breath. Then she looked at the wall, pointed at the figure on it with her shaking hand, and said in a trembling voice, Ghost, Chuanyun, you jerk. You've been chasing me for so long. Are you in love with me? Lin Yang, today is the day you die. Then the two of them started competing. Shen Wanwan quietly hid under the counter, sticking half of her head out to observe them. At the moment, the ghost-catching one is slightly stronger. He was seen making all kinds of complicated hand gestures, and then many talismans appeared in the void and began to throw towards Lin Yang. Then Shen Wanwan's ears immediately felt a ghost howling. "Number 9, can I drive them out?" "Number 9. No. Madam, this is their first time here. You can't chase them away. Just let them fight? The new tavern will be destroyed by them. Number 9. You can separate them." "How can I separate them?" Shen Wanwan felt that number 9 did it on purpose. The battle was raging at the moment, and she would be giving herself away if she went over there. Bang, dong, pa, bang, bang. As they fought, all kinds of noises could be heard in the tavern. In the end, Lin Yang was one step behind and was caught by Chuan Yun. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Shen Wanwan stood up from the counter. Chuan Yun put Lin Yang into a magic weapon and then looked around. I saw Shen Wanwan sitting at the counter and then looked at the messy hall. He blushed a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, store owner. You can calculate the losses and I will compensate you." Shen Wanwan nodded, then calculated the price of the tables, chairs, and other furnishings. After calculating, she smiled and said, 500 gold coins. Number 9. What a black-hearted businessman. Gold coins? Chuan Yin was a little confused. Shen Wanwan felt that this person might not have realized where she was yet. So she reminded him, "This is the space-time trading tavern." After she finished speaking, various rules and introductions of the tavern began to appear in Chuan Yin's mind. He looked at Shen Wanwan warily, worried that she was a monster or a ghost. Shen Wanwan saw his look and said unhappily, "Are you blind?" "I am a human being." Looking at the fierce Shen Wanwan, Chuan Yin suddenly became timid. Then he stood obediently by the counter, looking like he was waiting to be scolded. Shen Wanwan looked at him as if he had been bullied by her and immediately held her forehead with her hand. Why does she feel that this person is probably a weirdo? "My name is Chuan Yun. I hope you can forgive me for my impoliteness just now." Chuan Yun apologized with a pitiful look on his face. Shen Wanwan looked at him with a headache and said, "I know. You should pay the money quickly." Upon hearing this, Chuan Yin quickly searched for anything on him that could be exchanged for money. After searching for a long time, he actually didn't have a single penny. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Shen Wanwan somewhat awkwardly. He would definitely not exchange the magic tools, defensive items, and weapons on him for gold coins. But he never likes to carry money when he goes out, so this is really embarrassing. Shen Wanwan crossed her arms and stared at him with a look that said, "Let's see what you can do." "Miss, can I buy on credit?" "Sorry, we don't sell on credit. This is difficult. I don't have any of the things I had before." Shen Wanwan had asked number 9 to scan Chuan Yin a long time ago. The most valuable things on him were the 2 teardrop-shaped crystal stones on the purse pendant on his waist. "Since you don't have money, then exchange it with the things you have." Chuan Yun hurriedly hugged himself and said, "Miss, the magic weapon I have is very rare and cannot be pawned. Can you please help me go back and get the money?" "No." Shen Wanwan refused. Looking at Chuan Yun's somewhat changed expression, she added, "Don't worry, your magic tools, talismans, and so on are worthless to me." "Oh, what does the girl want?" Chuan Yun was not happy when he heard that, but became more alert. Shen Wanwan didn't directly say that she wanted the crystal pendant on his purse. Instead, she said with a smile, "The purse on your waist is well embroidered. I like it. If you give it to me, I will let you buy it on credit." Chuan Yun was confused, but when he thought that girls all liked beautiful embroidery, he suddenly thought he understood. He took off the purse and placed it on the counter, then bowed to Shen Wanwan. "Thank you for not disliking it, young lady. I'll give you this purse. Okay, then you go back and prepare the debt first," Shen Wanwan said lazily like a cat. "Okay, I'll go back and prepare now." Chuan Yin said this and immediately walked out of the tavern. After stepping out of the tavern, his figure disappeared. When Shen Wanwan saw him leaving, she swung her purse. "I got a good thing for free." So happy number 9 looked at the boss lady's tricks and couldn't help but say, "You are still the best." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan raised her chin proudly. "Isn't this a matter of course?" After handing the purse to number 9, Shen Wanwan saw that there were a lot more gold coins on the tavern's account and immediately smiled. Looking at the wine jar behind him, it is still full and not a single glass has been sold. No, Hu Xie bought 2 cups but didn't drink them. She wondered if the wine in the pub was really that bad to drink. So Shen Wanwan poured out a little glutinous rice wine, and she took a sip, smacking her lips and thinking it tasted okay. Although she doesn't like drinking. When will a normal customer come to buy? Listening to her words, number 9 remained silent. Shen Wanwan was more certain that in this tavern, wine was definitely not the most important thing. After Chuan Yun returned to his own plane, he sorted out the confused thoughts in his mind. After learning about the tavern, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could this be the opportunity that Master mentioned that can change my doom? Although he was happy, he remembered that he still owed compensation to the tavern, so he quickly summoned a paper crane and flew home. Regarding Shen Wanwan's shady tactics to deceive new customers, number 9 actually wanted to remind her to pay attention to her image. But it seemed that it could not win the argument with Shen Wanwan and was fooled by her every time. Shen Wanwan, who had made number 9 shut up again, felt very happy. It's obvious that number 9 doesn't know how to do business. Who can be so honest in doing business? She cleaned up the garbage in the inn and looked at the empty hall, so she opened them all and bought new tables, chairs, and decorations. More gold coins were spent to repair the damaged walls, windows, and roof. Then he waited leisurely for Chuan Yun to come back. After Chuan Yun returned home, he looked for any valuable minerals, sacred trees, etc. Just when he was sorting out the tavern rule manual, he found a line of very small notes at the bottom of the manual, which could not be noticed without paying attention. Note that items that can be exchanged for high prices in the store are usually rare ores, rare wood, or the most valuable parts of monsters. These were actually quietly noted on number 9, because it couldn't stand Shen Wanwan's evil heart. Regardless of whether Shen Wanwan knew or not, even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. Her customer service was so kind, she couldn't force it to become a bad person, no, a bad boss. Sometimes people have to learn to turn a blind eye. After waiting for a while, Chuan Yun appeared at the door of the tavern again. He changed his clothes this time, and I don't know what the fabric was made of, but it was so colorful. Although there are some lustrous fabrics in modern times, the fabric on Chuan Yun is obviously of better texture. After staring at his clothes for a while, Shen Wanwan said, "Here you are." Chuan Yun bowed to her and said, "Sorry for the long wait. Madam, please see if these are enough to compensate for your losses." Shen Wanwan sighed inwardly, then raised his eyebrows and asked number 9 to scan all the things he brought up and calculate the amount. Número 9. 1 gold attribute ebony, 2 thunder attribute esborgold, 3 marrowstones, 1 soul jade. A total of 3,100 gold coins. After listening to this, Shen Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly. Chuan Yun was the biggest customer she had met after Hu Xie. Now he has become another fat sheep in her eyes. The total amount is 3,100 gold coins. After deducting 1,500 gold coins, the rest will be transferred to your account. Chuan Yun nodded when he heard this, and then asked, "Madam, this is a tavern. What kind of wine do you have?" Hearing that he was interested in wine, Shen Wanwan shed tears in her heart. She was finally able to promote some wine. "The only liquors we have at the moment are sorghum liquor and glutinous rice liquor." She looked at Chuan Yun and asked with a smile, "Sir, would you like to try some?" Chuan Yun nodded, "Then please give me a pot of each, and some snacks to go with the wine, Madam Boss." "Okay, wait a moment," Shen Wanwan said as she started to prepare the wine. After the tavern was upgraded, you could only buy a cup bowl before, but now it has become a pot. In addition to peanuts, Shen Wanwan also gave him some braised pig's head as a side dish. After the appetizers and wine were served, Shen Wanwan smiled and said, "Please enjoy your meal." Chuan Yun nodded, then picked up a pot of wine and poured a glass. After taking a sip, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought it was just ordinary sorghum wine and glutinous rice wine, but when he took a sip just now, he found that it actually contained a hint of spiritual energy. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and indeed felt the spiritual energy flowing through his body. So he started drinking one cup after another, and in a blink of an eye, the 2 pots of wine were finished. Shen Wanwan had been paying attention to him and was suddenly a little surprised to see him drinking one sip after another, with a look of surprise on his face. Number 9, what's wrong with him? Number 9, maybe I felt the spiritual energy in the wine. Shen Wanwan. When did the wine have spiritual energy? It's just ordinary sorghum and glutinous rice. I don't know. But speaking of spiritual energy, I suggest that the boss lady stop planting ingredients without spiritual energy recently. It's better to buy spiritual seeds and plant them as needed. Listening to what number 9 said, Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes in an ungraceful manner. That's easy to say. The land outside is just ordinary land. To plant spiritual plants, I have to upgrade the land into spiritual fields first. I also have to buy Shiran. You think I have a lot of money, but you're taking advantage of me. Number 9. It seems that the boss lady is not only black-hearted, but also stingy. Shen Wanwan has already earned 9,100 gold coins, almost tens of thousands. It costs 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the land to spiritual fields and 8,000 gold coins to upgrade the land to Shiran. She really doesn't have the money to buy them. Moreover, among these people in these plains, except Chuan Yun, one of the people in the other 2 plains is a minor and the other dislikes her alcohol, so Shen Wanwan feels that there is no need to upgrade. Anyway, there is only one customer, Chuan Yun, who buys wine at the moment. If there are more customers in the future, she will consider it again. To be honest, only one traveler can come to one plain, and Shen Wanwan feels that it is a bit uneconomical. Number 9, can each dimension only have one guest? Can't we add a few more? This way I can make money, and with more money I can upgrade. Upon hearing this, number 9 said in his childish voice, Madam, there is only one key to each plane, and only those who have the key can enter the tavern. Of course, if the guest who gets the key has someone he trusts 100%, and the guest also trusts 100%, if he is willing to share, then he can bring in new guests. I see. We need to go both ways, right? Yes. Oh, Shen Wanwan sighed. Where in the world are there relatives, friends, and couples who trust each other 100%? Brothers quarrel, friends stab each other, and couples turn against each other. In this world, there is no eternal trust, only eternal interests. So she no longer expected the guests to bring other guests. Chuan Yun's alcohol tolerance was average. After 2 pots of wine, his face turned red, and he was completely drunk. But he is a good drinker, at least he doesn't go crazy when he's drunk. Instead, he sat in his seat and recited poems. Shen Wanwan. Isn't he a demon catcher? Why does he look like a poet? Number 9 said he didn't know either. Listening to Chuan Yun reciting poetry, Shen Wanwan felt a little amused. She didn't understand it at all. Just as she was thinking about going over to see him, she heard someone knocking on the door outside her yard. Number 9 also reminded her that someone was coming. So Shen Wanwan quickly sent Chuan Yun back and left the tavern. After returning home, she looked at herself, made sure there were no flaws or strange places, and then left the bedroom. Opening the door to the yard, she looked at the person outside, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. How come he is here? Why, you don't recognize me after just half a month. That's not the case. Young Master Gu, who wouldn't remember, Shen Wanwan said with a faint smile. Won't you invite me in and sit down? Gu Si looked inside. Shen Wanwan moved aside and let him in. She felt a little overwhelmed when she saw him coming in with a suitcase. Could it be that this person wanted to stay at her place for one night? He brought people to the living room. Because Shen Wanwan was about to renovate the house had been cleaned up. Except for a table, the living room was empty. Looking at such a shabby house, Gu Si couldn't help but glance at Shen Wanwan. Seeing his look, Shen Wanwan quickly said, The house is going to be renovated soon, and I cleaned out a lot of things. It looks a little empty now. Gu Si heard this and nodded. Then Shen Wanwan went to the kitchen to make tea for him. I'm sorry, I just moved here not long ago. My house is not fully furnished and the tea is not good. It's okay. Gu Si took a sip of tea and looked at her. You look fine and you seem happy to leave the Gu family. Shen Wanwan chuckled and nodded. I am indeed very happy. Gu Si raised his eyebrows, then pointed to the suitcase he brought and said, These are all gifts for you. Oh. Did you give it to me, or did Miss Shin give it to me? I gave it to you. Shin Wanwan sneered after hearing this. I knew it. After a moment of silence, she said, Thank you for helping me stop Miss Shin. Gu Xi chuckled. It's not a big deal. I just didn't expect that you would actually be willing to give up everything in the Gu family and return to this small town. This place is much better than Gu's home. The environment is good, and I have more freedom. You mean you don't have enough freedom in the Gu family? Shin Wanwan didn't answer, but asked him, What do you think? Gu Xi sighed softly, then fiddled with his watch. It was indeed the right choice for you to leave. After saying this, both of them fell silent. Finally, Shin Wanwan said, I will no longer be a member of the Gu family, but you are always welcome to come and play. After all, being friends with young Master Gu is something that not many people can dream of. Gu Xi chuckled when he heard her words. It seems that this stepsister has become much more lively after leaving the Gu family. You want to renovate your house. Do you need me to introduce you to an interior designer? When Shin Wanwan heard that Gu Xi wanted to introduce an interior designer to her, she decisively refused. Please spare me. Is the designer you young Master Gu introduced just an ordinary designer? My family business is quite small now, and I really can't afford to squander it. Okay, Gu Xi didn't insist on introducing. After sitting for a while, he stood up and said, I feel relieved to see that you are doing well. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can ask me for help. I will help you, Miss Shen. Thank you. If you need any help, just let me know. Shin Wanwan doesn't like the people in the Gu family, but she respects Gu Xi very much. Because in the Gu family, only Gu Xi looks like a human being. The rest is simply hard to describe. So she became friends with Gu Xi because, on the one hand, she needed his help to keep an eye on Miss Shen and prevent her from always paying attention to her. Second, Gu Xi's character is considered reliable in the Gu family, although he is not a good person. I'm leaving first. Gu Xi stood up and said goodbye. Shin Wanwan followed him out. A black Bentley was parked outside the yard. Gu Xi's special assistant opened the car door for him. After closing the door, he nodded to Shin Wanwan and walked around to the passenger seat. Shin Wanwan walked to the car, and Gu Xi lowered the window. Well, you better be careful, Gu-san, Shin Wanwan said quickly in a low voice. Hearing this, Gu Xi nodded at her. Then the black Bentley started slowly and finally disappeared in this quiet little village. After seeing Gu Xi off, Shin Wanwan felt a lot more relaxed. She probably won't have any contact with the Gu family in the future. She stretched herself, happily returned home, and closed the gate. She went to the living room and carried the suitcase that Gu Xi brought to the bedroom. I opened the box and looked inside, and saw that there were jewelry and bags that girls liked, as well as clothes and cosmetics. There is no doubt that this thing was not prepared by Gu Xi, but should have been prepared by his assistant. Shin Wanwan looked at the dozen large boxes of luxury goods without complaining. It's a free gift. Why would she despise it? She happily put it away and looked at the tavern. When she found that there were not many customers, she found something to eat. Then he continued to work. I am a hard-working little bee. I am busy flying and buzzing every day. I will find a bunch of flowers and collect honey. Humming a song she made up, Shin Wanwan began her work. There were no time and space travelers coming to the tavern for 2 consecutive days, and Shin Wanwan felt a little puzzled. I don't know what these 2 people are busy with. Speaking of which, Shin Wanwan actually missed Hu Xia a little after not seeing him for several days. After all, he was the first customer of the tavern and her first fat sheep. Although he spoke rudely, he had a handsome face. Shin Wanwan doesn't hide the fact that she is obsessed with looks. Everyone loves beauty, and it's not difficult to talk about liking to look at handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, Chuan Yun is also very pretty, but she doesn't have any close relationship with the monster catcher brother at the moment. Moreover, he came once on the first day, but not once in the next 2 days. I don't know if he has realized that Shin Wanwan is a black-hearted shop owner. Because there were no customers for 2 days, no. 9 criticized Shin Wanwan for this. They said that she shouldn't raise prices at will, that she wasn't friendly enough to customers, and that she always liked to take advantage of customers, and that her service didn't make customers feel at home at all. Listening to its chattering, Shin Wanwan simply ignored number 9's nonsense. There is obviously a time-space trading tavern. Why make it so humble? If we do as number 9 says, I'm afraid that guy Huxia will become so arrogant. Although she had just graduated from college and had not experienced much social abuse, she had been in the Yuchingu family for more than 10 years. The Yuchingu family was a family that would eat people without spitting out bones, and she had seen many scenes of open and secret struggles among the Gu family. So, if it was Su Manling who entered the pub at the beginning, Shen Wanwan would definitely not show her strong side. Unfortunately, the first guest was Foxy, who looked like an unruly demon. If she speaks in a humble manner, it will only make him more aggressive. It would be better for her to be tough from the beginning so that he will at least be considerate when he takes action. So she was disdainful of number 9's words. She even thought no. 9 was too humble. Such a tavern that connects thousands of different time and space can stand up straight without being humble. Unfortunately, number 9 doesn't understand. It is just a mechanical customer service with a set core code. In the absence of the time traveler, Shen Wanwan cleaned the house inside and out during these 2 days. Then I found a designer and started decorating the house. Today the designer came with his assistant to survey and measure the area of the house and other matters. After they were done, Shen Wanwan made some tea, asked the designer and his assistant to sit down, and then talked about her favorite interior decoration style. She wanted to go for a forest-themed decorating style, but the designer didn't recommend it. Because the house is not suitable, and also because her place is full of mountains, forests, and rainy weather, it is recommended that the interior decoration should be bright and warm. Shen Wanwan thought it was right, so she changed to a warm and bright style. Then they discussed the colors again. When they were almost done, the designer prepared to go back and make a floor plan for her to see the effect, and then start the decoration after selecting it. Shen Wanwan nodded. She estimated the money she had left. It was definitely enough for the deposit, but definitely not enough for the later decoration funds. So she went out and exchanged the mermaid tears and gems she had traded from Huxia for money. As for where to change, she has already thought about it. Go to Pingcheng. It's close to Hong Kong, and there are many jewelers there. Also, no one there knows her. So she booked a flight to Pingcheng in the evening. After seeing the designer off, Shen Wanwan took out a small suitcase from the room and set off for Pingcheng. Why did she leave at night? She didn't have enough money. Flights at night are cheaper than during the day. Plus, it's summer vacation, so air tickets are expensive. She took a taxi to the airport and wandered around for several hours before boarding the plane. The plane arrived in Pingcheng. Even though it was late at night, the moment Shen Wanwan stepped out of the cabin door, she felt the enthusiasm of Pingcheng. The temperature is still so high late at night, he muttered, got off the plane and followed the shuttle bus to the airport. After leaving the airport, she called a taxi and went to the hotel she had booked. After successfully checking in, she was so sleepy. The next morning, after getting up and taking a shower, Shen Wanwan left the hotel with her bag. Based on the places she looked up, she came to a commercial street in Pingcheng where there are many jewelry stores of domestic and foreign big brands and independent designers. She asked around but didn't get any useful information. As the weather was getting hotter at noon, she found a restaurant to have lunch. Many jewelry store employees or managers come here to eat. Shen Wanwan pricked up her ears, wanting to hear any useful information from these people. After listening for a while, she actually got some useful information. So, after lunch, she left the street. In the restaurant, she got the news that XX Auction House would hold a jewelry auction tomorrow, but they seemed to be missing a finale gem. She planned to give it a try. After all, the gems that Huxia gave her were not only big, but also beautiful. So she hurried to XX Auction House. When the receptionist saw Shen Wanwan wearing designer clothes, she immediately smiled and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" If Shen Wanwan was wearing the ordinary clothes she wore at home, the receptionist probably wouldn't have had such a good attitude. People need clothes, Buddhas need golden ornaments, and the world judges you based on your own external conditions. Shen Wanwan, who is well aware of this, only brings brand-name clothes with her when she goes out. She also had to thank Mr. Gu for sending her a box of clothes and jewelry a few days ago. After calming herself down, she said, I heard that your bank is going to hold a jewelry auction tomorrow. Receptionist, yes. I have a set of gemstones to be auctioned, but I don't know what procedures I need to go through. When the receptionist heard that I wanted to send a gemstone for auction, she immediately said, Miss, please wait a moment. I will notify the manager. Okay, my last name is Shun. Okay. The receptionist responded and quickly dialed the internal line and called a manager out. After a while, a man about 175 meters tall and wearing a casual suit came out. He looked at Shin Wanwan and did not look down on her. Hello, Miss Shun. You are here to send photos, right? This way, please. Taking Shin Wanwan to a small reception room, the male manager introduced himself. His name is Chio Xian. Then he asked whether Shin Wanwan had brought the gem. He needs to see before making a decision. Shin Wanwan nodded, then took out a rectangular box from her bag. She just bought this box on the road. She put the box on the table and opened it. Chio Xian didn't touch the box at all from beginning to end. This is a rule in the industry. After Shin Wanwan opened it, she took her hand back, and now Chio Xian could take it and observe it carefully. In fact, he was already shocked the moment he opened the box. Now that he had Shin Wanwan's permission, he quickly put on white gloves, took out a magnifying glass, and carefully examined the 7 gems in the box. These 7 gems correspond exactly to the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Shin Wanwan was waiting for Chio Xian to check them. She had spent a long time squatting in the public toilet to pick out these 7 gems that were of the same size and color. Her feet were numb from squatting. As for why there were 7 colorful beads, that was because of her obsessive-compulsive disorder. After all, none of the Calabash brothers can be missing. If other people knew that she did this just because she wanted to collect the same colorful gems as Calabash brothers, they would definitely call her stupid. According to the current market price of gemstones, any one of her gemstones could be worth millions. After all, these gems are very big. After a while, Chio Xian finally finished the inspection. He also knew how to identify the gem. After looking at it, he found that it was a pure colored gem. Of course, we still have to wait for the appraiser to carefully inspect and issue a certificate before we can guarantee it. Naturally, he also talked about this with Shin Wanwan. Does the identification take a long time? Shin Wanwan asked. We have professional appraisers and instruments. If Miss Shun is sure that she wants to auction this set of colored gemstones, we will expedite it for you. Then you can identify the gems. Shin Wanwan let them take the gems away with confidence. After all, this auction house is a nationally renowned auction house. If they replace their own items, it will affect their reputation. Chio Xian asked someone to greet Shin Wanwan and personally delivered the gem to the appraiser. He had a feeling that this set of gems would definitely become the star of tomorrow night's finale. It is very difficult to gather 7 gems of different colors and similar weight. Chio Xian came back soon. Shin Wanwan thought for a moment and asked, besides antiques and paintings, does your auction house accept pearls and gemstones? Chio Xian now regarded Shin Wanwan as a major customer and explained to her in detail the various items purchased by the auction house. After listening to this, Shin Wanwan nodded, then took out a purse from her bag, handed it over, and said, I have another bag of pearls here. See if you want them. If you do, I will sell them directly to your auction house. Chio Xian didn't expect that Shin Wanwan had another bag of pearls, so he took it and checked it. The mermaid's tears are large in size, with a halo, and the beads are light pink and white. With just one glance, Chio Xian can tell that this is an A-grade pearl. He poured out the pearls and counted them. There were 18 in all. Then he said to Shin Wanwan, Miss Shun, wait a moment. I'll ask the appraiser to give you an estimate. Okay. Shin Wanwan sat upright with an elegant temperament, looking like a wealthy socialite. In fact, she felt her back was numb. She just wanted to get this done as quickly as possible and leave the auction house. Fortunately, this auction house is very efficient, and Chio Xian came back soon. The appraiser also came over, and the two of them carefully explained her pearls to her and told her the current prices of pearls in the market. Finally, the appraiser said, Miss Shun's pearls are very rare. They are natural pink pearls, at least 15 millimeters in size, evenly round and beautiful in color. My opinion is that the auction house should buy them for 88,000 each. Shen Wanwan listened with a smile on her face. Based on what they had just said, and after analyzing the current pearl market, she nodded in agreement. 18 pearls, each worth 88,000. The total income is 584 million. This price is okay. Seeing that Shen Wanwan agreed, Chiu Xin quickly processed the transaction for her. Not long after, Shen Wanwan heard the alert tone of a text message on her mobile phone. She picked it up and took a look and saw that Pearl's money had arrived. As for the money for the gems, we will have to wait until the auction ends tomorrow night to find out. Because she took out so many good things at once, Chiu Xin provided good service and saw her out. After getting in the car and leaving the auction house, Shen Wanwan stopped pretending to be a socialite. She rubbed her facial muscles. Her face was stiff from laughing just now. Back at the hotel, she took a shower. The summer in Pengcheng was really too hot. However, when she was halfway through her bath, she heard the tavern's welcoming bell, which had not rung for 2 days. Shen Wanwan, who was halfway through taking a bath, said, "Forget it. She should finish her shower first." Although she ignored it for a while, she also quickened her bathing speed. Soon she came out of the bathroom, changed her clothes, wiped her hair with a towel, went back to the bathroom, locked the door, and came to the tavern. Hu Xie survived the thunder tribulation with great difficulty that day, and now he has become the Demon King. However, the thunder tribulation turned his white-haired fox into a charred black fox, so he hid in his Qingshan palace to grow his fur. Today, all the burnt hair was finally shed off, and he immediately regained his human form and came to the tavern, ready to settle the matter with Shen Wanwan for kicking him out. If she could have woken me up at that time, I wouldn't have to endure the days of turning into a black fox. Shen Wanwan was wiping her hair, not noticing who was coming, and she shouted, "Welcome to the Space Trading Tavern." When she finished shouting and looked up, she saw Hu Xie, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, leaning against the door of the tavern and staring at her with an evil smile on his face. Seeing this, Shen Wanwan straightened her back and said to herself, "I'm not afraid. I'm afraid I'm not afraid." Maybe the atmosphere was too cold. She couldn't help rubbing her arms and then teased, "Oh, our Mr. Fox is here. You haven't been here for several days. Humph, aren't all my successes these past few days thanks to you?" As he was speaking, Hu Xie came to the counter. He stretched out his hand to pinch Shen Wanwan's chin, but as expected, he was still shocked by the tavern's defense. Looking at his hand that was so charred that it was smoking, Hu Xie couldn't help but frown. He thought he had become the Demon King, and Shen Wanwan couldn't hurt him. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't get close to her at all. Seeing that Hu Xie's hand was burnt black by electricity, Shen Wanwan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he applauded and shouted, "Long live the tavern defense." In fact, if Hu Xie didn't have bad intentions towards her, he could get close to Shen Wanwan. Su Manling was able to hold her hand without being shocked at all. This was because she had no intention of harming Shen Wanwan. Although Hu Xie did not want to kill Shen Wanwan, he wanted to torture her. Therefore, the tavern's defenses kept a close eye on him. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Shen Wanwan, Hu Xie stopped trying. Seeing that he didn't take any action, Shen Wanwan started to show off again. "I say, King Fox, you have been in the tavern for quite some time, and you have received some benefits from the tavern. Now that you have received some benefits, are you going to turn your back on me?" Hu Xie was recently promoted to the Demon King, and was in a good mood. He didn't care about Shen Wanwan's sarcasm, but instead raised a spirited smile. "Aren't we doing business normally?" What he meant was that the money and goods were settled, and he didn't owe the pub anything. Shen Wanwan also knew that the money and goods were exchanged, but she just couldn't stand his behavior and made fun of him. Her colleague also complained to Number 9 in her heart. "This fox is so arrogant just because she got a new level." Number 9 echoed, "Yeah. So annoying." Seeing that Number 9 was of the same mind as her and didn't say anything that would make her vomit blood, Shen Wanwan was immediately satisfied. She was satisfied and didn't bother to pay any attention to Hu Xie. At this moment, Hu Xie also noticed the changes in the tavern. He looked around and came to the trading board. At present, there were not many customers, so no customers initiated trade requests. Xia looked at the new things with interest, then walked to his favorite rocking chair and lay down on it. Shen Wanwan was speechless when she saw Xia, who seemed to be strolling in her back garden. She was weak and couldn't beat him, so she could chase him away, but she felt it was unnecessary. With Xia around, she could at least use his power to intimidate other guests. Although she doesn't have many customers nowadays. Sighing softly, Shen Wanwan looked at Xia lying comfortably in the rocking chair and suddenly didn't want to look at him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind, she left the pub and returned to the hotel bathroom. Realizing that her hair was not dry, she took the hair dryer and blew it dry. Lying on the bed, she looked at her cell phone, saw no calls, and then booked a flight for the next morning. After the auction tomorrow night, she should be able to receive a huge sum of money so that she can go home and renovate her house. Falling into a sleep happily, Shen Wanwan began to fantasize about her wonderful future life. The next evening, inside the conference hall of the best 5-star hotel in Shenzhen, there are elegantly dressed people and toasts are being made. Security outside the venue is very strict, as a top-level jewelry auction will be held here today. Everyone who came to the venue was a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions, and the auction items were extremely exquisite. As time passed, the auction gradually came to an end. Next is the finale of this auction, 7 colored loose diamonds, each weighing more than 10.5 carats. The auctioneer spoke incessantly on the stage. The large screen at the venue also displayed pictures of colorful diamonds. Many people were dazzled by the 7 dazzling gems and were thinking about bidding for them later. In an inconspicuous corner of the venue, there is a table. There has been no bidding at this auction. After seeing the 7 colored diamonds that were the finale, he said something to the assistant beside him, and then the assistant took the number plate and went to the front. Soon the auction for the 7 colored diamonds began, and the competition was extremely fierce, but when the price reached 100 million, many people stopped. No matter how good the jewelry is, it is actually worthless if it exceeds this price. As for diamonds, in fact, most of them are hyped up. People who know the business will not spend too much money to bid for them unless they really like them. After many people gave up bidding, the only ones left were the assistant and 2 other jewelers. At the end of the bidding, the 7 colored diamonds were bought by the mysterious assistant for 150 million. This is really a sky-high price. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the jewelry auction came to a successful conclusion. Shen Wanwan did not attend the auction because she didn't like such occasions very much. So she kept waiting for news at the hotel. It was past 10 o'clock when she received a call from the auction house. Her gem was sold at a sky-high price, and the auction house hoped that she would come over the next day. Shen Wanwan thought about it and agreed. She changed her flight ticket to the afternoon. Late at night, a private plane was flying tens of thousands of feet in the sky. A man whose face could not be seen was sitting in his seat with 7 colored diamonds that he had just bought from an auction. The assistant was a little puzzled. His boss had no woman and didn't seem to be someone who liked gems. He really didn't understand why he spent so much money on these 7 colored diamonds. But after working with the boss for many years, he always has reasons for doing things, so the assistant asked, "Boss, is there any problem with these 7 diamonds?" "No problem. It just feels familiar. The sound is like the soft singing of a cello, very catchy." "Go check the person who is auctioning the diamond," the other party reminded. Upon hearing this, the assistant nodded and made a note of it. Shen Wanwan slept until dawn, and she became excited when she thought that she would become a billionaire today. She arrived at the auction house in the morning, went through various procedures, and after taxes were deducted, she got the money and went straight to the bank. No matter where the money is, she is a big customer, so she received warm service from the bank. After depositing the money into the bank, she walked out of the bank with her newly issued bank card and was seen off by the manager. Since she had money, she would go shopping. But she had to catch a flight in the afternoon, so she didn't buy much. She just wandered around and then rushed to the airport. After a busy day, Shen Wanwan returned home and was seen by Grandma Jiang in the yard when she passed by Grandma Jiang's house. She saw that it was too late for Shen Wanwan to go home and cook, so she pulled her over to have dinner together. Today she was so immersed in her dream of getting rich instantly that she didn't even hear Fox's call. So Xie, who had been waiting for a whole day with a basket in his hand, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Number 9 didn't remind Shin Wanwan because it was also unhappy with Xie. It definitely doesn't like it when its boss lady is bullied. Although the boss lady is a little bit black-hearted in its program, she is not a bad person. Being bullied by the monster like this, it will definitely stand on her side. Shin Wanwan didn't know that her exclusive customer service had become a good one, otherwise she would have to celebrate it at least. After returning from Grandma Zhang's house, Shin Wanwan skipped back home. The weather is good tonight, and the moonlight is very bright. The mountains, the moon, and the people returning home form a beautiful picture. The next day after returning home, the interior designer hired by Shin Wanwan sent her several floor plan renderings. Shin Wanwan looked at it carefully and was basically not satisfied. Then she discussed it with the designer and asked him to revise it again, but the designer didn't know what was going on. No matter how many changes he made, there were always some things in the design that hit her sore spots. Looks like she needs to hire a better designer. After repeated communication failed, Shin Wanwan fired the previous designer and found a very outstanding designer in Shanghai as her new designer. Anyway, she is rich now, so she has to decorate the house to improve her quality of life. So she spent a lot of time on decoration and the pub business was just getting by. The main reason was that she didn't want to bother with Xie. Chuan Yun and Su Manling haven't come recently, and Shin Wanwan doesn't know what's wrong with them. A good designer is quick. The design traffic flow, sense of space, and house modifications are all in line with Shin Wanwan's aesthetic. So she decisively packed up her things and moved to Grandma Zhang's house next door. Of course, she wouldn't live here. She would just leave some things from home with Grandma Zhang. She planned to take advantage of the time when the house was being renovated to visit her best friend, who was actually filming a movie. After handing over the house to the designer, Shin Wanwan took the high-speed rail to Hengxian Film and Television City. The summer in Hengxian is extremely hot. Shin Wanwan left the high-speed rail station and took a taxi to her best friend's hotel. Her assistant Xiaoyan was waiting for her in the hotel lobby. "Wanwan, are you hot?" Xiaoyan asked her enthusiastically as soon as she saw her. "It's not hot. I got on the train right after getting off the high-speed train." "It's not that hot," she answered and then asked, "Have you booked a room for me?" "Hey, sister Wen said you can sleep in the same room with her when you come, so there's no need to book. It's a good deal anyway." Shin Wanwan looked at Xiaoyan and raised her eyebrows at her, and suddenly realized. "Okay." Xiaoyan laughed and said, "This hotel has been booked by 2 film crews. You can't book a room even if you want to. Is that so?" Shin Wanwan nodded. Then the 2 of them took the elevator together and came to the hotel room where Wen Qiuyue was currently staying. After swiping the card to enter the room, Xiaoyan pointed to the room card in the card slot and said, "This card is for you. Don't lose it." "Okay, do you want to go to the set to accompany July? Sister Wen asked me to accompany you today. She will come back to pamper you." Hearing this, Shin Wanwan rolled her eyes. Did she become stupid from filming? Xiaoyan smiled. She has known Shin Wanwan for a long time and knows that she is Sister Wen's good friend. Plus, Shin Wanwan is usually very nice to her, so she can still get along well with her. Shin Wanwan piled the suitcases in the corner of the living room, then took off her backpack, unzipped it, found a jewelry box, handed it to Xiaoyan and said, "This is a gift for you." Xiaoyan was used to receiving gifts from Shin Wanwan frequently, so she happily took it. When she opened it, she saw a pearl necklace. Although there was only one pearl, she had been in the circle for so long and had some knowledge of many fashion items and jewelry. Such a good pearl would cost at least several $1,000s. "This is too expensive. I don't want it." Xiaoyan immediately closed the box and handed it back. If Shin Wanwan had given her something cheap, she would have accepted it. But this pearl necklace looked very valuable. "Hey, this is free, take it." Shin Wanwan pushed her hand back, then said unhappily, "It's not like you haven't given me expensive things before. That's just a few dollars," Xiaoyan said disapprovingly. "Okay, don't refuse. This chain is actually what I left over from making jewelry for July. If you don't want it, then you're showing disdain for it." Xiaoyan couldn't argue with her and finally accepted the necklace. But she thought that when Shin Wanwan's birthday came, she would buy her a gift of similar value. Are you tired after sitting on the high-speed train for so long? Do you want to eat and sleep first? I'm not tired, but I'm a little hungry. After hearing what she said, Xiaoyan quickly took her out for dinner. It takes 8 hours by high-speed rail from Province Ji to Hengxian. It's already past dinner time. The two of them came to the snack street and ordered barbecue and crayfish. What to eat on a summer night? Naturally, ma xiao and beer. However, Shen Wanwan doesn't like drinking, so she didn't order beer. The two of them ate until their mouths were full of oil, and they supported each other and left the snack street only when their stomachs were full. When Shen Wanwan returned to the hotel, she saw that Wen Qiyu had not come back yet, so she asked Xiaoyan, "When will Qiyu finish work?" He should have finished work and might still be on his way back. Xiaoyan is very familiar with Wen Qiyu's schedule, and the crew should have finished work at this time. Hearing this, Shen Wanwan nodded, and just when she was about to say something else, the door of the room opened. Wen Qiyu ran in with a faded face and hugged Shen Wanwan. Then he patted her on the back and said, "You darn woman, you finally came to see me. If you keep filming, I'll really meet the king of hell." When Wen Qiyu heard this, she immediately let her go. Shen Wanwan looked up at her, then widened her eyes and said, "Sister, didn't anyone beat you up on the way back with this makeup on?" The makeup on Wen Qiyu's face was originally a hellish makeup, and it had been there for a long time without any touch-ups. The eye makeup and lip makeup were a little smudged, and she looked very hideous. It was simply the makeup that could be used in a horror movie. "Bah, stop cursing me." Wen Qiyu raised her foot and kicked her. Shen Wanwan, who was well prepared, dodged in time and said with a smile, "Go look in the mirror, and you will know whether what I said is true or not." Only after Wen Qiyu removed her horrible makeup did Shen Wanwan nod with satisfaction. Wen Qiyu rolled her eyes at her, then asked, "You are a person who never comes to see me for no reason, so why are you so kind to come and see me?" Although her tone was somewhat disdainful, Shen Wanwan could still feel the concern in her words. She smiled and replied, "It really hurts my heart. I missed you and came to see you specially." "Tsk, stop it." Wen Qiyu didn't believe it. The two of them laughed for a while, and then Shen Wanwan said that her family was renovating their house, and she came out to ask her good sister for help for a while. "I knew you wouldn't come to me on your own initiative if nothing happened," Wen Qiyu said truthfully. However, after Shen Wanwan gave her a set of pearl jewelry, Wen Qiyu looked at the beautiful, round and big pearl jewelry and knew that the price must be expensive, so she couldn't help but worry. Where do you get the money to buy such fine jewelry? It's not that she doesn't trust Shen Wanwan, but she is worried that Shen Wanwan has done something bad. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm fine. I actually stole these beads from a fox. Shen Wanwan spoke the truth. When Wen Qiyu heard the fox, she immediately asked with a gossipy look on her face, "Which little witch? Tell me, next time I see her, I will definitely give her a lesson." Shen Wanwan, "No need, I've already taught you a lesson." The fox that Wen Qiyu understood was obviously not the same as the fox that Shen Wanwan was talking about. However, Shen Wanwan didn't say anything. After all, she didn't intend to tell anyone about the tavern. She didn't want to test people's hearts, and what she said was the truth. It was just that Wen Qiyu misunderstood. But she was fooled by this matter, and Shen Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. "These pearls are nice, but they have been used by a fox, so it's not appropriate for you to give them to me." Wen Qiyu suddenly didn't like the set of jewelry in her hand so much. Shen Wanwan was speechless and then explained, "He didn't wear it before. The beads were originally loose beads, not made into jewelry. After I snatched them, I asked a jewelry store to help string them together. Oh, since you stole it, I'll accept it without hesitation." Hearing that no one had worn it before, Wen Qiyu happily accepted it. As a girl, there is no way she would dislike having too many jewelry. "Since you're going to stay in Hung County for a while, why don't you be my assistant to pay the rent?" "Haha, you have a good plan." "You didn't pay for this room," Shen Wanwan said, struggling. "Although I didn't pay, I'm an actor in the crew. It's the crew's responsibility to arrange my accommodation." Wen Qiyu raised her eyebrows at Shen Wanwan and said, "Do you want to do it?" "Sure, but I can't get up in the morning." "Don't expect me to be as diligent as Xiaoyan." Wen Qiyu was speechless upon hearing this, but it was also good to be able to trick the person out. "By the way, if you are alone in a hotel room in the future and a man knocks on the door, don't open it. Wen Chiyue warned her. Shen Wanwan knew a little about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. After hearing her words, she nodded. Wen Chiyue is on the rise recently, with good popularity and reputation. Her agent has already begun preparing for her to become a top star. Therefore, there are many people who want to catch her, and who knows whether the person who knocks on the door is followed by paparazzi taking pictures. After chatting for a while, it was late at night, so they climbed into bed and went to sleep. Wen Chiyue had to get up early the next day to put on makeup. Shen Wanwan lay on the bed and fell asleep smelling the faint rose scent in the room. At daybreak, she felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. She opened her eyes and saw a leg draped over her stomach and Wen Chiyue sleeping on top of her. She pushed the man away, turned over, and continued to sleep. Wen Chiyue hugged her from behind and snored softly. When it was dawn, Shen Wanwan got up with sleepy eyes and yawned and looked around. She was the only one in the bed, so she lay down again. After sleeping for a while, she got up to wash her face and brush her teeth. After changing her clothes, she picked up her cell phone, which she hadn't looked at all night. Wen Chiyue had left her a message when he left in the morning. The general idea was to ask her what she ate to make her smell good, and asked her to give me a link. Shen Wanwan thought speechlessly, this thing has no link. Under the transformation of Bingyan flower, Shen Wanwan's skin is now delicate and fair, with a rosy white color and a woody floral fragrance on her body. It was the kind of scent that emanated naturally, not the smell of perfume, so Wen Chiyue felt it smelled good last night and slept with her in his arms all night. The scent of the ice face flower is different for each person/monster after eating it, so the ice face flower is the perfume of the monster dimension. Thinking of this, Shen Wanwan realized that she hadn't been to the pub for a long time. While Wen Chiyue was not there, she quickly opened the surveillance panel and took a look. After seeing the fox lying leisurely in the rocking chair, she was speechless. Number 9. How long has this fox been in the tavern? Number 9. He's always here. Boss, he brought a lot of food with him. He probably won't leave until you finish cooking. After listening to Number 9's analysis, Shen Wanwan just wanted to laugh. You still have to go to the bistro, but cooking is impossible. Hu Xia hasn't been waiting for Shen Wanwan for the past 2 days, and he starts to miss her. Besides the fact that it was because of food, it was also because she was the only person he had ever met who could allow him to enjoy the sense of taste. After ascending to the Demon King realm, Hu Xia fully expected that at least his sense of taste would be restored, but the result was obviously not as he expected. Moreover, the food cooked by Shen Wanwan can increase a lot of spiritual energy. He regrets now why he was so obsessed and attacked her at that time. Alas, his faint sigh was heard in the tavern. Shen Wanwan heard it as soon as she came in, and a big question mark popped up in her head. Why is this fox sighing? Sensing Shen Wanwan's arrival, Hu Xia immediately left the rocking chair and arrived at the counter in the blink of an eye. Baby, you're finally here. Shen Wanwan was disgusted by his calling her baby. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't shout so disgustingly. When Hu Xia heard this, a smile flashed in his eyes, and then he put his face on the counter with his hands, looking pitiful, and said in a cute and coquettish way, Baby, how can you say that? I really miss you. Shen Wanwan chuckled. I think you miss your cook. She stared at Hu Xia. This guy was very thick-skinned. He didn't even blush when she stared at him. Instead, he nodded openly. Baby, you are right, he said, and threw her a wink. Looking at this evil fox, Shen Wanwan suddenly felt that the suspicious and domineering fox from a few days ago was pretty good. If Foxy still couldn't get close to her, Shen Wanwan would have really thought that this fox had changed her personality. This baby calls me baby so affectionately, but actually he hates me to death in his heart. Hee. Shen Wanwan complained to Number 9 in the kitchen. With the help of the pub's automatic system, Shen Wanwan quickly prepared the meal. The transaction amount had been received, and the box in front of her was an apology gift for her, so she flipped through it out of boredom. This box is really big and is divided into 3 layers. One layer is filled with various beads. I don't know if they are mermaid's tears because the colors are different. The second layer is some ores from the monster plane. Number 9 asked her to keep them so that they can be used when upgrading in the future. The third layer is spiritual herbs from the monster plane. In addition to the ice face flower that Shen Wanwan has seen, there are also some spiritual herbs for beauty and skincare. These spiritual herbs are all first grade, and Shen Wanwan can take them. Seeing this, she nodded with satisfaction. By the way, can Tavern number 9 really not provide the proprietress with the opportunity to cultivate immortality or something? Number 9. Boss lady, just give up. We don't provide these. If you want to cultivate immortality or something else, just wait until the immortality cultivation plane and the interstellar plane are opened. And then try to trade with the time and space travelers in these planes. Then can I learn the monster and ghost planes? Number 9. If you want to be a fairy or a ghost, I don't mind, Shen Wanwan. Let's just forget it. Isn't it just waiting for a higher plane? She can wait. Forget about being a monster or a ghost. Originally, Shen Wanwan thought that there would only be one guest, Huxia, today. She estimated that it was getting late outside, so she had to go back to check. Otherwise, it would be so scary if someone saw her not at home. As for the fox evil in the store, let him do as he pleases. Just as she was about to leave, the welcoming bell rang again. She looked up at the door and saw Chuan Yun, the demon catcher from the ghost plane who had disappeared after coming once, stepped in dressed in a white, ancient costume. Shen Wanwan stood behind the counter and muttered, "Why do they all like to wear white?" Before she could open her mouth to welcome him, Chuan Yun greeted her in a familiar voice. "Boss lady, long time no see. You haven't been here for a long time. Are you busy catching monsters?" Shen Wanwan was just asking out of curiosity, but Chuan Yun said excitedly, "Thanks to the tavern, my abilities have been improved. Look, this is what I have achieved in the past few days." As Chuan Yun spoke, he took out the ghost he had received and showed it to Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan was unprepared and faced a little ghost with a purple and twisted face, sharp teeth, and bloodshot eyes. She couldn't help but scream, "Ah, take it away quickly." Shen Wanwan retreated to the wine cabinet at the counter and said in horror as she looked at the ghost in Chuan Yun's hand. Chuan Yun took the ghost in front of him, looked at it, and said, "Madam, this is a child ghost, a child who is too resentful to be reincarnated." Chuan Yun didn't care whether Shen Wanwan was scared or not, and introduced the baby ghost to her. Shen Wanwan was speechless. Doesn't he understand what people say? However, as he introduced it to her and she got used to it after watching him for a while, she was not as frightened as she was at the beginning. But she was still afraid. Just as Chuan Yun was talking incessantly, the baby ghost in his hand was snatched away by the fox evil who was eating. Then, to the shock of Chuan Yun and Shen Wanwan, the fox evil actually squeezed the baby ghost into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Looking at his chewing mouth, Shen Wanwan felt that her 3 views were shattered. Chuan Yun was surprised that someone could actually eat ghosts. "Brother, what plane are you from?" He was a little curious about Huxia's identity, so he went up to talk to him. After Foxy swallowed the baby ghost, he felt the changes in his body. He looked into Chuan Yun's eyes, his eyes shining. "I am the Demon King from the monster plane," Huxia said proudly. "Oh, the Demon King? He sounds very powerful. I wonder if we can have a duel. I don't mind competing with you, but I'm afraid the boss lady won't be happy about it." Then Chuan Yun and Huxia both looked at Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan was cursing in her heart, and when she saw them looking at her, she immediately said, "I really don't agree. If you two take action, I'm afraid you will tear down my tavern. Don't even think about it." Chuan Yun looked regretful when he heard this. Huxia didn't care whether he competed or not. He cared more about the energy that the ghost brought him. In the monster plane, after reaching the Monster King realm, if you want to move up, you need a lot of rare treasures. But there are only so many resources and many people fight monsters and get bloody. Huxia, a fox spirit who had just ascended to the realm of Demon King, really didn't dare to compete with those big monsters who had been famous for a long time. When he saw the ghost in Chuan Yun's hand just now, he felt that thing would enhance his demonic power, so he tried it, and his intuition was indeed correct. So, he was thinking about whether he should make a deal with this Chuan Yun. After inviting Chuan Yun to one side to chat, Huxia and Chuan Yun both had satisfied smiles on their faces. Shen Wanwan looked at the man and the fox chatting enthusiastically and always felt that these two people would definitely have a deal. So she didn't rush to leave, but waited and watched, preparing to collect the handling fee. Finally, Hu Xie and Chuanyun reached a deal. Shen Wanwan looked at the handling fee generated by this transaction, and her eyes widened. These two people are indeed rich people. Even if they each pay half, the handling fee will be over 10,000.
There are so many valuable things.
In fact, there is no need to guess. Shen Wanwan knew that Hu Xie must have exchanged ghosts with Chuanyun from the ghost plane. After all, the fox evil guy just now was not picky about food and ate the baby ghost. After the transaction was completed, Chuanyun ordered 5 pots of wine and invited Hu Xie to drink with him. Hu Xie didn't refuse and picked up the wine glass and started drinking. After finishing the drink, he said seriously, "It's so bland." Shen Wanwan heard it at the counter and rolled her eyes. Seeing that it was getting late and there was nothing to do in the pub at the moment, she left. Anyway, there is no contradiction between the demon catcher and the fox spirit. After leaving the tavern, Shen Wanwan thought that Chuanyun was called a demon catcher and the fox spirit was just a big demon. Why didn't he take him in? In fact, the ghosts in the ghost world are collectively called demon ghosts, so there is nothing wrong with Chuanyun being called a demon catcher. After Shen Wanwan left, Chuanyun and Hu Xie looked at each other, and then Chuanyun said, "According to my 2 observations, the boss lady should be just an ordinary person." Hu Xie hummed. He naturally saw it, but he was very curious about what magic weapon Shen Wanwan had to protect herself that even he, the Demon King, could not get close to her. It's obvious that this man and the fox are not well educated. If they had read various modern systems and cheat codes, they would probably understand. Shen Wanwan returned to the hotel bathroom and had no idea that the fox spirit and the demon catcher had discussed something after she left. At this moment, she was thinking about going out to find something to eat, as it was almost noon. Hung County is famous for its film and television city and has many tourists, so its business is also very developed. After walking for a while out of the hotel, she saw many restaurants. After finding a restaurant that looked pleasing to the eye, Shen Wanwan followed the waiter to a double seat. She was eating alone and didn't need a large table. Listening to the waiter's recommendations and looking at the menu, she ordered her dishes and waited for them to be served. Shen Wanwan looked around when she had nothing to do and saw a table of people. One of them seemed to be the traffic star that Wen Qiue had complained to her not long ago. She took out her cell phone, opened Wen Qiue's chat page, then clicked on the video button to record the people at that table. She acted very normally and didn't look like she was being filmed at all, and she wasn't the only one in the restaurant holding a phone. Wen Qiue replied quickly, "Little Moonlight Beauty. Sister, you are so unlucky to run into him." Crescent Moon. "Oh, he and I don't know each other. What's so lucky about that? Little Moonlight Beauty. He is so ugly. Don't you think he's eye-catching?" Shen Wanwan saw the complaint she sent and couldn't help but look up and glance over there. To be honest, she looks ordinary without makeup, but as a star, her facial features must be good-looking, so it's not eye-catching. How much resentment does Qiue have towards him? Crescent Moon. Not really. Not as bad as you say. Little Moonlight Beauty. TSK, his little shoot is all over the circle. It's just that he doesn't dare to say it because of the sponsor behind him. Crescent Moon. Since he is so powerful, then you should not offend him. Little Moonlight Beauty. Of course, I'm not that stupid. As the two chatted, the dishes ordered by Shen Wanwan were served, and she took a photo to make Wen Qiue jealous. Little Moonlight Beauty. Greedy JPG, I want to eat it too. Seeing her reply, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. After lunch, she went back to the hotel and waited for a while. Xiaoyan called her and asked her to come down and take her the crew. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, Xiaoyan pulled her outside to catch a car. After getting in the car, she took out a pass and handed it to Shen Wanwan. He also explained to her some things about the crew, so that Shen Wanwan would not go there in the dark and offend certain people. Shen Wanwan listened carefully. She came to see Wen Qiue, not to cause trouble for her. Therefore, she remembered the interpersonal relationships that Xiaoyan talked about in more detail. When they arrived at the shooting site, Wen Qiue's scene had not yet begun, so she followed Xiaoyan to the nanny car. This play is a costume fantasy drama, and when Chiyue is reading the script in a white costume at the moment. Seeing Shen Wanwan coming, she put down the script and let her pass. Does it look good? When Chiyue stood up and let Shen Wanwan take a look at her costume. Shen Wanwan nodded. It looks good, and is quite suitable for the funeral industry. When Chiyue. Although I think so too, you don't have to say it so loudly. If I don't tell you, does that mean the truth doesn't exist? Many netizens on the internet have said the same thing. Although Shin Wanwan is a homebody and has become even more of a homebody after owning the pub, she still reads all the news, gossip, and other hot topics. So she knows that domestic netizens have complained a lot about the same old makeup in fantasy dramas. In fact, she doesn't really like this kind of makeup, it's too plain. But this has nothing to do with her. She is not in the entertainment industry and doesn't watch TV dramas much. After glancing at the table in the nanny car, when Chiyue only ate a few bites of lunch and stopped eating. So Shan Wanwan asked worriedly, "You only ate a few bites for lunch. Can you make it through the afternoon? You have to endure even if you can't. It's absolutely not okay to eat too much. If you are fat, you won't look good on camera." When Chiyue doesn't want to eat, but she is afraid that it will affect her appearance on camera. Do many female stars really like to be thin? Not necessarily, but if you are not thin and don't look good on camera, the director will definitely not use you. So most female stars are very thin. Shen Wanwan thought about the several spiritual herbs in the apology gift from Huxia, all of which were used for beauty and skincare. She wondered if there were any spiritual herbs for weight loss. She secretly asked about the effects of the spiritual herbs given by number 9 Fox Evil in her heart, and number 9 recommended the most inconspicuous spiritual herb among several spiritual herbs. That magical herb is called body-shaping grass. Eating it can help you maintain your figure for 10 years. No matter how much overeating one eats during this period, the person taking the spiritual herbs will not gain weight. But if you stop taking it after 10 years, all the intake from the previous 10 years will rebound. Shen Wanwan is not worried about this. At most, she can just exchange some more with Huxia. But she certainly couldn't say it now. She couldn't just take out a piece of grass and tell her best friend that if she ate it, she could keep in shape for 10 years. I'm afraid when Chiyue will think she has a brain problem. As the two chatted, Shen Wanwan also flipped through the script that when Chiyue had placed on the table. After reading a little, she couldn't help but frown and asked, "Why does this script sound a bit like an old melodrama?" Yes, a little bit, when Chiyue has already read the entire script and is quite familiar with the drama. It is indeed, as Shen Wanwan said, with an old-fashioned and bloody plot. Not long after lunch break, when Chiyue was called to film a scene. Shen Wanwan followed Xiaoyan to watch when Chiyue filming. The film set is really different from the TV series. With so many people watching, it would be easy for the actor to be affected if he is not strong enough inside. After all, acting can be really embarrassing sometimes. Fortunately, when Chiyue was quite professional and was not made to laugh by the opponent actor's poor and awkward acting. When Chiyue didn't laugh, but Shen Wanwan did. Fortunately, she was a nobody in the crew, so no one cared even if she laughed. And she didn't laugh out loud, so it didn't affect the filming. After staying in the crew for half a day, Shen Wanwan came back with Wen Chiyue in the evening. After returning to the hotel, Wen Chiyue threw herself directly on the sofa, looking exhausted. Xiaoyan asked from the side, "Sister Yu, do you want to have a midnight snack?" Wen Chiyue shook her head. "No, if I eat supper at this time, I will be swollen tomorrow. If you two are hungry, you can eat by yourselves." After she finished speaking, Xiaoyan looked at Shen Wanwan, but Shen Wanwan was not polite either. She left her and Xiaoyan alone and went to order takeout with her phone. Watching the two of them happily discussing whether to eat chicken wings or crayfish, when Chiyue shed tears of envy in her heart. She wants to eat too. Out of sight, out of mind, she went to the bathroom with an unhappy look on her face to completely remove her makeup. Xiaoyan and Shen Wanwan ordered crayfish and barbecue. When the food arrived, Shen Wanwan took out a toasted bun and said, "How about you have some toasted buns or roasted leeks?" When Chiyue looked at the delicious food on the table with a greedy look on her face. "Give me one," she reminded herself in her heart. "Just one, no more." "What do you want?" Shen Wanwan asked. Let's grill the corn. So Shen Wanwan lowered a roasted corn over. The roasted corn in the south is not a whole corn cob like the roasted corn in the north. The corn here is cut into small pieces and strung together. Some stingy merchants may even string the corn together and sell it. Shen Wanwan ate crayfish and said, I'm in Waxiga town, which is quite close to Jizzy Biotechnology. There are many research institutes there. Wen Qiwa nodded and said, I know this.
Why are you talking about this?
Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes at her and said, just listen to what I have to say. Wen Qiwa shut up in dismay, and then Shen Wanwan continued, there are many research institutes over there. I heard that one of them has developed a body slimming drug. It won't rebound after taking it. Shen Wanwan told Wen Qiwa about the effects of the body-shaping magical herbs as if they were medicine. When Wen Qiwa heard that there was such a medicine, her eyes lit up. But she thought that medicine is poisonous, so forget it. Shen Wanwan, who was waiting for her to ask happily, saw her chewing corn in small bites and had no intention of asking questions, and a question mark suddenly appeared in her head. According to her understanding of Wen Qiwa, this shouldn't be the case. Don't you want it? Shen Wanwan asked directly. Wen Qiwa shook her head. There is no data to verify this, and medicine is toxic. I don't want to rely on it. Oh, Shen Wanwan didn't expect that Wen Qiwa was actually worried about these things, but it was a good idea that she had this idea. Since she didn't need it, she didn't have to find a way to make her eat spiritual herbs. It's not that she was reluctant to do so, and spiritual herbs are not hard to come by, but Shen Wanwan was a very cautious person, and she was afraid that something might happen when she wasn't keeping an eye on it. So Shen Wanwan thought that the next time Wen Qiwa came to visit her, she would find an opportunity to make the spiritual herbs into tea for her to drink. Speaking of Jizzy Biotechnology Company, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard on the top-floor corridor of the Black Gold building deep in the industrial zone of Huaxi Valley. Boss, I have already finished investigating the sellers of the colorful diamonds you asked me to investigate last time. The assistant handed over a document. Then a slender white hand took it, opened the document, and read it quickly. Then he asked, so, she got the 7 colored diamonds after she came to Waxiga town? Yes. Didn't Goose Ci give it to you? Yes. After reading Shen Wanwan's information from childhood to adulthood, the man tapped the table with his slender fingers, making a crisp sound. Find someone to keep an eye on her and report any abnormalities immediately. The assistant really didn't understand why his boss was staring at a girl. He definitely didn't like her, and he couldn't see what was worthy of his boss' attention about the girl. Is it because she took out 7 colored diamonds? With the boss's financial resources, he could find 7 colored diamonds by himself. Although he didn't quite understand, as an assistant, he still had to arrange the tasks assigned by his boss. After the assistant left, the man, whose face could not be seen clearly, stretched out his fingers and stroked the photo of Shen Wanwan in the information. Are you the one I'm looking for? In the huge office, his words that sounded like a sigh and expectation were heard. Shen Wanwan was heartlessly fighting with Xiaoyan for the last crayfish. They didn't order much takeout, so the two of them could finish it all, but Wen Qiwa looked at them with resentment, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Although Shen Wanwan came to visit Wen Qiwa on the set, she didn't follow her to the crew every day. There are many interesting places in Hengxian County, so she also went sightseeing around. The designer would inform her of the progress of the home decoration every 2 or 3 days. After she received the money, she was no longer satisfied with just the decoration, but also renovated the exterior of the house. The courtyard wall has also been renovated, and the yard designers will help with the design. When she returns, it will definitely look very different. After staying in Hengxian for about a week, she packed her bags and started to leave her hometown. No, she started to travel. After all, once her house is renovated, she will probably come out less often. The tavern has been able to complete the tasks recently without her, thanks to the 2 fat sheep, Hu Xie and Chuanyun. Based on their transaction, Shen Wanwan received a lot of commissions, which was simply making money without doing anything. So when she went to the tavern recently and saw that both of them were much gentler, Hu Xie became a little wary and suspected that she was up to something bad. However, because she hadn't seen Su Manling for a long time, Shin Wanwan was worried that something might have happened to her, but number 9 told her that Su Manling had not lost the key to the tavern. As for more specifics, number 9 doesn't know, as it does not have the authority to detect the privacy of guests from different time and space. Sitting on the high-speed train heading to Star City, Shin Wanwan stared at the scenery that was constantly receding and became dazed. Summer vacation is the peak travel season. There are many adults with children and many young men and women who look like college students on this high-speed train. At a station on the way, a traveler came up to Shin Wanwan. He was dressed very fashionably and must be a college student. She looked at it and then turned her head away. After seeing so many stunning handsome guys like Hu Xia and Chuan Yun, ordinary handsome guys can no longer make her excited. Zhang Chenxi was a little surprised by Shin Wanwan's attitude. After he got on the high-speed train, many girls in the carriage would stare at him. Shin Wanwan just glanced at him and said nothing more, seeming to be completely uninterested in him. Her attitude aroused the interest of Zhang Chenxi, who had been pampered by women since childhood. So he smiled, thinking he was very handsome, and said to Shin Wanwan, "Hello, my name is Zhang Chenxi, and I'm traveling to Star City." Upon hearing this, Shin Wanwan looked at him strangely, then nodded. She only said her surname was Shun and nothing else, and she had no intention of having a deep conversation with him. Seeing Shin Wanwan being so cool, Zhang Chenxi felt a desire to conquer her. This is the first girl who doesn't take him seriously. If Shin Wanwan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely curse. Where did this scumbag come from? This kind of man is obviously spoiled by women and has a lot of problems. Shin Wanwan came out only because her house was being renovated and she had no place to live, so she had to travel. She is actually not a person who likes to go out or make friends. Although she is not socially anxious, she really doesn't need a lot of friends, because friends in a person's life are just people who accompany you for a period of time. Moreover, she had a secret and was not really suitable for close friendships. Considering all the above reasons, her coldness was not a problem. It's a pity that a spoiled man like Zhang Chenxi thinks that if a girl doesn't like him, there is something wrong with the girl. Therefore, for the rest of the journey, Shin Wanwan listened to his bragging along the way. Why is it bragging? Because Zhang Chenxi was talking about the food in high-end restaurants, various kinds of wine, and some things that the second-generation rich play with. She has been in the Gu family for so many years. How could she not understand these things? What's more, what Zhang Chenxi said was full of loopholes. Shin Wanwan wanted to laugh after hearing it. Finally, Shin Wanwan couldn't listen anymore and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to understand what you are saying. If you like to talk about it, I suggest you change your seat and find someone who is willing to listen to you." If they weren't really unfamiliar with each other, Shin Wanwan would have told him to shut up long ago. After Zhang Chenxi said so much, Shin Wanwan actually already understood what kind of person he was. Vanity, love to show off, like to attract women. Isn't this a typical Neptune scumbag? It's just that he is young now and hasn't practiced enough, so there are many flaws. When Zhang Chenxi heard Shin Wanwan's words, the smiling face that he thought was very handsome suddenly stiffened. He also has his self-esteem. Shin Wanwan has already given him the cold shoulder, and there is no way he could continue to curry favor with her, so he just shut up. Shin Wanwan, who had found some quiet time, put on her headphones and closed her eyes to rest. Although her eyes were closed, she could see what was going on inside the tavern. Chuan Yun was the only one in the tavern at the moment. He had probably just come back from catching some monsters and was waiting for Hu Xia to come and exchange things with him. Thanks to both of them, the pub made some money recently, and Shin Wanwan placed an order for an automatic ordering machine in the mall. Chuan Yun ordered some food and drinks for himself and was drinking them slowly. As soon as the train arrived at Xingqing North Station, Shin Wanwan opened her eyes. She stood up, took her small suitcase from the luggage rack, and then lined up to get off the train. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Shin Wanwan felt the heat wave of Star City. In summer, except for Province G, the temperature in other places would probably be above 35 degrees Celsius. The temperature in Xingqing is no lower than that in Hengxian. After getting off the high-speed train, she used a taxi app to call a car. After leaving the exit, she called the driver to confirm his location. After getting the seat, She hurried over, completely forgetting about Zhang Chenxi, who had been bragging to her all the way on the high-speed train. Zhang Chenxi watched Shen Wanwan walking away, but didn't pay much attention to her. However, she didn't expect that the two of them were really destined to be together. When Shen Wanwan arrived at the hotel she booked and was checking in at the front desk, Zhang Chenxi also arrived. When he saw her, he immediately smiled and said, "What a coincidence, you're also staying in this hotel." Shen Wanwan didn't answer him. Wasn't he just talking nonsense? Zhang Chenxi waited for a while, but she didn't answer. Then he said to himself, "I live on the 13th floor. Let's go to visit Star City together when we have time. It's more convenient for two people to play together than alone." Listening to his noisy chattering, she couldn't help but stare at the receptionist at the check-in counter, urging her to hurry up. The lady at the front desk was very observant, and since Shen Wanwan had booked a luxury suite in the hotel, she quickly quickened her pace and handed over the room card with a smile. The service in the luxury suites is definitely better than that in the ordinary rooms and standard rooms. After she checked in, a waiter helped her carry her luggage, and another waitress followed her all the way and took her upstairs. Zhang Chenxi has stayed in many hotels, and the ones that have such services must be in the superior room level or above. He had booked an ordinary room, so naturally there would be no waiter to guide him. Moreover, the elevators for superior rooms and above in this hotel are not on the same level as those for ordinary rooms. The waitress who brought Shen Wanwan to the room was her housekeeper in the hotel suite. If she needed anything, she could just go find her. The hotel service was very good. When Shen Wanwan entered the room, there was afternoon tea on the dining table and the bathtub was filled with bath water. The toiletries provided by the hotel were all C brand products. There was aromatherapy in the bathroom and the room. Shen Wanwan sniffed it, and it was a light, cool fragrance. In the hot summer environment, it reduced the feeling of heat in some people. She quite liked the smell. She was very satisfied with everything, and the housekeeper also left her phone number, saying that she could be called on the internal line if there was anything. "Okay, thanks." After everyone left, Shen Wanwan relaxed her body, put on her home clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a sweet bath. Shen Wanwan was a little surprised that this hotel actually provides bath balls. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. If you want good service, you have to pay for it. This suite costs more than 5,000 yuan a night. If the service is not good, it will be a waste of money. Of course, the hotel also has more expensive suites, but Shen Wanwan felt that she didn't need such a big room since she lived alone, so she only booked a deluxe suite. After taking a shower, Shen Wanwan leisurely ate the afternoon tea provided by the hotel. Then she looked at the view on the balcony and remembered that she had some important business to do, so she called Gu Xi, who asked her to come over. That's right, Shen Wanwan didn't come here to play this time, but Gu Xi invited her. As for what to do, Gu Xi hasn't said it yet, and Shen Wanwan hasn't asked. Anyway, she knows that Gu Xi won't sell her out. After calling to say that she had arrived, Gu Xi told her to wait, so Shen Wanwan just waited. After waiting for about an hour, Gu Xi said that he had prepared a dress and a stylist for her and asked her to get dressed. When Shen Wanwan heard this, she knew that Gu Xi wanted her to attend the party. But she was wondering, is it necessary to be so mysterious when attending a banquet? The stylist came with his team, and the staff of D also sent 3 dresses, all of which were the latest models of this year. Shen Wanwan chose a light gauze skirt, and the stylist began to customize her look based on the skirt and her appearance. The jewelry is also from D, and it goes well with the outfit. Shen Wanwan felt that it was a good decision to take a bath when she first arrived, otherwise she would have to spend more time taking a bath. Because of the ice face flower, she has a light woody floral scent even without using any perfume. The stylist couldn't help but ask her what she had eaten to make her smell so good. Of course, Shen Wanwan wouldn't say anything. She just laughed it off and avoided the topic. By the time she finished her overall look, 2 hours had passed. Looking at the girl with delicate makeup in the mirror, Shen Wanwan felt a little different from herself. Of course, there would be a car to take her to the banquet venue, so everyone took the elevator downstairs together. The car stopped at the lobby entrance, and a group of people surrounded her and walked towards the nanny car that came to pick her up. Zhang Chenxi, who happened to be going downstairs to have dinner outside, saw this scene. Isn't this the girl with the surname Shin? Looking at Shin Wanwan, who was wearing a dress and was as beautiful as any female star in the entertainment industry, and her style, Zhang Chenxi thought she was a rich second generation. In fact, it was not wrong for him to think so. Shin Wanwan was indeed quite rich. After all, Gu Xi had not treated her unfairly. Although her mother did not marry Gu Xi's father, Gu Xi liked smart and sensible people like her, so he didn't mind taking care of her. Besides, Shin Wanwan is not completely useless. Otherwise, he would have called her to help this time. When they arrived at the banquet venue, Gu Xi's special assistant did not take her directly to the banquet hall, but took her around there and found Gu Xi in a lounge upstairs. Only after she met the person did Shin Wanwan know why Gu Xi called her here. So I couldn't help but roll my eyes. You have to know that intuition is not always accurate. Who would have thought that Gu Xi asked Shin Wanwan to come over just to help him get on the gambling table? It's okay, if you lose, it's mine, and if you win, you won't lose out on the benefits either. For some reason, Shin Wanwan was born to be like Gao Jin in the movie God of Gamblers, winning every time he gambled. In fact, she gambles entirely based on her intuition, and she doesn't really like gambling, so not many people know about this ability, but Gu Xi is very clear about it. Because he is the one who wins every time Shin Wanwan gambles. Hearing Gu Xi's words, Shin Wanwan wanted to say that she was not short of money now. But thinking that Gu Xi had helped her a lot in the past, it was okay to help him this time, but she didn't believe that Gu Xi asked her to come just to win such a small amount of money. Seeing her look of, I don't believe it's that simple, Gu Xi pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and said, of course it's not that simple. It's a waste of money to let you do it. So Gu Xi leaned close to her ear and whispered his plan. After listening to this, Shin Wanwan widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. I was thinking in my heart what a cold-blooded capitalist he is. He actually wants to make people lose everything. Of course, although she complained about him in her heart, Shin Wanwan still agreed to help. In the business world, people are always deceiving each other. It's either you or someone else. Don't set traps for others too often. So Shin Wanwan didn't have any psychological burden. In fact, she had seen a lot in the Gu family, and her heart was quite cold. So that night she successfully got what Gu Xi needed. On the way to send her back to the hotel, Gu Xi looked at the silent Shin Wanwan and asked, do you think I was too cruel? No, there's only so much cake, and there's always someone who wants to eat more. It all depends on one's ability. Seeing that she didn't have any negative emotions, Gu Xi felt relieved. After returning to the hotel, Shin Wanwan removed her makeup and took a comfortable shower. I changed into home clothes and went to the tavern. Looking at Chuan-Yun, who was still drinking, Shin Wanwan saw that his face was not red, and he didn't even look drunk. She couldn't help but sigh that this man had a good alcohol tolerance. Seeing Shin Wanwan coming, Chuan-Yun raised his glass to her and said with a smile, the boss lady is here. I rarely see you in the tavern recently. Shin Wanwan smiled and replied, thanks to you, I've been busy building a new home recently. Chuan-Yun understood what was going on when he heard this. He then supported his head with one hand, continued to pour himself wine, and drank it slowly. Seeing that he looked like a drunkard, although number 9 had said that the wine in the pub would not cause any harm to him, she still reminded him, although wine is good, you still need to be moderate. Chuan-Yun paused while pouring the wine, then smiled. Madam Boss, are you reluctant to part with your wine? No, I opened a bar to sell alcohol. I'm happy if you're willing to buy it, but alcohol is not a good thing. Don't get too addicted. Thanks for the tip. Shin Wanwan raised her eyebrows. You're welcome. The two fell silent, and Shin Wanwan began to call up the tavern's panel and started to make some adjustments. She added 2 new wines and 4 new dishes. After a while, there were 2 more types of wine in the wine cabinet behind her, red wine and cider. Chuan-Yun, who was drinking, was the first to receive the news of the new product launch. He raised his lips to smile, then ordered something new to try. Shin Wanwan sighed as she watched him order her newly added red wine and cider. He is indeed a drunkard. She looked at the passenger transaction card. Chuan-Yun and Hu Xie had already traded almost 10 times, and she also had 10 points. If she gave 10 more points, she could upgrade again. I hope these two can be more powerful and make a transaction every day so that she can upgrade in 10 days. Shen Wanwan didn't plan to stay in the pub for a long time. After all, she was outside, and the hotel was not as safe as home. If she disappeared for too long, she would be discovered. So she said hello to Chuanyun and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she saw Chuanyun drinking alone and seemed a little lonely, so she smiled and said, "Wait a little longer. There will be more time and space travelers, and you won't have to drink here alone, Chuanyun." The proprietress seemed to have misunderstood something. Just as I was thinking about explaining, Shen Wanwan had already disappeared in the inn. Seeing this, Chuanyun raised the wine glass, looked at the wine with fruity aroma, and chuckled. After returning to the hotel, Shen Wanwan fell asleep. With nothing to do the next day, she slept until 9 a.m. Anyway, Gu Xi had already booked the suite for her, so she could stay as long as she wanted. After Shen Wanwan heard this, she sighed inwardly. Gu Xi is still the same. Of course, there was nothing wrong with her accepting it. After all, she helped him do something that brought him billions of profits last night. A luxury suite, she could afford it. After rolling around on the big bed, Shen Wanwan got up and made an internal call, asking the hotel to send her some breakfast. Soon the waiter pushed the food cart and rang her doorbell. Shen Wanwan jumped happily and went over to open the door. Just as she opened the door of the next room also opened. The other party came out, took a look, and then retreated embarrassedly. It seems that I heard the doorbell wrong and thought it was his door. But that boy was really good-looking, he even blushed. After Shen Wanwan entered the house, she thought of her neighbor next door and was immediately amazed. The boys she has met recently seem to be good-looking. Could it be that her love luck is pretty good recently? While her mind was full of random thoughts, the waiter had already put breakfast on the table. After everyone left, Shen Wanwan happily enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, then lay on the sofa by the balcony and lazily browsed her phone. Life is such a shabby life. After a while, Shen Wanwan sat up, ran to the bathroom, locked the door, and entered the pub. Just now she heard the tavern's welcoming bell ring. When Shen Wanwan came in, she saw that Chuanyun and Hu Xie were not there. Standing at the door was Su Manling, whom she had not seen for a long time. After seeing Su Manling's face, she couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp and goosebumps. Because at this time Su Manling's face was densely covered with spots that were darker than freckles. Her entire face was so densely covered that it would scare people with trypophobia. Although Shen Wanwan doesn't have trypophobia, she still feels uncomfortable looking at this face. "What about your face?" Shen Wanwan asked worriedly. Su Manling smiled and said, "This is caused by the elixir that I traded with the Fox Immortal. I haven't taken the antidote yet, so these pockmarks will stay on my face for a while." Although she is no longer beautiful, Shen Wanwan can tell that Su Manling's tone is more relaxed and cheerful than when she first came. Shen Wanwan was relieved, and she got used to this face after seeing it for a while. "You haven't been here recently. What are you busy with?" Shen Wanwan was very curious whether Su Manling had left Nanfeng Pavilion where she was. "Thanks to the fairy, I have successfully redeemed myself from Nanfeng Pavilion. I now live in Jixiang Lane in the south city of the capital." Shen Wanwan didn't know where Jixiang Lane in Nancheng was on her side, but the girl had gotten rid of her identity as a brothel girl and became a good citizen, which was something worth celebrating. So Shen Wanwan treated her to a meal. Of course it was a meal in a pub, not in the real world. If you bring something from the real world and give it to Su Manling, she will have to trade it for something or gold coins. Based on the exchange rate between her dimension and the tavern's gold coins, Su Manling paid much more. That's why Shen Wanwan would not bring modern things to her. However, this is not limited to Hu Xie and Chuanyun. These two people are wealthy, and if they want modern things, Shen Wanwan does not recommend trading with them. It's just that it seems that nothing modern is suitable for them. It was because they couldn't find anything suitable in modern times that Shen Wanwan didn't bring in any modern things. Of course she brought her cell phone, but cell phones are of little use in the plane of monsters and ghosts. They have their own means of communication, and transmitting messages thousands of miles away is no problem. technological products are actually not that attractive to them. Sue Manling was interested, but she had no money and there was no Wi-Fi in ancient times, so if she took it back and it ran out of battery, it would be useless. Of course, Shen Wanwan can provide a solar-powered power bank, but what's the use of a mobile phone without internet? As for food, Fox Demon is a monster, and the things he eats must contain monster power, otherwise it will be of no use to him. Chuan Yun is a demon catcher who also practices cultivation. He needs the power of the sun, moon, and stars in their dimension. Modern food is of no use to him and will instead bring him foul air. So, based on the above, Shen Wanwan did not bring any modern items to trade with them. Shen Wanwan came to Pengcheng this time mainly because of Gu Si's invitation. Now that the matter has been resolved, she enjoyed VIP services in the hotel for several days and was ready to leave. When she went to check out, she happened to run into Zhang Chenxi, who was also checking out. Zhang Chenxi smiled when he saw her, and then greeted her in a very familiar tone. "So, you haven't left yet. Miss Shen, are you going home? Or are you going to travel to the next city?" Shen Wanwan ignored him, completed the formalities, and pushed her suitcase out of the hotel. She called a taxi, and the driver was already waiting at the door. Seeing that she had called a taxi, Zhang Chenxi said, "It just so happens that I didn't call a taxi, Miss Shen. Why don't we share a taxi together?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan glanced at him with a smile, then ruthlessly rejected his request for carpooling. "Are you a bit crazy? What does it have to do with you where I go? Are we familiar with each other?" As she spoke, Shen Wanwan opened the car door and got in, then closed it with a snap. Then the driver started and gradually left the hotel entrance. Zhang Chenxi didn't expect Shen Wanwan to be so difficult to approach. After being rejected again and again, he stared at the car going away fiercely and couldn't help but spit. Shen Wanwan didn't care how he spit on her behind her back. She has seen a lot of people like this in the Gu family, typical scumbags who just want to live off of their husbands. She didn't take Zhang Chenxi to heart because he was just an insignificant passerby on her journey. This time her destination is Sanya City in Hainan Province, where the scenery is extremely beautiful. For the sake of privacy, she rented an island villa where she could see the sea from the window. After arriving in Sanya by plane, Shen Wanwan found the driver sent by the resort. The villa she rented was a villa in the resort, and because of the high price, the service was naturally good. These days, good service is linked to money. She has seen this in hotels in Pengcheng. When she arrived at the resort, a butler was already waiting at the door to check her in and then took her to the villa she had booked. "Miss Shen, the beach outside belongs to our hotel. You can go there to see the sea anytime." Shen Wanwan looked at the villa facing the sea and nodded with satisfaction. After asking some precautions, the housekeeper left. As usual, she asked Number 9 to check whether there were any hidden cameras in the room. Number 9 quickly replied that there were no hidden cameras in the room, and Shen Wanwan felt relieved. When she arrived at the master bedroom of the villa, she found that the room had been cleaned before she came, and the bed sheets and quilt covers were changed. Shen Wanwan took out her 4-piece set from the suitcase and began to make the bed. She didn't do this in Pengcheng's hotel suite because when she booked the hotel, she was specifically asked whether she needed services such as changing bed sheets and pillowcases. After arriving at the hotel, she was given a change of 4-piece suit every 2 days, so the 4-piece suit she brought with her was never used. Now that she was at the villa, the set of bedding she brought was put to use. Although the hotel had been disinfected, Shen Wanwan still felt uncomfortable, and putting on her own made her feel safer. After putting on the quilt and pillow, she moved them to the balcony to dry. The summer sun in Sanya was shining brightly, and of course, it was very hot. After tidying up the room, she went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went downstairs to take a look in the kitchen. The kitchen was naturally empty, with only a few bottles of mineral water provided by the resort in the refrigerator. Shen Wanwan had to go out and buy supplies by herself, but of course, she could also go to the big hotel in the resort to eat. This resort is very large, with tour buses passing by on the road, and each villa has its own tour bus for guests to use. Shen Wanwan wanted to buy some things, so she drove the electric car in the garage to the resort's business center, rented a car from the business center, and drove out to buy things. When she came back from shopping, the sunset was beautiful. The long coastline, the sound of waves, and the wind were intertwined. The setting sun dyed the blue sea red, and driving past it felt like a long shot in a movie. After returning to the villa, Shen Wanwan first went upstairs to collect the quilts and pillows, and then sorted out the things she had bought and put them in the refrigerator. For dinner, she had a self-heating hot pot. There was no way. She had enjoyed the high-quality service of having meals provided for her for more than a week, and now she really didn't want to cook by herself. Sitting in the living room, you can vaguely hear the sound of waves and wind outside, adding some music to the quiet house. Shen Wanwan is living a happy life in Sanya City, Hainan Province. Well, it's not that she is reluctant to leave, because the tavern has been upgraded again, and this time she can open up a new time and space. However, she waited for several days and did not see any passengers from the new time and space coming, and this new time and space was very strange, called Parallel History Time and Space. Shen Wanwan specifically asked number 9. According to its introduction, this time and space should be a parallel historical time and space of her world, but number 9 didn't know which dynasty it was. After listening to number 9's explanation, Shen Wanwan's eyes lit up. This means she has the opportunity to meet ancient people from the historical period. Although it is only a parallel historical time and space, it is also very good. So she gradually became excited and didn't even pay attention to Hu Xie's sarcastic words. Unfortunately, she waited for 3 or 4 days but didn't see anyone. So her full of anticipation turned into calmness. In the evening, Shen Wanwan came to the tavern. Chuanyan was still drinking. As for Hu Xie, he gained energy after eating a lot of monsters and ghosts, so he went back to seclusion. As for Chuanyan, that guy seemed to have exchanged a lot of spiritual herbs from the monster plane with Hu Xie. Shen Wanwan didn't know why he came here to drink every day. After another upgrade, the farms and pastures outside expanded a lot. Shen Wanwan has spent gold coins to buy high-level crops and planted them. She also did not forget about animal husbandry. She raised dairy cows and beef cattle. High-end crops and high-end livestock are rich in spiritual energy, and their growth cycle is longer than that of ordinary crops. It took her 3 days to plant and harvest her first crop, as the dairy and beef cows were not yet fully grown. She has come to look forward to beef jerky and dairy products that contain spiritual energy. She also used the high-quality agricultural products she harvested to make wine, which is what Chuanyan is drinking now. According to him, this batch of wine will convert more energy into what he needs. Shen Wanwan was looking forward to the guests from the new dimension at that time, so she just responded perfunctorily to Chuanyan's words. Thinking of this, Shen Wanwan sighed. Seeing her sigh, Chuanyan came over curiously with a wine jug in hand. "Madam, what's troubling you?" He said that when she held the jug and drank the wine, she looked just like Bridget Lin in the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which she watched when she was a child. She looked very heroic, and yet it was hard to tell whether she was a male or a female. Seeing her staring at him in a daze for unknown reasons, Chuanyan was a little puzzled, and he knocked on the table. After Shen Wanwan regained consciousness, she said apologetically, "I was just thinking about something." What happened? Chuanyan intuitively felt that what she was thinking about was definitely related to him, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't feel comfortable asking, so he asked the same question again. "Oh, nothing much. It's just that the new guests never come, and my expectations are dashed." Hearing this, Chuanyan nodded, then laughed and joked. "Boss lady, do you mean that we old customers are no longer your expectations?" "How could that be?" Shen Wanwan blurted out. Chuanyan and Hu Xie are her wealthy masters now, so she can offend no one but them. The two chatted for a while, and then the welcoming bell rang. Shen Wanwan looked up with a smile on her face, and was about to shout welcome, but when she saw Hu Xie in a fox fur coat, she decisively put away her smile. Hu Xie doesn't care about her attitude, but it's okay to tease her.
What?
"Don't you want to see me?" He lifted his hair coquettishly. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes when she saw him being so showy. In the blink of an eye, Hu Xie came to the counter. Chuanyan greeted him with a smile, then raised the wine jug in his hand and asked, "Would you like some?" Hu Xie waved his hand. "This emperor doesn't like to drink such bland wine. This is a new product in the store. It's very good and not bland." Chuanyan smiled and raised his chin towards him. Hu Xie raised his eyebrows when he heard this, then tapped the counter with his index and middle fingers and said, "Give me 2 pots of the latest wine." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan gave him 2 pots of wine and then deducted money from his account. Hu Xie drank Shen Wanwan's new wine suspiciously, and his eyes lit up. This wine can be transformed into demonic power. Although it is not much, it is at least much stronger than the original wine. Of course, the price was several times higher than the original wine. But in his opinion, it was still a good deal, so he bought 2 more bottles. Seeing Chuan Yun and Hu Xie sitting aside to drink again, Shen Wanwan sighed again. These 2 people drink alcohol, as if it were water. Aren't they really not afraid of getting alcoholic liver disease? Just as she sighed slightly, the welcoming bell rang again. Shen Wanwan looked up and saw a young man with a strong aura and wearing a black dragon robe standing at the door. "The author is dead. It's so sad. Dear friends, please take care of yourself." Looking at the man in a black dragon robe and the style of his clothes, Shen Wanwan thought he must be either noble or wealthy. He must be an ancient emperor or a prince. But she didn't know which parallel historical time and space he was from. Chuan Yun and Hu Xie also looked at the new guests at the door curiously. One of them was a big monster and the other was a monster catcher, and both of them had the ability to see through people's minds. Naturally, everyone saw the true dragon purple aura on the new guest. Neither of them spoke because the boss was Shen Wanwan, not them, so entertaining guests was her job. In just a few breaths, the 2 heard Shen Wanwan's words. "Welcome to the Sky Trading Tavern." Yingzheng stood outside the door and did not come in. He was receiving information from the tavern. After hearing Shen Wanwan's words, he couldn't help but look at the tavern. He pursues immortality. Is this the opportunity given to him by God? "Hello, my name is the owner of the tavern. Where are you from? What's your name?" Shen Wanwan asked out of curiosity, mainly because his attire was very similar to the attire worn before the Han Dynasty. Wasn't the period before the Han Dynasty the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period? "I am Yingzheng, and I am honored to meet you, the fairy, Shen Wanwan." "What's your name?" She thought she was hallucinating, so she asked again. "I am from the state of Qin. My name is Yingzheng." This time Shen Wanwan heard it clearly. Then she was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't help but stare at the man who claimed to be Yingzheng. It's not that she has never seen the world, it's because he is Yingzheng. Yingzheng, who is called Zulong or Zhenga by many netizens. He is also the first emperor who is known as the greatest emperor in history. No one knew Shen Wanwan's inner excitement, but the way she stared at Yingzheng was like a cat seeing a fish. This made Hu Xie and Chuanyan a little curious. "The boss lady knows him," Chuanyan said affirmatively. "Maybe." Hu Xie poured himself a glass of wine and said with a smile. Although he said so, anyone who was not blind could see that Shen Wanwan's eyes were shining at this moment. Yingzheng felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by her. If this happened in the Qin Palace, he would definitely have someone drag Shen Wanwan away and chop her into pieces. But this is not the Qin Palace, so of course he can't kill Shen Wanwan. Moreover, Shen Wanwan is the proprietress of this time-space trading tavern. If he wants to live forever, he may need her help. Therefore, Yingzheng could only suppress the discomfort in his heart. Seeing the boss lady lose her composure, Number 9 felt a little embarrassed, so he gave her an electric shock. The current was not strong, but it still made her twitch. Yingzheng. Why did he feel that the boss lady was a little strange? Ahem, sorry. I was too excited. Shen Wanwan saw his strange look and quickly explained. She couldn't give Zulong the impression that she had a brain or something wrong. As the ancestor of China, Shen Wanwan naturally had to treat him well, so she walked out of the counter and led Yingzheng to a table with very good service. When she passed by Hu Xie, she kicked Hu Xie's fox fur. Please. Shen Wanwan's attitude was too servile, which made Hu Xie a little dissatisfied. Hey, Shen Wanwan, your double-standard service is not good, Hu Xie said while adjusting his fox fur. Shun Wanwan rolled her eyes inwardly when she heard this. How could a fox spirit compare to Zulong? I'm happy, what's it to you? If you don't like it, you don't have to come, Shun Wanwan said to Huxia. Then, he quickly served Ingzheng good wine and delicious food. Anyway, such a sharp contrast made Huxia very angry. Chuanyan didn't have any special thoughts. After all, Shun Wanwan's attitude towards him was quite good at the beginning. Seeing Huxia's indignant look, Chuanyan said with a smile, Brother Hu, when did you need the boss lady to be nicer to you? Humph, who cares if she treats me better? Oh, since you don't need it, then stop talking nonsense. Shun Wanwan happened to hear it and immediately retorted. However, when she faced Ingzheng, she smiled again. She happily introduced the wine and snacks to Ingzheng, then pulled out a stool and sat down. The current Ingzheng makes her feel very fresh, so Shun Wanwan turned into a curious baby and asked what year it was in the parallel historical time and space, including how old Ingzheng is now, etc. These were not difficult questions to answer, and Ingzheng answered them patiently. Shun Wanwan Tianzhengge is only 31 years old now, which means he has not yet unified the Six Kingdoms. Today's Ingzheng is in his prime, exuding great dominance, and he doesn't look as ugly as portrayed in history books. When Shun Wanwan was a child, she thought the photos and portraits in textbooks were extremely ugly. Later, when she saw the photos of those scientists when they were young, she realized that everyone was very worried about their children studying well and making progress every day. She looked at Ingzheng in front of her and recalled some historical articles she had read before about Qin State's Ingzheng. Most of them only briefly described his appearance, without being very specific. Even if they were specific, they would portray Ingzheng's appearance in an ugly light. Although Zhengge is not 2 meters tall, he is at least 1.9 meters tall. How could such a handsome mature man with thick eyebrows and big eyes be an ugly man, as described in history books? Moreover, Ingzheng's mother Zhao Ji was a great beauty. No matter how ugly he was, he would not be so ugly that he could not be seen in public. At most, he looked a little old with a beard. Although Shun Wanwan was not afraid of Ingzheng, she could still feel the overwhelming imperial aura from him as the king of a country. Ingzheng tasted a few bites of each dish, and every time he ate one, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The wine made him very satisfied. At present, the best wine in the Qin Palace is not so clear. After eating and drinking, Ingzheng looked at Shun Wanwan and asked, The boss lady seems to know me. Shun Wanwan nodded. Yes, in my time and space, I'm afraid everyone knows you. Ingzheng was curious. Why? Shun Wanwan did not answer his question because she didn't know if she could say it. So, I'm consulting with number 9 right now. Number 9, can I tell him the history of my time and space? Number 9, sure. If the history of the parallel historical spacetime changes, will the history of the spacetime I am in change? Number 9. Boss lady, you think too much. The parallel universe and your universe will not overlap. After the consultation, Shun Wanwan looked at Ingzheng, who was looking at Huxia and Chuanyan at the moment. Huxia was too lazy to pay attention to him because of Shun Wanwan's difference, but Chuanyan raised his glass to him. Brother Zheng, you can talk to the one wearing white clothes, but forget about the one wearing fox fur. That guy has a dark heart. Shun Wanwan spoke to Ingzheng in a low voice. Although her voice was not loud, as a big monster, Huxia had very sensitive ears. Hearing Shun Wanwan slandering him like this, his handsome face darkened and he immediately threw the wine glass in his hand toward Shun Wanwan. The wine glass was blocked about half a meter in front of Shun Wanwan. She reached out to take the glass, then stood up with her sleeves rolled up. She walked up to Huxia with a valiant and proud look, pointed at his nose and cursed, You darn fox, I'm warning you, if you dare to smash things in my shop again, I'll make you lose everything. Heh, Huxia glanced at her with disdain. He straightened his long hair, stood up and walked away with a look of disgust. Looking at his disappearing figure, Shun Wanwan looked puzzled. Chuanyan chuckled upon seeing this, and then said something good for Huxia. Madam Boss, Huxia is actually not a bad guy, he just doesn't know how to express himself. Shun Wanwan. Of course she knew that the dead fox was not a bad person. If he was, she would have taken back the time and space key of the tavern long ago. It's just that this is the way the two of them have been getting along since the beginning, and she can't change it even if you ask her to. No matter how much you ask Huxia to change, he can't change, so the two of them just get along like elementary school kids. Of course, with Brother Zheng around, Shen Wanwan no longer has any evil in her eyes. She just wanted to look at the ancient dragon of China. Ying Zheng was stared at by her for a long time, so he had no choice but to ask, "Why is the boss lady staring at me like this?" "Nothing, just curious." She was telling the truth. The real Zheng Ge was much more attractive to her than a fox. Ying Zheng had a hunch that she was not telling the truth, but he did not ask any further questions. Rather than understanding Shen Wanwan's curiosity about him, he wanted to do business with the tavern more. "Are all the introductions I received true? As it concerns the reputation of the tavern," Shen Wanwan nodded seriously. "It's all true. Anything can be exchanged." "Yes, as long as you can provide what the traders need." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. "If I want exchange for the elixir of immortality, do I have it?" Shen Wanwan. As expected, no matter which time and space Zheng Ge is from, he is obsessed with immortality. Just as Shen Wanwan was trying to find a way to tell him that there was no such thing as immortality in the world. After all, even for a cultivator, it was impossible for him to live as long as the heaven and earth. Of course, there might be some species in time and space that could live as long as the universe, but Shen Wanwan was not sure about that at the moment. But after hearing what Ying Zheng said, Chuanyin laughed, then raised the wine pot and said, "My friend, no one can live as long as heaven and earth. At most I can make you live a few hundred more years." Chuanyin is a demon catcher. The demons and ghosts over there can't possibly live as long as heaven. Ying Zheng looked at Chuanyin, then turned to face him and asked, "If you can't live as long as the heavens, then what is the meaning of being an immortal? Gods were originally mortals. As long as one is immortal, there will always be a day when he dies. Why do you have to be obsessed with immortality?" Chuanyin seemed to be indifferent to life and death, so he couldn't help but say a few more words. After listening to Chuanyin's words, Shen Wanwan felt that she didn't need her advice anymore. As long as Zheng Ge gave up the idea of immortality, he would not destroy his body in the attempt to make an elixir of immortality. Ying Zheng looked at Chuanyin and was curious about where he came from, so he started chatting with Chuanyin. Shen Wanwan watched from the side. She didn't expect that Zheng Ge actually had a down-to-earth side. She always thought that the emperor was high and mighty and looked down on everyone. This girl might have forgotten the capabilities of the tavern again. It would have been fine if Ying Zheng didn't know about the tavern's capabilities. Now that he knew, he would naturally not be so arrogant. After all, not everyone can have such an adventure as his. As for the art of longevity, you can work on it slowly and gradually. For now, it would be better to get to know the guests of the tavern. Because the introduction to the tavern in his mind said that transactions could only be made between guests, and if he went to the proprietress, that was called business, but she might not have what he needed. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Ying Zheng doing this, as Shen Wanwan really didn't have what he needed right now. Seeing Zheng Ge and Chuanyin having a good chat, Shen Wanwan felt a little jealous of Chuanyin. This is her Chinese ancestor dragon. How come he has a better relationship with a monster catcher than she, a Chinese? But she just sighed for a moment, then went back to the counter, leaving the space for the two of them. After returning to the counter, number 9 reminded her, "Boss, your farmland has been upgraded. I suggest you buy spiritual seeds from the mall and stop planting those cheap crops." Shen Wanwan got it. As expected, no system will allow the host to have money and will not stop until the money is taken out. Number 9. I would like to remind you again, Madam Boss, we are not a system. Okay, I know you're not a system, so what are you? Shen Wanwan was very curious. Number 9 always said it was not a system, but if it was not a system, then what else could it be? The tavern spirit. Just like the sword spirits in immortal cultivation novels. Number 9 was silent for a moment, obviously not knowing how to define himself. He only knew that he was the boss lady's customer service, and he didn't know anything else. After all, there is no self-awareness program in its core system. Without waiting for number 9 to answer, Shen Wanwan didn't care anymore. She collected a new batch of crops and livestock from the pasture and replaced them with new seeds and livestock cubs. One-touch automatic harvesting and automatic planting is so convenient. She just needs to operate it. Thank you for the humane service in the pub. Her mind was wandering when Chuan Yun and Yingzheng sat down at a table not far from the counter and started chatting. Yingzheng also learned about Chuan Yun's situation. When he heard that he was a demon catcher from the ghost dimension, he was a little surprised for a moment. In ancient feudal China, people were very taboo about ghosts and monsters. But Zulong is Zulong, and he recovered after a moment of surprise. He was confident that he was the true Dragon Emperor and would not be approached by ghosts or monsters. He was so confident in Zhengge. Shen Wanwan looked at the time. It was already very late. She felt a little sleepy, but she was reluctant to leave Zulong and go back to sleep. I was so sleepy that I fell asleep on the counter. After she fell asleep, Hu Xie came back again. Looking at Shen Wanwan sleeping on the counter like a dead pig, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Then he used a little magic and covered her with the blanket. Seeing this, Chuan Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He said that Hu Xie was always stubborn. He obviously liked the boss lady, but he always had to argue with her and make her angry. Don't get me wrong, the liking that Chuan Yun is talking about here is not the love between men and women. In fact, Hu Xie couldn't clearly explain what kind of feelings he had for Shen Wanwan. This kind of feeling is quite complicated and cannot be simply summarized by the love between men and women. He walked to the table where Chuan Yun and Yingzheng sat down. Yingzheng had just learned from Chuan Yun's introduction that Fox Evil was a big monster from the monster plane. My name is Yingzheng. He rarely took the initiative. Hu Xie raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, My name is Hu Xie. Hu Xie didn't say much. It was Chuan Yun and Yingzheng who did all the talking. Of course, Yingzheng also introduced himself. Hu Xie also knew his origins. He is just the ruler of an ordinary plane, which is not a particularly powerful plane for Hu Xie. Because even if Yingzheng was an emperor, he was not as powerful as this big monster, and he was not as handsome as him. I really don't know what this stupid woman Shen Wanwan saw in Yingzheng. Seeing that it was getting late, Chuan Yun stood up and said goodbye. As soon as he left, Hu Xie and Yingzheng were no longer connected, so both the man and the fox kept their mouths shut and said nothing. It happened that Shen Wanwan woke up at this moment. It was a little uncomfortable to sleep on her stomach, and her cheeks were pressed for a long time, causing her to drool a lot. She wiped the saliva from her mouth in embarrassment. Seeing this, Hu Xie couldn't help but say, How stupid. Shen Wanwan heard it, rolled her eyes, and kicked him out of the pub. If you can't speak, go back to sleep. Oh, sorry, the pub is about to close, Shen Wanwan said embarrassedly. Seeing this, Yingzheng also stood up and said goodbye. Shen Wanwan didn't mean to drive the guests away, but staying up late was not good. She didn't want to die early. Number 9. Boss lady, you are worrying too much. You won't die suddenly as long as I am here. Haha, but I don't want to meet guests with dark circles under my eyes. After saying that, she left the pub and returned to her holiday villa in Sanya City, Hainan Province. After a quick wash, she climbed into bed and went to sleep. In a parallel historical time and space, Yingzheng returned to his palace. The candlelight was flickering, and there were heavy soldiers guarding outside the door. No one noticed that their king had left. Looking at the palace of Noda, which was still dim even with so many candles lit, Yingzheng thought of the pearls in the tavern that could shine as brightly as day at night. Although the tavern was small, he had never seen anything inside. Especially the drinking cups and the account book on the boss lady's counter. The material is as thin as a cicada's wing. If the Qin dynasty can have such things, can it eliminate the bulky bamboo slips? Sure enough, the king of a country thinks about state affairs. Shen Wanwan slept well until dawn, and after washing up, she made herself a simple breakfast. Then I put on my sun hat and started strolling on the beach. There were many tourists from the resort taking a walk or walking their dogs and children on the beach. It was very lively, but she was the only one there all alone. Life is as lonely as snow. Shen Wanwan sighed in her heart. Number 9 immediately flashed out and said, Boss lady, do you feel empty, lonely, and cold? The mall has just launched the most technologically advanced companion doll in the XX galaxy. You deserve it. As he spoke, number 9 brought up the page for the companion doll. After Shen Wanwan read the introduction and the price, the corners of her mouth twitched. Did number 9 take her for a fool? Although the companion doll has 8-pack abs and is said to be able to do anything, isn't this just an AI version of some kind of doll? Boy, does she look so unsatisfied? After closing the page, Shen Wanwan was too lazy to pay attention to number 9's sales pitch. Actually, the main reason is that she has no money. Number 9, you really don't accept Krypton gold. I'm sorry, Madam Boss, if you want to spend money, you can only use rare minerals, other rare plants and animals, or certain meteorites and energy sources in the universe. Okay, bye. After confirmation, they were all things she couldn't take out. It will take her forever to upgrade the tavern into a fairy palace, just relying on those few customers. Perhaps knowing what Shen Wanwan was thinking, number 9 said, if the boss lady feels that waiting for customers to come is too slow, she can go and attract customers herself. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan asked, how can I recruit them? It means randomly exiling the tavern to a plane, and you can open the store at a fixed time. Is it that simple? Number 9. Well, if we land in another world, you will be responsible for your own safety, Madam Boss. Shen Wanwan is such a good guy. It turns out that she goes out to make money, but her safety is not guaranteed. Okay, I'll just save up money slowly. Since you're not in a hurry to upgrade, I'm not in a hurry either. Number 9. Madam Boss, you can buy defensive weapons in the mall. Besides, you don't necessarily land in a dangerous alien world. But there is still a chance that you might land in a dangerous alien world, right? Shen Wanwan cherishes her life very much. She would not risk her life just to make some money. It would be fine if number 9 could protect her, but without life security, she would be crazy to choose to open a store in another world. Seeing her look of, don't even think about it, number 9 gave up. It is just a customer service and cannot force the boss lady to open a store in another world. After taking a walk and returning to the villa, Shen Wanwan washed her face and looked at the situation in the tavern. Xia and the others didn't come. It seems they have something to do today. The empty pub made Shen Wanwan's teeth ache. She was annoyed. After closing the pub page, she wondered if she really wanted to attract customers herself. After all, no matter how insignificant she was, she still wanted to run the pub well. Oh. With a sigh, Shen Wanwan decided to think about it again. She stayed in Xiong province for 2 months. During these 2 months, because Xia seemed to be busy, Chuanyan was rarely there and Zhengge had not conducted any transactions until now. Su Manling was busy leaving Nanfeng Pavilion and handling her own female household affairs, so she rarely came. So the tavern made very little money in the past 2 months and has not been upgraded. When Shen Wanwan was considering going to another world to attract customers, her home had already been renovated. The designer said that he had helped her ventilate the house for a week, and all the materials used in the house were environmentally friendly, so she could move in. Hearing this, Shen Wanwan quickly packed up her things, checked out, and went home. Oh, God knows how difficult it is for a stay-at-home girl to have been wandering outside for so long. After booking the next flight home, Shen Wanwan took a taxi straight to the airport. After arriving at the airport, I checked in my luggage and waited to board the flight. At 10 o'clock in the evening, her plane landed at Chengjiabao International Airport in Xinyang City, Ji Province. Then she stayed in Xinyang City for 1 night and took the high-speed train from Xinyang North Station back to Aomori City early the next morning. When she rushed back to Fuxing Village, Huaxi Valley Town, it was only around 10 o'clock in the morning. She dragged her 2-month spoils towards the village and met no one along the way. There is no way. Many people in the village have moved away and most of the elderly people left either stay at home or work in the fields. At 10 o'clock everyone was busy preparing lunch, and those who went to the fields were still doing farm work, so naturally there were not many people strolling on the road. When I arrived at the door of my house, it had changed a lot. The wall has been raised, and what's going on in the yard cannot be seen from the outside. The door was also replaced by the designer. Shen Wanwan lost a lot of money by replacing the door in vain. The key designer placed it in a flower bed near the wall. Shen Wanwan searched for it and quickly found it. I took the key to open the door, and after pushing it open, I found that the house had changed a lot. First of all, half of the original bungalow had become a two-story building. The windows were also transformed into bright and spacious floor-to-ceiling windows. This way, even if the weather is gloomy, the lighting in the house will be very good, and it will not be dark without sunlight. There are quite a few plants planted in the yard, but they have just been planted, so it is impossible for them to bloom, but they look good. She looked inside the house again. The first floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, a suite-style guest bedroom, and a guest bathroom. On the second floor, her room, study, dressing room, and bedroom are all there, and the layout is very warm. Shen Wanwan was very satisfied and felt that the money was not wasted. Because she was the only one at home and the original area of the house was limited, the designer only left one guest bedroom, and the second floor was Shen Wanwan's private space. So only half of it is the second floor, and the entire house has not been expanded into the second floor. However, the designer is quite capable and the house was designed very well. At least Shen Wanwan is quite satisfied with it. She lives alone and the house is too big, so it's very tiring to clean it. Although the new house was completed, Shen Wanwan was worried that the house contained toluene, so she spent some money to buy a very small purifier in the Tavern Mall. It was really very small, about the size of a ping-pong ball, and it was a disposable item. But she didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after using the purifier, she felt that the air in the room seemed a little fresher. Without any important things to do, Shen Wanwan looked at her wallet, which had returned to 3 figures, and gritted her teeth and thought that instead of relying on Huxia and other customers to slowly upgrade, it would be better for her to strike out on her own. She has recently launched a lot of new wines of low quality, medium quality, and high quality, and a lot of side dishes. She should be able to open a store in another world. She was a little panicked. What should she do? Xiao 9, let me ask you, if I open a store in another world, will Huxia and the others follow me to another world? Yes, because they have the key to the tavern. Hearing what number 9 said, Shen Wanwan stroked her chin and wondered if she could consider hiring a bodyguard. Currently, among the 4 customers in the store, Fox Evil has the strongest fighting power, but that dead fox deserves a beating. Shen Wanwan really doesn't want to ask for it. Chuanyun. Meow meow meow, do I look weak? Shen Wanwan had learned that the other world was random, and there was no way to predict where she would end up. If possible, she might even end up in a novel world. After hearing what number 9 said, Shen Wanwan inexplicably wanted to back out. But for the sake of a little money, number 9 tried his best to persuade Shen Wanwan to work harder and even gave her a defensive item. Then Shen Wanwan agreed reluctantly, and she smiled smugly where number 9 couldn't see. Save some money again. Happy carrot, carrot. Not to mention how the customer service Xiao 9 and the boss lady deceived and schemed against each other. In the Xianying Palace, in a parallel historical time and space, Ingzheng returned to his palace after court today, handled government affairs, and stroked a small bronze black bird. This is his key to the tavern. It was still daytime, so he did not disappear suddenly. He waited until it gradually got dark, then returned to his bedroom and dismissed all the servants, not even leaving Zhao Gao behind. After leaving the bedroom, Zhao Gao always felt that there was something strange about the king today, but he couldn't tell what was strange. After sending everyone away, Ingzheng disappeared into the bedroom holding the Suanio in the blink of an eye. When he appeared at the door of the tavern, he saw the proprietress chatting and laughing with a young girl. Shen Wanwan had just finished dinner when she heard the welcoming bell ring. She quickly put the dishes in the kitchen sink and went to the tavern. When we arrived at the pub, we saw Su Manling coming and carrying a small bag. Manling has met the boss lady. Su Manling is now a good citizen and no longer needs to call herself a slave. She has been living a very happy life recently. Of course, she also did not forget that all this was only possible after she encountered the tavern, and she kept in mind all the care the proprietress had given her. In the bundle was a new set of clothes, which Su Manling had specially made for Shen Wanwan using the best silk and cloth. She showed it to Shen Wanwan, and Shen Wanwan liked it very much. This fabric looks really good. I think it cost you a lot of money, didn't it? As a girl, You must save more money to support yourself. Su Manling listened to the boss lady's chatter with a smile. She didn't feel annoyed, but rather enjoyed listening to it. The girls in Nanfengwen were always fighting with each other, and there were basically no women like the proprietress who cared about her. Although the maids who followed her also cared about her, it was just their duty. The boss lady's concern is real. She will help you analyze and solve some problems for you, and she is even willing to provide some money to help her. So, no matter how expensive this dress is, the boss lady deserves it. Shen Wanwan was of course happy to be rewarded for her kindness. When the two were chatting enthusiastically, the welcoming bell rang. Shen Wanwan raised her head and looked towards the door. Ing Zheng, still dressed in a black robe, was standing at the door. "Brother Zheng, welcome," Shen Wanwan called out in a familiar manner. When Ing Zheng heard her name, a strange look flashed across his face, but it quickly disappeared. Shen Wanwan saw it with her sharp eyes and smiled secretly in her heart. She is probably the only one who can call Qin Shi Huang Brother Zheng. Su Manling looked at Ing Zheng curiously. She could tell at first glance that this man was no ordinary person, so she saluted him. Ing Zheng stepped into the tavern. He was so amazed by the tavern he visited yesterday that he didn't really appreciate it. Now he looked around carefully and was impressed that although the interior was simple, every item was exquisite. After reading it, he walked to the counter and asked, "Are Mr. Chuanyun and Mr. Huxia not here today?" When Shen Wanwan heard him asking about Chuanyun and Huxia, her face immediately fell. They're probably busy picking up girls. Maybe it's really not possible to say bad things about people behind their backs and discredit others. As soon as Shen Wanwan finished speaking, Chuanyun's voice rang out. "Madam Boss, Chuanyun has not offended you, right? Why are you trying to smear me like this?" "Nonsense, who slandered you? You must have heard it wrong." Shen Wanwan refused to admit it. Seeing her acting like a rogue, Chuanyun was in a difficult situation. Shen Wanwan saw that he had gotten away with it, so she smiled and asked him, "Is it still the same as before?" Chuanyun nodded, and then Shen Wanwan brought 2 pots of wine. He took the wine and found a table to sit down. There were 4 guests in the tavern. 3 of them were men, and they were all the kind that were not easy to mess with. Su Manling didn't have much interaction with them, and every time she came, she would go straight to Shen Wanwan. When Ing Zheng saw Chuanyun, he rarely smiled. He bought some wine and food with Shen Wanwan and sat at the same table with Chuanyun. Shen Wanwan. It seems that Brother Zheng is still thinking about immortality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to find Chuanyun and Huxia as soon as he arrived. With one hand supporting her cheek, Shen Wanwan looked helpless. Su Manling looked at Chuanyun's table curiously and then asked quietly, "Madam Boss, what time and space did the new guest in black clothes come from?" His clothes looked quite ancient. Listening to Su Manling saying that Ing Zheng's clothes were old, Shen Wanwan really didn't know how to complain for a moment. Su Manling's clothes look very much like Ming Dynasty Hanfu. Could it be that her time and space are similar to the Ming Dynasty in her history? If this is the case, then Ing Zheng's clothing style is also considered old to Su Manling. But isn't this little girl's focus a bit strange? Why is she focusing on other people's clothes? Maybe it's a good day to open the store. After a while, Huxia came in again in a white fox fur coat. Shen Wanwan remembered that she had already decided to go to the other world to solicit customers. Since there were many people gathered today, she asked number 9 to make an announcement in the tavern. Fortunately, all 4 of them saw the announcement issued by the tavern. After the announcement, Foxy was the first to flash to the counter and asked, "So, if we come to the tavern tomorrow, we might be in another world. That's right, you'd better control your foxy temper." Shen Wanwan was quite afraid that Huxia would start a fight if they disagreed with each other. She went to the other world to do business, not to challenge others. Huxia and Chuanyun were very interested in the other world, so they were waiting in the tavern early in the morning. As for Ing Zheng, he is the king of a country, and now is the time when he annexed the 6 kingdoms. He is very busy with government affairs, and it is impossible for him to come and wait early. Su Manling is not very interested in the other world because Shen Wanwan told her that it might be dangerous. So, whether she will come to the tavern today depends on whether she has the courage. So when Shen Wanwan got up and looked at the wine management page and found Chuanyun and Huxia, she couldn't help but complain that these two guys were so idle. Of course, she was not in a hurry to start her journey to the other world. After all, if you want to work, you need to eat enough to have the energy. So she hesitated and didn't step into the pub until noon. Oh my, you two are here so early in the morning. I think you are more excited than me, the boss. Chuanyan smiled and nodded. I am indeed excited, Fox Xie said unmercifully. With your attitude, it's no wonder the tavern can't make any money. Don't expect that you won't make any gold coins in the other world. Shen Wanwan raised her eyebrows when she heard that and snorted in her heart. If she couldn't make money in the other world, she would just make this guy who Xie bleed some. This is not the first time she has pulled out fox fur. Shen Wanwan first checked the tavern and then asked number 9 to start the delivery. She had thought there would be at least some gorgeous and fantastic special effects, or something that would make her feel dizzy, but within a few seconds number 9 told her that she had arrived in another world. Shen Wanwan opened the door of the tavern and saw a clear lake surrounded by endless forests. How can you ask her to attract customers in such a ghost place? Shen Wanwan couldn't help but want to drag number 9 out and beat him up. Perhaps sensing the resentment of the boss lady, number 9 quickly offered the information about this other world. After reading the information, Shen Wanwan realized that this was a Western fantasy world, and the place where the tavern landed was the forest of adventurers in this world. This forest is called the Silent Night Forest. There are many wild animals active at night, so the forest becomes very dangerous at night. Hu Xie and Chuanyan walked out of the tavern curiously to take a look. Seeing them running out, Shen Wanwan was worried that they would encounter wild beasts, so she spoke up to remind them. Hey, be careful, it's very dangerous here. Don't worry, Madam Boss, we won't go far. We'll just take a look at the lake. Okay then, be careful. Shen Wanwan is not as brave as them, so she decided to stay in the tavern. In order to live more safely in the other world, Shen Wanwan's tavern wallet has been emptied. Last time, she tricked number 9 into giving her a defensive item, but the item could only protect her, not the tavern. She didn't want to come to another world to open a tavern and then go back with a shabby tavern, so she gritted her teeth and bought a high-level defensive item for the tavern. This defensive item is permanent, so it's not a loss, but it just makes her a pauper. Well, looking at the forest outside, Shen Wanwan called out to number 9 in her heart. Number 9, come out. Let's talk. If number 9 had a physical body, he would probably be trembling right now. Madam, how can I help you? I want to ask now, how can I attract customers in this Silent Night Forest? All you can see outside is the forest, and it is not difficult to see that the tavern is obviously located deeper in the forest. Everyone knows that the deeper into the forest, the more dangerous it is. Number 9 was stunned by her question. It really didn't know how to attract customers. After all, this is the boss lady's business, but it feels that if it says so, Shen Wanwan will probably be furious and scold it. Although it has no entity, it doesn't want to be criticized. So number 9 said in a flattering tone, Boss lady, please be patient. The Silent Night Forest is a paradise for adventurers in this world. There must be a lot of adventurers coming in. Maybe we will have customers if we wait a while. Shen Wanwan didn't care whether she was a guest or not. Anyway, she was not very satisfied with the place where number 9 landed, so no. 9 had to bleed a little to soothe her wounded heart. So, with Shen Wanwan's half-trickery and half-threat, number 9 bled again. He promised that if he didn't make any money this time, he would make up for half of the gold coins used for the tavern's defense items. Although only half of it was dug out, Shen Wanwan was still satisfied. Outside the tavern, Chuanyan and Hu Xie walked to the lake. They could both feel something in the air, perhaps the spiritual energy of this world. But the medium is different, so they can't absorb it. It cannot be absorbed. Chuanyan shook his head at Hu Xie, who was looking over. Upon hearing this, Hu Xie sneered. What a pity! He could feel the substance in the air, and its concentration was much stronger than in his monster plane. But unfortunately, he couldn't absorb it and couldn't even transform it into demonic power. The two walked around, didn't encounter any danger, and then walked back to the tavern. Seeing the two of them come back, Shen Wanwan felt relieved and asked them if they had gained anything. The two shook their heads, and Chuanyan told them that they could not transform the spiritual energy of this world. Shen Wanwan nodded with understanding. In fact, she was not surprised. After all, every world was different. Even a diamond might look the same in the monster dimension and the ghost dimension, but the internal mineral structure would be more or less different. So they can't convert the aura of this world. She doesn't think it's surprising. Isn't that what the novel says? I plan to go somewhere farther away and will be back soon, Huxia said to Shen Wanwan, and went out. He moved so fast that she didn't have time to call out to him. You dead fox, it's better for you to die outside, Shen Wanwan said with a snort. Upon hearing this, Chuanyin just shook his head in amusement. Do you want to go out and take a look too? Shen Wanwan asked when she saw Chuanyin still in the tavern. No, madam, it's not safe for you to be alone in the tavern. Chuanyin had long seen that Shen Wanwan was just an ordinary person, so he stayed to protect her. Hearing Chuanyin's words, Shen Wanwan shouted in her heart, what a warm man. Much better than that dead fox. Huxia, who was walking away, sneezed twice violently. He guessed that Shen Wanwan was scolding him again. Not caring, I smiled, and he started walking around. Along the way, Huxia discovered that the beasts in this forest seemed to be a little different from those in his world. For example, the rabbits here are blue, with short ears and long tails. They look like mice and rabbits. He himself is not sure whether they are rabbits. When he had finished his shopping, he returned to the pub carrying a blue rabbit. Chuanyin thought the sunshine here was very good, so he moved a rocking chair outside and closed the door to bask in the sun. He was the first to see Huxia coming back. When he saw that he was holding a small wild animal in his hand, he couldn't help but ask, what is this? I don't know either. But just ask Shen Wanwan and you'll know. As he said that, he carried the rabbit into the tavern. Shen Wanwan asked number 9 to scan the blue rabbit in Huxia's hand and told him the basic information after getting it. This blue rabbit is the lowest level wild rabbit in the Silent Night Forest, but it is fast and likes to eat a plant called blue silver grass. There will basically be blue silver grass near where there are blue rabbits. The blue silver grass is a low-level spiritual medicine in this alien world, used to treat children. After hearing this, Huxia flicked the rabbit and threw it outside the tavern. As soon as the blue rabbit landed, it disappeared from the tavern in the blink of an eye. Huxia really wanted to eat rabbit meat, but the tavern had restrictions on him and Chuanyin, 2 people and a fox who were not from this world. They cannot kill or take any living creature or any plant or tree from this world. If you want, there is only one way, and that is to trade with the locals. Shen Wanwan thought this was a good idea. At least it restricted some of the stronger time and space travelers, to prevent them from becoming greedy and plundering resources from other worlds. Madam Landlady, I haven't asked how long the tavern will stay here. Chuanyin asked while looking at the forest outside. 7 days. You can stay in each tavern in the alien world for a week, and you have to make a new choice after a week. As for whether you can come back again after a week, Shen Wanwan is not sure. Because number 9 said that landing in another world is random, everything is possible. Shen Wanwan feels that the tavern is always so free and easy, which is really exciting. She is really afraid that one day she will not be able to bear it. After hearing that the tavern would stay in this strange world for 7 days, Chuanyin, who had originally had no interest in anything else, also wanted to take a look around. Although he and Huxia cannot take anything here, it can at least broaden their horizons. So, he took advantage of the daylight while Huxia was in the tavern and went to take a look from a distance. Although Huxia was harsh in his words, after seeing Chuanyin leave, he lay down on the rocking chair at the door of the tavern and guarded the tavern. Shen Wanwan is not stupid. Seeing what the two did, she felt warm in her heart. This made her feel that the stinky fox under the eaves was not so bad. There were no customers in the pub the entire day, and Shen Wanwan couldn't help but curse number 9 in her heart. Number 9 shivered and thought, it wasn't him who landed the tavern here. Why did the lady boss only scold him? Number 9 felt so pitiful. As the Silent Night Forest slowly fell into darkness, the beasts in the forest began to stir. Shen Wanwan had already heard the cries of many different wild beasts. She walked to the door of the tavern and looked around. The completely dark forest was terrifying, and the howling of the wild beasts made her feel inexplicably creepy. Fox Demon and Chuan Yun were accustomed to these howls. After all, their plane lacked the howls of various monsters/ghosts. Chuan Yun felt that the howling of the wild beasts outside was not as shrill as the howling of the ghost babies he had caught before. "Those wild beasts won't come over, right?" Shen Wanwan muttered worriedly. Number 9 said quickly, "No, boss lady. Have you forgotten that you have bought the advanced defense item? With it, the beasts in the Silent Night Forest can't get close to the tavern." Hee. It would be fine if she didn't say anything, but Shen Wanwan got angry as soon as she mentioned it. She didn't expect that the high-level defense item recommended by number 9 was actually a frying pan, whose tavern had a huge frying pan floating above it. She was not Ms. Red Wolf. And in another time and space, Ingzheng finished dealing with today's government affairs, then hurried back to his bedroom, waved away all the servants, and quickly entered the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, his ears were pierced by the howling of wild beasts in the Silent Night Forest. As it got dark, the forest was shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't see the scenery outside the tavern at all. When Shen Wanwan saw Zhengge coming, she lazily raised her head from the counter and greeted him. Ingzheng had gotten used to her warm treatment these days, and now he was a little uncomfortable with her coldness. Shen Wanwan only wants to earn gold coins now, so Zhengge was put behind her. Seeing that she was a little depressed, Ingzheng curiously asked Chuan Yun and Huxia, "What's wrong with the boss lady?" "She's feeling bad because the store hasn't been open for a day," Chuan Yun said with amusement as he looked at Shen Wanwan, who was lying on the counter sighing. Huxia sneered venomously. "I said she's not cut out for business. She's only suitable to be a waitress." Shen Wanwan pretended not to hear what he said. She was not in the mood to argue with Huxia. Number 9. Shen Wanwan called out to number 9 in her heart. Number 9, who was called, asked nervously, "Boss, what do you have to ask?" "There are a lot," Shen Wanwan asked through gritted teeth. "We are on the same boat, right?" Number 9 said, then asked, "What does the boss lady mean?" "Since we are all in the same boat, don't you have to help me?" Number 9. "How do you want me to help you?" It knew that the boss lady would definitely target it. When Shen Wanwan heard what it said, a sly look flashed in her eyes as she said, "Please help me promote the tavern. Good wine needs no bush, but it needs customers." Listening to Shen Wanwan's nonsense, number 9 felt his core processor was a little dizzy. "So, how do you want me to promote it?" asked number 9. Shen Wanwan said with a look of, "You are so stupid" on her face. "Do you still need to ask me this? I don't believe that you haven't collected all kinds of information in my world. You must have seen a lot of modern marketing methods." Number 9. Although it has collected information about the planet where the boss lady is located, it doesn't really understand the marketing model or anything like that. It's just a customer service. Why does it need to do marketing work? Shen Wanwan continued to fool around. "Have you never seen the customer service of the shopping apps over there taking care of everything? Some customer service even take care of pre-sales, after-sales, marketing, and art design. You are so smart, you can't be worse than them." Although number 9 is just a data AI customer service, it also has self-esteem. It thinks it is much better than those automatic customer service in Shen Wanwan's world. So after being stimulated by her, it took over the job she asked to promote the tavern. But after taking the job, it was a little confused because it didn't know how to promote it because there was no internet. After handing over the task of promoting the pub to number 9, Shen Wanwan immediately smiled happily. Free labor is really good. As for whether number 9 will be well promoted to attract customers, she doesn't care. At worst, it will just maintain the status quo. Number 9 flipped through the advertising and various promotional materials it had collected from the Blue Star Society, and then made a promotional plan based on the current situation. After coming up with the best plan, it pushed all of it to Shen Wanwan. After receiving the plan it transmitted, Shen Wanwan felt that she could really train number 9 more in the future. Look, in just a short while it has come up with a perfect publicity plan. Of course, if this plan is to be implemented, gold coins are required. Shen Wanwan is now a pauper and can only buy on credit. Looking at the mark of -300 gold coins in her account, she suddenly felt painful. In the Silent Night Forest, besides the howling of wild beasts, there are also some mercenary groups. Benjamin is a level 3 warrior of the Flame Leopard mercenary group. In this alien world, level 3 warriors are only the lowest level warriors. The mercenary group he was in took on a mission to pick purifying grass. They searched for a long time in the Silent Night Forest but couldn't find it. This evening, they finally found the purifying grass beside a pond. The picking went very smoothly, and there were no wild animals around. But when they finished picking and were about to leave, a 5th-level red-eyed beast jumped out. The Akamamon can grow up to 3 meters in size, has a pair of huge red eyes, sharp and tough claws and fur, and is also good at tracking. The Flame Leopard mercenary group is only a D-level mercenary group, and the highest warrior leading the team this time is only level 5. You have to know that the body of a wild beast is stronger than that of a human. So many people in their team are only level 3 or 4 and are completely unable to defeat this adult red-eyed beast. As a result, the members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group were chased all over the forest by the red-eyed beast. "Everyone, don't stop. Speed up," the team leader shouted as he ran in front. The members following him ran as fast as they could, and behind them was the angry and furious red-eyed beast. Benjamin also gritted his teeth and ran desperately. His sister was still waiting for him at home, and he couldn't die in the Silent Night Forest. As Benjamin ran, he seemed to hear a voice. "Welcome to the Space-Time Trading Tavern. This tavern is right beside the Mirror Lake in the Silent Night Forest." Benjamin thought he was too tired and had auditory hallucinations, but after running for a while the voice appeared again. "This tavern is very safe. You don't have to be afraid of the beasts in the Silent Night Forest when you come here. It is the best choice for the mercenary group at night. You won't be fooled when you come here, and you will definitely not want to leave after you come here." Benjamin. "Did you hear any sound? What's that sound? How dare you be distracted at this time?" A companion beside him pulled him to speed up. Benjamin felt that he was not hallucinating. If it was really as he heard, then they would be saved. "Let's run to Mirror Lake," Benjamin shouted. No one objected because Mirror Lake was not far ahead. When Shun Wanwan heard the live broadcast of number 9, she knew that the guests would be arriving soon, so she quickly packed up. "By the way, I also notified the 3 people who were occupying a table." Hearing that guests were about to arrive, Huxia and the other 3 looked outside the tavern with great interest. As Benjamin and his companions were approaching Mirror Lake, they saw a tavern with lights emitting from it in the darkness. So the entire mercenary team didn't have time to think and ran straight to the tavern. Benjamin didn't expect that he was not hallucinating. There really was a tavern here. After team leader Oakley and his team ran into the yard of the tavern, the red-eyed beast stopped chasing. Roaring towards the tavern, Shin Wanwan's ears were hurt by the roar, and she quickly adjusted her defense. The members of the mercenary team no longer cared about their image and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Oh my God, we're saved," someone said after surviving the disaster. Benjamin also bent over, supported his legs, and gasped for breath. After a while, he straightened up, looked back at the unwilling red-eyed beast squatting not far away, and then turned to look at the closed tavern. Shun Wanwan quietly looked at the people in the yard from the window and counted them to be 5 in total. After they had caught their breath, she straightened her clothes, then walked to the door and opened it. "Welcome to the Sky Trading Tavern." Perhaps it was because she was facing the light and wearing a long beige skirt, which made the mercenaries think they had seen the goddess of luck or an angel. Seeing 5 men staring at her, Shun Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable, but she endured it in order to earn gold coins. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Shun Wanwan thought that these people had better be smart and come in to spend money, otherwise she would kick them out and feed the red-eyed beast. He, as if he could hear the unkindness in her tone, Benjamin quickly said, "Yes." Then he pushed his teammates who were still in a daze, and everyone came to their senses and stepped into the tavern one after another. The 5-member team that entered the tavern naturally looked at Huxia and the others first. After all, these 3 living people had a strong presence. Not only did the 5 people look at them, they also looked at each other. Ingzhum was very interested in their appearance. After all, The appearance of Westerners was still very novel in the eyes of the first emperor. Welcome to the Shirkong Trading Tavern. Do you need any food or drinks? Or you can go to the trading board to learn about the trading rules of the tavern. Since they are not time travelers, they don't get a manual of tavern rules like they do when they enter the tavern. But the trading board can also provide information about the tavern situation. Benjamin looked at Shun Wanwan curiously. After hearing her words, he walked to the trading board and looked at the various trading rules of the tavern. After reading it, he looked at Xie and the other three again. If he guessed correctly, these three were guests from different time and space. Does that mean his sister's illness can be cured? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Others also came to the trading board one after another to understand the trading rules of the tavern, and everyone had their own calculations in mind. After understanding the trading rules of the tavern, the team leader smiled and ordered a pitcher of beer from Shun Wanwan. The other four also ordered some wine and food. The prices of food and drinks at Shun Wanwan's were higher than those in the towns outside the Silent Night Forest. Dan Zishi thought carefully and realized that the tavern provided them with a safe shelter, so he could accept the price. Please enjoy your food and drinks. Here's the money for the food and drinks. Oakley handed over 30 gold coins. Shun Wanwan happily took the money, then converted it into coins and went to pay off the debt. The members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group gathered at a table, talking in low voices, mostly about the transactions in the tavern. Also, if the tavern has always been in the Silent Night Forest, can they notify the leader to bring people over? With the shelter, they can stay in the Silent Night Forest for a long time so they can hunt more beasts and pick more medicinal herbs. Maybe they can upgrade to a C-level mercenary group if they try, and they can even think about upgrading to B-level. Oakley was moved when he thought of this, but he still needed to ask about everything. He walked to the counter with a beer glass, sat on a high stool, and started chatting with Shun Wanwan. Shun Wanwan was not surprised that he came to chat. He patiently answered his questions one by one. So the tavern may not be here in 7 days. Hearing that the tavern could only be in the Silent Night Forest for 7 days, Oakley became a little anxious. He thought the tavern would always be there, and if that was the case, then he would have to prepare quickly. After chatting with Shun Wanwan, Oakley looked at the 3 people from Xie, who were 2 tables away from them. After thinking about it, he walked up to them and started chatting with them. Shun Wanwan looked at the customers in the store, and smiles gradually appeared in her eyes. She was serious about making money. Just as she was thinking about how to maximize the benefits of these customers, Benjamin came over. Shun Wanwan looked at Benjamin, whose flaxen hair was tied into a bun and hung behind his head. This guest was really good-looking, with 3-dimensional features and handsome eyes of a rare gray-blue color. With his appearance, he looked like a beautiful boy in Norse mythology. And this man is estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall, taller than Xie and the others. Thinking of this, Shun Wanwan couldn't help but glance at Zheng Ge. It seemed that among all the guests, Zheng Ge was the shortest. Ahem, how could she dislike Zheng Ge for being short? Shun Wanwan looked down on herself silently, then asked with a smile, "Guest, do you need anything?" Benjamin looked at Shun Wanwan, and his face turned red. Seeing his face turn red, Shun Wanwan thought happily, such a pure and innocent boy, how rare. After a while, Benjamin asked quietly, "Madam, can you exchange medicines in your tavern?" Shun Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then asked him, "Are you using it yourself or giving it to someone else? My sister has a strange disease. She is very afraid of light and keeps crying when she sees light. I have found many therapists for her, but none of them can cure her." Benjamin was talking about his sister's condition with a worried look on his face. Shun Wanwan listened to the symptoms and thought, could this customer's sister be suffering from conjunctivitis or uveitis? We can only confirm this after seeing the patient. Just listening to you, I'm not completely sure. After hearing what the boss lady said, Benjamin understood and said, "I will go back tomorrow and bring my sister here." Okay, Shun Wanwan didn't think about whether she could be cured anyway, just wait and see. In this way, the 5-member team of the Flame Leopard mercenary group stayed in the tavern until dawn. The red-eyed beast, who had been guarding the tavern, saw that it was daybreak and the 2-legged beasts who came to steal things had not come out, so he reluctantly left the Mirror Lake and returned to the Silent Night Forest. After the red-eyed beast left, the Flame Leopard squad packed up their bags and prepared to leave. Oakley is now anxious to rush back to Silent Night City to inform the boss and the others. So as soon as the red-eyed beast retreated, they said goodbye to Shun Wanwan and left the tavern. Shun Wanwan and Huxia were the only ones left in the tavern at this time. After all, Zhengguo was the king of a country, and it was impossible for him to stay in the tavern all night, so he left late yesterday. Chuanyan would go and take a look and catch some ghosts for Foxia at the same time. Nowadays, Huxia rarely let Shin Wanwan cook for him because he no longer needs the monster meat to provide his power after his advancement. On the contrary, if he eats the ghosts and monsters in the Chuanyan Plain, he can transform the vitality of those ghosts and monsters into demonic power, so he can improve faster without eating meat. Shun Wanwan also knew this and did not stop their transaction. After all, only by trading did she get trading points and could also earn some commission in the middle.
Shen Vanwan Yond.
There were many people in the pub last night, and she had to be alert to entertain them. Now she was feeling sleepy. Thinking that no one would come over at the moment, she said hello to Huxia, then left the tavern and returned home. She washed up quickly and fell asleep directly. When Huxia saw her leave, he did not leave the tavern. Instead, he lay on the rocking chair under the eaves and tried to absorb the spiritual energy of this world again. He had a hunch that if he could transform this spiritual energy into demonic power, his cultivation might be able to rise to a higher level. Oakley, the leader of the 5-member Flame Leopard team, hurried back to Silent Night City. As soon as he entered the city, he reminded Benjamin not to tell other mercenary groups about the Silent Night Forest Tavern. He had a hunch that this tavern was definitely an opportunity for their Flame Leopard mercenary group. The 4 of Benjamin nodded seriously, and then everyone separated. After all, Benjamin still had to pick up his sister to the mercenary group, and then take her to the Silent Night Forest to show it to the tavern owner. He would not give up any opportunity to make his sister better. After Oakley rushed back to their mercenary group's base, he went straight to the leader's office. When team leader Andre Ramiro heard Oakley say that a trading tavern from another time and space appeared in the Silent Night Forest, he was the first to disbelieve it. But Oakley didn't seem to be lying, and he said the tavern would only exist for 7 days, and if you missed it, you wouldn't know when you would see it again. Seeing that Andre was undecided, Oakley did not urge him. After all, he had said what he needed to say, and it was up to Andre to decide whether to go or not. Of course, if Andre finally decides not to go, then he will take his team with him. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Benjamin hurried home. It was a sunny day, but the house was dimly lit. "Catherine, brother is back," Benjamin shouted after entering the house. Hearing her brother coming back, Catherine, who was spinning, immediately stopped spinning, straightened her skirt, and stood up. "Brother, you're back. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Hearing his sister's concern, Benjamin smiled. He rubbed his sister's head and took out the food he had packed from the pub from his bag. To him, the wine in the tavern tasted better than the wine in the largest tavern in Silent Night City, although he had never tasted it. The food in the tavern is even more delicious. I'm afraid that even the emperors and nobles of the empire have never tasted it. He doesn't have much experience, but he can tell the good from the bad. Although the food in the pub was a bit expensive, he felt it was worth the price. "Brother brought you something delicious. Please try it." Benjamin put the braised beef on the table and opened it. He brought back braised beef, garlic-flavored boneless chicken feet, and a piece of cake that girls like. Shen Wanwan took out the cake because she saw Benjamin was always thinking about her sister. After tasting them, Catherine liked the beef and cake the most. She smiled at Benjamin and said, "Thank you, brother." Benjamin also smiled and patted her head. After she finished eating, he told Catherine about taking her to the Silent Night Forest for medical treatment. Catherine was originally a teenage girl, and she was curious about the outside world. If it weren't for her fear of light, she wouldn't have stayed at home all the time. When she heard from her brother that there was a magical tavern in the Silent Night Forest, she became very curious. Then, without thinking twice, she agreed to follow her brother to the silent night forest. Shen Wanwan slept until the afternoon and was woken up by her rumbling stomach. Getting up and going to the kitchen, Shen Wanwan didn't prepare any complicated food. Instead, she opened the refrigerator, took out a pizza, put it in the air fryer, and started baking. Of course, while the pizza was baking, she also made herself some other fast food. After eating and drinking, she opened the page and checked the situation in the tavern. The tavern was quiet at this time, with only Hu Xie lying motionless in the rocking chair. Shen Wanwan didn't know whether the people from the Flame Leopard mercenary team had advertised for her, but she guessed that those people would come again. So she didn't rush and exercised. Her daily routine was becoming increasingly disrupted, and this couldn't go on like this, but she had to stay up late, so she looked through them all to see if there were any body-strengthening medicines. It would be best if it was a medicine that could make her immune to all diseases and poisons. After searching for a long time, Shen Wanwan finally found what she wanted. However, after seeing the string of zeros at the end, Shen Wanwan clasped her fists and said, "Excuse me." Having said that, he closed the mall page. It was so fast that the customer service representative didn't have time to sell the product. Shen Wanwan took her time to tidy herself up and put on the clothes that Su Manling gave her. I also took the time to braid my hair to match my clothes and even put on some makeup. You have to live up to this beautiful dress. When Foxy saw her coming in ancient costume, he immediately raised his eyebrows, but don't expect the fox to say anything good. Shen Wanwan, who was originally in a good mood, heard Hu Xie say, "Finally, you look cleaner and more ladylike." Hee. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes when she heard it. Did the dead fox think she wasn't clean enough and ladylike enough? After being together for so long, she also learned to ignore some of Hu Xie's unpleasant words. People always have to grow up, and she can't follow Hu Xie's bad mouth. Seeing that Shen Wanwan didn't fight back, Hu Xie was a little uncomfortable. He still missed the little hot pepper that would explode at the slightest touch. I have to say, this big monster actually has a masochistic physique. Shen Wanwan opened the tavern page, prepared everything that needed to be prepared, and then waited for the guests to arrive. As dusk gradually approached, Number 9 woke up Shen Wanwan, who was dozing off at the counter with her head supported by one hand. "Madam, the guests are coming. They will arrive in 2 minutes." Shen Wanwan suddenly came to her senses after hearing that. She took out a mirror to see if her makeup was messed up, touched up her makeup, and cleaned some secretions from the corners of her eyes. She quickly tidied herself up, put on a business smile, and waited for the customer number 9 mentioned to arrive. Andre brought the members of the mercenary group, led by Oakley and his team, all the way to the Mirror Lake in the Silent Night Forest. After arriving at the Mirror Lake, Andre saw the tavern standing by the lake at a glance. It seems that Oakley did not lie to him. At the same time, Andre was glad that he believed Oakley and brought his men here. If there was this shelter, they could go deeper into the Forest of Silence. Thinking of this, Andre was very excited. Shen Wanwan looked outside and saw a group of people walking towards the tavern. It seemed that there were at least 30 people. As they approached the pub, Oakley shouted loudly, "Madam, here we go again." Shen Wanwan straightened her skirt after hearing that, then walked out of the counter to the door, raised her smile and said, "Welcome to the Temporary Space Trading Tavern. You can come in and have a seat. The store has expanded a bit after the last upgrade. There are a total of 10 tables, which can accommodate 30 people if they squeeze in." A group of people rushed into the tavern and pushed Hu Xie out. Of course, that was also because he had been sleeping outside the door. After entering the pub, Andre, who was there for the first time, and other group members looked at the decoration inside the pub curiously. The elegant Chinese style is naturally different from the Western style that emphasizes splendor, so these people will naturally be very curious. But he just looked at her a few more times, and then Andre greeted Shen Wanwan with a smile. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling person. Besides, Andre was her guest, and he had a good attitude, so Shen Wanwan naturally gave him a warm welcome. After the greetings, Andre said, "I heard from Oakley that the pub will only stay here for 7 days. To be exact, there are still 6 days." Shen Wanwan smiled. It seems that these people plan to stay in the tavern for the next 6 days. Shen Wanwan really didn't like meeting a group of rough men, but she endured it for the sake of some money. Shen Wanwan had very low expectations for them. She just hoped that these rough guys could keep the pub clean. She'll be thankful if you don't get drunk or start a fight in her bar. After Andre and his friends understood the various rules of the tavern, they knew that there were guests from different time and space in the tavern, so he immediately looked at Fox Evil, who was sleeping at the door. This should be the guest from another time and space that Oakley mentioned. He guessed secretly in his heart. Hu Xia was not asleep. He was just trying to transform the spiritual energy of this world. Besides, this bunch of people was so noisy that he was too lazy to open his eyes. This didn't mean that he couldn't feel the looks from Andre and the other mercenaries. Hu Xia opened his eyes and happened to meet Andre's eyes. Andre was deeply attracted by his eyes, and then he seemed to fall into a beautiful dream. Seeing this, Shen Wanwan patted Andre's shoulder vigorously. Andre, who was deeply trapped in the illusion, immediately woke up with a start. At the same time, he looked at Hu Xia with some fear. Shen Wanwan put her hands on her waist, walked to Hu Xia, and said softly, "You stupid fox, don't ruin my good deeds, or I will force you to leave, okay?" Hu Xia nodded and closed his eyes again. He just wanted to try whether their fox tribe's charm technique would work on the people in this world. As for Shen Wanwan's threat, he shrugged. Knowing her well, this woman would definitely not force him out of the pub in the next few days. The reason is that she is cowardly.
Hu Xia was right.
Shen Wanwan needed someone to give her courage at this moment. Although she had defensive items on her, items were not as safe as those of a human. No, a demon. So her threats were just verbal. The mercenary members who entered the tavern found various places to sit down, then looked at the menu on the table and ordered wine and food. Shen Wanwan was collecting money while serving the dishes, looking very happy. It would be great if this mercenary group could trade with Hu Xia and his men, or do business with her. But there was no rush. They could take their time. There were still several days left. If she guessed correctly, this group of mercenaries wanted to use her tavern as a safe house to take a gamble in the Forest of Silence. So she's not in a hurry at all now. Andre and his team really have no plans to make a deal at the moment, because the mercenary group doesn't have anything good at the moment. But Benjamin said he would bring his sister here, and he really brought his sister here. The regiment also knew about his sister's situation, so Andre, as the head of the regiment, agreed. Seeing that the team leader and the proprietress had almost finished their talk, he took his sister to meet Shen Wanwan. "Hello, Madam Boss. This is my sister Catherine." Benjamin brought Catherine, who looked curious, to Shen Wanwan. Looking at the beautiful little girl with tears streaming down her face, although there were tears in her eyes, she was smiling on her face. This feeling ruined her beautiful face and made it look a little weird. I remembered that Benjamin said his sister's eyes could not withstand light, otherwise she would keep crying. So she dimmed the lights near the counter and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Catherine wiped away her tears and nodded slightly. Although it was still a little irritating, she could accept this light. At least she would not cry in front of the tavern owner. God knows how embarrassed she was just now. "Sorry, I was so rude just now." Catherine lifted her skirt and bowed to her. Shen Wanwan waved her hand. "Don't worry about it. It's just a small matter. Benjamin values his sister the most, so he is a little anxious. Excuse me, boss lady. Can my sister be cured?" Shen Wanwan looked up at him and said, "Wait a minute, don't be in a hurry." She first asked number 9 to scan Catherine's condition. After number 9 told her the results, he also recommended treatment drugs to Shen Wanwan. But Shen Wanwan saw that one pill of the medicine cost 1,000 gold coins, and it didn't seem cost-effective at all, so she decided to ask Hu Xia for help so that she could make some money. When number 9 saw that Shen Wanwan didn't want to buy it, he wanted to promote it to her, but she silenced him. Shen Wanwan walked outside and told Hu Xia about Catherine. Then Hu Xia, who had his eyes closed, looked back at her. Foxes have a natural instinct to charm. When the little girl Catherine was looked at by the fox spirit, her neck and face turned red. Her skin was originally white, so her blushing was easily noticeable. Looking at her flushed face, Shen Wanwan felt that her head was smoking if possible. As expected, even innocent little girls can't resist the charm of a fox. Can you put away your foxy skills? Shin Won kicked Huxia's foot. He glanced at her and said, when did the emperor use his charm? Only a woman like you who doesn't understand romance wouldn't appreciate it, Shin Won. She really wanted to laugh. Huxia stood up and followed her to the counter. Catherine saw Huxia walking towards her step by step, and she felt that every step he took seemed to step on her heart. Boom, boom, boom. Her heart was beating so fast that Catherine covered her heart with her hand. Shin Won looked at her little girl's thoughts and suddenly felt that beauty was misleading. Fortunately, she resisted Huxia's seduction at the beginning. She was really great. She boasted in her heart, but she still had to do the business, so Shin Won introduced Huxia to Benjamin. Let them negotiate the rest on their own. She is a matchmaker and middleman and cannot interfere too much in the transaction. Catherine's eye problem was not a big deal to Huxia. He really wanted to exchange some things from this place, so he agreed with Benjamin to wait until the last day for him to take a look at the harvest before making the transaction. Benjamin also agreed. After all, he didn't have anything valuable on him at the moment. Wow, it's quite lively tonight. Chuan Yun's laughter was heard at the door. Shin Won saw him and waved to him. There were too many people in the tavern, so Chuan Yun didn't come in. Instead, he took out a table from his treasure bag and placed it under the eaves. Seeing that the guests brought their own tables and chairs, Shin Won lowered her head in embarrassment. She wanted to arrange the tables and chairs under the eaves, but number 9 disagreed, no matter how hard Shin Won tried. Because number 9's program believes that placing tables under the eaves will destroy the beauty of the pub. But if the table is brought by Chuan Yun, then it's okay because he will take it back, but the seats at the tavern tables are fixed and cannot be changed. Since number 9 couldn't be persuaded, Shin Won gave Chuan Yun a pot of wine as an apology for the poor hospitality. Andre looked at Chuan Yun, who suddenly appeared and became more and more curious about the tavern. Moreover, the wine and food here are even better than those in Silent Night City. The mercenaries came over in a hurry. They had not even had dinner yet and were now busy eating meat and drinking wine. After eating and drinking, it was already dark. The howling of various wild beasts could be heard again in the silent night forest. However, the people of the Flame Leopard mercenary group were used to it. They came in to fight for the future of the mercenary group, so they were ready to go soon after they finished their meal. Benjamin left Catherine in the tavern. Seeing that she was a girl, Shin Won went into the kitchen and made her a small cake. Looking at the beautiful little cake, Catherine thanked him happily. Thank you, madam. How much is this? She said as she took out her wallet to pay. No charge, it's yours. How could Shin Won accept money from a beautiful girl? Catherine shook her head. How can the boss lady open a shop and do business without charging money? As she spoke, Catherine handed over the only gold coin in her wallet. She had just checked and found that the food and drinks in the tavern were more expensive than in the city, but she didn't have much money on her. Only 1 gold coin, and the rest were silver and copper coins, which she thought was probably not enough to pay the bill. So she handed over the gold coin. Of course, 1 gold coin might not be enough to pay the bill. Thinking of this, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Shin Won pushed the gold coins back, then rubbed Catherine's curly hair and said, Okay, I said I'll give it to you as a gift. It's okay for you to order food in the tavern. Your brother just told me that all your food will be charged to his account. Wait for him to come back and settle the bill. Oh, Catherine responded. Having touched enough, Shin Won walked back with a smile on her face. At this time, the Flame Leopard mercenaries had already left, and the tavern became much emptier. And then Chuan Yun and Huxia also came in. However, the table where they were sitting was the farthest from Catherine. Ever since Catherine met Huxia, she has had a girlish heart for him and would steal a glance at him from time to time. Both Shin Won and Chuan Yun noticed it. The former was worried while the latter found it interesting. It seems that the girl has taken a fancy to you. Chuan Yun looked at Huxia with amusement while holding his wine glass. This emperor has infinite charm, and the little girl has good taste, much better than Shin Won. Listening to his boasting, Chuan Yun chuckled and said nothing more. Shin Won was a little worried that Catherine would fall in love with Huxia at first sight, which would be terrible. The unattainable white moonlight is always the most beautiful, and it will also affect your standards for choosing a partner. But the girl didn't say anything, so it wouldn't be appropriate for her to expose it. After all, they are not familiar with each other. I just hope Catherine doesn't get deeper and deeper into trouble. As she thought about it, she calmed down, walked over to their table, and whispered, "Fox Spirit, can you please put away your charm? Don't waste the young girl's youth." Huxia rolled his eyes at her. "I already told you I didn't use any magic. I know you didn't use it, but you smell like seduction all over." Fox was confused. What does the smell of seduction mean? Is there something wrong with his fox ears? Shen Wanwan is making up words again. Huxia was so angry at Shen Wanwan that he couldn't help but raise his hand and give her a slap. This time it actually hit Shen Wanwan's head, leaving them both stunned for a moment. Huxia looked down at the hand he had hit, while Shen Wanwan called out number 9 in her heart. "What's going on with number 9? How could he touch me? Madam Boss, don't be nervous. The evil fox's move just now didn't mean any danger, so the tavern won't activate the protection mechanism." After staring at his hands for a while, Huxia suddenly let out a soft cry. Chuanyan raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Shen Wanwan looked at Huxia and quickly moved away from him, fearing that he would hit her on the head again. Catherine had been paying attention to the situation on their side and found that the atmosphere suddenly became strange after Huxia knocked the proprietress. But she was not familiar with them and was too embarrassed to go up and take a look. After Shen Wanwan returned to the counter, Huxia raised the corners of his lips and said slowly, "It turns out that I have inadvertently lost my guard against her." The voice was very small, like the whispers of lovers, but with Chuan Yun's hearing ability and the close proximity between them, he naturally heard it. "Haha, you seem a little uncomfortable with this feeling. A little, but not bad." Huxia raised his eyes slightly and looked at Shen Wanwan, who was rubbing his head and looking depressed at the counter. He has been a fox ever since he started practicing and transforming. The big monsters in the monster plane are fighting all day long for territory and resources, so it is impossible for them to be friends. As for the other little monsters, they only have awe and fear of the big monsters, and it is even more impossible for them to become friends with the fox evil. Huxia was not as idle as Shen Wanwan thought, but he was the one who stayed the longest every time he came to the tavern. Because Huxia likes the quiet atmosphere of the tavern, where there are no fights, and he even has Chuan Yun, a drinking buddy who he can talk to. Of course, there is also the boss lady with whom he can argue. This kind of life makes him less stressed in the monster dimension. Let's not talk about how the pub is for now. The flame leopard mercenaries who went to the Silent Night Forest to hunt animals, collect medicinal herbs, and look for some precious items are now encountering some troubles. After they went deep into the Silent Night Forest, they picked up a lot of good things, but of course they also encountered some dangers. Fortunately, they were all solved successfully. The trouble at this moment is that they found a bunch of soul mushrooms, but picking soul mushrooms requires a special tool, which they don't have. But they didn't want to give up this bunch of soul mushrooms. You know, one soul mushroom is worth hundreds of gold coins, and when they need it urgently, they can drive the price up to thousands of gold coins. There are about 40 or so pearls in this cluster, and everyone in the group can get at least one, so no one wants to give up. However, without tools to trample, pick, and preserve the soul mushrooms, they would rot once they left the soil, which was also a headache for them. "Is there no one in the group who brought tools for picking soul mushrooms?" Andre asked unwillingly. Everyone shook their heads, and the deputy leader stepped forward and said, "Leader, special picking tools are expensive, and our team can't afford them at all. We have never encountered such expensive soul mushrooms before, so we didn't prepare anything." After hearing this, Andre slapped his forehead. He was in such a hurry today that he forgot to prepare some special picking tools. Then the whole group started to worry about this bunch of soul mushrooms. As it got darker, Catherine fell asleep on the table. When Shen Wanwan saw this, she left the pub for a while and went back home to get a blanket. As she was about to go back to the tavern, she stopped. There seemed to be some movement in the yard, so she slightly lifted the curtains and looked towards the yard. At this time, the blanket in her hand had turned into a self-defense stun baton bought from the mall. There was a rustling noise in the yard, which Shun Wanwan thought sounded a bit like a snake crawling, but she had installed a sonic machine at home to drive away snakes, insects, rats, and ants, so there shouldn't be any snakes coming in. Otherwise, she'll complain to the Tavern Mall for selling inferior products. When Number 9 heard her thoughts, he quickly said, "Madam Boss, our mall is absolutely fair and honest. The goods are genuine and the prices are fair. There are no inferior products. What's out there?" Number 9 felt that she seemed too nervous and completely forgot that there were surveillance cameras installed in her home. It specifically reminded me of this. Shun Wanwan. She was indeed so nervous that she forgot. She took out her cell phone, squatted under the window, turned on the surveillance camera, and took a look at the situation in the yard. The surveillance camera she installed can rotate 360 degrees, so Shun Wanwan adjusted the lens and turned it around, finally locking onto a pair of glowing eyes. If it glows, it is a small animal. So she watched the replay and finally realized it was a red panda. The rustling sound was made by it lying in the flower bed. Shun Wanwan also saw the red panda scratching at the door of her house, trying to get in. Looking at the cute red panda in the surveillance video, her heart melted. Oh, so cute. Knowing that there was a cute little guest at home, Shun Wanwan was no longer afraid. She put away the electric baton and returned to the pub with a blanket. After covering Catherine with a blanket, Shun Wanwan took out her mobile phone and continued to watch the surveillance video. The little panda that broke into her house seemed to sense that no one was home, so it boldly ran into the yard. Looking at the furry little panda, Shun Wanwan almost turned into a pervert. Chuan Yun and Huxia couldn't help but shudder as they saw her staring at a strange square object with a perverted smile. Zheng Ge and Su Manling did not come today. After midnight, Chuan Yun left the tavern, but Huxia still did not leave. Shun Wanwan couldn't go home to sleep tonight because Catherine was in the tavern. But after a while, she also began to doze off. Huxia looked at Shun Wanwan, whose head was heaving, and cast a small spell to support her head. Shun Wanwan felt like she was sleeping on a cloud and rubbed herself comfortably. Seeing this, Huxia raised the corners of his lips slightly. In the quiet tavern, there was no other sound except the howling of wild beasts in the forest. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, various noises were heard in the silent night forest. The sleeping birds were awakened and flew away in groups, away from danger. A sound of heavy footsteps was heard behind the running flame leopard mercenaries. Roar. The shrill roar resounded through the sky. Shun Wanwan was startled by the sound, and even Catherine, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened. "Brother," she stood up worriedly. Shun Wanwan quickly said, "Catherine, you can't go out. It's too dangerous outside." As she said this, she walked away from the counter to prevent Catherine from running out. "I'm not going out. I'll just watch at the door." Catherine's eyelids were twitching, and she was very worried. She also knew that she couldn't be impulsive, so she didn't think about running away. Shun Wanwan did not agree to her request. Instead, she walked over, patted her hand, and said, "Don't worry.
There are so many of them.
They should be fine." However, Shun Wanwan did not become a prophet this time. After about 10 minutes, people from the Flame Leopard mercenary group ran towards the side. Shun Wanwan and the others hurried to the door. They saw that the mercenaries running towards the tavern were much more embarrassed than when they left the tavern. It even seemed that some people were injured and were being supported or carried by their teammates while running. Seeing that they did not abandon their companions even when they were in danger, Shun Wanwan had a higher opinion of this mercenary group. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the tavern yard, which meant they had entered a safe zone and no longer had to worry about the wild beasts chasing them. Because it was dark and there were so many people, Shun Wanwan didn't see clearly what kind of beast was chasing them. Only after they ran into the tavern did Shun Wanwan see the beast chasing them. Oh my god! When Shun Wanwan saw the beast, she immediately hid behind He Chuan Yun and rubbed her arms. She shook off the goosebumps on her body and said, "This beast looks so sorry for the audience. It's simply a nightmare for people with trypophobia." Huxia and Chuan Yun were also shocked by the ugly beast. Few monsters look ugly after they transform. Although the monsters in Chuan Yun's ghost plane are also ugly, they're just a little scary. They can be overcome. But this beast is not something you can overcome just by doing it, because it was really ugly. This beast looked like a toad, but was as big as a tiger, with dense pustules all over its body and two heads with splayed eyes on its head. So it's no wonder that Shen Wanwan dislikes this beast. The beast that was chasing the flame leopard mercenaries was called the Gula Beast. This beast was poisonous and would make gurgling sounds from time to time, so it was called the Gula Beast. The tavern's defense is still very powerful. The Gula Beast that was chasing the mercenary group rushed too fast and couldn't stop in time, and crashed into the defensive barrier. Looking at the Gula Beasts banging against the wall, Shen Wanwan showed an expression of disgust on her face again. This beast is not only ugly, but also seems not very smart. After taking a look at them, Shen Wanwan felt like she was going to suffer from claustrophobia, so she quickly slipped into the pub. The members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group, who had been running for a long time, were now catching their breath in the yard, trying to calm their hearts which were beating wildly from running for too long. The injured members of the team collapsed on the grass in the yard, waiting for the team doctor to catch his breath so that they could be treated. Little girl Catherine saw that her brother was not seriously injured, but had some small wounds on his face and neck from being scratched by tree branches while running. Now, she finally put her mind at ease. Catherine helped her brother into the tavern. After everyone in the yard reacted, they looked at the Gula Beast that was not allowed to approach the tavern, and then supported each other and entered the tavern. Andre and Oakley came in and sat directly on the high stools in front of the counter. Shen Wanwan handed each of them a glass of water. After they finished drinking, she asked curiously, "Did you poke the nest of those Gula Beasts?" After hearing what Shen Wanwan said, Andre felt helpless. Although they did not poke the Gula Beast's nest, it was almost the same. Even though we were chased by Gilliman for so long, the team's gains tonight were really good, better than any other time. So Andre was glad that he believed Oakley's words and led the team into the Silent Night Forest. This tavern is indeed a great shelter. Unfortunately, it will disappear in a few days, so their mercenary group must take a risk while the tavern is still there. It was already very late at this time, and there were not many injured people in the mercenary group. Only 2 inexperienced newcomers were seriously injured. Fortunately, they were only skin injuries, and they were fine after taking medicine. The mercenaries would definitely not go out again. After working hard for most of the night, they were tired, so they ordered food from Shen Wanwan. The tavern became more and more crowded and lively. Hu Xia and Chuan Yin were not used to such lively occasions, so they went outside. The two of them raised their heads at a 45-degree angle and looked at the twinkling stars in the sky with an artistic look on their faces. When Shen Wanwan saw this, she felt that the two of them might start talking eloquently in the next second. Fortunately, the two of them did not recite poems, but just looked at the stars in this world. "Why don't you go back and rest? They probably won't be out at this time, and the pub will be a bit noisy." Shen Wanwan knew that the two of them stayed here to protect her, but she couldn't let them stay with her all night. They are not employees of the bar. No matter how capitalist she is, she can't exploit her own customers. Number 9. Are you sure? Shen Wanwan felt that she was such a good person. It's okay. It will be boring if we go back anyway. Why not take a look here? Chuanyin smiled and said while playing with a wild flower he picked from somewhere. Hu Xia was leaning against the wall, looking like a big shot. Shen Wanwan was too lazy to pay attention to him. So I said to Chuanyin, "Thank you, if you want to eat anything, just tell me, I'll treat you. Reciprocity is the norm. If someone treats her well, she will naturally return the favor." Chuanyin smiled and nodded. "Okay, if I want to eat, I'll come find you." "Okay, then I'll go in first," Shen Wanwan said as she walked into the pub. Looking at Hu Xia leaning against the wall with an expressionless face, I couldn't help but chuckle. This fox is really arrogant. At about 5 in the morning, the sky began to dawn, and the sun slowly began to shine on the entire Silent Night Forest. The Gula Beasts guarding outside the tavern rushed into the forest at dawn. The sunlight shone into the pub, and the people inside were sleeping in various strange postures, accompanied by the sound of snoring. Shen Wanwan took a recliner and placed it under the counter as a bed, then fell asleep on it. Not long after she fell asleep, Xia and Chuanyun came into the room and sat on the high stools in front of the counter. Because many people in the mercenary group were snoring, Chuanyun specially created an isolation spell to cordon off the counter area. Shen Wanwan didn't hear any of the snoring, so she slept well. I woke up with a yawn. Shen Wanwan rubbed her eyes and looked at them, not knowing whether they were sleeping or resting with their eyes closed. However, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Handsome guys are handsome guys. They look so good even when they are sleeping. Shen Wanwan got up quietly, for fear of waking them up. In fact, the two of them were not sleeping but just taking a rest. When Shen Wanwan yawned, they wanted to open their eyes, but the two men were very careful and knew that the girl had just woken up and definitely didn't want to be seen by them, so they had to continue closing their eyes and sleep. Shen Wanwan tiptoed away from the counter, went to the kitchen to find a new basin, fetched some water, and went outside the tavern to wash up. Only after leaving the counter did Shen Wanwan realize how torturous the snoring of these people was. I felt even more grateful to the two of them, so I fetched some water and went outside. Shen Wanwan was startled by the Benjamin siblings who were sleeping in the corner wrapped in blankets. It seems that the brother and sister were also driven out by the snoring in the room. Benjamin and his sister were here, so Shen Wanwan went to the yard to wash up. The weather is fine today. The morning sun is not too hot. Birds are chirping in the treetops, and there are some small animals drinking water by the mirror lake. Some animals looked at the tavern curiously, but unfortunately they couldn't get in, so they just looked at it with their cute heads tilted. Shen Wanwan also likes these cute little things, but no matter how cute the animals in the Silent Night Forest are, it is best not to touch them if possible, because these cute little animals may take her life. The beasts and animals in this world are all ferocious. When Shen Wanwan carried the basin back, Catherine and Benjamin had already woken up. When they saw her coming, they both felt a little embarrassed. Benjamin was afraid that she would misunderstand that the brother and sister had something against the pub, so he quickly explained. It was too noisy in the room, and Catherine couldn't sleep well, so we came out. I understand, but aren't you afraid of catching a cold sleeping outside at night? It's okay. We have fire rocks, Catherine said, taking out a red stone the size of a small pumpkin and showing it to her. Shen Wanwan looked at the igneous rock, reached out and touched it, and it was indeed very warm. She asked number 9 to scan it. This fire rock is a commonly used heating item in this world. Almost every household has 3 or 4 fire rocks. Shen Wanwan's first impression of the igneous rock was a natural heat-suppressing device. After entering the tavern, many people in the room had already woken up. They were all rough men, and they felt a little embarrassed to be looked at by a delicate beauty like Shen Wanwan, so they all got up and ran to Mirror Lake to tidy themselves up. After everyone left, Shen Wanwan immediately pressed a button to clean the room. Not only did the room become much cleaner, but there was also a faint scent of orange blossom in the air. Shen Wanwan was in a good mood, so she specifically asked Xia and Chuanyun what they wanted to eat, so she could cook for them. Hearing this, Fox Evil was the first to speak. I want to eat chicken, Shen Wanwan. As expected of a fox, he really likes to eat chicken. Chuanyun ordered crab roe buns. He had tried them once when Shen Wanwan made them for herself last time and liked them very much. Unfortunately, she didn't make them again. So when she asked him what he wanted to eat, he remembered this. Seeing that the two people's requests were not very high, Shen Wanwan nodded and agreed. She made a roasted chicken and a fried chicken for Xia, and in addition to the crab roe buns, she also made some shrimp dumplings for Chuanyun. As long as she gets the ingredients and recipes ready, the kitchen will make them automatically, and all she has to do is wait. After a while, the meals they ordered were ready. The aroma of roasted chicken and fried chicken was quite overbearing. As soon as the dishes were served, a faint smell of fried chicken wafted through the entire pub. The members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group, who had just woken up, swallowed their saliva because of the aroma. Seeing this, Shen Wanwan smiled and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Yes, I don't know who shouted it, but after he finished shouting, others also started to say yes. After eating and drinking their fill again, the members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group rested for a while, bought some food with Shen Wanwan, left the two injured members behind, and everyone else went out. The Silent Night Forest is safer during the day than at night, so the members of the Flame Leopard Mercenary Group want to get more supplies so that they can upgrade the level of the mercenary group. Shenwan had no idea about their plans. After they left, the tavern became quieter. The two injured people ate and went to sleep. Sleeping is a good way to recover. Shenwan did not bother the two injured people. There were not many people in the tavern at the moment, so she asked Chuan Yun and Huxia to go back and rest. They had already been up all night. After seeing that there was no danger in the tavern, the two left. It's not about going back to sleep, but about dealing with some things. Seeing Huxia leave, Catherine, who had been secretly paying attention to him, couldn't help feeling a little lost. She knew that Huxia came from a different time and space from her, but such a handsome, gentle, and charming man always attracted her attention. A girl's feelings are always poetic, and Shen Wanwan understands this. Catherine thought that her little trick had not been noticed by anyone, but she didn't know that Shen Wanwan and the other three had noticed it. That's why Huxia didn't talk to her too much. It was Shen Wanwan's request. Don't allow this fox to charm such innocent girls. For this, Huxia simply rolled his eyes at her. He was so charming that he didn't need to flirt with her. Of course, he had no feelings for Catherine and had no intention of getting to know her better. Catherine is an introverted person, and Huxia is usually accompanied by either Chuan Yun or Shen Wanwan, so she is too embarrassed to take the initiative to approach and start a conversation. Catherine's girlish thoughts can be put aside for now. In the Silent Night Forest, because it was daytime, the Flame Leopard mercenaries went deeper again, and this time they found a lot of good stuff. Of course, good things also come with dangers. Now they have found a tourmaline fruit tree with many tourmaline fruits hanging on it. This is a good thing, a beauty-enhancing fruit for noble ladies. One piece can be sold for up to 700 to 800 gold coins. So they quickly took out their bags and started picking tourmaline fruits. However, they had just stepped on a few fruits when they were surrounded by a group of long-eared thunder rabbits. Long-eared thunder rabbit. Although it is a rabbit, it is a very ferocious rabbit. You can tell from the name that it has thunder attributes. Moreover, rabbits have strong reproductive ability, so long-eared rabbits are really not easy to mess with. The members of the Flame Leopard Mercenary Group, who were surrounded again, looked up at the sky in silence. They were surrounded by gullah beasts in the early morning, and now they were surrounded by long-eared thunder rabbits. But it was impossible to get them to give up the tourmaline fruit, so a war was about to break out. The thunder rabbits spit out thunderballs and smashed them towards the mercenaries. Groups of thunderballs exploded with a crackling sound, and it felt like setting off firecrackers. Andre assigned 3 people to be responsible for picking, and the others were given time to pick the fruits. Benjamin was among those in charge of picking the fruits. Taking advantage of their brother's delay, the 3 of them picked the fruits frantically. After they said, "Okay," Andre immediately led his men to retreat. The thunderball of Thunder Rabbit was very powerful, and all the members of the mercenary group were blown to pieces. Some people even looked like they were struck by lightning, and their entire appearance turned into burnt black people and smoking afros. Of course, even if they ran away, the Thunder Rabbits would not let them go, so a group of rabbits chased them and released thunderballs, and the people who were running were hit by the thunderballs from time to time. It's not that they don't want to kill all the Thunder Rabbits. As mentioned before, the Thunder Rabbits have a strong reproductive capacity. After killing one batch, there will be another batch. This will go on forever in the afternoon, and will only consume their strength. Moreover, Thunder Rabbits are very vengeful. They will remember the smell of their hunters, and will definitely attack if they meet them again next time. There was once a mercenary group that did not take the Thunder Rabbits seriously, and killed a lot of them. As a result, 3 years later, they were killed by the rabbits that returned after breeding in the Silent Night Forest, so Andre and his members ran away in fear. When Shun Wanwan saw the Flame Leopard mercenaries returning in such a miserable state, she felt sick. When these people go out, at least they have clothes to cover their bodies, but when they come back, they are all tattered. "What are you doing?" Shun Wanwan looked at them with difficulty in explaining. The members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group finally escaped from the long-eared Thunder Rabbits and returned to the tavern. Seeing that Shun Wanwan had not finished speaking and had a slightly disgusted expression, they looked at each other. Only then did they realize that they were all in a mess, with their clothes torn and tattered. You know, the clothes they wore were not the best armor, but they were of average quality. They didn't expect that they were still damaged by the thunder of the Thunder Rabbit. It was easier to write about those who were wearing more advanced armor. At least they were not naked. The clothes of others were basically the same as those of beggars. Some even had rags hanging on their bodies. "Oh my God, brother, what happened to you?" Catherine was helping Shun Wanwan clean the tavern. When she saw her brother and his friends coming back, she went out to see them in this state. "Ahem, Catherine, you and the landlady go back to the tavern first. We'll clean up," Benjamin said to his sister embarrassedly. Although this situation is an accident, it is still embarrassing in front of a lady. Upon hearing this, Catherine quickly looked at Shun Wanwan and found that she had turned around and gone back to the tavern, so she quickly followed her. After the two ladies were out of sight, the members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group took out new clothes from their treasure bags and prepared to wash them by the Mirror Lake. The clothes on my body were torn by lightning and smelled burnt. I really couldn't keep them anymore. Although mercenaries don't care about appearance, they should at least consider the eyes of the proprietress when seeking refuge in someone else's tavern. So this group of grown men started to go to Jinghu Lake arm in arm. The reason why Mirror Lake is called Mirror Lake is because the lake is as clear as a mirror. When everyone sees my current appearance, they find it too disgusting. Ugh, I'm so ducking ugly. No wonder the lady boss was disgusted just now. If I saw you, I would also be disgusted with you. Get lost, the mercenaries were talking and joking with each other. Shun Wanwan looked at the lake through the window and found that the group of men were playing and fighting, and they didn't look like they were frightened at all by the danger they encountered. She thought again that they were a mercenary group, and their job was to live a life of hard work. They were probably used to this kind of thing. She was in a daze before she knew it. After Hu Xie entered the tavern, he followed her line of sight and saw the group of men outside the window. He looked at Shun Wanwan with a strange expression, then waved his sleeves to close the window and said to her earnestly, "You're still young. There is no need to be too interested in men, especially these rough guys." Shun Wanwan was puzzled at first when she heard his words. But after looking at the closed window, she probably understood what Hu Xie meant. Then he said speechlessly, "I didn't peek at them taking a bath. I understand, and I didn't say that. I just think you're still young, and some things are not suitable for you to see." Hu Xie thought he was a really good monster, and he really took great pains to prevent the human girl from getting sty. Shun Wanwan looked at him and always felt that this fox didn't seem to believe what she said. She was just daydreaming and really didn't see anything. And how is she young? She is already 22 years old. If she had married earlier, she might have become a mother. But when she thought of the fox's age, she felt that compared to him, she seemed really young. Although Hu Xie misunderstood, he was just a fox with good intentions, so she was magnanimous and didn't bother with him. When Catherine saw Fox Xie coming, her heart began to beat wildly, and she glanced at him from time to time. Hu Xie felt her gaze and turned his head to look at her. Catherine met his beautiful fox eyes and lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, Shun Wanwan patted Hu Xie and said, "Don't charm the innocent girl." Foxy rolled his eyes. "Which eye of yours saw me seducing her?" "I saw it with both my eyes." "Haha, then you should get your eyes treated," Fox Evil suggested sincerely. After a few quarrels, the people outside came back one after another. They changed into clean clothes and applied medicine to each other. After entering the tavern, their somewhat depressed spirits suddenly became clearer. I found a place to sit down and started cleaning up today's spoils. Shun Wanwan did not join in the fun, but Chuan Yun, who had just entered the room, seemed to have sensed something and quickly squeezed into the crowd of mercenaries. He reached out and picked up a white ore and asked, "Hello, what is this?" Andre looked at it and said, "This must have been brought in a hurry. It's not a particularly valuable stone. This kind of stone can be found everywhere in this alien world, so it is really worthless. Can you trade this stone to me?" Chuanyan said with interest while playing with the stone. "I'll just give it to you. It's not valuable." Andre was also an honest man. This kind of stone was very common here, and he was really embarrassed to trade with this guest from another time and space. Even if he wanted to, he might not dare to do so. The one who can become the leader is, naturally, the one with the best brains and martial arts in the entire mercenary group. Although Chuan Yun looks thin, when facing him, Andre always has a feeling that this person is very dangerous. Chuan Yun smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that this is the space-time trading tavern? As long as it is something from your continent, even if it is a worthless stone, I will need to trade it before I can take it away. Oh, I forgot." Andre scratched his head embarrassedly and then said, "Why don't you give me some copper coins to trade with me? This stone is really worthless." Seeing this, Chuan Yun turned around and went to find Shin Wanwan. "Boss lady, let me exchange some currency from this continent with you," Chuan Yun said as he threw a sparkling gem to Shin Wanwan. Shin Wanwan asked number 9 to scan it, give an assessment, and then exchange it for the currency of this alien continent. This ore can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins on this continent. After deducting the 40% handling fee, you will be given 6,000 gold coins. Shin Wanwan said this and handed him a bag containing 6,000 gold coins from this world. Number 9 felt sad for Chuan Yun when he saw that the boss lady was so unscrupulous as to increase the handling fee by 20%. He had clearly been protecting the boss's wife these past 2 days, but he still ended up being cheated by her in terms of handling fees. It seems that its new boss is indeed a realistic capitalist who doesn't care about his relatives. Shin Wanwan didn't know about number 9's complaint. Although it was a bit unkind of her to ask Chuan Yun for more handling fees, she would just treat him to a few more delicious meals later. At present, the most important thing for the tavern is to work hard to make money and trade value to upgrade, so she silently said sorry to brother Chuan Yun in her heart. Chuan Yun didn't know that Shin Wanwan had quietly raised his handling fee. After getting the money, he took out a gold coin and bought the stone. He is not a sucker nor a domineering CEO. He certainly can't just throw a bag of gold coins over and say, "It's all yours." They were just a bunch of rough guys, so they really wouldn't let him do that. After getting the stone, Chuan Yun looked at it carefully, but couldn't figure out what it was. And the feeling just now is useless. Could it be that he was mistaken? His intuition was always right, so it must be that his method was wrong. So Chuan Yun began to explore carefully again. Hu Xia walked behind him at some point, raised a hand and placed it on his shoulder and said, "Release your energy, and then control it to go in." Hu Xia had lived for thousands of years and had some experience, so he immediately gave a suitable method. Following Hu Xia's words, Chuan Yun began to gather the energy in his body into a line and slowly drilled into the stone. After a while, his yuan force entered the inside of the stone, and a certain qi inside began to merge into his yuan force. The yuan force lines, which were originally not very thick, became a little thicker. Shin Wanwan was also very curious, but she understood that it was best not to be disturbed when doing something focused, and Chuan Yun was obviously practicing, so he could not be disturbed. Otherwise, if she accidentally goes astray, she will be guilty. Didn't you see that the fox evil was guarding him and cast an isolation spell on him? However, this situation did not last long, only about 2 minutes, and Chuan Yun woke up. Feeling traces of magic around him, he curled his lips and smiled. When Hu Xia saw that he had woken up, he broke the spell that had enveloped him. Many people in the mercenary group also saw the situation here, but they couldn't see clearly because when Chuan Yun took action, Hu Xia cast an isolation spell, blocking their line of sight. So the mercenaries didn't know what they had done. Shin Wanwan walked over and took a look. The originally intact stones had turned into a pile of dust, scattered on the table. She looked at Chuan Yun curiously and could probably guess something, but she didn't ask rashly. "Are you okay?" Shin Wanwan asked Chuan Yun, who looked normal. "It's okay. Thank you for your concern." Chuan Yun shook his head. "I'm glad you're okay." Shin Wanwan nodded and returned to the counter. Hu Xia sat on the stool next to Chuan Yun, looked up at him and said, "Is it useful? It works, you can try it too." Hearing this, Hu Xia nodded, then thought for a moment, gave Chuan Yun a look, and the two of them walked out of the tavern together. Shin Wanwan looked at the two people mysteriously and couldn't help but mutter, "Is it really okay for these guests to have little secrets with each other without telling me?" Number 9 jumped out and said, If the boss lady wants to know, she can use the receiver on the panel to eavesdrop. Get lost. Am I that kind of person? If number 9 had a physical body at this moment, he would definitely be kicked out of the tavern by her. Although she is a bit black-hearted, she is not a pervert who would eavesdrop on other people's conversations. She could roughly guess what the two wanted to do, so she would wait and see what happened next. Is there anything that can't be said in the house? Chuanyun was very curious. Since you think the stones are useful to us, then find a way to trade more. Don't forget, the tavern will be leaving here in a few days, and we don't know when we will come back, but some of them seem to be more willing to take risks. Gold coins should not be able to impress them. Chuanyun saw clearly that the Flame Leopard mercenary group seemed to be more interested in improving the level of the mercenary group than money. They and Andre knew that the ways for the mercenary group to upgrade their level were, on the one hand, the finances of the mercenary group, and on the other hand, they could hunt high-level beasts or find high-level plants to increase the popularity of the mercenary group. Xie thought of something, then leaned close to Chuanyun's ear and whispered, "We can do this and that. This and that." After listening to this, Chuanyun looked at Xie with some amusement, then nodded. The two of them reached some kind of PY deal. Shen Wanwan watched everything at the door from the counter, and she felt that the two people seemed to have bad intentions. But she didn't feel any danger to herself, and they were definitely not coming for her. So she looked at the group of rough men in the mercenary group and couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy for them. Amen. May God bless you. Although she didn't know whether people here believed in God or not, Shen Wanwan still silently drew a cross for them in her heart. Anyone who is targeted by a fox is likely to be in trouble. I just don't know which one, or which ones of these people are the unlucky ones. With the intention of watching the show, Shen Wanwan glanced at all the members of the mercenary group. However, they were all busy sorting out the spoils from last night and today, so they didn't notice Shen Wanwan's gaze. Catherine was currently staring at the fox demon outside the house, who was wearing a pure white fox fur coat. Originally, Shen Wanwan wanted to see who the unlucky guy was, but number 9 reminded her that several people were heading towards her house and should arrive in 1 minute at that speed. One day, Shen Wanwan ran out of the counter and found 2 men whispering to each other and said, "I have to go back for a while. Can you help me look after the bar?" As he spoke, the man disappeared. Shen Wanwan, who had just returned home, happened to hear a knock on the door and she quickly answered, "I'm coming." As she said this, she walked to the yard and opened the gate. There were 2 police officers wearing raincoats standing outside. Shen Wanwan quickly said, "Hello, please come in." The 2 police officers shook their heads and said, "No. Sorry to bother you, fellow. Here is the document for you. Can you also report your occupation?" Shen Wanwan was puzzled. She was a pub owner. But could she tell him about this? "I'm a freelancer. I usually take orders online and write articles." "Okay, remember to read the document. This is the latest policy document for Waxiga Town." "Okay, I'll definitely take a good look." Seeing that she was the only young girl at home, the police officer couldn't help but say, "You are a little girl. Remember to close the doors and windows at night. Although the security here is very good, it is not 100%. Do you have an alarm installed at home?" "It's all right. Thank you for your concern." "It's okay. We are serving the people. If you run into trouble, remember to come to the police station to find us." Okay. Thank you both officers." "Why don't you come in and have some hot water?" Shen Wanwan invited hospitably. She must be more enthusiastic when facing the police uncle. She still expects them to protect her and give her a peaceful life. "No. Remember to read the documents. There will be many foreign guests visiting Waxiga Town around October. If you have any spare rooms in your house, you can rent them out," the policeman reminded Shen Wanwan, and she thanked him with a look of "I understand" on her face. She definitely wouldn't rent out the room, but she also had to thank the 2 police officers for their reminder. After seeing the 2 off and closing the door, Shen Wanwan returned to the house, looking at the empty house, wondering if she should buy a dog or a cat to keep her company. Being alone is as lonely as snow. Time flies by, and in a blink of an eye, the tavern's last day in the other world is coming. Over the past 5 or 6 days, Shen Wanwan was deeply impressed by the Flame Leopard mercenaries' desperate and crazy efforts to complete missions, and she sincerely wished them to achieve their wish. On the last day, The members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group returned with wounds all over their bodies, but there was no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they had a smile on their faces. It can be seen that we have gained a lot in the past few days. People can always break through their limits in desperate situations. There must be quite a few people who have made breakthroughs. After they took some time to sort out today's spoils, they began to trade with Xie, Chuanyun, and Zheng Ge. That's right, there is Brother Zheng. He mainly exchanges for some medicinal herbs that can prolong life in this world. As for what he exchanges for, of course, it is the famous bronze ware from the Warring States period. After all, there are really not many good things in the Warring States period. Although this world has a bit of the style of a Western fantasy world, it is not a pure Western fantasy world. At least there is no magic academy here. Without a magic academy, there would naturally be no magicians. At best, it would be a relatively low-level Western fantasy plane. The industrial level here is at least much better than that of the Warring States period. You can tell by looking at the weapons. The weapons they forged were apparently better than bronze weapons. As for why they wanted to exchange bronze artifacts with Zheng Ge, Shen Wanwan didn't know. In the space-time trading tavern, customers can exchange freely, as long as they are not exchanging interstellar weapons that can destroy a planet or weapons with extremely high destructive power between lower and higher planes. After all, they also have to ensure the safety of other dimensions. Chuan Yun and Hu Xie didn't want anything else, so they asked Catherine and Benjamin to pick up piles of stones for them. There were so many stones that Shen Wanwan felt they could almost fill 2 large trucks. Originally, the 2 men wanted to trick Catherine into picking up stones around the tavern and trading them. Catherine happily agreed, because she could earn gold coins and help her loved one. A day later, Benjamin was injured in a mission. After learning that his sister had made a deal with Hu Xie and the others, he also joined in. The 2 men were not actually that fast, but seeing that they could really earn gold coins, the other injured people who were resting in the tavern also became interested and joined the activity of picking up stones to exchange for gold coins. For this purpose, the 2 of them exchanged a lot of gold coins that are common in this world from Shen Wanwan. They got what they wanted, and the injured people in the mercenary group also earned a lot of gold coins. For a moment, both parties were happy. Today is the last day. The beasts hunted and plants collected by the Flame Leopard mercenaries are of little use to Hu Xie and Chuan Yun, so they did not participate in the final transaction. Only Zheng Ge brought a lot of bronze tripods to trade with them, but the other party didn't need so many. After exchanging them for the longevity herbs he needed, Ing Zheng gave up the deal. He was interested in many things, but unfortunately people didn't need so many bronze artifacts. As the king of a country, the things he took out were not rare here. Tired, Andre walked to the counter and couldn't help asking, "Is Boss Shen really not coming back?" Shen Wanwan said uncertainly, "I don't know about this. The taverns land randomly. They may come or they may not come. And if they come next time, they may not land here again." After hearing the explanation, Andre felt a little regretful, but it only took him a few breaths to adjust his mentality. Since Boss Shen is leaving, I don't know when we will meet again. I want to do a business with Boss Shen. What business? Shen Wanwan was very curious about what Andre wanted to buy from her. You know, the things in the mall are very expensive, so her charges are not cheap. Hearing this, Andre put the sword on the counter. Seeing Shen Wanwan's face full of questions, he drew out the sword. After Shen Wanwan took a closer look, it turned out that after the high-intensity work in the past few days, the sword had cracks. If you don't pay attention, the sword will break. I want to buy a sword. Andre had seen the kitchen knife in Shen Wanwan's kitchen. The knife was as sharp as a mirror and was sharper than his sword. So, he had always wanted to exchange a new sword with Shen Wanwan. This was possible. Shen Wanwan nodded, and then looked through the mall to find a sword suitable for Andre. She found 3 Western-style swords, all of which were good and had similar prices, so she was worried about which one to choose. Suddenly, she thought that a good sword must be suitable for the person who uses it, so she discussed it with number 9 and asked it to take out the 3 swords first and let the customers choose by themselves. Number 9 said that it was not easy. Shen Wanwan said with both reason and emotion, "If you want customers to pay, you must first let them see the real thing. If they don't show anything, if they buy it back and it doesn't suit them, won't they want to return it? If someone is not satisfied, won't your resentment grow? Don't tell me that if he gives you a bad review in his heart, it will have no effect on you. Number 9 thought what the proprietress said was right. He had read in the information that people on Shun Wanwan's planet would always compare prices from 3 different stores before buying anything. Even if they were shopping online, they could return the product if they were not satisfied. Weapons are something that really need to be handy, and buyers have to try them out to see if they like them. After some self-strategy, Number 9 was finally fooled by Shin Wanwan, so he took out the 3 swords that she liked from the low-level weapons area in the store. After Number 9 took out the sword, Shin Wanwan pretended to be an otherworldly master and swept his sleeves across the table. Then 3 swords appeared in front of Andre. Looking at the 3 swords emitting cold light, Andre's eyes lit up. He tried all 3 and wanted to buy all 3. Such a good sword, if you miss it, you will lose it. Besides, which swordsman would feel that his sword is too few? Andre, who was very satisfied with the 3 swords, looked up at Shin Wanwan and said, "Boss Shin, I am very satisfied with these 3 swords. How do I buy and sell them? I need some ores and rare wood." Of course, if you can come up with something better than these 2 to exchange, that's fine too. Hearing this, Andre thought for a moment, then took out his treasure bag and took out the ore inside for Shin Wanwan to choose. "I don't have any wood in my collection. Boss Shin, do you want some trees from the Silent Night Forest? If you do, I'll go cut them for you right now." Shin Wanwan asked Number 9 in her heart, and after getting its agreement, she nodded. Andre asked her how many trees she needed, and then called his brothers to go out and cut trees. The trees in the Silent Night Forest are tall, dense, and very tough. Their quality is actually quite good, so if there are not enough rare trees, then we can make up for it with quality. When Ingjung saw the 3 swords displayed by Shin Wanwan, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After Andre and the others went out to chop trees, he walked up to Shin Wanwan, handed her all the medicinal herbs he had traded, and asked her to help process them into pills. This was something that had been agreed upon long ago. Shin Wanwan took the herbs and started to process them in the kitchen. Seeing that Brother Zheng had not left, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Brother Zheng, do you have anything to say? I wonder if the tavern can sell skills." Shin Wanwan probably understood something after hearing this, so she asked, "Do you want to buy the forging techniques for the 3 swords I sold to Andre?" "That's right." Ingjun looked at her seriously. Thinking of the forging techniques of the spring and autumn period, Shin Wanwan shook her head and said, "Your current technology can't keep up." Although saying this might offend Jinggo, she couldn't lie. Everything sold in the Tavern Mall, even the lowest grade swords, are forged from fine steel and iron. If you want to make good weapons, you must make steel. In ancient times, making steel was so dangerous. When Ingjung heard her say that Qin's technology was not up to par, and that was why they were unwilling to sell the forging technique, he could not accept this reason. The craftsmen in Qin are all top-notch experts. It's impossible that no one can learn it, Shin Wanwan explained with a headache. This is not a problem of craftsmanship, but a problem of materials. If you want to forge such a sword, you must learn how to make steel. Steelmaking is very dangerous. You can't let people die for it. As a good student of the 21st century who grew up under the red flag, Shin Wanwan believes that human life is more important than anything else. So she was really afraid that after selling the steelmaking technology to Jingga, many craftsmen would die because of steelmaking. And even if there is no problem, we still have to teach them the chemical element formulas for steelmaking, and these did not exist in ancient times. Shin Wanwan was most afraid of trouble. She could imagine that if she sold these to Jinggo, he might ask her 100,000 questions. Although she could show him video tutorials on steelmaking, Jinggo actually couldn't afford to buy books on steelmaking and weapon forging. Because books are knowledge and are relatively expensive, Shin Wanwan did not tell him this. Who is Ingjung? He is the first emperor of China. He must be discerning. Shin Wanwan definitely did not reject him for the reasons she said. "Tell me the truth. Why can't you sell me?" Shin Wanwan raised her right index finger and touched her nose awkwardly and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Ingjung nodded. "Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth. The main reason is that the books on steelmaking and forging are too expensive and you can't afford them. After hearing this, Ingzheng felt sick. He thought of many reasons, but he never thought that it was because he couldn't afford it. After Shen Wanwan finished speaking, she felt very embarrassed. Her toes almost dug out a Qin palace for Zhengguo in her shoes. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Ingzheng never thought that he, the king of a country, with millions of wealth, would be a pauper in the tavern. There was no way. Things from the Warring States period were really not very attractive to them all, and they were of no help to Hu Xie and Chuan Yun, so until now neither of them had traded with Ingzheng. Even Su Manling had never done any business with the tavern or Hu Xie and Chuan Yun. Because the plane levels differ so greatly, things from the lower planes are completely useless to Hu Xie and Chuan Yun. Shen Wanwan didn't say it because she was afraid of hurting Zheng Ji's self-esteem. At this moment, watching him take a deep breath and try hard to hold back his temper, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. He is worthy of being the greatest emperor of all time. His ability to endure rage is so strong. After Ingzheng suppressed his anger and embarrassment, he looked at Shen Wanwan, who was looking at him embarrassedly and didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you want him to buy on credit? There is no need to think about it. It's okay for a king to have no money, but if he wants to buy on credit, he will lose all his face and dignity. Without saying anything, he took the pills that Shen Wanwan had made for him, paid the processing fee, and left the tavern. Looking at Zheng Ji's fleeing figure, Shen Wanwan smiled in an unkind way. She didn't want to laugh either. But who made that person Ingzheng? In the evening, the people who went out to cut trees came back one after another. After completing the transaction with Shen Wanwan, Andre got 3 swords, and Shen Wanwan also got enough wood and some ore needed by number 9. After the deal, everyone was happy, and then the members of the Flame Leopard mercenary group began to prepare to leave the Silent Night Forest before it got dark. Catherine's eyes had been cured by Hu Xie, and now she was about to leave. She looked at Hu Xie with some reluctance. But Catherine was a sensible girl. She knew that it was impossible for her and Hu Xie to be together, so she had not talked to him in the past few days. Only occasionally would he gaze at a figure in fox fur. Shen Wanwan poked Hu Xie with her arm and said, "Why don't you say goodbye to that little girl? She has a secret crush on you." Hu Xie rolled his eyes at her, then turned and went back to the tavern. When Catherine saw that Hu Xie left without saying a word to her, she felt extremely disappointed. As I followed my brother, I looked back every few steps, wanting to take another look at the face of my beloved. Shen Wanwan shook her head and sighed. Beauty can lead people astray. The more handsome a man is, the more trouble he will cause. Chuan Yun folded his arms and leaned against the pillar of the eaves. Hearing her words, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hu Xie in the room had good hearing and heard every word Shen Wanwan said. In the blink of an eye, an unknown small fruit hit her head. It didn't hurt, but it made Shen Wanwan feel a little embarrassed. She turned around angrily and walked into the tavern, pointing at Hu Xie and cursing, "You darn fox, why are you hitting me? I'm not wrong. You foxes are either evil concubines who bring disaster to the country or scumbags with 3,000 beauties in your harem." Chuan Yin didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the two people, so he didn't follow in. But after hearing Shen Wanwan's remarks, he actually felt that there was some truth in them. Fox spirits are not considered good monsters in his eyes. Every time they appear, they basically overthrow the dynasty. Nonsense. That's you humans as a whole trying to discredit our fox clan. Fox Evil would not admit that he was a scumbag fox. After it got dark, the tavern began to gradually disappear by the mirror lake in the Silent Night Forest. In a few seconds, the scene outside changed back to the scene inside the independent small space where the tavern was located. Hu Xie looked at the familiar scenery outside and thought of the scene when he first entered the tavern. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he said with disdain, "The scenery outside your tavern is not as beautiful as the Silent Night Forest." Shen Wanwan listened to his words and glanced at him with an unhappy mood. Anyway, she was back and safe, and she didn't have to endure the sarcasm of this darn fox anymore. So she kicked Hu Xie out of the tavern with a thought. Speaking of the Qin side, Zhengguo, whose self-esteem was severely hurt, lost his temper at the court meeting today. After leaving court, he asked Zhao Gao to find some special minerals, gems, and rare woods, and asked Zhao Gao to do the job well, otherwise he would be beheaded. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. The king seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, which made him feel a little puzzled. In the past, there were always signs when the king was in a bad mood, but today, not only was there no sign at all, but he also asked him to search for ores, gems, and wood, which made him even more confused. But no matter how confused he was, he had to do his work obediently. The king has been acting strangely lately, always locking himself in his bedroom during rest time. He wanted to investigate, but remembering that the king disliked people who were too smart for their own good, he never took any action. Ing Zheng gave such an order after careful consideration, as Hu Xie and Chuan Yun were not interested in what he had. Then he could only do business with the tavern owner. But the tavern only accepted some minerals, gems, and wood, so he had to ask Zhao Gao to do it. At least he couldn't let the tavern think that he, as the king of a country, couldn't even take out something valuable. Shen Wanwan had no idea what Zhengge was feeling. After returning home, she ate something, took a shower, and went to sleep. She hadn't slept well at all in the past 7 days, and now she just wanted to have a good sleep. The sound of mountain wind and birds singing in the early morning woke up Shen Wanwan, who had a night's sleep. She sat up from the bed and saw that the light outside was a little dim. She knew at a glance that it was going to be a cloudy day today. I opened the tavern and saw that it was still being upgraded. After saying goodbye to Chuanyan last night and returning home, Nine told her that the pub would be upgraded again. Shen Wanwan didn't really feel anything about the tavern upgrade. Given how stingy number 9 was, she guessed there wouldn't be much change this time. At most, the venue would be expanded a little and a few tables would be added. She couldn't enter the tavern due to the upgrade, and neither could any guests, so she could have a vacation today. I got up, packed up, changed my clothes, and prepared to go downstairs. She went to bed early last night and got up early today, so it was only about 6:30 in the morning. When she opened the door, she saw thick fog. She thought it was going to be cloudy today, but it turned out to be foggy. Province G is located in the southwest and has a time difference with the big cities in the east. It is already autumn, and the sky here is not yet fully bright at 6 o'clock. The temperature difference between day and night is large, and it is cooler in the morning, so Shen Wanwan wore a light green cardigan. She went to the kitchen and looked at the refrigerator. She had hardly eaten at home in the past 7 days. She had only eaten out at the pub. Some of the ingredients had gone bad, so she cleaned them out and estimated what she would need to buy later. After making herself a simple breakfast, washing the dishes, and leaving the kitchen, Shen Wanwan suddenly felt a prying gaze. She turned her head and looked towards the yard. The thick fog blocked her view, and the visibility was really low. Ever since she had the tavern, her intuition had always been accurate, and she just felt someone was watching her. In the thick fog, Shen Wanwan felt nervous and quickly called number 9, but unfortunately the tavern was being upgraded and number 9 had gone into hibernation and could not help her. "Who's there?" Shen Wanwan shouted. Then she took out the stun gun she had bought for self-defense from the tavern owner's backpack and walked tentatively towards the yard. Of course, she turned on all the lights outside the house before going over. Unfortunately, after she walked around the yard, she didn't see anyone. "Am I feeling wrong?" Shen Wanwan returned to the eaves puzzled and scratched his head. And on a big tree on the hill behind her house, there seemed to be a person standing vaguely. A pair of blood-red eyes were staring at the yard at the foot of the mountain. It seemed like in just a moment, the figure disappeared, as if it had never been there. The sky gradually brightened, the thick fog slowly dispersed, a faint light shone through the clouds, and more birds chirped in the forest. The yard surrounded by green mountains and green waters is very leisurely and comfortable. At this time, Shen Wanwan had already ridden her tricycle to the supermarket in town. After buying some things, she went to the vegetable market and bought some fresh vegetables and fruits. I also ate a bowl of hot rice noodles at the vegetable market. Although she had eaten breakfast, she was still craving for rice noodles. After returning home and putting the things in the refrigerator, She put on rain boots, picked up the farm tools, and started weeding in the backyard. She also planted some crops in the backyard, but given her busy schedule, the crops didn't grow very well. But she didn't rely on the output of this land to make a living, so she didn't care much. She thought that since the backyard was backed by a mountain, she might as well plant some plants that could repel small animals next time. She didn't want any wild animals to come to her house. Although the red panda was cute, it was a national protected animal. If something happened to her home, she would not be able to explain it. But it's already autumn, and she has to wait until next spring to plant, and she hasn't changed the plants yet. Shen Wanwan has very few contacts on her phone. During these 7 days, apart from her good friend Wen Chiyue, who occasionally sends her messages to chat, basically no one else has contacted her. When she left the Gu family, she had deleted all the people related to the Gu family. To be precise, her current WeChat account is a new one, not the original one. There's nothing wrong with it for her. Having a tavern and being away from some crowds can reduce the risk of exposure. After mowing the lawn, I went to the faucet in the front yard to wash the mud off my rain boots, then went back into the house to prepare lunch. Since she was alone, she made a curry beef rice. She first simmered a pot of rice, and then went to make the curry beef. When the curry beef rice was ready, she squatted at the kitchen door holding the plate, looking at the misty green mountains in the distance, and felt like she was a farmer at that moment. Thinking of this, she suddenly thought of a slogan for mineral water. Nongfu Spring has a little sweetness. Although she doesn't have fields, she has spring water. There is spring water everywhere in Huashi Valley Town. Just as she was daydreaming, Number 9's cheerful voice appeared. "Madam Boss, here I come. Is the upgrade completed?" Shen Wanwan asked herself while eating. "It's over. Come and have a look, there's a surprise." Shen Wanwan listened to what Number 9 said and felt that this young customer service representative might be exaggerating. So she stood up, took the plate, and went to the tavern. After entering the tavern, Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes in an ungracious manner as she looked at the architecture and interior decoration, which had not changed much. As expected, she couldn't believe Number 9's lies. "Hey, boss lady, be happy. You've changed a lot. How is it bigger?" "It's just 2 more tables and a few more lamps. In this upgrade, the focus is not on the interior of the house, but on the expansion of the outside." Number 9 couldn't stand the proprietress's disdain for the tavern. When Shen Wanwan came outside and took a look, she found that it had indeed expanded a lot, but it was far from the fairy palace picture she had chosen. Not in the mood to watch.
Número 9.
Since she was already at the pub, Shen Wanwan was too lazy to go back. She squatted at the door of the pub and started eating the curry beef rice that she had not finished yet. After the tavern was upgraded, the first one to come over was Huxia. When he arrived at the tavern, he saw Shen Wanwan squatting on the ground eating with a plate in her hand in a very unrestrained manner. "You don't use the nice table and chairs, but insist on squatting under the eaves to eat. Do you think the food tastes better this way?" Shen Wanwan snorted. "Why do you care how I eat?" Huxia raised his eyebrows, then walked to the yard, lifting his long hair. Looking at his long hair that was long enough for a shampoo commercial, Shen Wanwan was envious. Shen Wanwan's hair wasn't that smooth. Looking at Huxia in a fox fur coat, it seemed like he had been wearing a white fox fur coat since they met. Shen Wanwan couldn't help but ask, "I say, Fox, don't you have money to buy clothes? I've known you for so long, and you've only ever worn fox fur coats, all white. I doubt you've ever changed your clothes." The veins on Huxia's forehead couldn't help but throb. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and want to strangle Shen Wanwan, this vicious woman. "TSK, you have no taste. Don't you humans always say that a fox fur coat is worth 1,000 gold coins? My fox fur coat is worth more than yours, Shen Wanwan. That I didn't see that." Huxia was too lazy to talk to her. But he was also a little puzzled. Did he really look like he hadn't changed his clothes? Shen Wanwan was the only one who could make the fox doubt herself like this. She didn't care. She just couldn't help but say a few words to the fox. Huxia walked into the tavern, looked at the changes, and couldn't help but frowned and said, "You spent a lot of time upgrading, but in the end you only added 2 tables and a few lamps?" He couldn't help but TSK twice. "If you ask me, You might as well not upgrade. There is no change at all. It turns out that you are not suitable for doing business. Shen Wanwan glared at Huxia, then cursed number 9 in her heart. Number 9. Sigma WHY, is it always the one that gets hurt? Foxy was just here to see what was happening after the upgrade. Now that she was done, she patted the angry Shen Wanwan and ran away. Seeing that the Foxy could touch her, Shen Wanwan was actually a little happy. It's really not easy for the two of them to be on guard against each other until now. Seeing that the pub was empty and the meal was over, she slipped away too. At night, when Shen Wanwan came in, she found that the tavern was a little more lively because Huxia, Chuan Yun, Su Manling, and Zheng Ge were all there. Looking at them, Shen Wanwan was full of questions. What day is today? Why are they all here? When Su Manling saw Shen Wanwan, she immediately walked up to her and said, I came here to see you guys coming back from the other world. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but tap Su Manling's forehead and said, Why are you so timid? You really didn't come once in 7 days. Su Manling smiled embarrassedly. She was really scared by what Shen Wanwan said at that time, so she hadn't been to the pub for the past 7 days. She felt a little regretful, so she pestered Shen Wanwan to ask about the other world. During the 7 days, Shen Wanwan stayed in the tavern and took a walk around Mirror Lake. In fact, she had no idea about the situation in the other world. But that didn't stop her from bragging a bit. So she told Su Manling about the things in the other world in a very vivid way, which made Huxia and Chuan Yun very confused. Is this a bit exaggerated? Chuan Yun touched his nose and said with a helpless smile, Let her brag. What do you think will happen if we expose her? As the first time in Space Traveler, Huxia understood Shen Wanwan's thoughts, if not 100%, but at least 80%. Chuan Yun raised his eyebrows but said nothing. But Ying Zheng felt strange when he heard her words. He didn't go to the tavern very often during those 7 days, but he thought it shouldn't be as thrilling and tortuous as the proprietress said. After hearing what Huxia and Chuan Yun said, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Seeing that the 3 men did not expose her boast, Shen Wanwan immediately gave them a look that said, You'd better know what's best for you. 3 people. Zheng. As the king of a country, his royal dignity is totally useless here. Chuan Yun put his hand on his shoulder and asked, Why are you sighing? Ying Zheng looked at Chuan Yun and couldn't help asking, Actually, I'm very curious, how old are you? The last time he talked about immortality with Chuan Yun, it turned out that this guy thought that birth, aging, sickness, and death were good, so Ying Zheng suspected that he had actually lived for many years. Chuan Yun didn't expect him to ask this, and then said with a smile, Why don't you ask Huxia how old he is? Didn't you all say that he is a fox spirit? If he is a spirit, he must have lived for a long time. Why are you so obsessed with immortality? Chuan Yun was also very curious. Because I haven't unified the world yet. Ying Zheng was so domineering when he said this. Shen Wanwan couldn't help but have stars in her eyes. As expected, he is the brother Zheng she admires. His heart is always on career. Immortality is also for the pursuit of career. If Zheng can live for hundreds of years, unifying Blue Star will definitely not be a problem. Chuan Yun didn't expect that he actually had the ambition to dominate the world, and couldn't help but smile and said, This world will eventually unite after a long period of division, and will eventually divide after a long period of unity. Even if you can unite it after you die, it may be divided again or even changed hands. Shen Wanwan nodded. That's right. It was a pity that Qin Tu died, and in the end, Liu Bang, that ruffian, took advantage of it. Although Liu Bang was not bad, Shen Wanwan did not like those emperors who killed their meritorious officials in their later years. It was okay to kill them if they betrayed and changed their minds, but it was so unfair for the loyal meritorious officials to die. It was Liu Bang who started it, and the emperors who followed suit. Zheng Ge would not do that. Although he was called a tyrant in history, he never killed meritorious officials. Everyone admires the strong, and Zheng Ge is the object of her admiration. Ying Zheng has a grand goal, but how long can a person live? If he is in good health, he can only live for a short 100 years, so he is unwilling to give up. He sought immortality not for himself, but for the entire Qin. Instead of seeking immortality, I think you could actually cultivate a successor who is as smart as you. Shen Wanwan couldn't help but remind him to pay attention to the training of his successor. Fusu was cowardly and was abandoned by Confucianism, but he was much better than Hu Hai. Besides, Zhengge has so many children. If he can't choose an heir, he can just choose from his grandchildren. She felt that training an heir was much more reliable than pursuing immortality. Yingzheng also understood what the boss lady meant, but the Six Kingdoms had not yet been unified, so he really had no time to teach his successor. If his child could be easily ruined, it means that the child's ability is not very good. Especially Fusu. Do you really think he doesn't know the little tricks of Confucianism? The Qin state has always been ruled by legalism. Confucianism wanted to replace legalism, but it didn't work for Qinzheng, so he turned his attention to the next successor. Fusu also has his people around him, and he has asked people to remind Fusu before. It's a pity that this child has been brainwashed too deeply by Confucianism. Alas, seeing Zheng Ji's sad face, I couldn't help but pull out a stool and sit opposite him and said, "You seem to have a lot of troubles.
You can tell us about them.
Even if it can't solve the problem, it's better than holding it in. Some things will become a heart disease if you hold them in for too long." Shen Wanwan said all this out of concern for Brother Zheng. As for whether he would reveal his troubles to her, she thought he probably wouldn't. After all, he is the king of a country, and he hates others probing into his heart the most. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the phrase "the emperor's heart is hard to predict." Just as Shen Wanwan had expected, Yingzheng did not say anything to her, but asked her a question. "Is it wrong for me to seek immortality?" Neither the proprietress nor Chuanyun agreed with his focus on seeking immortality, which made Yingzheng wonder if he was wrong. Of course, this is also because of Chuanyun and Shen Wanwan. If someone else had asked him not to seek immortality, he would have been chopped to death long ago. The proprietress and guests of this magical tavern all advised him, so it was inevitable that his inner choice would be shaken. Hu Xie looked at Shen Wanwan and Chuanyun, then at Yingzheng and rarely spoke. It is human nature to pursue immortality. No one, or any monster, does not want to live forever. Just like us monsters have practiced for so many years just to get rid of our mortal bodies, cultivate to the Tao, and ascend to heaven one day, and live as long as the heaven and the earth. So he felt that Shen Wanwan and Chuanyun were talking without any concern. After all, Chuanyun is also a cultivator. Although his way of cultivation is different from that of the monster dimension, they both end up in the same place. As for Shen Wanwan, although he couldn't see her fate, he felt that having this tavern might be a form of spiritual practice for her. Hu Xie's words made Shen Wanwan and Chuanyun a little embarrassed. However, his words also made Shen Wanwan think deeply. If there really was a way to achieve immortality in front of her, and she was asked to choose, she would probably choose immortality. Thinking of this, she felt suddenly relieved. Maybe she shouldn't have advised Zhengge, because he was just pursuing the dream of people living as long as the sky. Yingzheng had come to the tavern several times, but had never spoken to Hu Xie. His words just now were clearly speaking for him.
So he nodded to Hu Xie.
Hu Xie ignored him and stared at the scenery outside the tavern. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Su Manling left the pub without saying goodbye. She was very aware of her identity and she had no say over any of these people. She also felt that there was nothing wrong with the new emperor guest pursuing immortality. If she had known there was a chance of immortality, she would certainly have been willing to seek it. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little bad, Chuanyun smiled and said, "Hu Xie is right, but we have to consider the situation in Yingzheng's world. There is definitely no spiritual energy in the parallel historical plane, and cultivating immortals is impossible. Therefore, no matter how hard Yingzheng strives, he cannot achieve immortality. This kind of ghost plane that Yao Chuaniansui lives in has never heard of it. There is even less of it in the monster plane of Hu Xie. If they want to live longer in their planes, it still depends on their cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the longer the life will naturally be. And their cultivation requires something like spiritual energy, which is not available in Yingzheng's dimension, so it is naturally impossible to cultivate. Moreover, it is impossible for him to practice the skills from the ghost and monster planes. So Chuanyan thought it would be better to be practical and live to be 100 years old. Shen Wanwan nodded in agreement. She thought so too. I understand. Ingzheng listened to their words and nodded. As for whether he took it to heart or not, only he knew. Shen Wanwan always remembered that this was the period of great unification in a parallel historical time and space, when the Qin state conquered the 6 kingdoms one by one and unified the world. Thinking of the servant beside Zhengge, she asked hesitantly, Zhengge, is the servant beside you called Zhao Gao? Ingzheng was a little surprised. He had never mentioned Zhao Gao before and wondered how the proprietress knew about it. But considering that she is the owner of the tavern, she might have some background information about the guests. If Shen Wanwan knew, she would definitely shout, I didn't. Madam Boss, do you know Zhao Gao? Ingzheng looked at her with rare curiosity. Shen Wanwan muttered in her heart, Zhao Gao, who in the whole of China doesn't know him? Although she was grumbling in her heart, she said calmly, If I suggest you kill Zhao Gao, will you do it? Shen Wanwan was testing. She wanted to see if Zhengge really had feelings for Zhao Gao. Will he do something to let me down? For someone who can become the greatest emperor in history, how could his brain be slow? With just a little thought, Ingzheng guessed what Shen Wanwan meant. Shen Wanwan, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. After all, she was not sure whether the parallel historical time and space was different from her current time and space. Moreover, if the course of history is changed, the subsequent series of butterfly effects will not have any impact on that parallel historical time and space. Alas, she is really not good at speaking. If it were Gu Xi, he might have made the matter clear in a few metaphorical words. She just can't talk. While sighing about her poor speaking skills, Shen Wanwan also thought a lot, and she thought it would be better to let Zhengge see it himself. Can you come to the tavern early tomorrow? I'll show you something then. She remembered that there seemed to be a documentary specifically about the Warring States period, so she decided to find it and show it to Zhengge tomorrow. She only brought her cell phone and not her tablet, so she had to ask Zhengge to come again tomorrow. Of course you can watch it on your mobile phone, but how can a small screen be as comfortable as a big screen? Upon hearing this, Ingzheng thought for a moment and then nodded at her. He also wanted to know what the boss lady was going to show him. Not only him, but even Chuanyan and Hu Xie were a little curious. They both thought that they must come early to watch the show tomorrow. I have to say that this man and this fox really have a leisurely life. After they finished talking, Ingzheng also left the tavern. Shen Wanwan saw the two people still in the tavern and asked, Aren't you going back to sleep? The tavern is about to close. Hu Xie, Chuanyan. When does the pub close? Hu Xie remembered that the tavern manual he had read said that the tavern never closes and time and space travelers are always welcome. Shen Wanwan was just punished by number 9 for saying that the shop was closing. Although it didn't hurt much, it gave her a fright. Therefore, when Hu Xie looked at her, she felt inexplicably guilty. It was impossible to close the shop in the end, but Shen Wanwan left Hu Xie and went back to sleep. After seeing her leave, Hu Xie looked at the empty tavern, felt bored, and left too. Shen Wanwan has not yet decided whether to start a new world. As for Chuanyan, he did not come to the tavern the next day, and Shen Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable with it. Among these 4 time travelers, the ones she was most familiar with were Chuanyan and Hu Xie. Chuanyan usually spent as much time in the tavern as Hu Xie, so she was a little uncomfortable when she didn't see him when she entered the tavern today. Ingzheng remembered what Shen Wanwan said yesterday, so he came to the tavern around 3 o'clock in the afternoon today. As for the things that Zhengge wanted to watch, Shen Wanwan had already prepared them in the morning. When she saw him coming, she found a table without saying a word, took out the tablet that had already downloaded the videos, set it up, and then clicked on one of the videos to show him. Ingzheng looked at the characters on the tablet without any emotion, but he was shocked in his heart. Although he had occasionally seen some images in the square thing that the proprietress called hand chicken, but he only saw it for a moment and didn't see it clearly, so he didn't feel much. But now he saw it in its entirety. How could he not be shocked? What kind of magic weapon is this little cube? It can actually hold a person. He looked at it carefully but couldn't make out anything. But the images and stories on the tablet attracted him because they felt very familiar to him and seemed to be telling his story. So he concentrated and looked at it, but the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Although what happened to Ingzheng here was somewhat different from his, the difference was not that big. He ascended the throne at the age of 13 and took power at the age of 21, which is exactly like him. As the picture kept flashing, time slowly passed. The boy in the picture became a young man and gradually began to enter middle age. Until he was 39 years old, he finally unified the 6 kingdoms and established a new dynasty. Ingzheng watched all this and thought that what followed was a record praising the dynasty, but the situation took a turn for the worse. Watching the Ingzheng in the small screen seeking immortality, being deceived, and eventually dying suddenly in the sand dunes at the age of 49. After his death, Zhao Gao joined forces with Li Si to kill Fusu and Meng Tian and supported Hu Hai as emperor. Not long after, the empire collapsed. Looking at the life that seemed like a prophecy, was the lady boss reminding me? After spending more than 2 hours watching the documentary, Ingzheng was deeply shocked. At the same time, he also remembered a lot of things. For example, the liar Su Fu. When he returned, he sent people to look for him to see if there really was such a person. As for Zhao Gao and Li Si, he will also observe them carefully. Boss lady, does this predict my future? Ingzheng still wanted to get an answer from Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan smiled and shook her head. This is not a prophecy. It's just the life of a person just like you. I just want to tell you not to follow his old path. I see. Thank you for the tip, Madam Boss. No need. After all, I don't want Qin Tu to die. Shen Wanwan thought that if she were to say which dynasty was the most regrettable in Chinese history, it would definitely be the Qin dynasty. Of course, these are personal opinions and do not represent what most Chinese people think. Looking at Zheng Jiyi's thoughtful expression, Shen Wanwan didn't know how much he understood. Are you still thinking about seeking immortality? Of course, after hearing what Hu Xie said, she also figured it out. Seeking immortality is human instinct. So she didn't plan to tell Zhengge not to seek immortality in the future. But we must prevent the current Zhengge from being deceived by the liar Su Fu like the Zhengge in her Chinese history. If it weren't for Su Fu, how could there be the later little book? Thinking of this, Shen Wanwan gritted her teeth. Although he didn't know why the proprietress was gritting her teeth, Ingzheng kept Chuan Yun's words in mind and told her not to mess with the proprietress unless necessary, otherwise she would kick him out of the tavern. He had seen Hu Xie courting death, so he didn't want to be kicked out of the tavern in such an humiliating way. So it would be better for him to remain silent for now. After Shen Wanwan gritted her teeth for a few times, she suddenly grabbed Ingzheng's robe and said, "Brother Zheng, when you go back, you must not let that liar Su Fu go. Ingzheng, I will investigate this person thoroughly when I return." After getting Ingzheng's assurance, Shen Wanwan felt more at ease, but in order to prevent Zhengge from being deceived by Su Fu, she still gave him some instructions. If you find him and see him, remember not to believe his nonsense about immortality. And don't believe that he can refine pills, etc., because all he makes are poisons. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, boss lady. Ingzheng nodded at her, indicating that he would not be deceived. With this magical tavern, how could he believe the nonsense of alchemists like Su Fu? After watching the video and finishing the chat, Ingzheng bought some food and wine to take away. After all, he still had a lot of government affairs to deal with, and he couldn't stay as leisurely from morning to night as Hu Xie and Chuan Yun. After seeing Ingzheng off, there were not many people in the tavern, and Shen Wanwan was thinking about going home. As a result, a bloody smell hit me in the face. Chuan Yun, wearing a blue shirt stained red, fell directly in front of the door of the tavern. Shen Wanwan quickly ran over, turned the man over, looked at the wounds on his body, and couldn't help but gasp. What did this guy do? Did he disturb the evil spirit's lair? Shen Wanwan muttered, but her hands were moving quickly. After unbuttoning Chuan Yun's clothes and looking at the bleeding wound and the unconscious Chuan Yun, he knew that he could not get the medicine from him. I had no choice but to summon number 9 and ask it to recommend medicine suitable for Chuan Yun's current condition. Number 9 ordered medicine from the mall and recommended a medicine called Rejuvenation Pill. This medicine came from the world of cultivation, and one pill could heal skin injuries. Madam Boss, the rejuvenation pill works better when used with the fortifying pill, Number 9 said happily. Shen Wanwan looked at the price and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Does she look like a sucker? The rejuvenation pill and the fortifying pill together cost 4,000 gold coins, and she doesn't have the money. So she flipped through the pages and found a hemostatic powder from the warrior plane. After buying a bottle, Shen Wanwan quickly sprinkled the powder on Chuanyun's wound. In fact, such a deep wound should be sutured best, but Shen Wanwan doesn't know how to do it. Fortunately, the hemostatic powder in the warrior plane was also very effective. The bleeding stopped not long after the powder was applied. After the bleeding stopped, Shen Wanwan ran back home and brought over a folding bed. After opening it, she carried Chuanyun to the bed like a princess. Smelling the blood in the tavern, she quickly cleaned it up with one click. On Chuanyun's side, the bleeding has stopped, but the person needs to be cleaned up. Shen Wanwan believes that physical contact between men and women is not allowed, but since the opportunity is offered to her, she might as well take advantage of it. Of course, she was just thinking about it and would definitely not do anything to Chuanyun. After finally cleaning the blood off Chuanyun's body, Shen Wanwan looked at the deep scars on his chest that were visible to the bone. This wound looks like a knife wound. The bleeding stopped, but the wound did not heal, so Shen Wanwan spent money to buy medicine to treat the wound and blood-replenishing medicine. Chuanyun was given a blood-replenishing pill and then given medicine to heal his wounds. After everything was done, she was sweating profusely. Seeing that he was without clothes and immoral, Shen Wanwan went home and got a thin quilt to cover him. Generally, the wounds of injured people will become inflamed. Shen Wanwan was not sure whether the medicine would work and was afraid that Chuanyun would have a fever in the middle of the night, so she stayed to look after him. But today might be an unlucky day for Chuanyun and Huxia. It was late at night, and Shen Wanwan was dozing off on the table beside Chuanyun's bed. She was awakened by the welcoming bell. When she looked up, she met Huxia's scarlet eyes. At the same time, she saw him covering his chest and spitting out blood. Huxia supported himself on the door frame with one hand and covered his aching heart with the other. He raised his hand that was supporting the door frame and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shen Wanwan didn't show any expression of laughing at the joke, but asked in confusion and worry, "What day is today?" "Both of you are injured." As she spoke, she had already come to Huxia's side. "Do you need me to help you?" Huxia glanced at her and said, "No need. What did you just say?" In fact, he was a little dizzy just now and didn't hear clearly what Shen Wanwan said. Shen Wanwan pointed at Chuanyun, who was lying on the bed, and said, "Chuanyun, he is also injured and hasn't woken up yet. Aren't you already a demon king? How come you are still injured? The demon emperor realm is not the most powerful realm. There are demon immortals and demon saints above it," Huxia said weakly. "Then was your injury caused by the demon fairy or the demon saint?" "Neither. I just had a small accident. I was ambushed by Ghost Spider and Red Fox." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan expressed that she did not understand the fight between the big monsters and just asked, "Then, do you have medicine?" "Yes, I'll use the tavern as a shelter for now," Huxia said as he took out a bottle of pills from his sleeve pocket, poured out a pill and swallowed it, then found a quiet corner of the tavern to meditate and heal his wounds. Seeing that he didn't need her to worry, Shen Wanwan was happy to not worry about it. She went to see Chuanyun again and was about to reach out and touch his forehead to see if he had a fever. As a result, as soon as she stretched out her hand, it was almost grabbed by Chuanyun. When Chuanyun opened his eyes, there was a murderous look on his face, and this murderous look scared Shen Wanwan so much that she took a few steps back. If it weren't for the murderous intent in his face, Number 9 would have detected the danger and stopped Kawakumo from coming to hold her hand. Otherwise, Shen Wanwan's hand might have been broken by Chuanyun. When Chuanyun woke up and looked at the familiar tavern, the murderous aura in his face quickly disappeared. Then he said apologetically, "Didn't you scare Boss Shen?" Shen Wanwan waved her hand to show that she was fine. "When you wake up, call me. Do you have a fever? Or is there any medicine to treat your injuries? Take it quickly, Okay, thank you, Boss Shen. Chuanyan smiled at her. He propped himself up and sat up, found the healing medicine from his storage bag, and took it. After a while, he gradually got better and was able to stand up. However, the scene was a bit awkward because Shen Wanwan had stripped the man down to his pants, and when Chuanyan stood up, most of his body was naturally exposed. Although he came from the ghost plane, he had some ancient thinking. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable being seen by a woman like this. Fortunately, he had prepared clothes in his storage ring. After Shen Wanwan turned around, Chuanyan quickly put on his clothes. Seeing Hu Xie sitting aside meditating, he subconsciously slowed down his footsteps. Sitting down at the counter, he ordered a pot of wine and some food, but Shen Wanwan didn't give him any wine. You just recovered from your injury. Why are you drinking? Just eat your meal. After being confronted by her, Chuanyan touched his nose in embarrassment. Chuanyan asked curiously while eating, "What happened to Hu Xie?" "He looks injured too." Shen Wanwan glanced at Hu Xie, who was meditating, then looked at Chuanyan, who was eating slowly, and then said with a strange look on her face, "Who knows?" "So, you two really didn't make an appointment? Why did you both come to the tavern today with injuries?" Shen Wanwan asked a series of questions that made Chuanyan feel helpless. "No, we are not from the same time and space. How can we discuss it? This is totally a coincidence." Shen Wanwan said with an "oh" and a wicked smile. "Since we didn't discuss it beforehand, you two can still meet each other like this. You two are really a match made in heaven. Normally, this man and the fox have a good relationship and chat a lot. In addition, their good looks make Shen Wanwan, who's been corrupted by various BL novels and comics, occasionally develop some Fujoshi heart." When Chuanyan heard what Shen Wanwan said, he couldn't help but said with a headache, "Boss lady, the phrase a match made in heaven is not suitable for two grown men. It doesn't matter. As long as you have the heart, it doesn't matter if the object is a man or a woman." Shen Wanwan looked at Chuanyan with encouragement. He couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. It was not good that the proprietress was too jumpy sometimes. He could never keep up with her eccentric thinking. Shen Wanwan was suddenly hit on the head by a mermaid tear. She picked up the tear, glared at Hu Xie, and asked, "Why did you hit my head? Let's see if I can make you smarter." Hu Xie had come over at this time, raised his hand and tapped Shen Wanwan's forehead and continued, "You are a good girl, but you are not smart to begin with. Why don't you be more honest? Why don't you learn from those messy and troublesome women?" Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You fox just don't understand humor. I don't find it funny. Instead, I find it a little cold." What Hu Xie meant was that what she said was just a joke. Shen Wanwan didn't care. She just said that to tease the handsome boy Chuanyan. After all, Chuanyan looked very thin, but I didn't expect that he had a pretty good figure. Thinking of the 8-pack abs and mermaid line that she saw when she took off his clothes just now, Shen Wanwan shamefully shook her face. Chuanyan always felt that the boss lady looked at him with a creepy look and couldn't help but shiver. Your eyes are about to eat, Chuanyan. Fox is always good at seducing people. Looking at Shen Wanwan's eyes, Hu Xie knows without guessing that she is thinking about pornographic waste at this moment. Shen Wanwan glared at him and snorted. Hu Xie ignored him and sat directly on the stool next to Chuanyan, lazily ordering a roast chicken. "Chuanyan, I'm telling you, you have to be careful of that girl, or you'll lose your purity someday." "Chuanyan, there's no need to talk like that." He was not stupid. Although the boss lady's eyes were a little scary, he could feel that she meant no harm. When Shen Wanwan heard what Hu Xie said, she pouted and said, "You darn fox, stop smearing my reputation." "Do you have such a thing as a reputation?" Hu Xie looked at her in surprise. Then the two elementary school kids started bickering again. When they finished arguing and took a break, Hu Xie asked Chuanyan curiously, "How did you get so badly injured?" Faced with the curiosity of Hu Xie and Shen Wanwan, Chuanyan smiled, and there was nothing wrong to say. Chuanyan's surname is not Chuan, but Shiman. He is the eldest son of the Shiman family, a demon catcher in their world of demons and ghosts. But Chuanyan's parents were in a family marriage and had little affection for each other. His father loved his concubine cousin and her child more. But as he grew up, his abilities became stronger, while the child born to his concubine was not as good as him, and even now he is still just an entry-level monster catcher. When Shun Wanwan heard this, she thought, isn't that just a waste? However, his father and his concubine seemed to be dissatisfied with Chuan Yun's past strength, so they made trouble for him from time to time and held him back. If it were just that, Chuan Yun would not take them to heart, but perhaps because he was getting stronger and stronger, many people in the family began to favor him. Therefore, his father and his true love concubine thought of killing him. So this time your injury was caused by someone they hired. Shun Wanwan held her chin with one hand, looking curious. Yes, but they are not looking for people, but demons. As Chuan Yun spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Was it because he was too kind that those people thought he was a soft persimmon? Seeing this, Shun Wanwan didn't try to persuade him. If the father is not kind, then don't expect the son to be filial. She raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come on, young man, go back and beat up that scumbag, Chuan Yun." There's no need to say that. Filial piety is the most important virtue. He cannot do anything to his father until he has solid evidence. But he could do something about his useless son. Find something for them to do instead of staring at him all day long. After learning about Chuan Yun's bloody story, Shin Wanwan finally understood why he would rather spend time in the tavern than go home. There is unrest in the family's backyard. It would be too shameful for Chuan Yun, a master of catching monsters, to go back and fight in the backyard. Doesn't your mother have any power at home? Shin Wanwan felt that if Chuan Yun's mother was a little more ruthless and suppressed her husband and concubine, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Chuan Yun couldn't help but sigh when he thought of his weak and tearful mother. His mother is really a hopeless case. She is no match for Boss Shen, or even Su Manling in the tavern. But after all, she was his mother and he couldn't say anything bad about her in front of outsiders. Seeing Chuan Yun silent, Shun Wanwan understood. After reading so many palace fighting and house fighting stories, she could more or less understand that his mother was probably incompetent or cowardly. It's okay. If your mother can't handle it, don't you still have your grandfather and some elders in your family? Whether in ancient times or modern times, family affairs are always difficult to judge. Of course, Chuan Yun's father hired someone to kill his son, which is against human nature. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. This scumbag deserves to die. Shun Wanwan fully supports the handsome boy Chuan Yun to take revenge. Seeing Shun Wanwan's eager look, Chuan Yun couldn't help but hold his forehead. This lady boss really enjoys watching the fun. After hearing this, Huxia thought that humans were really strange. Why did he care so much? If he was unhappy, he would just beat him up or kill him. What revenge are you talking about when you keep hesitating and looking back? Chuan Yun and Shun Wanwan listened to Huxia's words and felt helpless. In the monster world, strength is supreme and whoever has the stronger fist is the boss. In Chuan Yun's demon and ghost plane, although there are dangerous monsters like demons and ghosts, there are also many humans. People's hearts are complicated, and public opinion can sometimes force a person to death. Although Chuan Yun is not afraid, the world more or less values those who maintain a good reputation. If they told Huxia these things, he would not understand, so probably only Shun Wanwan understood Chuan Yun's thoughts. When Huxia saw the two of them flirting with each other, he snorted. Looking at the arrogant fox, Shun Wanwan chuckled. Although she sometimes dislikes this fox, sometimes she has to say that this fox is quite cute. The two of them were fine now. Shun Wanwan yawned and said, "Since you two are fine, I'm going to go back to sleep." Noting her sleepy face, the man and the fox nodded slightly. After Shun Wanwan left, Chuan Yun looked at Huxia and said, "I'm curious about what Boss Shun's world is like. Being able to raise a girl like her, that world might be very interesting." Huxia looked at the wind chimes outside the tavern, and a sense of curiosity arose in his heart as he listened to Chuan Yun's words. When Shun Wanwan returned home, she felt a familiar sense of being watched as soon as she appeared in the bedroom. She looked towards the window, but the curtains were drawn and she couldn't see the scenery outside at all. She walked to the window, drew aside the curtains and looked inside. In the new bedroom on the second floor, the windows have been replaced with floor-to-ceiling windows, and when you open the window and walk out, you will see the balcony. But at this time, the balcony looked empty, with nothing on it. Shin Won-won was very sure this time that her feeling was correct. She had indeed felt a strong sense of being watched. This feeling is similar to the feeling of being in the fog during the last system upgrade. So she quickly called number 9, but number 9 said that he didn't see anyone near her house. Could it be some kind of monitoring machine? Impossible. If it was a machine, I would definitely be able to detect it. Shin Won-won frowned. It wasn't that she didn't believe number 9's words. If even number 9 couldn't be detected, then could it be a ghost that was spying on her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder and quickly drew the curtains. Shin Won-won is not afraid of anything except ghosts. Number 9, do you think there is a ghost in my house? Number 9, boss, we have to believe in science. There are no ghosts in this world. Now it was Shin Won-won's turn to be speechless. Number 9 might have forgotten what dimension Chuanyan came from. As if sensing the boss lady's thoughts, number 9 said, the dimension of guest Chuanyan is due to the existence of demons and ghosts formed by some kind of substance. But your world does not have that kind of substance, so it is impossible for any demons and ghosts to exist on the entire blue star. Okay, Shin Won-won accepted this explanation, but she still felt that she was right just now. Number 9 was also very puzzled, so he searched several miles around Shin Won-won's house again, but still found nothing. Maybe some small animal is staring at you, number 9 said weakly. Impossible. How can small animals have such a strong sense of voyeurism? Shin Won-won felt that number 9's statement was unreliable. So she went back to the tavern. Fortunately, Chuanyan and Xia were still there. She told them what had just happened and asked them if they had anything that could catch the person who was spying on her. After hearing this, Chuanyan and Xia first asked her if she was okay, and then each of them took out something and handed it to her. What Chuanyan gave was a talisman, which he drew himself to catch monsters. It may be of some use to people, so you can give it a try. As for what Fox Evil gave, it was much simpler and more brutal. It could be considered a bomb in their monster dimension. Listening to his explanation of the purpose, Shin Won-won couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she dared to use this thing, she would definitely be taken away by the police for investigation within an hour. Shin Won-won asked for Chuanyan's demon-catching talisman, and after returning home, she pasted the talisman in the bedroom. After washing up, she slowly fell asleep smelling the fragrance of lavender. After she fell asleep, Shin Won-won, who never dreamed, had a dream. She was walking in a forest, surrounded by birdsong, flowers, and many deer jumping around. It looks like the green forest depicted in fairy tales. She walked and walked, and when she came to a stream, she saw a cute little deer. The deer seemed to see her and was about to walk towards her, but as soon as it moved, it was caught by a dark shadow. Shin Won-won watched as the black shadow bit the deer's neck, sucked its blood dry, and then threw the deer's body on the ground. The black shadow slowly stood up and turned to look at Shin Won-won. Soon Shin Won-won met a pair of scarlet eyes, and she was frightened awake. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, but she couldn't remember the appearance of the dark shadow in her dream. Lifting her messy long hair, Shin Won-won didn't understand why she had such a strange dream. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. She quickly got up, washed, and went downstairs to make something to eat. She was enjoying a bowl of instant noodles when there was a knock on the door. "I'm here." Shin Won-won opened the door and saw Hee-nan with dazzling red hair standing at the door. "Did you just have breakfast?" Hee-nan asked with concern when he saw Shin Won-won holding a bowl of noodles. "Well, I worked late last night and got up late this morning," Shin Won-won said without blushing or beating her heart. She was right, running a bar was her job. Hee-nan believed it and said with a smile, "In October, Jizzy Biotechnology Company will hold a world exchange meeting. It will be very lively here. Do you want to rent out the empty room in your home?" Shin Won-won listened to what Hee-nan said and heard the policeman who came last time say something similar, then smiled and refused. "I am not used to strangers coming to my house, so I am not going to rent it out." Hee-nan understood. "Okay, I just came to ask." Recently, Many families in the village have returned home to tidy up their houses, preparing to make some money in October, so there might be some noise these days. But your house is at the end of the village and you're the only family there, so you shouldn't be bothered. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, are you going to visit the exchange center in October? I can help you get a pass. Shen Wanwan thought that it would be okay to go and take a look, so she smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. Tell me how much it will cost." "Okay, I'll tell you when I get it." Henan did not refuse Shen Wanwan's request to pay. After all, the two of them are not very familiar with each other, so it is better to settle the accounts clearly. Shen Wanwan looked at Henan and suddenly thought of the legendary boss of Jizzy Biotech, so she asked with a gossipy look on her face while holding the bowl, "Is your boss really as ugly as the legend says?" Henan looked at Shen Wanwan with an indescribable look. "Who told you this legend, isn't it? People are talking about it everywhere." Shen Wanwan looked at him in confusion. Henan scratched his head. "Actually, I've been working in the security department for several years, and I have never met the boss at all." In fact, it was not that he had never seen it before. He had seen the boss's back from a distance once, but it was just a back view, which was enough to show that the boss was not ugly. After all, no matter how ugly a tall man was, he would not be as ugly as the rumors said. But there is no need to tell Shen Wanwan about this. After all, he has never seen the boss's true face. Shen Wanwan thought that since the establishment of Jizzy Biotech, she seemed to have never seen the boss of Jizzy Biotech in any media. This company had already existed in Huaxi Valley when she was born, but at that time the company was not very successful and only occupied a small area in Huaxi Valley. Later, it gradually expanded and occupied the entire Huaxi Valley town. Jizzy Biotech started out in pharmaceuticals and medical devices and later gradually expanded into more technology and medical industries, enjoying a high reputation around the world. There are countless research institutes under its umbrella. The medical center of Huaxi Valley Town belongs to Jizzy Biotechnology, which houses many medical research institutes. Anyway, it is a very awesome company, but what makes people curious about this company is the boss. Because not many people have seen the boss of Jizzy Biotechnology, Shen Wanwan guessed that except for the big guys in China, probably no one has seen him. Before she knew it, her imagination started to run wild again. Henan saw Shen Wanwan suddenly become dazed, and then he coughed a few times to wake her wandering thoughts. Shen Wanwan came back to her senses and asked embarrassedly, "Sorry, I just remembered something." "What did you just say?" "Nothing much. Just asking if you want to reserve a pig." Shen Wanwan was puzzled. "Why reserve a pig?" "It's for the new year." "For smoking bacon." "It's only September now, isn't it a little early?" When Shen Wanwan lived here before, the pigs in the family were raised by her grandmother. When the new year comes, they will kill the new year pig, and it will be a great time. Now she is alone, and it won't be fun at all. She can't even finish the pig she ordered. "I have a brother whose family raises pigs. The pigs are very fat, and every year they have to make reservations in advance to get good meat." Listening to Henan's chatter, Shen Wanwan also understood that he was there to help with sales. "But thinking that I will also sell pork during the Chinese New Year, I can order some of her favorite parts first." She got the meat and gave face to Henan, so both parties were happy. After seeing off the happy Henan, Shen Wanwan really understood that it wasn't even the new year yet, but they had already started booking pigs. Shaking her head and closing the door, she took a few bites of the almost cold instant noodles, rinsed her mouth, checked her house, and went to the pub. There was no one in the tavern at the moment, so Shen Wanwan cleaned it up first, then harvested the crops and bought new seeds to plant. After finishing, she left the pub again. After all, there was no one there, and it would be boring for her to stay in the pub. Number 9 asked her, "Madam Boss, when will the second tavern trip to another world start?" Shen Wanwan couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "I'm not free recently. World for a week last time, and she had only been back for less than 3 days." Why was she in such a hurry? She wanted to have a good rest these few days. After all, she had no guarantee of her personal safety when she opened a tavern in an unknown other world, and she stayed up late every day. If she continued like this, she would become a bald man sooner or later. Ahem, it's not that she has no protection. After all, She spent a lot of gold coins to buy defensive items specially used in the store, and she also has defensive items on her body to protect her. The main reason why Shen Wanwan was not in a hurry was that she had no idea what the next world would be like, and her right eyelid had been twitching for the past few days, and she always felt unwell. Shen Wanwan, who has always believed in her intuition, thinks that she should take it easy for now. When her luck gets better, it won't be too late to open a tavern in the other world. When Shen Wanwan arrived at the tavern, Chuan Yun and Hu Xia were already there. After seeing her, they sat on the high stools at the counter. "Boss lady, is the talisman I gave you useful?" Chuan Yun was very curious about what effect his talisman had in Shen Wanwan's world. Shen Wanwan shook her head and said, "I don't know. I didn't feel that sense of being watched again afterwards." "Oh," Chuan Yun nodded, but Hu Xia remained expressionless from beginning to end, and was still concerned that Shen Wanwan chose Chuan Yun's talisman instead of his, Lei Zhenzi, last night. If you ask him, why arrest people? It would be better if Lei Zhenzi, whether he was a human or a ghost in the past, could just disappear. Shen Wanwan understood his thoughts, but this kind of situation where people would resort to violence over disagreements was not suitable for her world. After all, she didn't want to go to the Public Security Bureau to have tea with the police officers. So, she didn't bother to care about Fox Demon's little temper. After all, this fox had been in a bad mood for more than a day or two. She wouldn't bother trying to coax a fox. There were only 3 of them in the tavern, and no new time travelers, which made Shen Wanwan very depressed. Logically, the upgrade should open a space-time channel, but this time the upgrade didn't. This is another example of scolding number 9. Why didn't a space-time channel open during this upgrade? In fact, it was because of the space-time turbulence that cut off the channel halfway through its construction. So Shen Wanwan lost an opportunity to open a new dimension. Number 9 kept this a secret. He thought that if he told the truth, the boss lady might curse his ancestors. Although he had no ancestors, he really didn't want to listen to the boss lady nagging every day. If it had a physical body, number 9 would have been crying miserably by now. It felt that it had been so unlucky recently. Shen Wanwan, who didn't know that she had missed a new time and space channel, was actually in doubt at this moment. But she was not sure. After all, there was no evidence, and she couldn't just accuse number 9. Number 9 had better pray that he keeps his little tail in and doesn't let her catch it, otherwise, even if he doesn't have a physical body, she will let him experience the beautiful quintessence of China for thousands of years. Because Shen Wanwan has no intention of going to the next dimension for the time being, she has been staying at home like a lazy fish these days. The only thing that bothered her was that since that day, she never felt that sense of being watched again. This made Shen Wanwan begin to doubt herself. Was it really her illusion? If there really was someone secretly spying on her, she would feel uneasy. Has her tavern been discovered? Shen Wanwan never underestimated some mysterious organizations in China. Although they existed like legends, it didn't mean they didn't exist. In order to pretend to be more realistic, she even wrote a novel on the largest literary website in China. I try hard to prove that I am just a stay-at-home girl and a freelance writer on weekdays. It is September 28th, and National Day is coming soon. An exchange meeting will be held here after National Day. There will be a lot of people coming and going. In order to avoid being discovered, she will probably reduce the time she spends in the pub. So, let's just start heading to the next world during the National Day. It happened to be a 7-day holiday for the National Day holiday, so no one would suspect anything even if she was not at home. After making up her mind, Shen Wanwan hummed a song and started to fiddle with the sweet potatoes in her hand. She bought these sweet potatoes from Grandma Jiang, and she planned to make some dried sweet potatoes as snacks. On the top of a mountain separated from her, there was a beautiful house, and in the attic on the roof, a man with waist-length hair was fiddling with a telescope in his hand. The place where the telescope is pointed is Shen Wanwan's home at the foot of the mountain. Shen Wanwan was humming a song at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, her body froze. She felt the sense of being watched again. She looked around. It was daytime now, and there was no one she could see with her naked eyes. When asked, number 9 also said that he didn't notice anyone around. Shen Wanwan frowned, stood up and walked into the yard. The feeling of being watched had disappeared.
It seems that she was right.
She was indeed being watched. She has such keen senses. I even used a telescope, but she could still sense it. The sound is as pleasant as a cello, which is definitely a blessing for those who are obsessed with voice. Shun Wanwan at the foot of the mountain is now beginning to get annoyed. After all, who is staring at her? Moreover, she couldn't catch the opponent. The enemy was in the dark while she was in the light. This was not good. At the same time, Shun Wanwan was also lamenting that number 9 was a little waste and was not as accurate as her intuition. Number 9, who was scolded again, said, "It's so hard for me. It was just a small customer service representative. Why should it bear these things that it shouldn't bear?" As far as it knew, the 8 customer service representatives before it had never been scolded so many times by the boss. Oh, Shun Wanwan ignored number 9's crying. She quickly packed her things, closed the door, and went to the bedroom. Entering the bedroom, she closed the thick curtains, and in the blink of an eye she disappeared from the bedroom and arrived at the pub. There were still 2 idle people, Huxia and Chuan Yun, in the tavern. After she stopped, she said quickly, "I just felt that sense of being watched." But Chuan Yun, the talisman you gave me, didn't react. No reaction? Chuan Yun was a little surprised. The monster-catching talisman he gave was of high level, so it shouldn't be possible that there would be no reaction. Hu Xie supported his head with one hand, leaned lazily on the table and said, "I've already said it. It's better for Lei Jinzi to go over there." Well said. Don't say it next time. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes at him. Then she asked Chuan Yun, "Do you have any other talismans? For example, tracking." Chuan Yun smiled and said, "Tracking talismans require you to see a person and have something that person has touched." Hearing this, Shen Wanwan sighed. She was just an ordinary person, and she was really not ashamed of some extraordinary people. "Boss, you can ask Chuan Yun to help you catch the person who is peeping at you." Number 9 jumped out and said, "He's not from my dimension. How can he get there?" Number 9. "You forgot, you haven't seen the new features of the tavern yet." In fact, number 9 felt a little guilty because it had not established a new space-time channel, which resulted in Shun Wanwan losing new guests during the latest upgrade. So, he found a remedy by building a special new feature. With this function, Shun Wanwan can choose any guest from any time and space to visit her dimension. The deadline is 1 hour, and as a guest you cannot go empty-handed, so guests going to Shun Wanwan's dimension need to bring her a gift. As the host, Shun Wanwan also has to take care of the time and space travelers with the highest level of enthusiasm. After reading the introduction of the new features, Shun Wanwan felt speechless. This pub is not only fleecing its customers, but also fleecing her. What does it mean that you can't come empty-handed? It just wants to collect the handling fee. Asking her to entertain enthusiastically, I'm afraid they also want her to pay for it. As expected, in terms of the degree of black heart, she is really not as black-hearted as the tavern. This tavern that doesn't even let the owner go, she really has to admit defeat. Shun Wanwan feels that the new features of the inn are useless. She had never thought of bringing guests from other dimensions to Blue Star. If she were discovered, she wouldn't know how to explain it. What's more, both Chuan Yun and Hu Xie have too much destructive power. Although their abilities may be restricted on Blue Star, Shun Wanwan doesn't dare to gamble on that chance. What if there is no restriction? Shun Wanwan couldn't help but shudder just thinking about it. She didn't want to be sliced and studied at all. After the founding of China, it couldn't become a spirit. I don't know if the big monster Huxia will turn into a little fox after he goes there. Although Shun Wanwan does not plan to bring time travelers over there, it does not stop her from fantasizing about it. Number 9 couldn't help but sigh when he saw that his new function hadn't been promoted to the public. This lady boss is really uncivilized and has no open mind. Of course, it only dared to complain about these things when it was an AI. It didn't dare to complain about them in front of Shun Wanwan. After all, it didn't have any ancestors to greet her, so she could only greet it all the time.
Alas.
Shun Wanwan didn't know about number 9's little tricks. Anyway, she would not use the new function unless she really encountered something she couldn't solve, and at the same time, the time traveler was someone she trusted very much. Historical time and space, Daqin, Xianying City, and Qin Palace. Today was the Qin State's Grand Court meeting. Because of some political affairs, there was a lot of noise in the court. Ying, who was sitting at the top, was a little impatient to listen to these people talking over and over again without saying anything. The quarrel was really fierce. Zhao Gao knew Ying very well and knew that he was beginning to be impatient, so he quickly winked at an official sitting below him. When the official saw this, he immediately interrupted the noisy officials. Everyone looked at Ying, who had a gloomy face at the head, and were suddenly startled. In fact, Ying has been in a bad mood recently, especially after reading the premonition given to her by Shin. He was not in a very good mood when he thought that he would die of illness in the sand dunes at the age of 49. Of course, he had already sent his confidants to find Su Fu. He was really curious about what kind of liar could deceive him so much. As for Zhao Gao, although he had not done anything as treasonous as in precognition as a king, he also knew something about Zhao Gao. Ying could turn a blind eye to Zhao Gao's small actions on weekdays, because he was confident that no matter what Zhao Gao did, he could suppress his restless mind. As for Li Si, Ying has no intention of moving now. What Qin lacks most now is talent. The Confucianists are always claiming that he is a tyrant and that the harsh laws of Qin are tyranny and cannot be used by him, so he needs Li Si now. After the court meeting, Ying asked Zhao Gao, who was following him, "Have you found everything I asked you to find?" Zhao Gao immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I have found some." "Would you like to see them?" "Yeah." Ying responded lightly and continued walking forward. Zhao Gao ordered the servant behind him to bring the things up, and he trotted to catch up with Ying, who had left him some distance. After returning to the council hall, Ying sat down and looked at the bulky bamboo slips on the table. He thought of the thin white paper that the proprietress in the tavern used to record things. If he had that, he wouldn't have to carry heavy bamboo slips all day to read, and books would be more convenient to carry and spread because of paper. Thinking of this, Ying was very excited. As a king, he naturally hoped that the country would be better and stronger. When people presented the various rare gems, minerals, and woods that Zhao Gao had found, Ying took a look and was not sure whether these things were worth money in the tavern. So he had everyone move to his bedroom. Although everyone didn't quite understand the king's thoughts, they didn't dare to ask, so they obediently delivered the things to his bedroom. At night, after Ying dismissed the night watchman, he came to the tavern carrying a plate of gems. Shin was idly scrolling through her phone. Chuan Yun and Hu Xie didn't come today, and there was no one in the pub. No one knows what this guest Su Manling is busy with all day long. Brother Zheng has not appeared since that day when he showed him the history of Qin Shi Huang. I don't know if it's because I was hit too hard, or because my dream of becoming an immortal was shattered, and I'm feeling upset. She was thinking wildly, and was suddenly awakened by the ringing of the welcome bell. She looked up and wondered if it was Zheng who was thinking about it. "Zheng is here?" When she saw that he was holding a tray, Shin took a curious look and saw that the tray was full of stones. Ying came to Shin, put the tray on the counter and said, "Boss, can I buy or sell these gems with you?" Shin looked at the gems on the plate. These gems were not as dazzling as those processed with modern technology. Instead, they were strange in shape, and the colors looked dull. However, the valuation of number 9 was quite high, and it priced a tray of gems at 3,000 gold coins. Shin quoted the price as required, and Ying wrote it down. Then he said, "I also asked people to collect ore and wood, but the wood is too thick and I can't carry it all by myself. I wonder if the boss lady can help me." Number 9 told Shin about it, and then Shin handed over something that looked like a woman's purse and said, "You can use this to put it. Just put it on the item and silently say, 'Collect it.'" What she handed over was a storage bag that she had taken from number 9. "I just asked her to buy it on the 9th, but I didn't expect her to refuse to buy it." Number 9 had no choice but to give her storage purse while crying. Shin who had successfully got the wool, was smiling happily at this time, making Ying think that she was very satisfied with the gems. Women really like jewelry. He thought that he could ask Zhao Gao to find more gems next time. "I have to say this is such a beautiful misunderstanding." Ingjing took the storage purse and returned to the bedroom. After putting away the ore, he walked out of the palace. When the guards and servants serving outside saw him come out, they knelt down and saluted. Seeing so many people, Ingjing frowned. He didn't want to expose the tavern, but the wood was too big, and it was difficult for him to have people move it into his bedroom. In the end, he placed it on the open space in the bedroom yard. With so many people watching, how could he make the wood disappear without them noticing? This thought flashed through Ingjing's mind, but he suddenly thought that he was the king of the entire Qin state and would unify the world in the future, so why should he be afraid? So he walked to the pile of wood in the yard, raised his hand and pressed it, silently chanted, "Collect," and soon the pile of wood disappeared. Everyone looked at the wood that disappeared in an instant and thought they were dazzled. Some people rubbed their eyes quietly, thinking they were too sleepy and had hallucinations. When Ingjing returned to his bedroom, everyone realized that they were not dreaming, and it was not an illusion. Shen Wanwan asked number 9 to check the purse that Zheng Ge brought back. This time, number 9 offered more money than the gems. The ore and wood together are worth 10,000 gold coins. If Zheng Ge exchanges all of them for gold coins, it will be 13,000 gold coins. It all depends on what he wants to trade with Shen Wanwan. "Brother Zheng, what do you want?" Shen Wanwan asked with interest. She really wanted to know if Brother Zheng was still dreaming about immortality. If he wanted to buy the elixir from her, she would have to think of an excuse. "I want this," Ingjing said, pointing at a draft book that Shen Wanwan placed on the table. Shen Wanwan looked at the draft book for accounting that she brought from home, but later she found that the pub settled accounts automatically and she didn't need to keep accounts, so this draft book became a thing for her to write and draw to pass the time. But she quickly realized that what Jing wanted was not a draft book, but paper. "You want paper?" she asked. Ingjing nodded. "I have observed it several times. This thing is very convenient for writing. It is thin and light, and the ink does not smudge. It is better than bamboo slips. With it, I can handle government affairs faster, and the books can be seen by more people." Listening to Brother Zheng listing a bunch of benefits of paper, Shen Wanwan's fangirl attributes came out again. As expected of Brother Zheng, whom she admired the most, just by observing the draft book, she knew that paper had many uses. He is really worthy of being the greatest emperor of all time. Love it. Ingjing didn't know that Shen Wanwan was a fangirl. After saying this, he looked at Shen Wanwan and asked, "Does the boss sell paper-making methods?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan immediately switched from being a fangirl to being a profiteer. "Bah, no, it was a businessman," she said with a smile. Well, seeing this, Ingjing knew there was room for negotiation, so he asked again, "What does the boss lady want?" "If I have it, I can find it for you." Hearing Ingjing's advice, Shen Wanwan smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I want all the medical books you have." Shen Wanwan thought of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, a great Chinese medical work that was perfected from the pre-Qin period to the reign of Khanate. Although it may not be perfect now, it would be nice to read the medical classics of the Qin dynasty. Doesn't she own a huge biomedical technology company? It's not strange for her to ask for some medical books. Although he didn't know what Shen Wanwan wanted the medical books for, Ingjing still agreed, so Shen Wanwan agreed to buy the paper-making technology for him. She only charged him 2,000 gold coins. Originally, number 9 was sold for 3,000 gold coins, but Shen Wanwan reduced the price by 1,000 gold coins. "Madam Boss, why are you so nice to him? It's not right. You can't be partial," number 9 chattered. Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Because he is Qin Shi Huang. He is one of the ancestors of the Chinese people." Number 9 doesn't understand. The boss lady is not a descendant of Ingjing, and this Ingjing is not the Ingjing in her history. Is it worth doing a loss-making business? Shen Wanwan doesn't care about number 9's complaints. She is happy for 1,000 gold coins. She took out the paper-making technique from the mall and handed it to Ingjing. Fearing that he didn't understand it, she took out a tablet from under the counter, opened a video website, and found a video of the ancient paper-making technique for him to watch. Ingjing held the tablet as if it were a treasure, sat on a high stool, and began to read it. Shen Wanwan didn't disturb him, but continued to browse some files on her phone. Ding-ling! The welcoming bell rang. She quickly looked up to see who was coming and saw Su Manling standing at the door of the tavern carrying a load on her shoulder. Why did you pick so many things? Shen Wanwan hurried over to help. Su Manling smiled and said, "This is for the boss lady. They are all produced by the farm I visited. Please don't dislike it." Shen Wanwan looked at the 2 boxes of food and said with a smile, "Why would I dislike it? Su Manling rarely spends money or does business in the bar, but she has received a lot of help from Shen Wanwan, so she is very grateful." After the farm had a good harvest today, she prepared 2 baskets of food and gave them to the proprietress. This is the best she can give at the moment. "Have you started the autumn harvest?" Shen Wanwan asked as she squatted on the ground and looked at the ingredients in the basket with her. Su Manling nodded. "Yes, the weather is good this year. The crops are growing well." Su Manling did not send rice to Shen Wanwan. She had seen the rice in the tavern, which was threshed very cleanly, even cleaner than the refined rice she had. Therefore, she did not show off her rice. The ingredients she brought were some vegetables, fruits, and precious medicinal herbs she had collected recently. Shen Wanwan saw that there was a ginseng in these things and immediately asked her to take it back. Ginseng can also be sold at a good price in the tavern. Shen Wanwan asked her to save some good things. Maybe she could exchange some things with guests from other planes in the future. Su Manling knew that Shen Wanwan was good to her, so she smiled and said, "Boss madam, I remember everything you said. I have saved some money myself, so don't worry." Finally, Shen Wanwan couldn't refuse anymore and took the ginseng. She asked number 9 to scan the age of the ginseng and found that the ginseng was more than 200 years old. Ginseng is more than 200 years old. It is a tonic. Keep it well to prevent its medicinal effect from being lost. Su Manling was very happy to see that Shen Wanwan accepted it. With the help of the boss's wife, not only did she escape from the status of a slave and become a good person, but she also had a small business in the capital and was able to support herself. Therefore, even if Shen Wanwan wanted all her wealth, she would be willing to give it to him. Of course, Shen Wanwan would not take all her wealth. After putting away the things, Shen Wanwan pulled Su Manling up. Su Manling looked at the tavern and whispered, "The 2 great immortals didn't come today?" Shen Wanwan smiled and asked, "Why do you want to talk to them?" Hearing this, Su Manling shook her head like a rattle. "I didn't. It's just that the 2 great immortals come here every day, and I'm a little uncomfortable not seeing them for a while. I think it's because you don't come here often, so you're not used to it." Shen Wanwan smiled and nodded her head. To her, Su Manling is just a teenage girl, like a well-behaved and sensible little sister. She is also a grateful person, so Shen Wanwan is quite willing to take care of her. Survival was difficult for women in ancient times, and it was not easy for Su Manling to survive. Even if she didn't make any transactions, Shen Wanwan wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Anyway, she is not the big sheep that Shen Wanwan values, who will never be bald no matter how hard she pulls. The 2 of them were whispering for a long time, but Ingzheng didn't notice them. He was now concentrating on the video on the tablet. He didn't expect the cost of paper to be so low. He thought such white paper would require silk or other expensive things. "I didn't expect that all it takes is some wood, straw, bamboo. The materials are not difficult. The only difficult part is the skills. It might take some time, but Ingzheng believes he can wait." After Ingzheng bought the technology, he didn't come to the tavern for several days. As soon as the National Day on October 1st arrived, Shen Wanwan stayed indoors because the tavern began its journey to another world again. This time, it was still Hu Xie and Chuan Yun, 2 idlers who wanted to watch the fun, so they landed in the strange world together. Shen Wanwan landed at noon this time. After landing, she opened the door and looked at the outside world. She couldn't help but scold number 9 again. The scorching sun outside was baking the earth, and there was no greenery to be seen within a 10-mile radius. Their tavern seemed very out of place in this empty place. After 2 experiences, Shen Wanwan discovered that the tavern seemed to like to land in deserted places. This made her laugh. Of course, the only one who bore her wrath was number 9. So number 9, the bullied one, dared not speak at this moment and could only passively accept the scolding. It just checked and found that this place is not only without greenery but also without any human habitation. After scolding number 9 for being such a loser, Shin Wanwan said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Give me the information about this world." Number 9 quickly displayed the information of this world. Looking at the information, Shin Wanwan wanted to curse even more. This is actually a doomsday survival world. Doesn't that mean there are zombies? I want to go back. I won't open the shop anymore, Shin Wanwan said frantically. Number 9 cautiously reminded, "Boss, once you land, you have to stay for 7 days before you can go back. Then I won't open the shop. I'll close it for 7 days. The shop will just sit here and wait until it automatically returns to the space-time after 7 days." Shin Wanwan didn't want to see zombies, mutated animals, plants, etc. at all. How could she, who had never even watched horror movies, accept facing zombies? Feeling that Shin Wanwan's face looked strange, Hu Xie and Chuanyan looked at each other, and then Chuanyan asked curiously, "What's wrong? You don't look very well." Shin Wanwan lowered her head onto the counter and said weakly, "We've come to a horrible world." Chuanyan and Hu Xie looked at each other. Then Shin Wanwan explained the situation of this world to them. After hearing this, the two were also somewhat shocked, and then Hu Xie said, "Is this a world abandoned by the heavenly Tao?" After Shin Wanwan heard this, a question mark popped up in her head. What was this fox talking about? Although she had read immortal cultivation literature and knew about the way of heaven, she only read about it and did not believe that there was any way of heaven. Hu Xie didn't answer her, but walked out of the tavern and followed him. Shin Wanwan watched them go out, walked to the door, and leaned on the door frame, watching the two people standing outside counting on their fingers. They looked like charlatans, which made her feel a little unreliable. After a while, Hu Xie opened his eyes, and so did Chuanyan. The two looked at each other again. Then they both said at the same time, "No hope." Upon hearing this, Hu Xie straightened his fox fur coat and said, "It seems that you are good at mystical arts. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect you to do the same." Shin Wanwan saw that the two were talking about something she didn't quite understand, so she humbly asked for advice. "What did you two figure out? Can you tell me?" Hu Xie strode back to the tavern, while Chuanyan smiled and explained to Shin Wanwan how they had just used the chi-observing technique and the mysterious technique to check the situation. Shin Wanwan nodded, remembering what they had just said. "So, what you meant was that this world is ruined? It can't be revived again? The result of my divination is indeed a dead end, with no way out," Chuanyan said as he looked at the scorching sun outside. Hu Xie smiled and said, "My results are similar, but it does show a slight chance of survival. It all depends on the choice of the sun of this plane." Shin Wanwan looked at them and raised her head to the skies speechlessly. Was this bullying her for not knowing divination and calculation? She looked outside the house. The temperature outside was really high, and it felt like at least 50 degrees. The land was cracked and dried by the sun, and there was a strange smell in the air, mixed with the smell of burnt earth. Anyway, the air here is really not that good, but fortunately the pub not only automatically adjusts the temperature, but also has an air purification function, so the room is not particularly hot. But it was just the wilderness around us, not to mention people, even zombies were nowhere to be seen. Shin Wanwan no longer wants to do this business trip. She just wants to go home. Looked like she wanted to cry but couldn't. Chuanyan said with a smile, "Madam Boss, there's no need to be so scared. I see that the surroundings are empty. There's not even a city. I'm afraid no one will come. Now I just hope to get through the next week in peace." In Fuxing village, after Shin Wanwan left, an uninvited guest came to the house. The other party checked again, and found that Shin Wanwan was really not there, so he somehow got into her nest. Space-time magnetic field fluctuations. The words were spoken lightly and disappeared into the air with the wind, and the person who had just appeared was no longer in the bedroom. Only the curtains were left swaying slightly. And number 9 just happened to catch the shadow this time. Of course, it also reported it to Shin Wanwan immediately. Shin Wanwan, who was worried about her survival in the doomsday world, stood up immediately when she heard that there was a thief in her house. After saying hello to Chuanyan and Hu Xie, she returned home. Shin Wanwan returned to the bedroom and immediately checked if anything was missing. After checking, she found nothing was missing from her bedroom. When she walked to the bed, she found that the demon-catching talisman that Chuan Yun had given her had turned into ashes. The demon-catching talisman is only effective against demons and ghosts. Could it be that ghosts really exist? Shen Wanwan couldn't help but think more about it. If the person who came to the room was not a ghost, then why did the talisman fail? Shen Wanwan hugged her arms, trying to get rid of the terrifying things in her mind. Hearing her mumbling, Number 9 immediately said, "Boss, it's probably not a ghost. He has a shadow." Number 9 played the captured image and showed it to Shen Wanwan. Although the picture is blurry, you can vaguely make out a human figure. The main reason for the blurry picture is that the opponent's movements are too fast. The 9-bit resolution is reduced many times before it becomes blurry. If it is a ghost, the camera cannot capture it. After all, this kind of ghost is a supernatural species. Shen Wanwan had nothing to say about this. She stared at the blurry pattern for a long time and could only see a blurry figure. She checked the doors and windows again and found them intact. So, the question is, how did the other party get in? How did he lock the balcony window from the inside when he left? Shen Wanwan racked her brains for a long time, then checked all the corners in the room where someone could hide, and searched all the rooms upstairs and downstairs, but in the end she found nothing. After Shen Wanwan left, a wisp of green smoke came out from under the bed, then left the house through the gap in the window, floated outside the house, and gradually moved away from the home. The wisp of green smoke grew bigger and bigger, and when the smoke dissipated, a man with long black hair and wearing a black robe appeared in the forest. Then he dodged and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he arrived at a luxuriously decorated house, he looked at his right hand, which was burned by the talisman on Shen Wanwan's bedside. Suddenly, a burst of laughter was heard in the quiet room. After Shen Wanwan returned to the tavern, she told Chuan Yun about the situation. He heard that the talisman was somewhat useful, but no one was caught. If the talisman works, it means he is not a pure human being. I know you're asking for some talismans for me. It's best if they are offensive. Shen Wanwan asked for the talisman shamelessly. Chuan Yun found it funny when he saw that she didn't mention the exchange with her at all. It was not the first time that he had seen the boss lady being stingy. But later on, he should be able to drink and eat for free for a while. So, he just considered it as paying for the wine in advance. After giving Shen Wanwan some higher-level talismans, she returned home and pasted the talismans back in the room. Although the person, who was not sure whether he was a human or a ghost, had no ill will towards her, she was still afraid of him. So she didn't dare stay in the room any longer and returned to the tavern. She will probably stay in the tavern for the next few days. Going back will face unknown dangers. At least here, it seems that there won't be many customers coming. And she knew that this was a doomsday survival world, and the most terrifying things were zombies and various mutated animals, and of course the zombie virus. So she had no intention of investigating and was just preparing to be a stay-at-home girl for 7 days. Chuan Yun and Hu Xia were both brave, so they went for a walk around the area together. When Shen Wanwan came back, she didn't see them and thought they had returned to their respective dimensions. When the two of them got closer, Shen Wanwan suddenly remembered that there were viruses in this world, so she specifically asked Number 9. "Shao 9, will they bring the virus into the pub, Number 9? Don't worry, Madam Boss, the tavern will automatically eliminate any unknown viruses and toxins. That's good, otherwise it would be a mess." Shen Wanwan nodded immediately. However, she still felt unsafe, so she searched the mall and found a virus-killing spray from a higher plane. She looked at the price and found that a bottle cost 100 gold coins, so she bought a bottle with a painful price. After getting it, she cursed in her heart. Swindler. At this time, Hu Xia and Chuan Yun were almost at the tavern. She quickly ran to the door, stopped them, and said, "The air in this world contains zombie viruses. Although the tavern can sterilize for everyone's safety, we should have double insurance." As she spoke, she raised the sterilizing spray bottle and sprayed them both several times. Achoo, achoo. Hu Xia and Chuan Yun couldn't stand the smell of the disinfectant spray and kept sneezing. Shen Wanwan smelled the scent, and her nose began to itch, followed by a sneezy sound. As a result, It was like a switch was turned on, and the three of them started sneezing from time to time. Shun11, what the heck are you spraying us with? Huxia looked at the bottle in her hand and couldn't help but feel veins popping out on his forehead. It's really rare to find a medicine that can stop a great demon king from sneezing. The sound of 3 people sneezing was heard in the tavern. Shun11 rubbed her nose and said, "This is used to kill bacteria. It's absolutely reliable." Although she was a little skeptical, she couldn't be timid at this time. Huxia looked at the bottle in her hand suspiciously. He suspected that it was Shun11 playing a prank on them and that it was not really a sterilization spray. At this point, Shun11 really wanted to shout out, "It's unfair." Fortunately, the 3 of them stopped sneezing soon after, which made Shun11 feel relieved. If she continued to fight, she felt that her internal organs would begin to hurt. When she was free, Shun11 invited Chuanyun to eat ice cream. She raised dairy cows and could harvest a lot of milk every day, so she asked the kitchen to process it into various dairy products. With milk, you can make all kinds of moods. The first thing she made was ice cream. Seeing that Shun11 only gave it to Chuanyun, he couldn't help but ask, "Where's the emperors?" "You didn't pay." Shun11 rolled her eyes at him, then looked at him with an expression that said, "So you're a freeloader." This made Huxia feel a little awkward. When did he want to get something for free? "Didn't Chuanyun pay for it?" he said dissatisfiedly. "I'm happy to treat Chuanyun. Is it your business? Eat it if you want. Forget it if you don't want." Shun11 said this and went back to the counter, completely ignoring Huxia's resentful look. At this time, 1 kilometer away from the tavern, a convoy was heading towards the tavern, led by a dirty military jeep. Following behind were 3 vehicles including a van and a truck. In the jeep, the driver was a muscular man wearing a vest. The co-pilot was a young man wearing glasses, who was resting his eyes. There were also 2 people behind, a man and a woman. The girl was complaining, "The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and there is no water to take a shower. I feel a little bit smelly. Be patient. Water resources are so precious nowadays, and no one wants to waste them," the muscular man who was driving advised. "I know." Looking at the wilderness outside, the girl sighed and said, "I don't know when this apocalypse will end." After hearing her words, the young man in the co-pilot opened his eyes and said, "Who doesn't want to end the apocalypse as soon as possible?" But he didn't say the words after, but everyone else in the car understood. The apocalypse has only just begun for a year. It won't end so soon. Although some humans have superpowers and can upgrade, humans are not the only ones who can upgrade. Zombies also have their superpowers upgraded. So, the car became dull for a while. "Hey, there seems to be a house in front." The muscular man kept his eyes on the front, and he saw the tavern about 500 meters away from the tavern. "There's a house in the wilderness. Is there something wrong?" the girl in the back seat said with some caution. At this time, Shun11 was still in the tavern, looking at the scorching weather outside. Huxia was still wearing a fox fur coat. She couldn't help but ask, "Fox spirit, don't you have anything else to wear? In this kind of weather, wearing a fox fur coat, aren't you afraid of getting prickly heat? How can my fox fur be afraid of this little bit of heat?" As Shun11 listened to his words, she felt like she was talking to a deaf person and that her words were not getting the point across. Then she was too lazy to care and let everyone do whatever they wanted. At this time, Number 9 reminded Shun11, "Boss, there is a motorcade coming. You should go and attract customers." Hearing this, Shun11 lazily lay on the table, with no intention of entertaining the guests at all. People who have experienced the end of the world are very vigilant, and the sudden appearance of a house in the empty wilderness can't help but make people suspicious. So this is why Shun11 is too lazy to attract customers. After all, no one knows whether those people will start using ammunition and superpowers at any time. She should just be a salted fish in this dimension for a week. "Boss, shall we go take a look?" the muscular man asked the young man in the passenger seat while driving the car. No one could have imagined that the leader of this team was the skinny young man who looked so weak. He looked up at the tavern that was approaching and said, "Just leave. Don't stop, okay?" Then, as the convoy got closer and closer to the tavern, its speed actually increased a bit, and it drove straight past the tavern. Shun11 had no objection to this. On the contrary, She was quite happy. The tavern was closed, so the people in the caravan couldn't see what was going on inside, but people in the tavern could see outside. After the convoy had moved away from the pub, the young man in the passenger seat looked serious. He is a psychic, and he wanted to detect the situation in the house while passing by, but his mental power was bounced away as soon as it approached the fence of the tavern. If he hadn't sensed the danger and withdrawn his mental power in time, he would probably have been injured by now. Looking at the house that was getting smaller and smaller and was left behind by the convoy, he couldn't help but start to worry. I'm afraid this trip to Yicheng might not be peaceful. Shen Wanwan didn't know how they were doing. At this time in the tavern, Hu Xia had already changed into a fox fur coat. The main reason was that Shen Wanwan had said it twice, and he couldn't help but wonder if wearing fox fur was really a bit tacky. After all, she was the only one in the whole tavern who wore fox fur. Everyone else dresses according to the local seasons. In the doomsday survival world, the weather is scorching hot. Even though the temperature in the tavern is very cool, looking at the big sun outside the window always makes people feel a little hot. Shen Wanwan, who was originally wearing long sleeves and long pants, ran back home to change into a dress, and even Chuan Yun changed into light clothes. Only he would wear fox fur no matter how hot it was, which made people feel hot just by looking at him. Seeing that both of them had changed their clothes, Hu Xia could only reluctantly take off his favorite fox fur. At this moment, he was wearing a white robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, and his long hair was tied up with a jade crown. This fox looked tall and elegant, just like the bright moon in the night sky. Shen Wanwan looked at this fox and had to say that he really had a good appearance. Although she is immune, she is still occasionally amazed by the fox. If this fox could speak properly, she might be even more amazing. Shen Wanwan, aren't you the boss? If you open a store and do business, shouldn't you attract customers? Hu Xia looked at the convoy going away and couldn't help but want to laugh at Shen Wanwan. Haha, you fox. You only know how to fight and kill all day long. What do you know about business? Shen Wanwan was not surprised at all that the convoy was going away. Anyone with a little bit of vigilance wouldn't come here. A tavern in the middle of nowhere is probably a shady place or a dangerous place. Human nature in the last days cannot stand the test. Everyone is on guard and alert against each other. If the convoy had stopped just now, Shen Wanwan would have been surprised. Although Hu Xia knew that this world was a doomsday survival world, he had never experienced it after all. In addition, he was born a big monster, and his martial arts skills crushed many monsters. To humans who were more fragile than monsters, he was even more like a demon king, so Hu Xia never took humans seriously. Of course, Shen Wanwan and Chuan Yun are also human beings, but he recognizes Chuan Yun because Chuan Yun's fighting ability is very good. As for Shen Wanwan, her fighting ability is definitely rubbish, but what Hu Xia recognized was not her fighting ability, but because she is the proprietress of the tavern. Moreover, Shen Wanwan was never afraid of him, nor would she point at him with a look of fear and call him a monster. Hu Xia thought of the humans in his own plane who were horrified when they saw monsters and suddenly found it really boring. After leaving the tavern, the convoy drove for about 20 minutes before finally seeing a city appear in front of them. However, the city that has experienced the end of the world has become dilapidated and no longer has its former prosperity. This time they were going to the southwest base, and Yicheng was a city they had to pass through, so no matter how dangerous it was, they had to break in. Everyone got off the car. The leader of the team was a young man named Han Zhao, who was a medical student before the end of the world. I completed my undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees at the age of 25, and was originally planning to study abroad, but I didn't expect that the world would end before I even left. The people in the team are either his childhood friends or friends he met before the end of the world, so their team is very united. Moreover, all men and women in their team have special abilities and are very good at fighting. Originally, they were the most powerful reconnaissance team in the southern base. But because they were so powerful, the higher-ups in the southern base were somewhat wary of them and put a lot of obstacles in their way. Finally, Han Zhao decided to take the team to the southwest base. According to the map, no matter whether they took the national highway or the small road, they could not avoid the dilapidated Yicheng in front of them. Han Zhao packed up the car and said, "Go into the city." Be careful. Then the whole team stepped into this dead city where there might not be any humans. The sky began to set and was dyed orange-red, a color that was even deeper than the orange-red that Shin Won-won usually saw in the sunset. If it were any deeper, it would turn into blood red. The scenery of the end of the world is actually not beautiful, but rather gives people a weird feeling. This world has really begun to degenerate. Chuan Yun sighed as he watched the sky's color gradually deepen. Shin Won-won didn't understand what he meant, so she asked curiously, "What do you mean by that?" What he meant was that the heavenly Tao of this world has become evil. Shin Won-won, why don't you say that aliens are attacking this world? Does the heavenly Tao really exist? Why does she not believe it? But considering that Chuan Yun and Hu Xie both came from a plane where cultivation is possible, since they said there is a heavenly way, then it should exist. As a good child educated in the core socialist values, she really doesn't understand metaphysics. Can the heavenly Tao still be awakened? Shin Won-won asked. Chuan Yun was helpless and then said, "Didn't I tell you during the day that there is still a glimmer of hope? But everything depends on whether the savior of this plane can seize the opportunity of survival." Right? Chuan Yun nodded. He knew that Shin Won-won was not interested in metaphysics, so he didn't explain it to her in detail. After all, if he really wanted to talk about it, he would have to explain a lot of things to her in detail. It's quite troublesome to think about it this way, so it's better to just say it briefly. Because she was worried that someone at home might spy on her, Shin Won-won slept directly in the inn tonight. She moved the folding bed behind the counter. As for Chuan Yun and Hu Xie, they did not leave either. Although there was no energy and demonic spirit for them to practice in this world, the two of them still stayed. Chuan Yun was interested and worried about Shin Won-won being alone, but Hu Xie was just a fox with a hard mouth but a soft heart. Shin Won-won was happy to see that both of them stayed to accompany her, but she also did not forget to show favoritism and brought folding beds over for them. It is called a folding bed, but in fact it is just the kind of military green mat used in physical education classes on campus. She thought that she also had an army green mat, so there was nothing wrong with everyone having the same one. Hu Xie refused, he didn't need to sleep, and Chuan Yun took a mat and prepared to meditate at night. As the sun set, the blood-red sky turned dark and a blood moon rose in the sky. Shin Won-won looked outside and saw that it was pitch black, accompanied by some roaring sounds, which made her feel a little creepy. She rubbed her arms covered with goosebumps, closed the doors and windows of the tavern, and silently hoped that there would be no zombies, mutant animals, or other things surrounding her tavern at night. For this, she gave number 9 a severe lesson and told him to be more alert at night. The aggrieved no. 9 responded with tears in his eyes, saying that he must keep a close eye on the situation outside and tell her immediately if there is any problem. After saying that, number 9 Shin Won-won greeted Chuan Yun and told him to order whatever he wanted to eat in the evening, as she would treat him. Upon hearing this, Chuan Yun smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Hu Xie, on the other hand, was sitting at a table by the window, drinking wine with a cheerful look on his face. Of course, the wine was not from Shin Won-won's tavern, but his own. The main reason was that Hu Xie always disliked the wine in the tavern. For this, Shin Won-won rolled her eyes several times. She no longer needs ordinary grains to brew wine, and all her wines are rich in spiritual energy. Yet this fox actually despises it. So, over time, Shin Won-won no longer wanted to sell wine to him. This guy doesn't appreciate her wine, but there are others who do, such as Chuan Yun and Zheng Ge. These two people always buy some wine and take it away. They are the main force in buying wine in the bar. Of course, when she left the last alien world, she also sold a lot of wine to the Flame Leopard mercenaries. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Shin Won-won went back to the counter and went to sleep. As the night deepened, the blood moon in the sky became redder and redder. The eerie red light caused many zombies and mutant animals to become restless. Inside Yicheng, Han Zhao's team was hiding in a warehouse of a large shopping mall. They were all in a miserable state, their clothes were torn, and some of them were panting and holding on to the wall. Han Zhao was busy treating the wounds of his injured teammates, and everyone was looking at the person lying on the ground with concern. Their team has fought together from the end of the world until now. Every member of their team is important, and no one wants to be left behind. Han Zhao, how is Gongzi? Seeing Han Zhao start to pack up the medical equipment, the muscular man asked. Gongzi is a superpower, and his body recovers very quickly. I just don't know if the Zombie King's virus will be stronger than that of ordinary zombies. People with special abilities in this world will not be infected by the zombie virus, but that is not known about the Zombie King and others. Han Zhao's team never expected that there would be a level 7 Zombie King in Yicheng. You have to know that it has only been a year, and the highest level psychic in the southern base is only level 5. The 7th level Zombie King is so powerful that all the members of their team combined cannot defeat him. Let's withdraw from Yicheng first, Han Zhao said after thinking for a while. Now Yicheng has become the territory of the 7th level Zombie King. They can't get through, so they can only retreat here first and look for opportunities later. Everyone listened to his words without objection, and then began to search the warehouse for any supplies. The most important thing in the end times is material things. Although there are not many things in this warehouse, it has not been looted, so they actually found quite a few supplies. Han Zhao packed up his things and began to retreat with his team. At this moment, on the rooftop of a tall building somewhere in the city, a woman wearing a red backless dress was standing on the building. The whites of her eyes were larger than her eyeballs, and her skin was a little bluish. Although she was already a zombie, her facial features and limbs were complete, and she had no scars. She was not as ugly as other zombies. Although she is not ugly, her skin makes her look not very pretty. Watching Han Zhao's team desperately running out of Yicheng, she also disappeared on the top of a tall building. After Han Zhao and his men ran out of Yicheng, they released the car and drove away quickly. At the pub, Shen Wanwan, who hadn't slept well, was woken up by number 9. What's wrong, madam? The team that passed by at noon today is back again. Hearing this, Shen Wanwan sat up, while Chuan Yun and Hu Xie had already heard the roar of the car engine, and they both opened a crack in the window to see who was coming. Han Zhao, it's the house we saw at noon. Should we go there and rest for the night? Han Zhao looked at the tavern with the lights on, then saw that the fuel tank of his car had already started to sound an alarm, and the car wouldn't be able to run for much longer. So, he picked up the intercom. Head towards the hut in front. Number 9 caught their voices and quickly told Shen Wanwan. So, I have to entertain guests late at night. She got up reluctantly, tidied her hair, and then leaned lazily against the counter. Those people are coming over. I don't know if they're good guys or bad guys. You two should be careful, Shen Wanwan spoke up to remind Hu Xie and Chuan Yun. After all, this is not their world of immortality, and no one knows how much of their abilities can be utilized. Chuan Yun nodded towards Shen Wanwan, while Hu Xie continued to pretend to be the arrogant nobleman. After a while, the convoy stopped outside the tavern's fence. After the people in the car came out, they looked at this ancient-style cottage with beautiful lanterns and wind chimes hanging on it, and they were a little hesitant for a moment. After all, they don't know whether the people inside are friends or enemies. Time and Space Trading Tavern. Someone read out the name of the store on the plaque. Everyone then took a closer look at the plaque. Han Zhao looked at the tavern, thinking something, then he took a step forward, pushed open the gate, walked in and shouted, "Is anyone there?" Shen Wanwan was listening in the room and immediately rolled her eyes. Then she walked to the door, opened it, put on a professional fake smile and said, "Welcome everyone to the Space Trading Tavern." The members of Han Zhao's team looked at Shen Wanwan who opened the door. They didn't expect that the person in this tavern was actually a woman. She is a clean and beautiful woman. In the last days, everyone is covered in dust in order to save water. It's okay for those with water-related abilities, but ordinary people who haven't awakened their abilities are so sloppy that they look like beggars. A clean woman like Shen Wanwan either has a strong backer or is very capable. Therefore, everyone in Han Zhao's team became alert. "Everyone, please come in and sit down." Shen Wanwan made a gesture of invitation and turned back to the house. As for whether the group of people outside come in or not, she doesn't care. It's just right if they don't come. The members of Han Zhao's team looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Han Zhao said, "Go in and take a look. Gongzi needs to rest well for his injury. Everyone nodded and started walking towards the tavern. As soon as they entered the house, they received news from the tavern. What the heck? The muscular man cursed after digesting the news. Is there really time travel in this world? After learning the news about the tavern, everyone started talking at once. Shen Wanwan was not in a hurry to do anything and just let them chatter for a long time.
Even Han Zhao was startled by the tavern.
After a while, he raised his head and looked at Chuan Yun and Hu Xie, who were sitting at the table by the window in the corner. Seeing that they were dressed in ancient costumes, he knew that they were people from another time and space. Then he looked curiously at Shen Wanwan, who was not well rested, sitting at the counter, supporting her head with one hand and yawning. Feeling his gaze, Shen Wanwan met his eyes and asked, "Sir, what do you need?" Han Zhao walked over and asked, "Can I trade anything in your tavern?" Shen Wanwan raised her eyebrows and said, "It's not a trade with the tavern, but a trade with guests from other time and space. You should ask what you can trade with the time and space traveler." Looking at her smiling face, Han Zhao turned his head slightly and looked at Hu Xie and Chuan Yun again. Because he didn't know where they came from and they were dressed in ancient costumes, Han Zhao naturally thought they were ancient people and would not be able to help him. So he said, "What if I want to do business with you, the boss lady? That's fine. But when you trade with a tavern, you don't get money. This is explained in the tavern manual you received when you entered." Han Zhao nodded to show that he knew. The customer wanted to do business with the tavern, so Shen Wanwan naturally would not refuse. After all, how could she turn away a customer who came to her door, no matter how big or small? This did not fit her character as a black-hearted boss. "Then what do you want to exchange?" Shen Wanwan was very curious. Han Zhao did not answer her question, but apologized and said, "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Han Zhao." Seeing that he pretended not to hear the question, Shen Wanwan did not ask any more questions. After he introduced himself, she just smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Han. My last name is Shen. You can call me Boss Shen." This person is obviously very defensive. Shen Wanwan thought to herself, but whether he is defensive or not is none of her business. Anyway, whether he wants to trade in the tavern or not, Shen Wanwan will not force him. She just wanted to get through the 7 days quickly and leave this hellhole. Han Zhao was originally a favored child, but since the end of the world, he has seen more dark human nature, so he would not trust the tavern at the first time. Although he received the explanation from the tavern, maybe it was a mental misleading or mentally created environment. Therefore, Han Zhao has always been wary of Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan could also see it, because Han Zhao had been holding his waist with his hands since he entered the door. She guessed that he must have a gun behind his waist. The other members of the team had now recovered from their novelty, and each found a stool to sit down, waiting for Han Zhao to come over. After Han Zhao finished chatting with Shen Wanwan, he walked to the table of his teammates. After he sat down, everyone looked at him, waiting for him to tell the situation. Han Zhao shook his head slightly. In fact, he was not quite sure whether the tavern was an illusion or real. Although he had read basic novels before the end of the world and knew about time travel, it was just a fantasy. At least they had not achieved time travel even with their advanced technology. So he didn't really believe it. A group of people sat in the pub for a while, and suddenly someone in the team whispered, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to just sit here? Now that you mention it, it seems a bit. How about we buy some food?" The only 2 girls in the team said weakly. Everyone looked at each other, then Han Zhao nodded, and the 2 girls got up and went to the counter to order. Shen Wanwan was drowsy, but when she saw someone coming, she woke up immediately and asked with a smile, "What do you 2 need?" "Boss, what do you have to eat here?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan handed them the menu. The 2 ordered several dishes and then asked, "How do I exchange the gold coins in your store?" Although they received the tavern instructions as soon as they entered the tavern, they were afraid of making a mistake and couldn't help but ask again. Shen Wanwan smiled and explained the exchange rules to them. The 2 of them took a look, and then the girl on the left took out something that looked like crystal and handed it to them. "Look, is this okay?" Shen Wanwan asked number 9 to scan it, and after number 9 finished scanning, he said, "Level 1, Attributeless Crystal Core, worth 100 gold coins. Your crystal core is a first-level attributeless crystal core, and each one is only worth 50 gold coins." Number 9. "Very good. The proprietress is still the same as always. After hearing this, the two girls took out a few attributeless gold coins to exchange for enough money for the meal and left. Only after they left did Shen Wanwan quietly breathe a sigh of relief. She was suffocating. The members of Han Zhao's team had just experienced a great battle, and they had the smell of zombies and some strange smells on their bodies. It was actually very difficult for Shen Wanwan to endure. Not only her, but also Chuan Yun and Hu Xia are the same. But they can close their five senses, but Shen Wanwan can't. Therefore, she had to endure these strange mixed smells alone. Although she understood, she really couldn't stand it. After delivering the food they ordered one by one, Shen Wanwan began to browse them all to see if she could find something that could temporarily make her sense of smell fail. After rummaging around for a while, she found a scented candle. But she didn't buy it, because lighting up incense in front of others is very impolite and a clear sign of disdain. Shen Wanwan would not do such a thing. As mentioned above, she understood why these people looked so sloppy. Those who can survive the apocalypse have fought for their lives. They just want to stay alive in such a difficult world. So, compared to personal hygiene, staying alive is more important than anything else. Besides, there are girls in Han Zhao's team. How could Shen Wanwan dislike girls? The members of Han Zhao's team were wolfing down their food. As soon as the food was served, everyone was crying with greed over the hot meal. God knows how long it has been since they last had fresh vegetables. Moreover, the vegetables in the tavern are rich in spiritual energy, so even if it is just a plate of stir-fried vegetables, the taste is particularly fragrant. As everyone was wolfing down their food, the welcoming bell rang. Shen Wanwan poked her head out from under the counter. She had almost fallen asleep, but was awakened by the welcoming bell. Even if she wasn't grumpy, she was a little mad. She was so sleepy. Shen Wanwan looked towards the door and saw a woman in a red dress and with bluish skin standing at the door. She looked at the woman outside the house and her heart suddenly started to alarm. Number 9, come out, is that a zombie outside? Number 9, yes. Lady Boss, don't be nervous. We didn't detect that the zombie is hostile to the tavern. On the contrary, after testing, we found that she has a little liking for the tavern. Shen Wanwan, what the heck? Zombies are intelligent? Number 9 heard Shen Wanwan's thoughts and said to her, Boss, this is a zombie king. It's normal for him to be intelligent. When Shen Wanwan heard that the person at the door was the zombie king, she felt terrible. But now she couldn't be stunned anymore, because Han Zhao's team had already started fighting when they saw the zombie queen at the door. Hu Xia and Chuan Yun also came to the counter as soon as possible to prevent them from fighting madly and hurting Shen Wanwan. Looking at the two figures standing in front of her, Shen Wanwan was very moved and decided to charge less in handling fees next time they traded. Listening to the various noises of ping-pong and bang-bang in the store and looking at the mess on the floor, Shen Wanwan should be thankful that she doesn't have high blood pressure, otherwise her blood pressure would have soared by now. She took a fierce look at the two parties who were determined to fight to the death, and made a note of them in her heart, and she would settle the score with them later. Han Zhao's team has many people, but their highest level member, Han Zhao, is only a level 5 psychic, and is no match for this peak level 7 zombie king who possesses space, spirit, and thunder abilities. Wow. This zombie king is so handsome. Shen Wanwan looked at the group of people fighting and inexplicably felt that the zombie king was quite handsome. Although the zombie king was level 7, the people in Han Zhao's team cooperated well and dragged each other to consume the energy of the zombie king. For a moment, no one could do anything to anyone, but it seemed that Han Zhao was at a disadvantage. Because they were injured a lot. With a loud bang, the door of the tavern was unfortunately damaged and used as cannon fodder. Shen Wanwan's forehead was bulging with veins, and she tried hard to resist the urge to curse. After a while, the two sides stopped fighting because Han Zhao and the others were already covered in wounds. The zombie king was still fine, but because of the fight, her red dress had been torn, like a pile of rags hanging on her body. Seeing his favorite skirt turned into this, the zombie king couldn't help but yell angrily at everyone in Han Zhao's team. Shen Wanwan looked at him and inexplicably thought he was a little cute. When she came to her senses, she thought she must be crazy to think a zombie king was cute. After seeing the fight between the powerful men in this world, Xia and Chuan Yun became curious about their special abilities. Shen Wanwan had already come out from the counter. She pushed aside Xia, who was blocking her way, squeezed out from between them, walked between the two parties, and said with a sneer on her face, "Everyone, the fight is over. If it's over, let's settle the score." Han Zhao and his group were speechless about Shen Wanwan's behavior. It seemed that they didn't owe Boss Shen anything. Shen Wanwan saw the confusion in their eyes and pointed at the messy tavern and said, "Don't be confused. Just look around and you'll know what I'm going to settle." At this moment, everyone realized that they seemed to have smashed someone's store. The zombie king tilted his head and looked at Shen Wanwan, who was wearing a beautiful skirt, and then stretched out his green hand to pull her skirt. Shen Wanwan was startled by her sudden approach, and then she heard the zombie king say slowly in a voice like sawing wood, "Okay. Okay.
Look. Give.
Me." Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes when she understood. "I'm shorter than you. You can't wear my clothes." In fact, Shen Wanwan was quite scared, but she still managed to maintain her momentum and show her courage. Although Number 9 has reminded the Zombie King that he has no ill will towards her, as a person who is afraid of ghosts, the Zombie King is just like a zombie, which is scary, okay? I want to.
Look.
Good. The Zombie King seemed to like Shen Wanwan's skirt very much and never let go. "Sister, please stop pulling it. If you continue pulling it, the skirt will be damaged," Shen Wanwan said while pulling the skirt. She seemed to feel the sound of the fabric of her skirt being torn just now, and was really afraid that the Zombie King would pull her skirt down without knowing the severity of the situation, and she would be killed immediately. But the Zombie King seemed not to understand her words and kept pulling her skirt and refused to let go. After a hiss sound, a tear appeared on Shen Wanwan's long skirt. The slit is right at the waist, and when it is pulled down, the long skirt becomes a half skirt. Shen Wanwan quickly grabbed her skirt with an embarrassed look on her face, completely losing the momentum she had just had to settle the score. When the Zombie King saw that the skirt was torn, he immediately let go. She wanted a beautiful skirt, not a torn one. Seeing that she finally let go, Shen Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to settle the accounts just now. Anyway, as long as she is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. You guys broke a lot of things in the tavern, and even smashed the door. I guess it's not too much to ask you to pay compensation. She was so aggressive and her eyes seemed to be full of fire that the people in Han Zhao's team couldn't help but shake their heads. Very good. Seeing that they had no objection, Shen Wanwan turned around and looked at the confused Zombie King. "You have to pay too." The Zombie King tilted his head. Roar, roar. Roar. Shen Wanwan felt that she and the Zombie King might not have much to talk about, so she stretched out her palm and said to her, "Pay me money." The Zombie King seemed to understand this word. And then he took out a coin from her space and put it in Shen Wanwan's hand. Shen Wanwan looked down and saw that it was $1 from before the end of this world. She held back the throbbing veins on her forehead, then gritted her teeth and said, "No, I don't want this." The Zombie King was puzzled again. Didn't she already pay? The man and the zombie stared at each other for a long time. The members of Han Zhao's team were busy recovering. Seeing that Shen Wanwan was not in danger, Xia crossed his arms and watched the show like a spectator. Only Chuan Yun couldn't bear it anymore. He walked over and quickly put a talisman on the Zombie King's head. When the talisman burned to ashes, the Zombie King turned his head mechanically. Shen Wanwan asked him curiously, "What kind of talisman did you put on her?" "Awakening talisman." "I see that this girl is no longer human, but she is not a zombie nor a ghost. I am a little curious, so I will try to see if the awakening talisman used to awaken ghosts can work on her." The Zombie King turned his head for a long time, then looked at Shen Wanwan for a while with his eyes without pupils and only white eyes, and then looked at Chuan Yun. "Ms. Zombie King, you should pay compensation," Shen Wanwan said tentatively. "Yun Feifei." The Zombie King uttered a name. Shen Wanwan suddenly realized and continued, "Okay, Miss Yun Feifei, you should pay the money." "How many?" Yun Feifei rolled her eyes, while Shen Wanwan looked back at Chuan Yun and said, Your awakening talisman seems to be useful. She even remembered her name. Chuanyan nodded, not thinking anything of it. After all, he had guessed from the beginning that it would be useful. Zombies are, after all, a kind of ghosts and belong to the zombie category. Although Yun Feifei, the zombie king who used the awakening talisman, has not yet fully recovered her memories of her human period, she has at least remembered some common sense. Seeing that she was much more sober, Shen Wanwan reported the amount of loss of the pub calculated by No. 9. But as a black-hearted boss, how could she not charge some interest? The total loss of our store is 10,000 gold coins. You two will share it, so you have to pay 5,000 gold coins. Yun Feifei tilted her head. She was now a zombie, and her face was already blue. This cute action seemed a little scary when she did it. Shen Wanwan. We don't sell on credit. She was really afraid that the zombie king would not give her a penny, and then she would have to ask Han Zhao's team for it. No gold coins. Yun Feifei looked at Shen Wanwan for a long time before saying, "You can exchange it for something else." Shen Wanwan always felt that this zombie king was like a child, so in order to get compensation, she had to be patient. After a moment of silence, Shen Wanwan looked at the zombie king, who seemed to be thinking something. She was really afraid that she would get angry and smash her tavern again. However, the zombie king might have been a good girl when she was alive. The reason why she remained silent was that she wanted to find something as compensation in her space. Is this okay? Shen Wanwan looked at the black stone she handed over. The stone looked like a coal mine, but it was not a coal mine. After scanning it, number 9 said, "Boss, this is the interstellar meteorite that caused the zombie virus in this world." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan immediately moved away from Yun Feifei, cursing number 9 in her heart. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? What if I get the virus?" Number 9 was a little speechless. "Boss, your safety is guaranteed in the tavern. Although this meteorite contains the zombie virus, it is also very useful. It can be calculated at 500 gold coins per kilogram." After hearing what number 9 said, Shen Wanwan didn't expect that this meteorite containing the virus was actually worth gold coins. "This is 500 gold coins per pound," Shen Wanwan said to the zombie king. "Oh, please give way." Shen Wanwan wondered. She was already 10 meters away from her. Where could she go? Although she complained in her heart, she still walked a little further away. After she walked away, Yun Feifei estimated the area and then moved a huge interstellar meteorite out of the space. Shen Wanwan looked at the meteorite that damaged her floor and laughed in her heart. This stone must weigh at least 1 ton. After scanning, number 9 gave her an accurate number. 2.5 tons, or 5,000 kilograms. Shen Wanwan has some and this has to be converted into a lot of gold coins for her, although the converted gold coins are not paid by her. But Shen Wanwan still feels a little painful. However, the conversion operation was not her responsibility, so she couldn't deduct the money even if she wanted to. The stone had been happily taken away by number 9, and a particularly beautiful red crystal stone appeared in front of Yun Feifei. This was the card she used to make purchases in the store. After deducting 5,000 gold coins, the rest are all here. Shen Wanwan looked at her and saw that she had so many gold coins, so she rubbed her hands and asked, "Beauty, do you need anything? We can trade and exchange anything here." Hearing her call her Beauty, Yun Feifei was immediately overjoyed. She looked down at her skirt and said, "I want a skirt, a beautiful skirt." When Shen Wanwan heard this, she made an okay gesture to her and then started browsing the clothing section of the mall. Yun Feifei's height is estimated to be over 1.65 meters. She is not fat, but not skinny either. Her facial features are good. Shen Wanwan looked at her and thought, the zombie is dead, but she still loves beauty after death, which shows that she must have been a beautiful girl in her life. While doing 2 things at once, Shen Wanwan selected hundreds of beautiful dresses, various jewelry, bags, and shoes. She could definitely earn back the gold coins in her hand. Seeing the boss lady's operation, number 9 wanted to shout, 666, "Beauty, I have selected 300 dresses for you, and also matched them with shoes, jewelry, etc. Do you want them?" When she heard about the 300 skirts, a weird smile appeared on Yun Feifei's stiff face. She handed over the red crystal stone and said arrogantly, "I'll get them all. Beautiful lady, you are really generous and straightforward. Don't worry, the clothes I choose for you are definitely suitable for you." Shen Wanwan happily took the crystal stone, then asked no. 9 to deduct all the gold coins inside, and then happily took out the 300 skirts. Soon, a pile of bags appeared in the messy tavern. Each bag contains a dress, shoes, and jewelry to match the outfit. Anyway, Shen Wanwan doesn't have to think about these things, as they are all automatically matched by them all. Looking at so many beautiful skirts, Yun Feifei happily put them all into her own space. She also glanced at the people in Han Zhao's team vigilantly, fearing that they would snatch her skirts. Han Zhao's team was speechless at her vigilant look. Why were they, a bunch of grown men, forcing her to wear a skirt? Shen Wanwan saw that the zombie king was a big customer, so she smiled and asked her, "Beauty, I've bought the clothes. Would you like some makeup? At least cover up the pale face." Yun Feifei shook her head and said, "I do." Shen Wanwan was a little disappointed when she heard that she couldn't get any more money. But this time the harvest was good, so she was satisfied. Seeing the zombie king flipping through the skirts in the space, Shen Wanwan looked at the people in Han Zhao's team, who had been silent. Han Zhao was not a tactless person. When Shen Wanwan looked over, he immediately took out the things he had collected and placed them in front of Shen Wanwan. These were the things he had seen that interested him along the way. It would be nice to exchange them for gold coins as compensation. In addition to these things, there were also some attributeless first-level crystal cores. He was reluctant to take out the advanced crystal core because it could be used to upgrade his superpowers. Shen Wanwan didn't mind that the things he gave were messy and asked number 9 to count them one by one. Number 9. "Boss, these are worth about 6,300 gold coins." Shen Wanwan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then she smiled and said to Han Zhao, "It's exactly 5,300 gold coins." After deducting 5,000 compensation, there are still 300 gold coins left. "Do you need to use these 300 gold coins to buy something from me?" Han Zhao looked at Shen Wanwan as if trying to see something, but Shen Wanwan was still waiting for him with a professional fake smile on her face, without any flaws. Although there weren't many gold coins left, Han Zhao still asked, "Anything in the tavern can be exchanged, right?" Shen Wanwan nodded. After confirming, Han Zhao said, "I want top-level thermal weapons." Shen Wanwan almost fainted when she heard this. Top-level thermal weapons have great lethality. Could it be that this guy wants to destroy the world? "Sir, although I have thermal weapons, they are very expensive. The best thermal weapons cost at least hundreds of billions or even trillions of gold coins." Shen Wanwan was not lying. She just looked at the weapon page in the mall and found that the cheapest hot weapons were over 100,000 gold coins. The hot weapon at the top of the pyramid and the string of zeros behind it were so numerous that it made Shen Wanwan dizzy. In the end, Han Zhao still failed to buy any hot weapons, mainly because he had no money. But when he saw what Chuanyan had just done, he immediately felt that he was no ordinary person, so he went to talk to Chuanyan. Shen Wanwan was not sad about not making the deal. If Han Zhao could really take out so many things that could be exchanged for hundreds of millions of gold coins, she might have some doubts. Thinking of this, Shen Wanwan glanced at the zombie king who had changed into a beautiful dress. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the zombie king seemed to be in a better mood after changing into a skirt. However, the zombie king was happy, but Shen Wanwan was not happy because her skirt had been torn by the zombie king's ruthless hands. As a result, she can only use clips to fix the broken parts. As for going back to change clothes, please, there are so many people here. She is worried that if she leaves, these people will smash her tavern again. Fortunately, the compensation coins have been collected now, and Shen Wanwan hurriedly bought new seats, new decorations, and, of course, the cannon fodder gate. Once she had set it up, the tavern returned to its original state within a few breaths, as if the fight just now had never happened. Han Zhao was already very wary of taverns. When he saw the scene, although he couldn't believe it 100%, he believed it 60%. He had talked with Chuan Yun and knew that this person came from the ghost dimension. At first, he thought that Chuan Yun was some kind of virtual character created by the proprietress. After all, he was an atheist, and it was really difficult for him to understand the ghost plane. After Chuanyan quietly told him that the ancient handsome man standing in front of the counter was a big monster from the monster plane, he couldn't help but become more suspicious. But Shen Wanwan's move shook his doubts. What kind of mental power can transform the mental space into a physical entity? Han Zhao thought it was impossible for anyone to do it, so he somewhat believed in the existence of this tavern. Of course, in addition to Shen Wanwan and the others in the tavern, Han Zhao was also on guard against the zombie king next to him. Shen Wanwan looked at the clock. It was already 3:30 in the morning. She yawned and said, "Everyone, if you don't have any questions, then go to bed early. Any matters or grudges can be dealt with tomorrow." Han Zhao and his teammates looked at each other, then gathered in a corner of the tavern and sat on the ground to rest. The zombie king chose a table farther away from them and sat there, visibly happy. She had been looking through the skirts she bought from Shen Wanwan. She was very satisfied with all of them, so she tended to listen to Shen Wanwan's words. Hu Xia and Chuanyan occupied the high stools at the counter and were guarding it. It seemed as if the three parties were wary of each other. Shen Wanwan doesn't care what the zombie king and Han Zhao think. The most important thing in the world is sleeping. She looked at the two people sitting at the counter and said, "If you are tired, go back and rest. They can't hurt me in the store. The other person means well. Shen Wanwan can't take it for granted." Chuanyan and Hu Xia heard this. Without waiting for Chuanyan to speak, Hu Xia said lazily, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? This emperor is not doing this for you. Don't be so self-indulgent, Shen Wanwan." "Okay. Then, Your Excellency the Demon King, please do as you please. This fox should just talk. Why is she being so sarcastic? I can't afford to offend her. I can't afford to offend her. She should just shut up." After Shen Wanwan fell asleep, Chuanyan and Hu Xia looked at each other, then used their spiritual sense to communicate and chat about some things. "Fox Xia, that Han Zhao seems to have a close connection with this plane. Chuanyan, not only him but also that woman who looks like a ghost but not a ghost and looks like a zombie but not a zombie. It seems that the heavenly Tao here is trying to find a way to save itself," Chuanyan said truthfully. Hu Xia nodded and calculated the fate of this world, and found that this world had been shrouded in a bloody red fog. However, the way of heaven is too weak, and if they did not calculate carefully, the two would have thought that the way of heaven in this world had disappeared. Unfortunately, even if they could figure it out, it would be useless as the two of them couldn't help the world at all, because their abilities are more restricted in this world than in the previous one. And it feels like this world has begun to move towards the evil path. Of course, the two of them were thinking according to the situation in their plane. Where did the humans, demons, and monsters come from in this doomsday survival world? If you must regard the mutated plants and animals as demons, you can, but they are not the same species in terms of the system. So the two of them didn't know how to describe this world. It was simply hard to put it into words. The ghosts don't look like ghosts, and they are not monsters either, so the two are more curious about this world than the previous world. Unfortunately, not only does this world suppress their abilities, the energy in the air also contains toxins that they cannot transform into their own abilities. The two of them compared the previous world with this world, and came to the conclusion that they liked the previous world better than this world. If Shen Wanwan knew that these two people were nitpicking about different dimensions, she would definitely roll her eyes at them. It sounded like they were picking vegetables at the market, but in reality, these two people could do nothing. Shen Wanwan had a light sleep, woke up at dawn, and went to the yard to get some water to wash her face. Then she went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, of course only for her and Chuanyan, as the fox looked down on the food here. But the arrogant fox would naturally be unhappy when she saw Shen Wanwan treating her differently. As for Shen Wanwan facing the unhappy fox spirit, she said that she just had to get used to it, and this fox should not be spoiled. Chuanyan never interfered in disputes between two people, so he didn't say anything. At this time, the members of Han Zhao's team smelled the fragrance of food and woke up one after another. Han Zhao asked two girls in the team to go find Shen Wanwan to buy some breakfast. When they came over, Shen Wanwan smiled and said, "Do you two want to wash up? The water outside the yard is clean and can be used for washing." When the two girls heard this, surprise flashed in their eyes. God knows how long it had been since they had a good bath and washed their faces in the past year. After thanking Shen Wanwan, they ordered their meals and went to say hello to their friends. Meanwhile, Han Zhao took out a bucket, towels, and other things for washing their faces, hair, and taking a bath and handed them to them. Then Shen Wanwan saw the two people find some things to build a simple bathroom in the yard and start washing. Shen Wanwan. Seeing them ruining the store's appearance, Shen Wanwan called out to number 9 in her heart. Little 9, do you think it would be better to get a room or a bathhouse? Número 9. The boss lady can upgrade as soon as possible. After the upgrade, the tavern will have everything. Hearing number 9 asking her to upgrade quickly, Shen Wanwan laughed in her heart. If it wasn't so tricky, would she have made no progress in so long? How can a black-hearted boss admit his own shortcomings? The employees always have to take the blame. With the previous experience as a lesson, Han Zhao's team washed themselves with the water in the tavern and then sat in the tavern to eat breakfast. Of course, the black-hearted boss Shen Wanwan charged a lot of water fees, which made them dare not say anything. After all, no one wanted to compensate with another amount of crystal cores. The heavy bleeding last night seemed to have taught them a lesson. Even if they were still afraid of the zombie king sitting in the tavern, they would just pretend not to see it. After collecting the gold coins for breakfast and water, Shen Wanwan put on a smile and walked over to the zombie king Yun Feifei. Ms. Yun, do you need anything? Yun Feifei rolled her gray eyes and uttered the word meat. Shen Wanwan nodded with a smile and asked again, do you want it raw or cooked? Yun Feifei lowered her head and twisted her fingers in confusion. Her mind has become much clearer, and she has those images and emotions from her human period, but she is now physically a zombie, and the fruits and vegetables that humans eat cannot provide her with energy. She could only eat meat, but physically she wanted to eat raw food, but mentally she wanted to reject it after she regained her sanity. Shen Wanwan looked at her in silence for a long time. Although she didn't know what was wrong with her, she didn't urge her. She is always a little more patient with big customers than with others. I want both. After a while, Yun Feifei, who had been struggling for a long time, decided to take both. Shen Wanwan smiled and nodded. Okay, wait a moment. As she said that, she went to the counter and soon stir-fried pork with green peppers and black pepper steak appeared on Yun Feifei's table, and the raw food was a plate of raw pork and raw beef. Of course, in order to provide a good service, Shen Wanwan also served her a cup of bloody pig blood. Hu Xie and Chuan Yun were speechless watching her actions. In fact, they felt that the zombie lady didn't seem to need to eat. Unfortunately, their guess was wrong. Yun Feifei ate all the dishes that Shen Wanwan served, whether cooked or raw. She even used the cup of raw pig blood to mix with raw pork. Seeing her eating, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. There was no beauty in the way zombies ate, and there was also a weird sense of horror. Do you have any way to restore her eyes and skin? Shen Wanwan asked, poking Hu Xie's arm with her finger. Fox evil. I have never come into contact with this kind of monster, so I don't know for now. He was actually not very sure, because he had not had any contact with Yun Feifei since she came in. Chuan Yun did carefully observe the changes in her appearance when he put the awakening talisman on her, but he could do nothing about it. Zombies seem to be of the same type as vampires and zombies. They have no heartbeat, strong fighting power, and eat similar food, but there are still differences. Shen Wanwan didn't understand the details, nor did she want to understand. Although she had earned a huge sum of money from Yun Feifei last night, she still wanted to go home early. Just now, she seemed to see something flash by the window. Although there is a tavern and mutated animals, plants, and zombies cannot get close to them, no one likes to look at a bunch of zombies and mutated animals and plants. Shen Wanwan felt that if she stayed any longer, she might suffer from anorexia for a while. And the more you fear something, the more it will come to you. Number 9 started to remind her in her mind, saying, Madam, a large group of zombies are coming this way. Shen Wanwan. Are you kidding? Number 9. No, according to their speed, they should arrive in about 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan quickly knocked on the counter, and Han Zhao's team who were eating looked up at the counter. As for the zombie king Yun Feifei, he had finished eating long ago, and was now looking at Shen Wanwan curiously. Shen Wanwan ignored everyone's gazes and told them that a wave of zombies would arrive in 15 minutes. When Han Zhao's team heard this, they stopped eating and immediately took out their weapons and became alert. Han Zhao thought of something and then looked at the confused look on the face of the zombie king. "Did you attract these zombies?" He couldn't help but ask Yun Feifei from a distance. When Shen Wanwan heard this, she also looked at Yun Feifei and then saw her shaking her head slightly. Shen Wanwan clapped her hands and said, "Oh, how could I have forgotten? Ms. Yun, you are the zombie king. Can you order those zombies to leave?" Yun Feifei shook her head and said inexplicably, "They are not from Yicheng." Shen Wanwan was confused. Could it be that Yun Feifei couldn't control the zombies in just one city? Although she didn't understand, as natives of the Doomsday survival world, everyone in Han Zhao's team understood what Yun Feifei said. What she actually wanted to express was that the wave of zombies outside were not from Yicheng, but a group of zombies with a zombie leader behind them. Those who could become intelligent zombies within a year of the apocalypse would not have very low abilities. Therefore, Yun Feifei actually had no choice. If she drove away this wave of zombies, the team leader might regard her as a provocateur, and then there might be a duel. Although she has become a zombie, Yun Feifei still has some human attributes, which is fear of death. Therefore, she did not want to provoke other high-level zombies. Of course, it would be a different story if other zombies provoked her. So she could do nothing to help the zombies outside. Only then did Shen Wanwan realize that this zombie king was not as stupid as she had imagined. At least you know not to force yourself to stand out for irrelevant people. There is probably no hope for the zombie king, so Han Zhao's team is on standby, waiting for the arrival of the zombie army that Shen Wanwan mentioned. 15 minutes passed quickly. When the first ugly zombie appeared in front of everyone, many zombies appeared one after another behind it. There are also some zombie animals mixed in with the zombies. These people have rotten skin and are missing limbs. The visual impact is simply terrifying. Shen Wanwan took a look and then couldn't help but vomiting. Forgive her for not even watching a horror movie. Facing the zombie army coming over now, she was scared at first sight and wanted to vomit at the second sight. But she just retched. Luckily she didn't vomit, otherwise her image would be ruined. Hu Xia looked at Shen Wanwan, who squatted down because of vomiting with amusement and couldn't help asking, "Do you want to look at it for a few more times, get used to it?" Shen Wanwan raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. "Don't even think about it." At this time, Number 9 was also complaining in Shen Wanwan's mind. "Boss, these zombies are too ugly, even worse than zombies and vampires. Just shut up. Are those zombies just passing by or heading for the tavern?" "It seemed like it was passing by, but I don't know why it stopped," Number 9 said in some confusion. According to its recent detection, the group of zombies was heading towards Yicheng, so why are they heading towards the tavern now? After listening to this, Shen Wanwan secretly cursed Number 9 for being unreliable. Once the zombies reach the tavern fence, they can't get close no matter what, and may even be bounced back by the defense. Han Zhao's team felt relieved when they saw that so many zombies couldn't get close to the tavern. Shen Wanwan has been hiding behind the counter, unwilling to face this visual impact. But after squatting for a while, she found that the tavern was very quiet, except for the roar of the zombies outside. She looked up at Hu Xia and Chuan Yun, who were leaning against the counter. The two seemed a little serious. Did something happen? She quickly stood up, but didn't look out the door. Instead, she hid behind Hu Xia, tugged at his clothes and asked, "What's going on outside? Why are you all so quiet?" Hu Xia looked back at her, smiled with his beautiful fox eyes and said, "Can't you see for yourself? I don't want it." Shen Wanwan pulled the clothes behind him and shook her head violently. In fact, everyone saw the group of zombies make way for a path, revealing a sedan chair behind the group of zombies. That's right, it was a sedan chair carried by 8 zombies, and the key point was that it was a wedding sedan. The combination of the bright red sedan and these ugly zombies looks a bit weird no matter how you look at it. When the zombies slowly brought the dumplings to the vicinity of the fence, a bloody severed leg was thrown out of the sedan. Then the red cloth was lifted, and a male zombie in red wedding clothes stepped out. His level was not as high as Yun Feifei, but his aura was no less than Yun Feifei and was even more powerful than her. As soon as Han Zhao's team saw him, they knew that this was a level 6 zombie. They were a little surprised because they had now encountered 2 high-level zombies. Zombies evolve faster than humans, which is not a good thing for humans. The zombie in wedding clothes walked up to the fence and raised his hand to touch it, but was bounced back by the defense. However, the other party seemed to have found some fun toys and kept playing with them over and over again. Seeing this, Hu Xie and Chuan Yun couldn't help but frown. Han Zhao and the others did not let down their guard just because the wedding dress zombies outside could not come in. After all, there was a zombie king in the house, and there was another wedding dress zombie outside who was not much inferior to the zombie king. Roar, roar. The zombie in wedding costume played for a while and seemed to be very happy and roared twice. Hu Xie looked at the zombies in wedding clothes outside, then looked at Yun Feifei, who was wearing a red dress in the house. He inexplicably felt that the 2 zombies seemed to be getting married. Oh, he has really become a little abnormal after being with Shen Wanwan for a long time. Shen Wanwan had been hiding behind Hu Xie and did not see what happened outside. Don't hide anymore, come out and take a look. You'll get familiar with this thing as you look at it, Fox Xie said lazily. Shen Wanwan felt that she could overcome Yun Feifei's existence because, apart from her eyes and skin, there were basically no scars or decayed parts on her body. Even though it doesn't look good, it's still much better than those severely decayed zombies outside with missing limbs. You really don't want to watch it? If you missed the show, don't blame me for not reminding you. Not to mention that Shen Wanwan was really attracted by Hu Xie's words. She stuck half of her face out from behind Hu Xie and glanced outside secretly. As a result, I saw a male zombie in red ancient wedding clothes standing in front of the group of ugly zombies. This zombie had the same color as Yun Feifei, with gray eyes and bluish skin, but there was not a single scar on his face, and he looked much cleaner. But he seems unable to speak, and his wisdom is not high enough. There was a constant roaring sound coming out of his mouth. She looked away for a moment, and then looked away. When she saw Yun Feifei, the same thought as Hu Xie popped up in her mind. Is there something going on with these 2 zombies? However, these were just their fantasies. Yun Feifei did not show any knowledge or curiosity about the zombies outside. Han Zhao's team was on high alert, fearing that the horde of zombies outside would rush in. Seeing that they were nervous, Shen Wanwan told them not to stare at them like that, as the tavern's defenses would not allow zombies to get in. Speaking of this, Shen Wanwan discovered that everyone in Han Zhao's team was looking at her with a look that said, "Are you kidding us?" Shen Wanwan then remembered that there was another zombie in the tavern. She quickly added, "This Miss Yun is different. She has no ill will towards the tavern and will not actively attack the tavern's guests. In addition, she is intelligent and is not one of those irrational zombies outside who only know how to fight and kill." Although Shen Wanwan said so, Han Zhao and the others still did not relax, and she stopped trying to persuade them. But being surrounded in the tavern all the time was not a solution, so she waved to Yun Feifei. Yun Feifei, whose eyes were gray, rolled her eyes and looked at her, then walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" Shen Wanwan smiled and said, "Beauty, can you drive away those zombies outside?" Afraid that she didn't understand what he meant, Shen Wanwan immediately said, "I'm not asking you to provoke the zombie outside, but to help us talk to him and let them leave first." Yun Feifei heard this and rolled her gray eyes again. After a while, she said, "I can, but I want skin." After Shen Wanwan heard this, she was puzzled at first, then thought for a moment and said, "You mean you help us negotiate, and we help you restore the color of your skin?" Yun Feifei tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes." Fortunately, they didn't want to skin her alive. At that moment, Shen Wanwan thought that Yun Feifei was going to skin her alive. Regarding the issue of restoring her skin, she has already discussed it with Chuan Yun and Hu Xie, and neither of them has any solution. They don't have any, but the Tavern Universal Shopping Mall has it. "I'll give you a replacement." "No, it's a skin restoration. The price is very expensive. Do you have anything to exchange for gold coins?" Let's be clear about one thing. Although she asked Yun Feifei to negotiate, she still had to pay gold coins to restore the skin. After all, it's not cheap. Yun Feifei didn't answer, and then she rushed out and started killing. Shen Wanwan looked at the violent scene outside with broken limbs flying everywhere and couldn't help but vomit with a wow sound. She just asked Yun Feifei to negotiate. She didn't ask her to kill zombies. Chuan Yin patted Shen Wanwan on the back, then helped her to the side and got her a glass of water for her to rinse her mouth. As for that guy Hu Xie, when Shen Wanwan vomited, he jumped away from her in disgust. Fox is really unreliable, Shen Wanwan complained in her mind. After thanking Chuan Yin, she quickly cleaned up the tavern with one click. People who survived the apocalypse have long been accustomed to such scenes, so no one in Han Zhao's team felt uncomfortable. Instead, they were very curious about the confrontation between two high-level zombies, and no one knew who would win. After killing many zombies, Yun Feifei set her sights on a level 6 zombie wearing a red wedding dress and with only a little bit of intelligence. She looked at him with disdain, then quickly attacked him. The two zombies, one is level 7 and the other is level 6, only one level apart. The level 6 male zombie is a wind-type mutant zombie with extremely fast speed, and Yun Feifei couldn't catch him for a while. Although he couldn't catch the level 6 zombie, Yun Feifei caused him a lot of trouble. After all, she is a 3-series superpower zombie with many methods. If the opponent hadn't been so fast, the outcome would have probably been decided by now. Yun Feifei saw that she hadn't caught that idiot for a long time. She immediately got angry. In her memory, she had been the zombie that dominated the entire I Chang since she became a zombie, and zombies from other places had to kneel at her feet. Now she was fooled by this guy who could only jump around for a long time. Where was her face as the zombie king? So the angry zombie king would naturally be more ruthless. The main reason why Yun Feifei could be the zombie king was because she was the zombie with the highest level of superpowers around, and the only high-level zombie that Han Zhao and his friends had ever heard of. Now there was another level 6 zombie. When these two zombies fought, they were happy, but they also paid attention to the way the zombies used their superpowers, so that they could learn something useful from them. The two zombies were fighting outside. It was so satisfying. Of course, this was just Shen Wanwan's idea. In fact, both the Shifu male zombie and Yun Feifei were angry. As for why he was angry, it was of course because Yun Feifei felt embarrassed that she couldn't catch him at the moment. The male zombie in wedding clothes jumped up and down relying on his speed. Shen Wanwan watched them fighting and tried to ignore the group of zombies outside that made her feel sick. "Hey, have you figured out anything?" Shen Wanwan couldn't help but ask when she saw Chuan Yun and Hu Xie staring at the two zombies. "There are so many things, but I don't know where to start." Chuan Yun scratched his cheek in distress and then said, "We can't really explain the system of this world." Shen Wanwan, "I don't want you to give an explanation." She was speechless. No matter how incompetent she was, she would not ask Chuan Yun and Hu Xie, two people from other dimensions, to explain to her how the superpowers in this world worked and how to upgrade these things. Anyway, as time went on, Number 9 would be able to collect the data and tell her then. She asked this just because she wanted to talk to someone about the current situation. Dingling, just when everyone was staring at the two high-level zombies outside, the tavern's welcoming bell rang. Then Shen Wanwan and Han Zhao's team in the tavern heard a soprano scream, "August!" As soon as Su Manling appeared, she saw the pile of zombies outside. After screaming, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Shen Wanwan originally raised her hand to say hello, but now it looked like Erkong's hand in the emoticons on the internet. She wanted to say something, but when she saw that the person had fainted, she had to quickly walk out of the counter and take the person into the pub. As for entering the pub, Shen Wanwan didn't want to wake Su Manling up. These zombies have already scared the little girl. Let her faint for now. Maybe she would rather faint than wake up? Tisk, so weak. Hu Xie couldn't help talking as he watched Shen Wanwan bring the man back to the tavern. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan kicked him in the calf. Wasn't he scolding her as well? She was wearing slippers, and when she kicked Hu Xie's calf, it felt like she had kicked a stone. The pain in her toes almost made her shed tears. Her fingers were connected to her heart, and it hurt so much. If she had known, she would not have used so much force. Seeing her grimacing in pain, Huxia raised the corners of his lips in a good mood. A fox spirit is a fox after all, shouldn't it be soft? It's so hard, which is a bit unscientific. Shun Wanwan muttered depressedly. Well, what did you say? Huxia narrowed his beautiful fox eyes. Shun Wanwan quickly waved her hands and said, I didn't say anything. I was just wondering when the fight would end. Almost there. Huxia glanced at her for changing the subject, and with rare kindness, he let her go. Shun Wanwan asked suspiciously, How do you know it's almost over? In response to Shun Wanwan's words, Huxia glanced at her and said, Can't you see for yourself? Upon hearing this, Shun Wanwan looked outside. In fact, the zombies were fighting very quickly using their superpowers. Although she owns a tavern, she is not a time traveler like an immortal cultivator, a monster, an interstellar alien, etc. She has a strong physique and a long life. However, there were no elixirs that could prolong life or strengthen the body in the several time and space planes she opened up. Zheng Ge and Su Manling were from the ancient plane, so they could forget about things that could prolong their lifespan. Zheng Ge was still dreaming of immortality. So although her health was better than before and her myopia had disappeared, her body was still that of an ordinary human being, and she didn't have such good insight, so she couldn't see the two zombies fighting outside at all. As for why she didn't tell the truth, isn't this just to maintain the image of the boss lady as a master in the tavern? After the battle, Shun Wanwan watched the scene just like the martial arts drama she watched when she was a child, where two masters fought fiercely, then suddenly stopped, and the winner was decided. Who won? She couldn't help but ask Huxia beside her. Yun Feifei and the wedding clothes zombie both look intact, and it is really hard to tell who wins and who loses. Huxia looked at the situation outside, sighed, and said, That woman won. Shun Wanwan was surprised and asked, Really? How come I can't tell? Although she won, the other one didn't lose either. Chuan Yun interrupted at this time. These words made Shun Wanwan, who was originally a little surprised, look puzzled. Seeing this, Chuan Yun continued, Although Yun Feifei's level and means are higher than the other one, she has a shortcoming. Shun Wanwan, what shortcomings? She doesn't have enough experience in fighting. The other party must have learned martial arts or other training when she was a human, so she has a lot of combat experience. And the other party seems to be able to defend against her mental attacks. Oh, Shun Wanwan nodded, pretending to understand, but she was puzzled in her heart. This high-level zombie has superpowers, so why do we need to fight? Isn't it just like in novels where a few superpowers can just swish and it's over? But no matter how strange it is, Shun Wanwan will not ask. After all, in the eyes of the tavern's regular customers, she has to maintain the image of a master in this world. She couldn't let Han Zhao and the others think she was ignorant. The fight was over. Yun Feifei saw that she couldn't do anything to that stinky man, so she used the zombie's unique, roaring sound to communicate with him. No one knew what the two talked about. After a while, the other party took out a shining gem from somewhere and handed it to her. Then she grabbed the gem and returned to the tavern. Shun Wanwan barely blinked before Yun Feifei was in front of her. She slapped the gem on the counter and said, Here, Shun Wanwan. What do you want? Yun Feifei. Change skin. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanwan nodded quickly and then asked number 9 to scan it. This gem was not a crystal core but a kind of ore. Number 9 said that this ore should be from other dimensions, but no one knew why it appeared in the hands of the zombie in wedding clothes outside. What is the price of this ore? It can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. I was a little surprised when I heard the price offered by number 9. So high. Is this ore very high grade? If number 9 had a physical body, he would nod. After scanning it, it was found that this ore should be an energy or for some kind of weapon in a high-level interstellar plane. However, it couldn't be compared with the database, so it might be a new galaxy dimension. This discovery made it very excited. It's just that the ore is too small. If it were bigger, it might be able to use the energy of the ore to locate that space-time plane. Shun Wanwan didn't know that number 9 would think so much. Since it had set the price, she told Yun Feifei, and then asked number 9 to recommend a suitable medicine for her in the mall. Number 9 quickly recommended a medicine to Shen Wanwan, and the price was just right, 10,000 gold coins. Shen Wanwan looked at the medicines and gave number 9 a thumbs up. This customer service representative finally understood her. Hee. After giving the medicine to Yun Feifei, she swallowed it immediately. Then, as time passed, her skin remained bluish. The zombie king felt that he'd been cheated and immediately roared at Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan's eardrums were hurt by her yelling, so she quickly raised her hand to comfort her. You bought cheap stuff, so it's normal that it takes a long time to take effect. Just wait a little longer. Expensive. How much? Yun Feifei asked. Shen Wanwan. It's a price you can't afford. This girl is indeed a rich girl. She must have been a rich girl when she was alive. She never blinks an eye when she spends money. No, she is a zombie and can no longer blink. How much do you say? Yun Feifei didn't believe that she couldn't afford it. Shen Wanwan asked number 9 to tell her the price of the most expensive and best beauty medicine. Shen Wanwan couldn't help but shudder when she heard the price and sighed. It's so expensive. Of course. She would not lie, and told Yun Feifei the price truthfully. Yun Feifei counted on her fingers for a long time, and felt that she really couldn't afford it, so she became a little depressed. The wedding dress zombies outside who had not been able to come in saw that she was depressed, and immediately rushed into the tavern, but were bounced away by the defense, and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Shen Wanwan heard the noise, looked up and saw him get up and continue to rush into the tavern. Of course, the result is still the same as above, no change. Looking at the zombie in wedding clothes, and then looking at Yun Feifei in front of him, an idea popped up in Shen Wanwan's mind. Could this wedding dress zombie come to Yicheng to marry Yun Feifei? Do you know him? Tell him to stop bumping into it. It doesn't look good to begin with, and it will be even worse if he loses arms and legs. Yun Feifei didn't understand why Shen Wanwan told her this. In fact, she didn't know the stupid zombie in red at all. Shen Wanwan watched the zombie in wedding clothes constantly committing suicide, and with Yun Feifei's performance, she realized that the two zombies obviously didn't know each other. Shen Wanwan withdrew her gaze from the outside, and when she looked at Yun Feifei, she found that the blue color of her skin began to fade. It seems that the medicine is starting to take effect. Seeing the changes in her arm skin, Yun Feifei was also very happy, so she roared at Shen Wanwan twice. This was a happy roar, not an angry roar. Can you get them to leave here? Shen Wanwan asked. Yun Feifei was very happy and nodded to Shen Wanwan's words. She jumped outside and communicated with the wedding dress zombies. Then Shen Wanwan saw the zombies that were surrounding the city outside in circles gradually retreating like the tide. Shen Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief as she no longer had to face these ugly zombies. But she saw that the wedding dress zombie gave Yun Feifei something again. She stroked her chin, and once again felt that the wedding dress zombie's actions seemed to be trying to please his wife. And where did he get the stuff from? Or does he have his own space? If so, Shen Wanwan felt that these two zombies were a bit like the lucky girl and lucky son of this plane. After all, didn't the novel say that the protagonist must have space and system? These two zombies have powerful abilities, fast upgrade speed, and space. Isn't this the perfect script for the male and female protagonists of a novel? The more I look at Shen Wanwan, the more I feel that I have seen the truth. As for whether it is true or not, only God knows. Han Zhao and the others watched as the relationship between the two zombies seemed to be getting more and more harmonious, and they were no longer as hostile as at the beginning. This situation made them very nervous because if these two high-level zombies joined forces, then humans and them would definitely have to fight. Sorry, I had a lot of things to do yesterday and today. My old aunt passed away at home, so I was called to help. I hope everything goes well for everyone and that you are safe and healthy. Even if the system is open, you still need to pay attention to protection. Shen Wanwan has no intention of saving the world. She was just a tavern owner, not a savior, so she didn't think anything about the sudden murderous aura from Han Zhao and the others. If they can kill the two zombie bosses outside, that's their ability. At this time, Su Manling, who had fainted from fear, woke up faintly. Looking at the scene around her, she thought of what she had just seen, and suddenly showed a look of horror. Seeing that she woke up, Shen Wanwan hurried forward to hug her shoulders and said, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's safe in the tavern." Su Manling lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Shen Wanwan stroked her back up and down to comfort her. "Sister Wanwan, what are those things outside?" "They're so scary." Su Manling couldn't help but feel a palpitation when she recalled the scene before she fainted. "This world is quite dangerous." "Why don't you go back first?" Shen Wanwan thought for a while and said to let Su Manling go back first. "After all, she seemed to be even less courageous than me, and I didn't even faint from being scared by the zombies. People, once they have a comparison, they will feel good about themselves." Shen Wanwan suddenly felt that she was still pretty good. Su Manling finally accepted Shen Wanwan's suggestion and disappeared into the pub without even looking at the situation at the door. When Han Zhao saw this scene, a faint light flashed in his eyes, but his mind was currently focused on the two zombies roaring at each other outside. Shen Wanwan listened to them yelling for a long time and had no idea what they were talking about. Now there were only two clean-looking zombies outside, and the visual impact was finally not that strong. After a while, Yun Feifei returned to the tavern and found Shen Wanwan first. "He wants intelligence." Yun Feifei's language system seemed to load a little slowly. She got stuck halfway through her sentence and didn't know how to describe the prince's requirements. Fortunately, Shen Wanwan understood well, and then pointed at Chuan Yun and asked tentatively, "Do you want a talisman he slapped on your forehead?" Yun Feifei nodded mechanically and said, "Yes." Shen Wanwan looked at her stiff body and wondered. She was quite flexible when fighting. Why is she as stiff as a robot now? However, since the customer asked, she naturally had to facilitate this business. "Chuan Yun, you have a guest." Shen Wanwan greeted him, and her tone was quite like that of a brothel madam, and Chuan Yun was like one of her top male public relations. Chuan Yun. Although Shen Wanwan's funny look made him a little speechless, Chuan Yun still went up to chat with Yun Feifei. After roughly understanding the needs of the zombie in wedding clothes outside, he said, "You have to ask him to give me what I want in exchange." Yun Feifei tilted her head, then grabbed Chuan Yun and quickly came to the front of the fence. Shen Wanwan was shocked by her actions and was thinking about going out to retrieve Chuan Yun. Hu Xie grabbed her arm and shook his head at her. "Don't worry, they can't hurt Chuan Yun." "How do you know they can't hurt you?" In Shen Wanwan's eyes, Chuan Yun was just an ordinary person who knew some magic, and the zombies should be more powerful than him. Hu Xie rolled his eyes at her, then turned away and ignored her words. He was afraid that if he heard too much, he would strangle her to death. Why does this woman always think Chuan Yun is weak? Why doesn't she think of herself as weaker? Although he is a fox demon, he is also a baby. After following Shen Wanwan for a long time, Hu Xie's brain began to become abnormal. Shaking off a bunch of messy thoughts, Hu Xie moved a little away from Shen Wanwan. He suddenly felt that this woman was poisonous. Seeing Hu Xie walking away from her with a hint of disdain, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but kick him. "What's that expression on your face?" "As you can see, it's an expression of disgust," Hu Xie said bluntly with his hands folded. "Huh." Shen Wanwan curled her lips and decided not to argue with this dead fox. The transaction had already started outside, and Shen Wanwan's tavern page also popped up the conditions and items of the transaction between the two parties. She looked at the handling fee pricing given on the 9th, and then changed some of it manually. Of course, discounts are impossible. Only price increases are the only way out for our boss Shen. After a while, Chuan Yun came back. Shen Wanwan asked with great interest, "Does your awakening talisman work on the zombie called Prince?" "That's right, the zombie in wedding clothes outside is called Prince." This is what Yun Feifei said. When Shen Wanwan heard this name, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. When this prince was born, his parents must have been terrible at naming, otherwise they wouldn't have come up with such a name. Chuan Yun looked at her curious face and couldn't help but say, "Haven't you seen Yun Feifei use it and seen the effect?" After all, Yun Feifei was already smart when she came here. "I feel like the guy outside is not very smart." Chuan Yun nodded in agreement when he heard this. He had just come into contact with the prince, and the other party's wisdom had begun to awaken, but his actions were indeed a little unwise. And he couldn't control his zombie instincts and couldn't help but want to catch him. But every time he stretched out his hand, Yun Feifei opened it before Chuan Yun could make a move. As for why Yun Feifei helped him, it was because the zombie king, whose IQ and clear mind and aesthetics had returned, was obsessed with Chuan Yun's appearance. Fortunately, Shen Wanwan didn't know about this, and Chuan Yun didn't say it. He said he was handsome. Chuan Yun thought he was not as thick-skinned as Hu Xie, so it was better to keep his mouth shut. The sky gradually darkened, and after Yun Feifei and the prince finished their transaction with Chuan Yun, they left the tavern and disappeared. Han Zhao and his men did not leave. After all, there were so many zombies during the day, and they were afraid of encountering those zombies again on the road. After dinner, the pub was so quiet that the only sound was everyone's breathing. If you had better hearing, you could even hear your heartbeat. Shen Wanwan was a little confused as to why the atmosphere in the bar was so depressing. She couldn't help but ask number 9 to play some soothing music. But she didn't know if number 9 had a problem with the program. She asked it to play some soothing music to adjust the atmosphere in the bar, but it ended up playing a bunch of nightclub DJ music for her. Deafening nightclub music rang out in the pub, startling Han Zhao and the others. Even Hu Xie and Chuan Yun couldn't help but frown. The music is too loud. They really can't enjoy it. As for Han Zhao and the others, when they heard such loud music, they immediately stared vigilantly outside the tavern, fearing that some zombies would be attracted by the sound. Shen Wanwan's forehead was throbbing with veins, and she couldn't help but ask through gritted teeth, "Number 9, do you want to die? This is a pub, not a bar or a nightclub. Didn't the boss lady ask me to play soothing music? According to the information I collected, the place is selling alcohol. Over there like this kind of music the most. It makes people can't help but sway and get high." Shen Wanwan listened to number 9's nonsense and couldn't help but spit. "If you don't understand, don't put it there randomly. It just lowers the grade of the tavern, number 9. Then what do you want to put in there?" In the end, Shen Wanwan asked number 9 to play some softer piano music, which at least made it less noisy. In fact, if Han Zhao and the others were more enthusiastic, she wouldn't mind turning the pub into a large-scale disco. It's a pity that these people become very alert when the music starts. Even Chuan Yun and Hu Xie don't like nightclub-style music very much. After the crisis was resolved, Han Zhao came over and asked Shen Wanwan how many days she would stay in the tavern. Shen Wanwan calculated the time and said, "About 5 days. "Boss Shen, can I exchange supplies here?" Han Zhao asked.
Sure.
"What kind of supplies do you want? Or you can give me a list, and I'll prepare it for you." "Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough gold coins to buy it," Han Zhao nodded. In fact, there was no shortage of supplies in his space. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he swept a large supermarket and warehouse in his city by himself. Later, he raided several food processing factories, so he really had no shortage of supplies, but he did lack one thing, which was seeds. There were no seed stores or seed banks in his city, so apart from foods that could be grown, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, he had no other seeds. He actually doesn't have spatial abilities, but he does have a space where he can plant things. This space is the bracelet of a female doctor who escaped from the hospital with him. Unfortunately, the female doctor did not survive the transformation into a zombie. Later, after his blood flowed onto her bracelet, she recognized him as her master. Therefore, he declared himself as a person with space and psychic abilities in the team. However, most outsiders know that he is a psychic and don't know that he has spatial abilities, because there is another person in their team who has awakened spatial abilities. Therefore, others thought that their team was only equipped with a space ability user. Han Zhao originally wanted to pass through Yicheng and then go to the agricultural university not far from Yicheng to see if he could collect some seeds. But after today's experience, Han Zhao believed that the time and space trading tavern was real and not some dream woven by a psychic. In addition, he remembered that the tavern information in his mind indicated that the tavern would only stay here for 7 days, so he thought of simply finding Shen Wanwan to trade some seeds. To exchange gold coins in the tavern, one needs to collect various gems, ores, wood, or other rare items, which makes Han Zhao a little embarrassed. Because they were busy leveling up and fighting monsters along the way, they didn't collect any strange things at all. For example, they have never picked up the interstellar meteorites carrying the zombie virus that the Zombie King uses to exchange for gold coins. Not to mention anything else. Oh, but it's so difficult. Han Zhao was a little worried. Shen Wanwan had a pretty good attitude towards Han Zhao and the others, because after observing them for a day, she found that these people did not express dissatisfaction with her, or have any intention of preaching or morally blackmailing her because of her deal with zombies. If anyone from Han Zhao's group came up to her and said, "Why do you help zombies instead of humans?" she would definitely kick them all out. This world is not the kind that will return to its original state if she doesn't allow Chuan Yun, Yun Feifei, and the two zombies, Prince, to trade the awakening talisman. If we want to get on the right track, then humanity must unite. At the beginning of the end of the world, all social orders have collapsed, humans are killing each other, and the dark side of human nature has been magnified. If humans do not unite to face this situation of internal and external troubles, then it will only accelerate their demise. Huashi Valley Town is still not very lively during the National Day holiday because it is not a scenic spot and tourists are not allowed to enter. Moreover, Jizzy Biotech Company is not open to the public, so even if you come, you can only see the company building. In addition, there are many biological laboratories here, and tourists may cause some losses to the laboratories, like corporate espionage or something like that. Therefore, there are traffic controls here during holidays. Now we are busy with the International Exchange meeting after the National Day. Recently, police cars and security patrols of giant creatures can be seen everywhere in the entire Huashi Valley town. Although Shen Wanwan has been in the pub and has not returned, she has asked Number 9 to keep an eye on the situation outside, especially the dark shadow that was peeping at her. Late at night, Shen Wanwan, who was far away in the apocalyptic survival plane, was awakened by Number 9. As soon as she heard what it said, she immediately returned home. As soon as she appeared in the bedroom, she put on the invisibility talisman she had exchanged from Chuanyun. This talisman can hide her figure, and the house was also specially decorated before she left. So, tonight she was determined to catch the person who was peeping at her. Although the invisibility charm had been put on, Shen Wanwan still couldn't help but hold her breath. Number 9 also stared at the outside nervously, trying to help the boss lady catch the other party in one go. Here it comes! Here it comes! After hearing Number 9's reminder, Shen Wanwan held her breath again. After a while, the bedroom door was pushed open. Shen Wanwan stared at the dark shadow that stepped into her bedroom and raised the props she bought from the Tavern Mall. There was no light in the room, and Shen Wanwan could only see the long silver hair behind the figure. Shen Wanwan stood behind him, ready to kill with one blow. Ding! There was a soft sound, and a dazzling light burst out in the dark bedroom and quickly disappeared. Shen Wanwan hurried to look at the item she bought, the God-catching net. According to the introduction in the mall, this thing can catch humans, demons, ghosts, immortals, and gods. Turning on the light and looking at the net, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but look confused. Because there is a silver-haired puppet in the web. Number 9 also said, "Madam Boss, it seems that this person is very cunning. He actually has a puppet substitute." Shen Wanwan listened to its words, and at the same time, she was thinking that there were indeed some talented people in the world she lived in. It seems that she must be extra careful in the future. This time, no one was caught, which made Shen Wanwan excited. She stamped her feet and cursed the peeper hundreds of times in her heart. Oh, no one was caught. It was a waste of her arrangement this time. You know, she is stingy and bought only disposable items. If she didn't catch him this time, she would have to spend money to set it up again. What a loss! Number 9 sensed her resentment and couldn't help but say, "I told you to buy the deluxe version, which you can enjoy for life and comes with a warranty. How do you think I look like someone who can afford the deluxe version?" Number 9 looked at the wallet in the tavern and said with a broken heart, "Indeed, you can't afford it, Madam Boss, Shen Wanwan." In the darkness, a trace of blood seeped from the corner of Di Jingyan's mouth. He smiled and raised his hand to wipe it off. It's really not that easy. After a sigh, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the darkness. As for where he went, I don't know. Shen Wanwan still doesn't know who is following her. She was depressed enough at this moment and looked carefully at the captured doll. This doll is made of wood. It is very delicate and its joints can move, but you can't tell what kind of wood it is made of. But with number 9 here, we can let it scan and find out what material this wooden doll is made of. Madam, this wood is not rare. It is just ordinary locust wood, but it is exquisitely crafted. Plus, the person who is peeping at you must have a soul in it, which makes it look like a person. Oh, if you say so, if we catch it, its owner will be hurt. Yeah. He deserves it, number 9 also said gloatingly. Let's put this puppet doll away and sell in the mall. Since Shen Wanwan had picked up something for free, she naturally wanted to make use of it. When she returned to the tavern, Chuan Yun and Huxia looked at her expression and knew everything without asking any questions. Chuan Yun, give me some of your concealment talismans and various talismans with strong attack power. Fox Spirit, do you have any talismans with strong attack power? If you have any, give me some too. Didn't you catch anyone? Huxia asked with amusement. Shen Wanwan ignored his words. This fox was always laughing at her. Humph Chuanyan smiled and took out a lot of offensive talismans from his treasure bag. Shen Wanwan counted them, and there were 20 in total. What do you want to exchange? As the proprietress of the pub, she does not charge any fees for transactions with customers. But she needs to spend some gold coins to buy what Chuanyan needs from the mall. Chuan-yun answered the phone. He didn't lack anything. He was very curious about Shen Wanwan's world, so he said, I want something from your world. Anything will do. Don't want clothes and shoes. Chuan-yun added. Shen Wanwan looked up at the sky in silence. She was prepared to spend a lot of money, but Chuan-yun actually wanted something from her flower-growing family. Although he ruled out items like clothes and shoes, he didn't say specifically what he needed. If she were to think about it, she would have a lot of bald heads. After all, there are a lot of things in the flower-growing family. Can you give me a more specific range? After all, we have a lot of things over there. Chuan-yun scratched his head. He didn't know either. That's why I'm interested, because I've never seen the things you have over there. I don't know what you have over there either. Shen Wanwan. Wait a minute. With that, she disappeared into the pub, then went back to the bedroom, picked up the tablet on the bedside table, and returned to the pub once more. She opened Pink Sixie and Taoba, placed them in front of him, and introduced them to him. Chuanyan was very curious when looking at the things on Pink Sixie and Taoba. Even Huxia, an old demon who had lived for thousands of years, came over. After the two of them learned how to shop on Pink Sixie and Taoba, they simply ignored Shen Wanwan. They gathered together and whispered, pointing at the goods above. This made Shen Wanwan feel like, I just like to see you guys looking like you have never seen the world. Han Zhao's team watched Shen Wanwan disappear and reappear in the tavern, and then looked at the tablet she had brought. This made Han Zhao suspect that she came from a technological dimension similar to their world before the end of the world. In fact, the technology in this world before the end of the world is much more advanced than that of the blue planet where Shen Wanwan is. Although he had doubts, Han Zhao did not take any action. Instead, he waited until Shen Wanwan was abandoned by Huxia and Chuan Yun before approaching her. When Shen Wanwan took out the tablet, she knew that Han Zhao must have come back to find her, so the two of them chatted for a while. In addition to the seeds that Han Zhao wanted to take away, she and him completed another transaction order. Han Zhao wanted Shen Wanwan to help her order 8 sturdy cars, and also wanted some gasoline. Shen Wanwan agreed without much thought because she calculated that she would not lose money in this deal. Yun Feifei and the zombie named Prince never appeared again after they left. Shen Wanwan and Han Zhao had made a deal, and since there was not much time left, she had to quickly prepare the goods for the transaction. The main reason why she agreed to this was that when she was at the Gu family, she knew a rich second-generation man whose hobby was all kinds of modified cars. I remember that he had quite a few modified Hummers and Jeeps that were as sturdy as armored vehicles. So the next morning, she went back home and called the other party. Qi Mingxiu was a little surprised when he received Shen Wanwan's call. After all, everyone in the circle knew that the encumbered daughter brought by the stepmother of the Gu family had severed ties with her mother. When he heard that Shen Wanwan wanted to order 8 modified Hummer Jeeps from him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I have the car, can you give me the money? Shen Wanwan didn't care about the other party's tone of doubt that she had no money. She thought that no matter how expensive it would not exceed 100 million. So she said, name your price. Since you said so, I will give you a quote. I think you know the materials and textures of my modified cars. 130 million for 8 cars. Shen Wanwan. Suddenly, I really want to say goodbye to you. Does it have to be a cash transaction? Qin Mingxiu was a little confused when he heard this. If you don't use cash, what else can you use to trade? Gold, emeralds, and all kinds of gems. Qin Mingxiu said with a smile. You know my family doesn't run a jewelry store. I know, but my customers don't have that much cash, so they can only use other things to offset it. Although Shen Wanwan made some money from the last gem auction, if she spends it all, won't she become a pauper? There was no money in the card, and I was feeling anxious. I thought that Han Zhao's side was in the end, and gold and jewelry were worthless, so I might as well use them to offset the loss. Qin Mingxiu didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, Shen Wanwan said, although your family doesn't run a jewelry store, who would complain about having too little gold? Qin Mingxiu chuckled. Shen Wanwan was right. Who would complain about having too little gold? Okay, calculated based on the gold price of the day. Qin Mingxiu was finally persuaded. Shen Wanwan told him to send it to Huaxi Valley in Aomori City as soon as possible. She would send the specific address to his mobile phone later. Then she ran back to the tavern to tell Han Zhao and ask him to prepare the gold. As for gasoline, Shen Wanwan spent gold coins to buy it in the Tavern Mall. The gasoline in the Tavern Mall is much cheaper than that in the Blue Planet. Besides, she has no way to get gasoline. She went to the gas station to order several tons of gasoline. Did she want to wait for the police to investigate her? So, after evaluation, Shen Wanwan decided to buy it from the mall. After placing an order for gasoline in the mall, she rented a warehouse online that was closest to Huaxi Valley and then booked it for 3 days, waiting for Qin Mingxiu to deliver the car. After finishing everything, she returned to the tavern. But when she returned to the tavern, she was blinded by a golden money tree. Oh my god! A pure gold money tree. Shen Wanwan walked around the pure gold money tree. The tree was 1.7 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, and its total weight was unknown. But this money tree is really beautiful. Its trunk, branches, and leaves are all made of gold, and there are some red apples made of red crystal hanging on it. So the whole tree was shining with golden light. Shen Wanwan was so moved that she wanted to stay. Where did you find this tree? Shen Wanwan was very curious. Would Han Zhao and the others also collect gold and jewelry when they collected materials? When the members of Han Zhao's team heard Shen Wanwan's words, they all lowered their heads in embarrassment. In fact, they really collected a lot of gold and jewelry. The main reason is that after the end of the world, maybe these things will be worth some money. This cash cow was the treasure of the largest and most luxurious high-end club in the city, where they used to be. This tree caused a sensation when it was displayed. So when they passed by that high-end club, they went in and looted some things. Just now Shen Wanwan told them that they needed a large amount of gold to exchange for the car, and Han Zhao thought of this tree. Seeing Shen Wanwan showing a greedy expression towards this golden money tree, Hu Xia couldn't help but said with disdain, "Your taste is really vulgar." Shen Wanwan glanced at him and replied, "That can't be helped. I am just an ordinary person. I can't compare to you, a 1,000-year-old monster, in terms of taste." Hu Xia snorted and then said nothing more. He had many trees like this in his palace, and some were even more beautiful than this one. "Madam, do you think this tree is big enough?" Shen Wanwan was not sure either. "I don't know if the other party would appreciate this. I'll take it to him to see. How much gold do you have? Give it all to me. I'll refund you when the time comes, and give you more when the time comes." Han Zhao nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. So he took out all the gold, jade, etc. that he had collected. Looking at the pile of gold bricks, jade, and gems on the ground, Shen Wanwan's eyes were blinded. After she packed up her things, she didn't remember to go back. It wasn't even dark yet. Besides, it will take some time for Qin Mingxiu to transport the car over. On Qin Mingxiu's side, because Shen Wanwan needed it urgently, He chartered a cargo plane to transport the 8 vehicles in the warehouse to Aomori City as soon as possible. He came along this time as well, and after the plane arrived in Aomori City, he called Shun Wanwan. When Shun Wanwan received the call, she didn't expect the person to arrive so soon, so she hurried home and stayed at the warehouse. Of course, all of this was covered with a concealment charm. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a problem if a person who is traveling suddenly came out of the house? Of course, she could also say that she came back early at night, but although there were few people in the village, there were still many surveillance cameras. We can find out whether she has come back from outside by checking. It is better not to make such excuses which are full of loopholes and cannot withstand investigation. When we arrived at the warehouse, Qin Mingxiu and the others had not arrived yet. Shen Wanwan first placed the golden money tree in a corner of the warehouse and covered it with a black cloth. Of course, there was another pile of gold bricks. Shen Wanwan did not release the jadeite and gemstones. In fact, everyone knows that these things are not valuable. It's just that someone has driven up the prices. Gold is the hard currency. Not long after, Shen Wanwan heard the roar of the truck engine. She walked to the door of the warehouse and looked towards the street, not knowing whether it was Qin Mingxiu and the others who came. It was indeed Qin Mingxiu and his group who came. They used 4 large trucks to transport 8 vehicles. Someone else was responsible for the unloading, so Shen Wanwan went to say hello to Qin Mingxiu. "Why did you come here in person?" Qin Mingxiu put his hands in his sweater pockets and replied lazily, "Come out for a walk. I think you're afraid that I'll take advantage of you." Shen Wanwan knew that the Qin family was frugal, so when she couldn't come up with cash for the transaction, Qin Mingxiu started to worry. She probably agreed because of Gu Si's face. Although she left the Gu family, Gu Si's protection of her did not disappear. Shen Wanwan was grateful and thought about finding an opportunity to repay this cheap brother. Qin Mingxiu didn't know whether to agree with what she said. It was enough for her to know about this kind of thing. He didn't have to admit it. It was enough for him to know it in his heart. After the car was unloaded, the truck driver left, leaving only the assistants and bodyguards who accompanied Qin Mingxiu. Shen Wanwan smiled, walked to a corner of the warehouse, and pulled off the black cloth covering the money tree. Wow, even though Qin Mingxiu had seen a lot of good things, he was still amazed by this exquisite golden money tree. This tree is really well made, like a fine work of art. Do you like it? My client said he would use it as a payment. Although this tree is not a full ton, it is almost enough. In fact, Shen Wanwan thinks this tree is really enough to exchange for 8 cars. Because not only is the gold purity of this tree high, its weight is also 999.99 kilograms, just a little bit short. This weight was obtained by number 9 by removing the weight of the red crystal apples on the tree. It is completely correct. Shen Wanwan still has great confidence in number 9's abilities. Qin Mingxiu looked at the golden money tree, nodded and said, "I like it. I can see that the workmanship of this tree is not cheap. Does your client really want to use it as collateral? Well, it depends on whether you are willing or not, or whether you think the tree is worth those 8 cars. I agree. My brother's club is about to open. I'm worried about not having a good gift for him." Shen Wanwan nodded and complimented him a few times. Brother Mingyi will definitely like it and regard it as the treasure of the club. Of course. Qin Mingxiu nodded with a smile. The money was paid, and the goods were delivered. After the payment and goods were settled, Shen Wanwan treated Qin Mingxiu to a meal at the best hotel in Aomori City. During the dinner, Qin Mingxiu asked in confusion, "Don't you have a driver's license? How come you don't even have a car? Don't tell me that what you learned in the Gu family for so many years can't earn enough to buy a car after graduation." Shen Wanwan was speechless and complained, "It's just a ride." But she also felt that buying a car was necessary, as she might need to travel farther in the future. For some reason, she had a feeling that buying a car would definitely come in handy. So she ordered 2 SUVs suitable for girls from Qin Mingxiu. Qin Mingxiu nodded, saying that he would go back and get it for her, and asked her if she had any needs. Without thinking, Shen Wanwan said, "Of course, safety comes first. Okay, I got it." Qin Mingxiu was speechless but still kept it in mind. After dinner, he hurried back with the money tree. Anyway, he can use the cargo plane he chartered to do it again, and it's very fast. There wasn't anything fun to do in Aomori City, so he couldn't wait to take the golden money tree back to share with his brother. After seeing Qin show off, Shen Wanwan packed his suitcase and returned to Huashi Valley Town, pretending to be back from a trip. Wanwan, you're back. How was your fun? When Grandma Jiang saw her in the yard, she came forward to greet her with a smile. Hey, Grandma Jiang, you're having a great time. Shen Wanwan nodded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her and declining her invitation to stay for dinner, I returned home. After returning home, she hurried to the pub. Han Zhao and the others had been waiting for a long time. Shen Wanwan put the car, which was in her boss's backpack, on the open space outside the tavern. Not to mention, Qin Mingxiu's modified car is really good. Although it may not be as good as the presidential car, it is not much worse. The best materials are used for both bulletproofing and durability, which exactly meets the wishes of Han Zhao and others. Although there were quite a few cars outside, they were all destroyed or not strong enough to be torn apart even by ordinary zombies. After the transaction was completed, Shen Wanwan asked curiously, "Do you have matching tires?" Yes, Han Zhao nodded. Seeing that they had tires, Shen Wanwan didn't say anything else. After this transaction is completed, once the tavern leaves the doomsday survival world, you can upgrade it again. In the end, Shen Wanwan returned all the extra gold, jade, gems, etc. to Han Zhao and the others. When doing transactions, you cannot adjust prices that will like buying and selling. After all, Shen Wanwan was the middleman in this transaction, and she did not trade directly with Han Zhao and others. Even if there were no tavern rules, Shen Wanwan would have retreated. After all, she is a principled person. These things don't belong to her, so there's no need to eat too much. Her teeth usually can't chew them. However, Han Zhao still used these gold, jewelry, and other items to exchange for tavern gold coins from Shen Wanwan and then purchase some other things from her. So the things went around and finally returned to the tavern. Although Shen Wanwan couldn't get it, if the tavern got it, it was hers. So she was also very happy. The day before the tavern was about to leave this world, Han Zhao's team said goodbye to Shen Wanwan and left. They have their own way to go, and can't hide in the pub forever. Of course, before leaving, he also brought a lot of profit to the tavern, because they packed a lot of food. Looking at the rising numbers in the tavern's wallet, Shen Wanwan had forgotten how much she wanted to leave this world. There have been other zombies and mutant animals passing by in the past few days. Shen Wanwan got used to it after watching it for a while. She felt that her heart had become much stronger. Maybe she could even watch horror movies without changing her expression. Of course, she would not experiment. Not long after Han Zhao and his group left, Yun Feifei, who had disappeared for several days, pulled the prince back to the tavern. This time, the prince was actually able to enter the tavern. Shen Wanwan looked at the two zombies holding hands and immediately showed an expression of, "I knew it. You came at the right time. If you were any later, we would have left the pub. Boss lady, I want to buy some more skin-repairing medicine from you." Yun Feifei's language expression was much fluent after coming back this time. Shen Wanwan asked in surprise, "Have you recovered your memory?" Yun Feifei nodded. "All my memories of my previous life as a human have been restored. So, what are you going to do next?" After all, she is a zombie now, and it is not known whether it is good or bad for her to regain her human memories. Shen Wanwan could feel that Yun Feifei must have been a kind, lively, and beautiful girl when she was alive. Now that she has turned into a zombie that is hostile to humans, she doesn't know whether she can accept it. "I have no plans. I'll just stay in Yicheng. This is my home, and I don't want to leave." "Oh," Shen Wanwan nodded. Then she said, "Are you buying the skin-repairing medicine for the prince?" "Yes, I'm a zombie, so I'm bound to be lonely, so it would be nice to find a zombie who's worthy of me to keep me company." Seeing her so open-minded, Shen Wanwan also smiled. "But the medicine here is not cheap. Have you prepared anything to exchange for gold coins?" Shen Wanwan said this with a somewhat teasing tone. "I've been preparing things these days," Yun Feifei said as she took out a lot of things from the space, including ores, wood, and gems. After she finished taking out the things, she kicked the prince and said, "What are you standing there for? Take out the things in your space, okay?" The prince's language expression was similar to Yun Feifei's at the beginning. He was of low rank, his face was as stiff as stone, and the sound of his voice had the texture of stone friction. It just sounds a bit harsh. But Shen Wanwan understood. The wood that Yun Feifei and the others brought was all the trunks of mutant plants. Number 9 said happily, "These woods are all good stuff." Number 9 was happy and naturally gave a reasonable price. This time, Shen Wanwan had a rare conscience and did not raise the price. After successfully buying the medicine to restore the skin, Yun Feifei was very happy. This way, she would not have to face the prince's blue skin in the future. "Thank you, Madam Boss. Consider this my parting gift to you." Yun Feifei took out a beautiful wooden box from her space and placed it on the counter. Shen Wanwan didn't expect that she would give her a gift, so she was stunned for a moment when she looked at her. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you. Since you gave me a gift, I will give you a gift in return." The gift that Shen Wanwan gave was naturally Yun Feifei's favorite skirt. She picked out a beautiful red cheongsam in the mall and gave it to Yun Feifei as a return gift. Yun Feifei was very happy, but her face was stiff and the smile she tried hard to make looked a little hideous. However, Shen Wanwan did not look scared. Instead, she found it cute. After seeing off the last two guests, Shen Wanwan closed the door of the tavern. Chuan Yun and Hu Xia were still drinking in the tavern. After Shen Wanwan closed the door, she walked towards them, pulled a stool, and sat down. Then he poured himself a glass of wine, raised his glass to the two of them, and said, "Thank you." Neither Hu Xia nor Chuan Yun said anything. Everything was self-explanatory. Shen Wanwan was awakened by the sound of rain outside the window. She opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling above her head, and was stunned for a moment. "It took me a while to realize that I was back home." She stretched comfortably, then threw back the quilt and got up. Every autumn, rain brings a chill. After Shen Wanwan opened the kitchen door, she shivered from the cold air outside. The rain dripped down the eaves like crystal beads, making a crisp sound. The mountains in the distance were shrouded in rain and fog, looking a little ethereal. After entering the kitchen, Shen Wanwan opened the refrigerator only to find that there was nothing inside. Looking at the empty refrigerator, she held her forehead helplessly. She had forgotten that she had cleaned out the refrigerator the last time the tavern landed in the apocalyptic survival world. I had been eating and drinking in the pub for the past 7 days and had completely forgotten that there was nothing in the refrigerator. Looking at the moderate rain outside, she really didn't want to go out shopping in this weather. Because my family only has a tricycle and it doesn't have a canopy, so going out is basically not very comfortable even if I wear a raincoat. While sighing, Shen Wanwan saw some noodles in the cupboard, so she cooked a bowl of noodles for breakfast. As for why she didn't buy food in the tavern mall, it was because the tavern kicked her out after leaving the apocalyptic world last night and went to upgrade happily. The upgrades are not yet complete, so she cannot use the mall for the time being. In fact, even if the mall was open, she would not spend gold coins to buy ingredients. After all, the gold coins are to be saved for upgrades, and she is so stingy that she won't suffer such a loss. As for the crops she grew, there was nothing she could do since the farm warehouse was closed. So she could only hope that the rain would be lighter in the afternoon so that she could go out to buy things. Speaking of which, I didn't see Brother Zheng during this week of the apocalypse, and after Shen Wanwan came back, I felt that he was at a disadvantage. The technology in the apocalyptic plane is not bad. If Brother Zheng can make a deal with Han Zhao and the others, he might be able to ignite the technology tree of Daqin. This is the time and fate. We can put the matter of the tavern aside for now. Shen Wanwan listened to the faint sound of sirens outside and couldn't help but mutter, "Does this event require so much security?" The sirens can be heard from far away. After tidying up the house, I saw that it had been raining moderately all morning at noon. Finally, the rain gradually subsided and turned into a drizzle like water mist. Shen Wanwan put on a transparent raincoat and drove her tricycle to the town. She found a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of spicy and sour beef noodles. She sat in the shop and looked around boredly. There were many buses passing by on the road outside, and she could vaguely see blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners inside. It seems that these people are the scientists who came to attend the exchange meeting. After eating the noodles, she went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of fresh ingredients and then drove her tricycle back home. When she arrived at the door of her house, she found several people standing there. One of them was a village cadre. She got out of the car and asked in confusion, "Cadre Chen, do you want to talk to me about something?" As she spoke, she looked at the three people behind Cadre Chen. They looked Asian, but Shen Wanwan felt that these people were not rabbits from the flower-growing family. So she looked at Cadre Chen with a questioning look. "Hey, sorry. Wanwan, these are guests from Country H. They would like to live in a residential area and experience the lives of ordinary people in their country." When Shen Wanwan heard that those people were from Country H, she immediately became displeased with everything about them. The H country people are used to stealing the cultural traditions of the Hua country, and they are also very arrogant and self-righteous. Anyway, she just doesn't like it. So she said angrily, "I remember I registered. They don't accept foreign tourists. I know this. The other families in the village are all elderly and weak. It's really not appropriate to arrange for them to go in. No, that won't work. It's not good for 3 men to live with a girl like me." Shen Wanwan refused. Anyway, she would never agree to let those 3 South Koreans live in her house. Officer Chen said earnestly, "Wanwan, the overall situation is more important. Don't worry, we will come to check on you from time to time. That won't work either. Officer Chen, you should take them to someone else's house. A girl, really can't entertain 3 men." Seeing that she was so disrespectful, Officer Chen became a little angry. Shen Wanwan thought that she still had to live in the village, so she had to soften her voice and said, "I really can't. Officer Chen, I have a boyfriend. If my boyfriend finds out, it will be bad." "Your boyfriend?" Cadre Chen was surprised. He knew the people in this village in great detail. If he remembered correctly, Shen Wanwan was a single girl. "You didn't tease me?" "No, it's true. My boyfriend is a member of the Gu family of Gu group," Shen Wanwan lied. She just rejected it first, and she only said that it was a member of the Gu family, but she didn't say which person in the Gu family it was. The 3 South Koreans behind them watched the 2 people chattering for a long time and finally became a little impatient. Shen Wanwan immediately noticed their impatient expressions, sneered in her heart, and then moved closer to Officer Chen and said, "Actually, I think Officer Chen, you can take them to Uncle Ma's house at the entrance of the village." Cadre Chen looked at Shen Wanwan in surprise. She laughed dryly and said, "Don't think too highly of these Koreans, Cadre Chen. Okay. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take them to another place to have a look." Seeing that Shen Wanwan really didn't want to entertain them, Officer Chen had no choice but to leave with his people. When the 3 people left, one of them turned around and gave Shen Wanwan a look of contempt. Shen Wanwan happened to see it. She frowned and memorized the other person's face. "See if there is any way to put a sack on him during the exchange meeting." Humph! After watching them leave, Shen Wanwan drove the tricycle into the house. After packing up the purchased ingredients, she sent a message to Gu Ci, telling him what had just happened. "After all, since we are flying the Gu family's flag, we have to inform the owner. Otherwise, it would be bad if it was exposed. No need to entertain those Korean jerk." Shen Wanwan hummed a little tune, washed herself an apple, and started to eat it in a good mood. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Wanwan had not received the notification that the tavern upgrade was completed. She didn't worry and went to bed directly. But as she fell into a deep sleep, Number 9 created fireworks effects in her mind, as well as loud celebratory sounds. Shen Wanwan woke up from her sleep in anger. Number 9 obviously didn't know that it had angered its boss lady again. It was happily and lively saying, "Boss lady, the latest upgrade of the tavern is complete. The newly upgraded tavern will definitely satisfy you. It's so beautiful that it will make you feel like you're in heaven." Number 9 was talking incoherently. When Shen Wanwan heard the word, "ascend to heaven," veins popped up on his forehead and he gritted his teeth and said, "Ascend to heaven, right? Don't worry, I will definitely send you to heaven before I ascend to heaven." Number 9. Why does it feel like the boss lady is not very happy? I discussed with the editor today and plan to put it on the shelves tomorrow. On the day of the release, it will start to reverse V from chapter 70. Those who have read it can directly skip the reverse V chapters. Shen Wanwan, who was woken up, cursed for a while, and after calming down, she disappeared directly on the bed. When she appeared again, she was already in the tavern. The tavern, which originally looked ordinary, now became much more beautiful. The quaint buildings have a faint ancient charm and the unique beauty of the ancient buildings of the flower-planting family. The store has more than doubled in size, and the number of tables has increased from 10 to 15. The originally ordinary wooden table has become a wooden table with golden threads, which looks very high-end.
Wow.
Is this wood golden Nanmu? Shen Wanwan had seen a lot of good things in the Gu family, and she couldn't help but sigh as she touched the new table. Of course, she also knew that the wood used to make wooden tables was definitely not golden Nanmu. Number 9 then jumped out to explain to her. Boss, the wood of this wooden table is not the golden Nanmu you mentioned, but comes from a different world. This kind of wood is much stronger than the ordinary wooden tables in the tavern. Oh. Shen Wanwan walked around the pub and found that the overall layout of the room had not changed, except that it had doubled in size. The exterior of the house has become more refined and beautiful. Even the welcoming bell under the eaves has been turned into a white jade lily of the valley. The furnishings in the house have also been updated and are naturally 10 times better than the original ones. Madam, look, isn't it much more beautiful and spacious than before? Shen Wanwan nodded and didn't care about number 9 waking her up. After she finished touring the new tavern, she walked to the counter, opened the tavern business log, checked the daily tasks required recently, and asked No. 9 curiously, is there something extra in the air in the tavern? Although Shen Wanwan is not a cultivator like Chuan Yun and Huxia, she is the proprietress of a tavern and is very familiar with the changes in the tavern. The air in the pub was originally very fresh. After the upgrade, Shen Wanwan felt a substantial change in the air as soon as she came in. As soon as she came in, she felt a spring breeze that instantly refreshed her sleepy mind, and she no longer felt tired at all. Number 9 laughed in her mind. This is all thanks to you, the boss lady, who completed the task very well. The tavern also benefited greatly from this. Oh, what are the benefits? Tell me more about them. Hee lady boss, although the transaction amount for this mission is not much, your actions have affected the zombies and humans in the doomsday survival world and made them make some changes, so this is a benefit given to you by time and space. Shen Wanwan raised her eyebrows. You haven't told me what the changes in the indoor air are? She didn't care what she changed because that world had its own rules of survival. She didn't do anything at all, she just chatted with them casually. As for what decision they made, it was just that they had made up their minds. Number 9. Hey, now what you breathe is not air, but spiritual energy, Shen Wanwan. Is it the kind of spiritual energy I was thinking of? Yes, it's what you think. Number 9 sounded particularly excited, and Shen Wanwan was also a little happy. Since I have spiritual energy, can I cultivate immortality? Shen Wanwan likes to read fantasy and cultivation novels the most. She likes to read them all, no matter whether they are for men or women. Who doesn't like cultivating immortals? Number 9. Well, it didn't know what to say. Why, don't tell me this is impossible. No, I suggest you buy a spirit testing plate and try it first. Shen Wanwan. I know this. A cultivator must have spiritual roots. As she spoke, she excitedly opened them all. Number 9 was thinking about telling her about the opening of a new dimension, but seeing how excited she was about cultivation, he stopped talking about it for the time being. Shen Wanwan was completely obsessed at this moment. After all, she had read so many fairy tales and dramas. How could she not dream of becoming a fairy? When she was a child, she even played the role of White Snake while wrapped in a bed sheet. Hee. Unfortunately, when Shen Wanwan saw the price of the spirit testing plate, the corners of her lips suddenly dropped. What the heck? A spirit testing plate costs 50,000 gold coins. This is a robbery. Shen Wanwan couldn't help but curse when she saw that there was only 1 gold coin left in her wallet after the upgrade. Number 9 thought silently. He knew that the boss lady would definitely scold him after seeing the price. Alas, after she finished scolding, Number 9 said cautiously, Boss lady, the new space-time channel has been connected. You can go and draw a new plane. Although Shen Wanwan's dream was shattered for the time being, she was still looking forward to the new plane and the time traveler. So she started the lucky wheel. Get rid of it. I must draw the cultivation plane, Shen Wanwan muttered silently in her heart. Since she couldn't afford the spirit testing disc, she might as well draw the cultivation plane. Then she could borrow the spirit testing disc from the time traveler. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The pointer of the lucky wheel finally landed on the plane of the ancient orc world. The left grid of this plane is the cultivation plane that Shen Wanwan has been thinking about, and the right grid is the interstellar plane. Shen Wanwan lowered her head after seeing the result. Number 9 was very discerning and shut her mouth without making any virtual scene of celebration. It felt that if it dared to do so, it would definitely be used as a punching bag by the boss lady. So now it is as quiet as a 1,000-year-old turtle, huddled in a corner. Shen Wanwan stared at the ancient orc dimension for a long time and finally had no choice but to accept the reality. Let it be the orc plane. It's better than other weird planes. Sob. Shen Wanwan was full of tears and returned home dejectedly, wrapped in a quilt, and fell asleep. Number 9 didn't understand this operation. According to the information it collected, when the girls in the flower-growing family are sad, don't they all eat a big meal or go to the bar KTV to vent? Why did he just fall asleep when he got to the boss lady's place? Shen Wanwan slept soundly until noon, but the Huashi Valley town was still shrouded in rain today, so there was no sun rising. After getting up, Shen Wanwan had recovered, without any of the dejection she had when her dream was shattered in the middle of the night. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, and eating breakfast, she sat on a stool in the kitchen and asked Number 9, I remember that the boss lady can do business with the Tavern Mall, right? Although he didn't know why she asked this, Number 9 still explained the trading rules between the boss and the Tavern Mall. The rules are not complicated. Shen Wanwan only needs to take out things that are not available in the mall. After listening to her, she turned to the out-of-stock page of the mall, which contained hundreds of thousands of products. It was too troublesome to search one by one, so she simply searched for keywords. After finishing the search, Shen Wanwan looked through it carefully and finally found a product that she could sell but was not available in the mall. The product that Shen Wanwan found was a cold weapon, which was the Mo Dao from the Tang Dynasty. Although I don't know why the mall is short of Mo Dao, it's a good bargain for her. The trading price of Mo Dao is 10,000 gold coins. If she trades 5 of them, then wouldn't she get 50,000 gold coins? This way she could buy a spirit testing plate. So, she quickly took out her long-unused cell phone and started looking through her contacts. See if anyone can introduce a cold weapon forger to her. After flipping through the pages for a while, her eyes fell on Qin Mingxiu. This young man always likes to make friends, and his friends include all kinds of people. Maybe he actually knows some folk forging masters? Although she was not sure, Shen Wanwan still called Qin Mingxiu. After Qin Mingxiu received another call from Shen Wanwan and heard her purpose, a lot of question marks popped up in his head. It would be fine if she asked him to buy a car, but now she actually asked him to introduce her to a master of cold weapon forging. What does this girl want to do? Qin Mingxiu didn't quite understand Shen Wanwan's thoughts. But he still helped Shen Wanwan find someone. Just like Shen Wanwan guessed, his friends include all kinds of people, so there really is one person who knows a cold weapon forger. After getting the phone number given by Qin Mingxiu, Shen Wanwan called him. When the other party heard that it was someone he knew who introduced him, his attitude was quite good. After a few pleasantries, Shen Wanwan began to explain her needs. When the other party heard that she wanted to make 5 Mo Daos and sharpen them, he was a little surprised. Miss Shen, you should know that sharpened cold weapons are not allowed in the country. I know. Don't worry, I don't want this knife to do anything bad, nor do I want to give it to anyone. Shen Wanwan would not explain it to him clearly. She only needed 5 sharpened Mo Das. 5 million, if you think it's not enough, I can add more. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems for Shen Wanwan. If they cannot be solved, it only means that she did not give enough. The other party was silent for a while after 5 million. Shen Wanwan knew that he was tempted, so she added another 3 million. The price was called out to 8 million, and the other party naturally agreed. Okay, I'll make it for you as soon as possible. Can I receive it before the Spring Festival? Shen Wanwan also knew that forging weapons was not an easy task, so she asked about the time. I can only say I'll try my best. The other party was not sure either. After all, it was hard for him to say if there would be any changes in the forging process. In response to this, Shen Wanwan just said that he just needed to ensure the quality and speed up the process. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wanwan transferred a deposit of 3 million yuan. Seeing that a lot of money had been lost from her account, Shen Wanwan covered her heart with her hands in pain. Even though she looked like a domineering president just now, she was actually very stingy. Originally, Shen Wanwan thought about going to another alien world to make some money, but Huashi Valley Town has been too busy recently, so she had to give up the idea temporarily. After her dream of going to a tavern was shattered, Shen Wanwan never went into a tavern again. The bell for welcoming guests rang again and again, but she didn't show up. At this moment, Hu Xie and Chuan Yun were absorbing spiritual energy in the tavern. When they came to the pub today, they found that the pub had changed a lot and became a bit more high-end and classy. After entering the tavern, rich spiritual energy penetrated into their bodies, cleansing their meridians. This feeling made the two of them very comfortable, so they each found an open space to sit cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the tavern and transform it into the demonic energy and energy they needed. Shen Wanwan saw this through the surveillance, so she didn't go to the pub to disturb them. She was afraid that she would go there and showed an envious look. If a fox saw her, she would definitely laugh at her. So Shen Wanwan stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. Number 9 originally wanted to say something, but Shen Wanwan happened to receive a call from Gu Xi. After Gu Xi heard Qin Mingxiu tell him about Shen Wanwan's recent situation, he took time out of his busy schedule to call her. Hearing Gu Xi's concern, Shen Wanwan secretly cursed Qin Mingxiu for being nosy. However, she still explained her recent actions to Gu Xi in a friendly way. Anyway, she didn't know whether Gu Xixin believed her lies or not, but Shen Wanwan didn't care. As long as she could fool him, it would be fine. Gu Xi is a very busy man, and he won't keep an eye on her every day. After she hung up the phone, number 9 quickly said, "Madam, a new customer is coming, Shen Wanwan." At this time, after checking the sky, she hurried to the tavern. When she arrived at the newly renovated tavern, Shen Wanwan had already put her mind into her mood. Looking forward to the arrival of guests from the ancient Orc Plain, Hu Xie and Chuan Yun sensed someone coming, so they stopped their practice and got up from the ground. "You came quite late today." Hu Xie leaned his elbows on the counter and said lazily, "It's quite late. After all, I'm much busier than a fox like you. You have to do everything by yourself, which shows that you are not doing well in your own world. Otherwise, how could you not even have a housekeeper and maids to help you with your work?" Shen Wanwan, teehee. Although what Hu Xie said was right, she really didn't have many housekeepers, maids, or servants. It would be strange if she could enter the tavern freely with these people. Seeing that she ignored him, Hu Xie suddenly felt bored, so he pulled out a stool and sat down at a table. Chuan Yun was still in front of the counter, but he was buying wine from Shen Wanwan. After finishing Chuan Yun's order, Shen Wanwan asked number 9 in confusion, "Didn't you say that the time-space travelers from the Orc Plain are coming soon?" Number 9 was also puzzled. It had indeed since the arrival of the guest just now, so why hadn't it come out? At this time, in the space-time channel in the void, the guest from the ancient Orc Plain encountered a little trouble. He scratched his head, not understanding why there was a female next to him. And this female looked so weak. However, he still carried the unconscious woman on his shoulders and brought her to the tavern that had been calling him. Because of this matter, he wasted some time, which made Shen Wanwan and number 9 a little puzzled. Wait until he sees the other person carrying a woman whose attire does not match his own into the pub. Shen Wanwan and number 9 were even more puzzled. Chiu looked around the tavern. When he just came in, he already knew the information about the tavern. So they looked around curiously. This house looked much better than the cave they were in. Shen Wanwan looked at the 2-meter-tall orc. He had a strong build, and his muscles looked very beautiful and even. He did not give people the feeling of a muscular man. He had a piece of skin of an unknown animal wrapped around his waist and was carrying a woman in a black dress. After entering the store, he threw the woman to the ground and ignored her. Shen Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and quickly said, "Welcome to the Space Trading Tavern." "Hello, who is this?" Shen Wanwan asked, pointing at the woman on the ground. Chiyo scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. She suddenly appeared in front of me when I was coming here. In the end, I had no choice but to bring her with me." Chiyo didn't like the sudden appearance of this female. He felt that the smell on her body made him feel a little uncomfortable. Shen Wanwan also noticed the problem. Although the clothes the woman wore were torn, the material and decoration were obviously not what was expected in the orc dimension. So she asked number 9 to scan and found that the woman on the ground was seriously injured and would not wake up for a while. Shen Wanwan had no choice but to find a mat and lay it out, then asked Chiyo to carry her onto the mat and cover her with a thin quilt. Seeing that there were grown men all around her, Shen Wanwan thought that she would feel embarrassed if she woke up. Then they made a tent for her to block other people's view. After everything was done, she came to Chiyo and welcomed him with a smile. Chiyo also introduced himself. For some reason, when Chiyo saw Shen Wanwan, 2 red clouds appeared on his face. Compared with the female he brought with him, he felt that the smell exuded by Shen Wanwan made him more comfortable. It was the first time that Shen Wanwan met someone who blushed when seeing her. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that this orc named Chiyo was so innocent. "You should already know the rules of a tavern. Just follow your own rules." Chiyo nodded, then asked curiously, "Excuse me, what is wine?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan invited him to the counter, found several types of wine, gave him a small glass of each, and asked him to taste them. Chuan Yun and Hu Xia on the side already knew that there was a new guest and Shen Wanwan would entertain him, so they did not try to get to know the orc first. To Hu Xia, there was something demonic about this orc. Although it was very faint, the fox evil still smelled it. In fact, the beastman's true form is a beast. If you want to care about it, it seems to be related to monsters. After all, monsters are transformed from various animals and plants, so naturally they have some monster aura. Chuan Yin also noticed something, and then he came close to Hu Xia and asked, "Is it similar to your world?" "No," Fox Xia shook his head. Although he smelled a hint of demonic energy on Chiyo, he was sure that Chiyo was not a demon. Since they are not monsters, how did they transform? This is what Hu Xia was curious about, but now, that woman Shen Wanwan was still entertaining new guests, so he would not go over. Anyway, there will be plenty of time to find out later. After taking a few glances, Hu Xia withdrew his beautiful eyes. Chuan Yun is quite interested in Chiyo's world, so he would occasionally look over the counter. At the counter, Shen Wanwan looked at Chiyo, who had drunk several glasses of wine in a row. His face and neck began to turn red, and he looked like he was drunk. Delicious. Chiyo likes the taste of wine very much, and he says something every time he drinks a glass. Looking at the hill that was gradually getting higher, Shen Wanwan looked up at the sky in silence. It seemed that as long as one was a man, he could not escape the temptation of alcohol. Link tasted all the wine in the pub. Shen Wanwan saw that although Chiyo's neck and face were very red, he spoke and his eyes were normal, so she thought he was not drunk. When the last glass of wine was finished, Chiyo laughed and then fell straight down. The sound made by a strong man over 2 meters tall falling down is not small. Shen Wanwan was afraid that the customer might get hurt, so she quickly went around the counter to check. But when she walked out of the counter and came to Chiyo, there was no strong man there. There was only an underage tiger lying on the ground, drooling and sleeping soundly. Shen Wanwan. So cute. She squatted down and couldn't help but stretch out her paw to rub the tiger's back. Soft and furry. So good to rub. After Chiyo fell, Hu Xia came over, and after watching him turn into a little tiger, he reached out and held one of his front paws, releasing a wisp of demonic energy to detect his body. "Hey, Fox, you can't hurt my guests." After Shen Wanwan rubbed the tiger, she saw Hu Xia holding Chiyo's hand, and she couldn't help but remind him. "Don't worry, I just want to see if he is a demon." "Shen Wanwan?" "There is a faint demonic aura about him. said Huxia. He is an orc. According to the situation in his plane, that world should be inhabited by various animals transformed into humans. Shen Wanwan said that she also felt that it was a bit like the monster dimension of Fox Evil. Sensing her thoughts, Fox Demon smiled and said, "He is different from us. The monsters in our monster plane need to spend a long time practicing to transform, but they can transform into human form when they are 1 year old." Shen Wanwan was puzzled again. "How did you know?" "I just checked it." Huxia glanced at her and said, "I think you all have the same goal, but the worlds are different. The demonic energy produced is naturally different, and the cultivation methods and systems are even more different." Chuanyin squatted aside and reached out to touch Chio's tiger skin. After listening to him talking about a bunch of different things, Shen Wanwan got up dazedly. She found a blanket to cover Chio, and the three of them sat together. Shen Wanwan looked at the little tiger on the ground and said, "Oh, this is the first time I've seen a drunk customer." "It's normal that you can't drink much since it's your first time drinking." Chuanyin poured himself a glass of wine and asked, "Would you like a drink?" Shen Wanwan shook her head and refused. She didn't like drinking. If this time and space trading tavern was not a tavern, she would rather open a tea house. The space-time trading tea house is not bad either. Drinking tea is good for your health. It is good for your body, and you don't have to worry about drunk guests causing trouble. Shen Wanwan was thinking about two things at once, but she did not miss the conversation between Huxia and Chuanyin. "Is his physical body different from yours?" Chuanyin asked. Foxy nodded. "His physical strength is not as good as that of a monster, so their plane is not as good as yours." Fox Evil crossed his legs, shook the fox fur he had put on again, and said proudly, "Of course, this little tiger can actually compare to me." When Shen Wanwan heard his boasting, she couldn't help but tell him a classic idiom story from the flower growers: "The fox borrows the tiger's power." I don't know if Shen Wanwan hit the mark by accident or not, but after hearing the story, Huxia was like a cat with its fur standing on end. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Are you saying that I am not as good as that tigress over in Basan?" Seeing this, Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "It seems that my story has touched your sore spot, Mr. Fox. Come on, please tell me your story." She was really curious whether Foxia had really used the power of others to bully others. Huxia looked at Shen Wanwan with a gossipy look on his face, and Chuanyin with a hint of curiosity, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He felt that he probably forgot to bring his brain when he went out today, and was almost caught by Shen Wanwan for his previous embarrassing mistake. After waiting for a long time without seeing any answer from Huxia, Shen Wanwan knew that she would not get an answer. So he was about to get up and check on the unconscious woman in black. Her injuries were quite serious. Shen Wanwan didn't know whether she was a good person or a bad person, so she didn't give her medicine. After all, medicine also cost gold coins. Number 9 also said that she could absorb the spiritual energy in the store, which could slowly repair her body. Ahem. Shen Wanwan heard a cough coming from inside the tent and hurried over to take a look. Huxia and Chuanyin did not follow them. After all, the other party was a woman. It didn't seem right for two grown men to follow them. At this time, Shen Wanwan had already walked in front of the tent. After she opened the tent, she met a pair of eyes, one yellow and one green. Heterochromic eyes. This was the first time Shen Wanwan had seen someone with heterochromic eyes. "You're awake. Do you have any medicine with you?" Shen Wanwan didn't approach her rashly, because she felt an evil spirit from this woman. And the moment their eyes met, Shen Wanwan saw the murderous intent in her eyes. Knowing that the other person was not a good person, Shen Wanwan did not approach her. Mou looked at the situation in front of her. She thought she was going to die, but unexpectedly, she was rescued by someone. She looked at Shen Wanwan, suppressed her murderous intent, then touched her wrist and saw that her storage bracelet was still there, which made her feel relieved. She mobilized the last bit of demonic energy in her body, took out a jade bottle from the storage bracelet, then took out a pill and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Soon the medicine began to take effect, and in less than 5 minutes, she was able to sit up from her dying state. The wounds on his body have healed without even a scar left. Mou looked down at her tattered dress, found a black dress embroidered with red spider lilies, and put it on. Shen Wanwan was no longer here. After reminding Mou, she left. After all, this woman had a very strong evil aura, which made her suspect that she was not a good person. So, after giving the hint, he returned to Huxia and the others. "What's wrong?" Chuanyun asked quietly. Shen Wanwan replied in a low voice. The woman was fine when she was unconscious, but she was full of evil spirit after she woke up. "Oh, it seems that he's not an ordinary person." Chuanyun touched his chin and asked curiously at the tent that Shen Wanwan had built for Mou. When Mou came out after changing her clothes, she had recovered a lot. She no longer looked as pale and sallow as she did at the beginning, which made her look unattractive. What could Mou say at this moment? To say that she was as beautiful as a fairy seemed inappropriate. It was not that she was not beautiful, but her temperament had nothing to do with that of a fairy. After taking a look, Shen Wanwan felt that there was a word that suited her very well. That is witch. Shen Wanwan still doesn't know the truth about herself. She just felt that Mou was very similar to the female villains described in fairy tales or martial arts novels, with a pretty face and a vicious heart. As for how she saw it, don't ask if you want to know. It's what number 9 said.
Número 9. It didn't say that.
Chuanyun is a demon catcher. According to the power classification in the world of cultivation, he is a righteous cultivator. Therefore, the demonic and bloody aura emanating from Mou made him very unhappy. This woman probably has many lives on her hands. He used his spiritual sense to transmit a message to Huxia. Huxia smiled after hearing this, and then Chuanyun heard him say, "You don't need to tell me, I'm not blind, I can see it. Shen Wanwan is the boss, and no matter what, everyone who comes is a guest, so she still has to entertain them. Hello, welcome to the Space-Time Trading Tavern." Because Mou did not enter the tavern through the formal space-time channel, he did not receive the tavern's instructions. "My name is Mou." Mou introduced herself and also looked at Shen Wanwan and the others. Especially Huxia, she had a feeling that this man was very strong. So she did not act rashly. "Hello, Miss Mou. Can you tell us where you are from? You have to know what dimension the other person comes from." Mou did not answer Shen Wanwan, but looked around the tavern curiously. Shen Wanwan felt that this woman seemed to want to do something, so she quickly asked no. 9 in her heart. She didn't come here through the time and space channel on her side. If she wants to harm us, can I use the ability of the tavern owner to control her? Number 9 answered affirmatively. Of course. Madam Boss, don't be afraid. With number 9's assurance, Shen Wanwan felt a little relieved. After Mou finished her survey, she looked at the 3 people opposite her. She was a demon cultivator, and her temper was not that good. If she hadn't been injured, she wouldn't have wasted time with them. Now the healing medicine she took in the afternoon has been fully absorbed, and she is almost fully recovered. It's time for her to have a good chat with the 3 children. In a flash, Mou appeared in front of Shen Wanwan. Shen Wanwan realized that she had become a persimmon and was considered easy to be manipulated by Mou. However, with Chuanyun and Huxia there, they reacted quickly and immediately cast their own spells. Chuanyun, Vajra's shield, rise. Fox Evil stretched out a claw directly towards Mou. Chuanyun protected Shen Wanwan and retreated a little. At this time, Mou and Huxia were fighting to a standstill. The newly upgraded tavern also became a mess and chaos during the fight between the two. Shen Wanwan's heart was bleeding. These new tables were not cheap. She looked at Mou and wished she could throw her out. But this person's time and space plane cannot be connected, so she can't throw him out. Huxia and Mou fought for a while, and then Mou summoned a scimitar. The scimitar was blood red all over, like a blood moon. Then she swung the knife and slashed at the fox. When Huxia saw her take out her weapon, he also summoned his own weapon, a pitch-black spear. Ping pong pong. The 2 men fought from inside the house to outside. For a while, they were evenly matched, and it seemed that the balance of victory and defeat was not in their favor. Shen Wanwan prayed in her heart that the fox would be more powerful and capture that witch. Chuanyun watched them fight and gradually frowned. Boss, this woman is very strong. Fox Demon may not be able to suppress her. Shen Wanwan looked at him in surprise. He can't even defeat a demon king. It's not that I can't beat you, but Fox Demon is worried about ruining your tavern, so he has been holding back. When Shin Wanwan heard this, she didn't care about being touched or distressed. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "You fox, beat me up hard. I won't charge you any gold coins for destroying the tavern." When Fox Xia heard this, he laughed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" After saying this, his attack became more fierce. Gradually, Mo couldn't hold on any longer. In addition, she hadn't recovered to her peak yet, so she couldn't withstand the fierce attack of Fox Evil. Seeing Mo losing step by step, Hu Xia was about to win, but Mo threw a bomb at Hu Xia before he could figure out the situation. With a loud bang, Chuan Yun immediately protected Shen Wanwan behind him. After the smoke and dust cleared, Shen Wanwan and Chuan Yun stood up and looked at the tavern, which was almost destroyed. Shen Wanwan was furious and frantically calculated in her mind how much gold coins it would cost to repair it. The money naturally had to be paid by Mo. She stared at Mo, who was lying on the ground. The fire in her eyes seemed to burn Mo to ashes. Hu Xia panted slightly. This battle was a bit strenuous for him. "I didn't expect this woman to be so strong." Mo never thought that she would be forced by those so-called righteous jerk to jump into the time and space crack, and after coming here, she would be beaten like this by a man. This is such a huge shame for her. I'm going to kill you." Mo stood up with her scimitar raised and rushed towards Hu Xia. But this time she couldn't move, as if she was being pinched by an invisible hand. Shen Wanwan rushed up to her with an angry look on her face and slapped her several times. Then she shook her numb hands and said, "I saved you out of kindness, and it's fine if you don't feel grateful, but you actually dared to destroy my tavern." As she spoke, she took out a jade bottle, opened it, and poured the liquid directly into Mo's mouth. "What did you give me to drink?" Shen Wanwan said with a wicked smile. "Of course it's a good thing. It's a bargain for you." Mo only felt that the evil spirit in her body was dissipating, and a trace of fear flashed across her face. Shen Wanwan did not miss her frightened look, and she felt very angry in her heart. She actually didn't want to treat girls like this, but Mo's personality was obviously too unruly. She will never learn her lesson unless she is taught a lesson. So Shen Wanwan bought her a bottle of spiritual water, which directly dissolved all the evil spirit in her body, which was almost the same as destroying her martial arts. Number 9 said excitedly, "Boss, the bracelet on her hand is a storage bracelet. There must be good things inside." After hearing what Number 9 said, Shen Wanwan looked at the bracelet on Mo's wrist, then grabbed her hand and prepared to take it off. Unfortunately, she pulled for a long time, but the bracelet didn't come off. Seeing this, Mo laughed and said, "You want to take my storage bracelet? It's just a foolish dream." Seeing that she was at the end of her strength and still so stubborn, Shen Wanwan slapped her again. Then I quickly asked Number 9 if there was any solution. Number 9 recommended a tool similar to scissors to her. This tool is specially used to cut off the soul imprint. It comes in disposable and permanent types. Of course, with Shen Wanwan's personality, she naturally chose the disposable one. Mo looked at her and saw a pair of scissors suddenly appeared out of nowhere and immediately laughed disdainfully. But when Shen Wanwan cut the bracelet with the scissors, Mo felt that her spiritual consciousness on the storage bracelet was cut off. Shen Wanwan also successfully took the bracelet off her hand. "Hee, do you really think I can't deal with you, you little brat?" When Shen Wanwan was about to see what was inside, she realized that she had not practiced Taoism and naturally had no spiritual awareness, so she could not open the storage bracelet. Shen Wanwan. In the end, Number 9 had no choice but to open the storage bracelet and pour out the contents. Clatter. As the storage bracelet was opened, the things inside appeared in the messy tavern. This storage bracelet contains Mo's wealth from 1,000 years, including spirit stones, magic stones, various spiritual medicines and magic plants, and many other good things. As soon as Number 9 scanned it, he immediately shouted, "Boss, we sent it." Shen Wanwan was also smiling as she looked at so many things. He even proudly raised his eyebrows in a provocative manner towards Mo, who was immobilized. Xia and Chuanyan looked at these things but did not reach out to look through them. Shen Wanwan flipped through it and was inexplicably attracted by a small box. This box was similar to the one that contained the space-time trading tavern. She took it and opened it. Inside was a beautiful gold gourd bracelet. Is this made of gold? Shen Wanwan couldn't tell if it was gold, and number 9 couldn't tell after scanning it. Boss, I can't detect its material either. It may be a new material that has never been included in the tavern mall. Shen Wanwan nodded slightly. She always felt that this little gourd would be very beneficial to her. So she put the gourd on her hand. In addition to the gourd, there were 6 small beads of different colors on the bracelet, which did not look like pearls. Shen Wanwan didn't think too much about it. She simply thought the bracelet was beautiful, so she wore it. Anyway, these things will be confiscated and compensated, so it is impossible to return them to MOU. In addition to the gourd, Shen Wanwan also took out a box, which contained a set of jade jewelry. The workmanship was exquisite and looked very beautiful. Girls, besides liking jewelry, there is nothing else they like. Of course, with so many things, Shen Wanwan did not forget Chuanyan and Xia. After she finished selecting, she called Xia and Chuanyan over to see if there was anything they liked. The two of them browsed for a while and selected a few items based on their intuition. The rest were directly put into the mall and became items of mall number 9. Of course, these things can be exchanged for nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. When Shen Wanwan saw so many gold coins, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Number 9, I didn't exchange it wrong, did I? Number 9 said happily. Yes, master, that's all. Wow, Shen Wanwan exclaimed after getting confirmation. But I was thinking in my heart, no wonder so many people like to rob. It is indeed a good way to make money quickly and get rich. Ahem, don't get me wrong. She is a good citizen and will not take the initiative to do anything illegal. But if someone bumps into her, don't blame her for being rude. After earning millions of gold coins in one go, Shen Wanwan was so happy that she almost took off. As for MOU, Shen Wanwan was happy now and didn't think of her. Number 9 had already thrown her into the small forest outside the tavern and locked her up to prevent her from coming out and getting in the way. After spending gold coins to renovate the tavern, Shen Wanwan rubbed her hands excitedly and said to Chuanyan and Xia, "Thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat?" "It's up to you." Chuanyan and Xia smiled and ordered food without hesitation. Shen Wanwan happily met their requests. Although she could use the tavern's ability to subdue MOU, Xia protected her without hesitation, and Shen Wanwan would not be ungrateful. Chuanyan protected Shen Wanwan at the last moment, and she was very grateful. But this is how the three of them get along, and they won't say it directly. But with this experience, the relationship between the three of them became even deeper. After serving the dishes, Chuanyan asked Shen Wanwan to sit down with him and asked, "What are you going to do with that woman?" Speaking of this, Shen Wanwan also became worried. She couldn't kill the time and space traveler. Xia had attacked her before. She could only throw him back to his original plane or close the time and space channel and no longer receive travelers from this time and space. Shen Wanwan also asked number 9, and she really couldn't click MOU away. But the plane she is in cannot be connected, so we can only destroy it first to eliminate some dangers, then lock her up and see how the situation develops later. This is the only thing we can do now. After expressing her plan, Shen Wanwan sighed. Chuanyan raised his hand and put it on her head with amusement, saying, "Why are you sighing? You have already consumed all her cultivation, and now you have locked her up in the grove. It won't affect you at all, so don't worry too much." In response to Chuanyan's comfort, Shen Wanwan could only nod. In fact, she really didn't want to keep MOU. Ouch! Chio turned over comfortably in his sleep. When Shen Wanwan and the others looked over, they saw him sleeping with his legs spread out, looking very cute. Hee. Looking at the furry little tiger, she couldn't help laughing. It turns out that small animals are the most healing. Things will work out when the time comes. She just decided not to think about it anymore. It's just supporting one person. It's not like she can't afford it. As for MOU, after her cultivation was wasted, she began to age gradually. Seeing that her originally delicate and smooth skin began to show age spots and wrinkles, you couldn't help it. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to grow old. But there was no demonic energy here, so she couldn't practice again. How could I forget? Mou seemed to have thought of something, and then began to recite something. She lay on the grass, and the spiritual energy around the small forest began to gather towards her. Number 9 also told Shin Won about this, as soon as possible. You mean she started practicing again? Yes, Number 9 asked anxiously. Madam, should we interrupt her renovation? Shin Won thought for a moment and said, not for the time being. Just keep an eye on her and don't let her practice too fast. After hearing this, Number 9 continued to stare at Mou. Shin Won also told Chuan Yun and Hu Xie about Mou's resumption of practice. Neither of them showed any surprise in their reaction. I don't think you're very surprised. Hu Xie never liked to explain anything, so Chuan Yun was the only one who said, you didn't completely destroy her, you just destroyed her cultivation. Her foundation was not damaged, so she can naturally cultivate again. So, do you think I should stop her or completely destroy her? Shin Won is a child who grew up under the red flag. Although there are internal strife in the Gu family, it has little to do with her, so her 3 views are normal. Her conscience would not allow her to kill or maim someone in an instant. Besides, the tavern didn't allow her to kill Mou at will. Although she was not a good person, once she arrived at the tavern she was a guest of the tavern, and she could not kill anyone, no matter they were good or bad. If a guest has dangerous thoughts about her, the tavern will protect him. I don't know which great god came up with this rule. Returning to the bedroom at night, Shin Won lay on the bed looking at the small gourd on her wrist. She always felt that this thing was not simple, but she couldn't figure out why. Seeing her sighing, Number 9 said, since the lady boss thinks this gourd is not simple, why don't you try to recognize its owner by dripping blood like in the novels? One day, Shin Won sat up in shock, slapped her thigh and said, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? As she said that, she quickly rummaged through the bedside table, found a pair of small scissors, and stabbed her fingers with them. Shin Won is very brave in everything except being afraid of ghosts. She didn't even know whether the golden gourd was a treasure, but she dared to acknowledge its master by dripping blood. In her opinion, if the golden gourd was an ordinary gourd, she would not lose anything. But if she can pick up the treasure by enduring a little pain and dripping a few drops of blood, then she will make a profit. After dripping a few drops of blood, the golden gourd really absorbed it. Shin Won happily muttered to Number 9 in her heart, see, I said this golden gourd is not simple. After waiting excitedly for a while, Shin Won only felt that she had a vague connection with the golden gourd. But she couldn't open the golden gourd, which was embarrassing Shin Won. At this time, Number 9 said to comfort him, boss, maybe it's because you are an ordinary person and you can't open it. Upon hearing this, Shin Won ruffled her hair angrily, then said, I want to practice. Can't the tavern provide it? Number 9. Of course. It's you, the boss lady, who doesn't want to spend money on it. Shin Won was unwilling to spend money to buy the spirit testing plate. The prices of some martial arts techniques were more than 10 times more expensive than the spirit testing plate, so it was even more impossible for her to buy them. As for the millions earned today, after paying off the debts and repairing the pub, only a few 100,000 are left. With this little bit of gold coins, Shin Won can't buy any good martial arts. If she wants to buy something, she will buy the best. How can she use inferior ones? I can't afford the best, and I don't like the second best. It can only be said that it's not a good idea to aim too high. Shin Won was in a dilemma at the moment, and was very worried. Seeing the boss lady getting increasingly irritable, Number 9 was afraid that he would become a punching bag later, so he reminded her that there might be something good in another set of jewelry. In fact, he was not sure. When he scanned it today, he found that the jewelry had a slight fluctuation in space, but he could not detect it specifically. Number 9 is not omnipotent. The founder of the tavern does not want the system to override the host, so most of the abilities given to Number 9 are auxiliary.
There are some things it cannot detect.
After hearing what Number 9 said, Shin Won also remembered the set of jade jewelry. She took the things out of her backpack, opened them, and looked at them carefully. The reason she decided to keep this set of jewelry today was not only because of her intuition, but also because this set of jewelry really suited her taste. Before the wound healed, she squeezed it hard, squeezing out 2 more drops of blood and smeared them on the jewelry necklace. Soon Shen Wanwan got the information about this set of jewelry. After getting the information, Shen Wanwan continued to recognize the owners of the other pieces, and then the whole set of jewelry entered her forehead and turned into a jade tablet. This jade tablet was originally a small world called the Jade World. It was just refined into a space by an immortal and given to his child. Unfortunately, no one knew what happened later. This space was left in Mou's world, obtained by her, and finally fell into Shen Wanwan's hands. When Shen Wanwan saw that she had contracted a small world, she was excited at first, and then suddenly a little flustered. Number 9. Xiaojiu, do you think my luck is a little too good? She got the space-time trading tavern, and now she got a small space world. Isn't this luck too weird? Although she doesn't believe in metaphysics, she also knows that everything will decline after reaching its peak. Number 9. Boss lady, don't think too much about it. This only shows that you and this jade space are destined to be together. Number 9 didn't understand why Shen Wanwan looked so worried even though she got such a good thing. The Jade's small world was refined the moment it generated intelligence, and the original owner also found many good treasures to cultivate this world. Now the spiritual energy here is rich, and there are spiritual medicines and plants that are more than tens of thousands of years old everywhere. Unfortunately, Shen Wanwan doesn't recognize these things. Fortunately, there was a house in the space. After Shen Wanwan arrived at the house, she went straight to the study. The study was not filled with books, but rows of jade slips. Only the bottom row of shelves contained a few books and boxes. Shen Wanwan squatted down, but instead of looking at the box, she looked at the book first. What she needs to learn most now is all kinds of knowledge. Otherwise, she will mess around like a white man and die without knowing how. But when she opened the book for the first time, she was dumbfounded, because she couldn't understand the words on it. Although it was very similar to Chinese characters, there was a big difference. After flipping through several books, she still couldn't recognize any of them. In the end, Shen Wanwan had to ask Number 9. Number 9 said it didn't know either and suggested buying a text converter. She even thoughtfully brought up the text converter page. Shen Wanwan. The price of the text converter was 8,000 gold coins, no more, no less, and Shen Wanwan gritted her teeth and bought it. After putting on the converter, she immediately understood the meaning of the words. It's no different than watching your native language. The money is well spent, as the books at the bottom row are all about the basic knowledge of the world of cultivation. Shen Wanwan dreamed of becoming a fairy. Now that the opportunity is in front of her, she feels a little dazed and it doesn't seem real. She returned to her bedroom without having time to look around the house and study. Lying on the bed, wrapped in the quilt and closing her eyes. She was not actually asleep. No one could fall asleep after such a big surprise. As long as she was sorting out what happened today, she had to take a break. She tossed and turned for most of the night, and it was unknown whether Shen Wanwan had taken enough time to think. Anyway, she fell into a deep sleep when the sky was just getting light.
Boom, boom, boom.
Shen Wanwan heard a hurried knock on the door, and she pulled the quilt to cover herself in annoyance. But when the people outside saw that she didn't open the door for a long time, they just started shouting, Shen Wanwan, are you home? Shen Wanwan sat up from the bed with a sleepy look on her face, put on her slippers, wrapped herself in a coat, and went to open the door. What's going on? She opened the door and saw Henan outside, then she leaned against the door and asked sleepily, Hey, it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you still sleeping? I stayed up late last night. If you have something to say, just tell me. If not, I'll go back to sleep. As she said this, she yawned loudly. Okay, then I'll tell you quickly. Henan saw that she was really sleepy, so he told her the purpose of his visit. Shen Wanwan listened carefully. Basically, there were a few guests from Switzerland moving into Grandma Zhang's house. Henan was very busy these days and would not be at home, so he asked Shen Wanwan to take care of Grandma Zhang. In fact, Grandma Zhang is in good health. Henan means that Shun Wanwan should pay attention and not let his grandmother suffer any grievances. After all, foreigners are troublesome. Shun Wanwan nodded and made an okay gesture to him. Don't worry, I will go over to check on you every day. Thank you in advance. I'm in a hurry to go to work. Bye. Goodbye. Shun Wanwan closed the door, and the moment the door closed, she saw a dark shadow flashing through the forest in the distance. Seeing this, she suddenly woke up with a start. He opened the door and walked to the side of the road to take a look. There was no one in the small forest opposite. Shun Wanwan looked serious and asked number 9 in his heart. Did the bad guy who was spying on me just now come here? Yes, but unfortunately, I only caught a trace of him. He ran too fast and I couldn't lock onto him for a while. It's okay. Since he's staring at me, he'll definitely come again. Shun Wanwan looked at the small forest outside the house, then returned home. After closing the door, number 9 said angrily, Boss, we have to find the bad guy who is spying on you as soon as possible. Shun Wanwan was helpless. That's only possible if we can catch him. Why does she want to be stronger? Isn't it to catch the guy who has been peeping at her? Being stared at like this so often, if she didn't have a strong mental endurance, she would have suffered from mental breakdown long ago. But with this person around, she felt uncomfortable. It feels like there is a fishbone stuck in the throat, unable to go up or down, making people irritated. When she got home, she was no longer sleepy, so she just washed and brushed her teeth. I made myself a late breakfast and lunch, and after eating and drinking, I went for a stroll at Grandma Zhang's house. I found that all the foreign guests at Grandma Zhang's house had gone out. They go out early and come back late, but it doesn't affect me at all, and they don't bully an old woman like me. You and Xiaonan don't have to worry. Grandma Zhang smiled and patted the back of Shun Wanwan's hand. Shun Wanwan nodded. That's good that there isn't one. If there is one, we don't have to endure it. We can't spoil them. I got it, Grandma Zhang responded with a smile. After talking to her for a while, Shun Wanwan stood up and said that she had to go back to work, and then prepared to leave. Grandma Zhang packed a bag of vegetables for her to take home and eat. Shun Wanwan couldn't refuse at all, so she deserved to be kicked out. Finally, I returned home with a bag of vegetables. After a simple dinner, Shun Wanwan checked that everything was fine at home and went to the tavern. When she came in, she saw Zheng Ge, dressed in black, looking around the tavern. Brother Zheng, you're here? What have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you in person. Shun Wanwan's tone sounded like she was greeting an old friend, which made Zheng stunned for a moment, because he had never experienced anything like this before. Hello, Mr. Shin. I spent some time experimenting with the papermaking technique I bought from you last time. Oh, Shun Wanwan nodded. You can come here. Obviously the experiment is successful. Yeah, but not as good as your paper. It's okay. The process can be improved slowly. The important thing is that you succeeded, didn't you? Shun Wanwan comforted. After hearing this, Zheng nodded. I haven't been here for a while and the pub has changed. I guess I missed a lot of interesting things. Indeed. Shun Wanwan nodded. Zheng smiled slightly, then ordered a pot of wine and some side dishes with Shun Wanwan. After acquiring the papermaking technique, Zheng cleaned up the court and started a massacre. He even ordered Zhao Gao to be torn into pieces by 5 horses and his entire family to be executed. Everyone in the court was in an uproar, not knowing why Zheng suddenly behaved like this. Therefore, many people in the court have been quiet recently, and they dare not do anything in private, for fear that they will be caught by him and their entire clan will be executed. Zheng chatted with Shun Wanwan for a while, and then told her about some of the political ills in Qin state since Xiangyang's reforms. Shun Wanwan was stunned. Brother Zheng really thought highly of her and actually discussed important state affairs with her. She was so panicked. In fact, I think that what you should deal with most is the nobles. The roots of a country do not lie in the nobles, but in the common people. The common people are already poor, and they have to bear the pressure of such high taxes. Over time, public resentment will accumulate and they will be most vulnerable to instigation by those with ulterior motives. Shun Wanwan doesn't understand politics either. She is just expressing some of her personal opinions. The Qin state advocated the legalist approach to governing the country, which was not wrong, but it seemed a bit unfriendly to the people. Now that Zhengge has not yet destroyed the Six Kingdoms and unified the world, we can see the various hidden drawbacks of the Qin state. I can only say that some people are born politicians, but it would be better if I didn't ask her. In the end, there were many answers that Shen Wanwan couldn't explain, so she turned to the almighty Baidu. It's always right to turn to Baidu when you encounter difficulties. Shen Wanwan admits that she is not good at politics and does not understand it, so she decided to let professionals explain it to Zhengge. So Ing Zheng, who rarely comes, sits aside with a tablet and reads various modern political reviews analyzing the spring and autumn period to the unification of Qin with relish. Shen Wanwan didn't bother him. After returning to the counter, she opened the Tavern farm page. After picking the last batch, she looked at them all and found that many common seeds had been discontinued. What were lit up were various high-level spiritual fruits and vegetables of levels 1 to 10. In addition to these, there were also magic potions and magic fruits from the magical world, as well as all kinds of anti-vibrations from all dimensions. The only thing in common was that the prices were very good. A level 1 spiritual fruit tree costs 50 gold coins. A level 10 tree costs 500. And it's a one-time deal. Your mall is really shady. Shen Wanwan looked at the expensive fruit trees and grain and vegetable seeds in the mall, all of which were no less than 50 gold coins, not to mention the animals on the ranch, which were equally expensive, with a chicken starting at 500 gold coins. Number 9. This is because the tavern has been upgraded. Such a good tavern, the ingredients and wine used must be the best. Haha, I think you just want me to take out all the gold coins in my wallet. Shen Wanwan believed it. But she couldn't change her mind, so she bought it anyway. There is no way around it. If you don't plan it, the tavern owner will be fined gold coins. The penalty was also very high. Shen Wanwan estimated that it would be twice as much as what she paid for seeds, so she decided to just buy a variety of new seeds and plant them. The ranch also had new animals, and even the grass was replaced with high-end grass. All in all, she spent 100,000 gold coins. Seeing the amount in the wallet decrease, Shen Wanwan couldn't help but have the urge to rob. You know, this gold coin was robbed from MOU. Speaking of which, are we just going to keep MOU like this? If this woman starts practicing again, will she continue to cause trouble for us? Number 9 thought for a moment and said, how about, boss, let's throw her to the next world. No, she's so powerful. If the next plane of existence is an ordinary world, won't we become criminals? That's true. Number 9 wanted to scratch his head. Is there really no way to connect to her original plane? Shen Wanwan didn't believe that the tavern didn't have the ability to do this. Number 9. Yes, it depends on whether you are willing to spend the money, boss lady. What do you mean? Shen Wanwan asked. Next time you upgrade and open a new plane, you can capture her and use her to connect the space plane. But you will need to spend about 1 million gold coins in handling fees. When Shen Wanwan heard about the 1 million gold coins, she almost vomited blood. She had worked so hard for so long, but the tavern did not even have 1 million gold coins in its account. She may not be able to earn 1 million gold coins in the next dimension. After all, not everyone is stupid and rich. Everyone was worried about how to deal with MOU. After a night of drunkenness, Chiu finally woke up. After waking up, Chiu found that he had turned into a beast. He shook his tiger head and quickly turned into a human. Shen Wanwan witnessed everything and was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw a real transformation. Although Huxia was a fox spirit, Shen Wanwan had never seen him transform. Boss, how long have I slept? Chiu came over and asked embarrassedly. It's been a day since I slept last night. Shen Wanwan replied with a smile. Ah, is it so late? I have something else to do. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. With that, Chiu ran outside and soon disappeared in the tavern. Ing Zheng also saw Chiu. Seeing with his own eyes a little tiger turning into a human, he felt indescribable shock in his heart. Boss, is he a new customer in the tavern? Facing Zheng Ji's question, Shen Wanwan understood what he wanted to ask, so she said, he is a new guest. But don't think about immortality. His world is an orc plane, and the animals there can transform into human bodies. They also grow old, get sick, and die, just like humans. Moreover, they are uncivilized over there, living in tribes, so poor that they can't get enough to eat or wear warm clothes. Shen Wanwan told Jenga some of her impressions of orcs. Hearing that Chiu was just like an ordinary person, Ingzheng immediately lost interest. Shen Wanwan didn't understand. Didn't history say that Qin Shi Huang became obsessed with seeking immortals and asking for the way after he unified the Six Kingdoms? How come he is already looking for immortality when the war between the Six Kingdoms hasn't even ended yet? It seems that he didn't listen to her last suggestion that Zhengge should train a new successor. In fact, Shen Wanwan guessed wrong. Ingzheng listened to her, and at a court meeting one day, he named several of his sons to attend the meeting. The results did not satisfy him, and even made him angry. Fusu was educated by Confucianism to be indecisive and had no imperial aura, and the others were even more useless. As for Hu Hai, who caused the death of Qin Tu, he was his own child after all. Even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. After executing Zhao Gao, Ingzheng simply turned a blind eye to him and sent him to build his own imperial mausoleum. So it was not that he did not want to train him, but now that the war was intense, he really could not spare the time, and his other children were not good seedlings either. So Ingzheng was really a good cook cannot cook without rice. Time gradually came to late at night. Shen Wanwan wondered why Hu Xie and Chuan Yun, who usually came every day, didn't come today. Could it be that they got injured in a fight with Mou yesterday? It shouldn't be. Weren't they fine yesterday? Shen Wanwan muttered and began to worry. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Wanwan looked at Zhengge, who was concentrating on watching the tablet, and felt reluctant to disturb him. But he is not Hu Xie and Chuan Yun. Ordinary people still need to go to bed early and get up early. So Shen Wanwan walked over and took the tablet back, asking him to come back tomorrow. Okay. Ingzheng stood up helplessly. Before leaving, he and Shen Wanwan bought some wine and snacks and took them back, shamelessly asking everyone for monthly tickets, red sleeve tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. After seeing Zheng off and leaving the tavern, Shen Wanwan went to the small forest to see Mou. Although Mou's cultivation was destroyed by the drug Shen Wanwan used, her spiritual roots were still there, so she could still practice. However, after Shen Wanwan knew that she was still able to practice, she added an isolation shield for her to prevent her from absorbing spiritual energy. Seeing Shen Wanwan coming over, Mou's eyes were filled with the desire to torture her to death. Shen Wanwan came over just to see if she had done anything naughty and destroyed the small forest in the tavern. Now that she saw that Xiao Linlin was fine, she was ready to leave.
Stop.
Little girl, you took all my things and imprisoned me. Aren't you afraid that I will find a way to kill you? Shen Wanwan turned her back to her and rolled her eyes. It turned out that the villain died because he talked too much. Do you really think she is a naive person? If she was afraid of this kind of threat, he would not have robbed her storage ring and locked her in the small forest yesterday. This kind of person can't make sense. Shen Wanwan didn't bother to pay attention to her and left without looking back. Seeing that she didn't follow the routine, Mou suddenly became anxious. Come back. Unfortunately, no matter how she shouted, Shen Wanwan did not turn back. After returning home, Shen Wanwan washed up, lay down, and fell asleep. In the early morning, when everyone was asleep, the pub's welcoming bell rang. However, Shen Wanwan was asleep at this time. After seeing her grumpiness when waking up, Number 9 learned his lesson and did not dare to call her. So, I started supervising it myself. The person who came was Hu Xie, and he changed into a red fox fur coat today, which was a rare occasion. This fox fur coat, as red as the sunset, adds a touch of evil charm to Hu Xie's originally handsome face. He stepped into the tavern, looked around, and then walked towards the small forest. Number 9 kept staring, but he and Mou just looked at each other and basically didn't say a word. Number 9 knew that the two people used their spiritual sense to transmit sound, and it couldn't detect what they said at all. So he took note of this and prepared to tell Shen Wanwan after dawn. The next morning, Shen Wanwan heard Number 9 talking about this. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she brushed her teeth and said to herself, I will ask about this. Of course she had to ask. Shin Wonwon was very curious about what Fox Evil was up to next. After breakfast, she collected all the garbage in the house and went out with the garbage bag to throw it away. When she passed by Grandma Zhang's house, she looked into the yard and found that the guests living in Grandma Zhang's house were still there, so she hurried to throw away the garbage. After throwing away the garbage, she came to Grandma Zhang's house. "Grandma Zhang, are you home?" After she shouted, Grandma Zhang's voice came from the kitchen. "Hey, I'm here." Grandma Zhang came out pulling up her apron. Shen Wonwon walked over to show some concern, and Grandma Zhang smiled and said, "It's okay. The exchange meeting hasn't started yet. They have been touring Huashi Valley for the past 2 days, so they're going to rest at home today." "Oh, are you going to cook for them?" "It's so tiring to cook for so many people. We only make breakfast for them. They don't eat lunch or dinner here. Juzzy Biological Company provides their lunch and dinner." "Oh, then don't be too tired. If you have anything, just call me. I'm at home. Okay, go and do your thing. Grandma will call you if there's anything else." Shen Wonwon glanced at the foreigners inconspicuously, memorized their appearance, and left. The exchange meeting will start from tomorrow to the day after tomorrow. Shen Wonwon received the pass from He Nand in the afternoon. She came to the tavern in the evening, and Hu Xie, Chuan Yun, and Zheng Ge were all there. She walked over to him with a smile and handed him the tablet that Zheng Ge had not finished reading yesterday. After Ing Zheng and the others nodded slightly, they took the tablet and went to a quiet place. Shen Wonwon sat down in front of Hu Xie, then held her face with both hands and said, "Fox Spirit, do you have something to explain?" Hu Xie raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all. He knew that his every move in the tavern could not be hidden from Shen Wonwon. "Don't worry, this Demon King has no plans against you." As he said this, he touched the fiery red fox fur on his body. Shen Wonwon looked at him in red and couldn't help asking, "Are you rich now? You even changed into new clothes, Fox Evil." Chuan Yin couldn't help but pat her head and said, "Are you off topic?" Shen Wonwon shrugged. "Just asking casually. But you still have to explain what you should explain. Even if you didn't plan anything, I still have to explain." As she spoke, she leaned over and asked, "Are you planning something bad?" Hu Xie smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I just want to go to MOU's world and take a look." Shen Wonwon, "You want to travel through time and space?" "Yeah." Fox Xie nodded. "Why?" Shen Wonwon looked at him curiously. Hu Xie thought for a moment and said, "The world she is in should allow me to break through the Demon King realm and become a Demon Emperor." "It seems like you have only been promoted to the Demon King realm not long ago." Shen Wonwon remembered that when he first came, he called himself this king, and later after he reached a higher level, he called himself this emperor. This happened in about 2 or 3 months. "Only by becoming the Demon Emperor can I become stronger," Hu Xie said, his aura gradually released. Shen Wonwon didn't understand. "Your highest level is the Demon Emperor realm. What will you do when you reach the Demon Emperor realm? Will you wait to die?" "There are higher levels than the Demon Emperor, but the world I live in is no longer good, so all of our great demons are suppressed to the level of the Demon Emperor. So you want to go to other planes to find a breakthrough and see if you can reach a higher world from other planes, right?" "That's right." Hu Xie is an ambitious fox who will not be content to stop at the level of Demon Emperor. "Isn't this just wanting to ascend to heaven?" Shen Wonwon muttered. "What did you say?" Hu Xie asked doubtfully. Shen Wonwon shook her head. "It's nothing, but MOU shouldn't be able to go back now. And don't you big monsters have the ability to tear through the void?" She was very curious. In the novels, wouldn't cultivators be able to tear through the void and enter another world when they reached a certain level? Were the monsters at the Demon Emperor level not strong enough? Shen Wonwon didn't understand, but she was eager to make herself stronger. So she decided that after the exchange meeting outside was over, she would start the next world mission to earn some money and upgrade. In addition to upgrading, you also have to understand the basics of cultivation in the Jade world as soon as possible. After hearing her words, Hu Xie asked curiously, "Who told you that the big monster has the ability to tear the void? Shen Wonwon isn't there?" Hu Xie shook his head regretfully. "I wish there was, but unfortunately, that means there is no such thing." The novel misled her. "I also read about this in a book." Chuan Yin was drinking while listening to them. He was not an ambitious person, so he just took things as they came when it came to improving his realm.